seconds at the 36-yard line of the Bears. They stuck it in the belly of Roma Dunze on a fly sweep to the right side, and it came out. Caleb arching up in a clean pocket, throws down the seam right, caught DJ Moore, 45-yard line of Detroit, and you knew he was going to get popped, and he was by Branch. DJ hung on for 24 yards. Snap is back. Good strong rush up front, picked up. They throw right side, running away the 20 to the 15 to the 10 to the end zone. Touchdown, Keenan Allen. Touchdown, Bears. 45-yard strike. High formation, Glazer ahead of DeAndre Swift. The take and the fake and the roll to the near side. Quick throw, left side of the end zone. Guess who? Cole Kmet. Touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Snap screen to the near side. Swift to catch the 40-45. Gets around the 50, and that's where he'll go down. The Bears are going to give it up, but that put Caleb Williams, that completion of DeAndre Swift, over 3,000 passing yards.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you on a Bears Monday. We'll open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Watch our show and all the shows here at ESPN Chicago on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button as well as on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Chicago Bears lose to the Detroit Lions, Cap, by a score of 34-19, and the Bears now have lost 9 straight games, losing at Soldier Field yesterday.
Johnny, there was nothing surprising about yesterday's game. I think I'm speaking for you here. Correct me if I'm wrong. We both knew and believed from the get-go that Caleb is the right guy. And despite having 2 head coaches and multiple offensive coordinators, I think he's on his 3rd now because Thomas Brown is the interim head coach. So they promoted another guy to offensive coordinator. That'd be Chris Beatty. Despite the defense being pathetically bad, I'm seeing guys not give 100% effort at times, whether that's DJ Moore not running full out on a pass that he probably could have caught. Roma Dunze with 2 fumbles. The offensive line is a sieve, is a train wreck, and has to be completely rebuilt. The run game was pathetically non-existent. Caleb played really, really good football again. 334 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's gone 320-some passes now without an interception. 7th longest streak in NFL history. Longest by a rookie by a mile. At the end of the day, it's pathetic where this franchise is. Pathetic that they are as awful as they are. And why should I believe that management, who has time and time again, and I'm talking about George McCaskey and the people at the top of the food chain, time and time again, have failed in the hiring process? Why should I believe they're going to get the right head coach this time?
It's a great question. And the reason why that's a great question is because look at the history of the Chicago Bears. Very few times where it was able to pop the head coach, the choice of head coach, and be able to flourish with that head coach. But, Cap, the Bears are more prepared for vacation and sunshine than to win another football game. I think that's very clear this morning. And the Chicago Bears are broken, and it's not because the Lions are light years ahead of the Bears in every way. I'm talking about at quarterback and offensive line and defensive line and GM and OC and DC and head coach and ownership. It's not because the Lions are way ahead of the Bears. They're broken because the trust is gone. The trust is gone with this football team. On top of that, the gumption and the fighting spirit of this football team has been beaten out of them. Eberflus or no Eberflus, the losses have taken a great toll on the trust in that locker room, Cap. I don't care what these players are saying on their social media platforms or their radio shows or their podcasts. You could see that when the lights shine brightest, when it's time for game time, this team folds. It folds. I'm talking about every area of the football team. It folds. From Thomas Brown, the neophyte head coach, to the players that talk big during the week. But then when it comes to blowing that whistle, this football team folds. They're terrible at 4-11. I think that's pretty obvious. But, Cap, what I'm here to tell you is that when people talk about this football team and they say, oh, it won't take just a snap of a finger to turn things around. Cap, you have a losing culture that you got to get out of there first before we could talk about the Bears being anywhere close to the Vikings or the Packers or the Lions. That's just the real truth of it. You and I and all the Bears fans listening, we love the team because it's a sickness. We can't get the blue and orange out of our veins. But the bottom line is, Cap, is that until things start to change up at House Hall, we'll get a lot of the same. Losing, ineptitude, underachievement. It ain't turning around soon, Cap. It's more than a free agency. It's more than a draft. You have to be able to get that culture out of the room, out of that building. And I don't know when that's going to start.
I don't know how it starts because they don't know how to do it. You know, I've always been supportive of Ryan Poles. I think he's made some really good moves. I think the roster's better than the record shows. But as Bill Parcells says, your record is what your record is, and it's what it says about you. You sat in a room. This is his quote, not mine. 20 minutes in, I knew Eberflus was the right guy. Hold on a second. You talked to Dan Quinn. Did you watch Dan Quinn yesterday after the game?
I did.
Okay, which leader do you want to play for? Eberflus or Dan Quinn? And reportedly, there are people that say close to the Bears, he could have opened the search up. They were not telling him he could only hire one of those three. Others say it was one of those three, Jim Caldwell, Dan Quinn, or Matt Eberflus. If you sat in a room with Matt Eberflus and went 20 minutes in, that's the guy, then I got to question your judgment. Eberflus was a horrific head football coach. Mm-hmm. Good man, knows defense. As a head coach, stop yourself. He'll never get another chance on a regular basis. Never get another chance as a full-time guy. And now you want me to believe you know how to come correct? As someone close to Ben Johnson said to me, you better come correct when you talk to him. He's not begging you for the job. You better be begging him to take your job. He's got the hammer. Very rare in your life do you get the hammer, where you've got multiple opportunities and you get to choose what you want and you name your terms. That dude does. Now, is he ready to be a head coach? I have no idea. Never met the guy. He certainly can coordinate an offense. But he better understand something. He doesn't have Penei Sewell at right tackle. He doesn't have Frank Ragnow. He doesn't have Taylor Decker. He doesn't have Amon-Ra St. Brown. He doesn't have Sam Laporta, and I can keep going. They stink.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Cap, we watch an offensive line, a makeshift offensive line that Caleb Williams, God bless him, he stayed alive through 4 quarters. But at one point, we saw Borum, we saw Curhan, we saw Pryor, we saw Shelton and Wright at one point in this football game.
Yeah.
How makeshift and how terrible is that? I mean, unfortunately, there was this big injury with Braxton Jones. Mm-hmm. But the point is, though, is that...
And Tevin couldn't go.
It just shows you how far behind this team is. It's not worth our anger this morning. It's really a show of pity. Cap and I are supposed to be on vacation for the next couple of weeks here. Mm-hmm. But we came in because we care about the Bears. And we want to talk to you, the Bears fan, about what's going on. It's a pity show today.
Yeah, we said to Danny, hey, man,
Sad.
the day after each game, we'll be here.
Yeah.
100% we'll be here. Let's go. That's a great word for it. It is a pity show. I'm not going to scream, burst a blood vessel, God forbid. I'm not. Nor are you. We're just going to be real with you. Tell me why I should believe, like if George was sitting right there, and Kevin was sitting right there, George McCaskey, Kevin Warren. Either Hoodie or I would ask, why should we believe you guys have any concept of how to fix this? Because since 2011, you have failed at every turn. Kevin wasn't there for all of it. George was.
Sure.
Failed at every turn. Trestman over Bruce Arians. Forcing Pace to hire someone he really didn't want, and that's a fact. I mean, just time and time again. Like, those who fail to recognize history are doomed to repeat it. right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're going to draft Mitch Trubisky. Well, you should fire your coach then, right then and there. Nope. A year later, they fire Fox. We're going to draft Justin Fields. You should fire your coach then. Nope. A year later, they fire Nagy. Well, we're going to draft Caleb Williams. Well, you should fire your coach then. Nope. A year later, less than a year later, they fire Eberflus. You want to know why the Bears have such a horrible reputation? Because they're dumb. They don't understand how to operate a team. Fact.
If nothing else, Cap, you want to try to mirror some of the teams in your division, let alone your conference. I mean, the NFL's open for everybody. There is more intel now on teams than ever before. There was a time where you did have to pick up the phone and try to find out infrastructure of certain teams. But, Cap, you have more information now by just putting in Google.com and finding out how teams are built, how teams are sustainable, how teams are always in the playoffs, how teams are always around the Super Bowl championship. I mean, the intel's there. But when you insulate yourself into what happens on the North Shore and at House Hall and at Lake Forest, and that's all you care about is your utopia, all you care about is your kingdom, then this is what you get. You don't have any new outside ideas. You don't talk to people. Clearly you don't. Because it would be better than this. Who are your cronies? The Jets and the Giants and the Raiders? At the sad table in the back where no kids want to be around? That table at high school, Cap, you're like, stay away from those people. They're weird. Let's go to the cool people's table. That's where the Bears are, with the Raiders and the Giants and the Jets. That table over in the corner, you don't want to be around that corner. That's loser's corner. Don't be around them. Absolutely. You don't want that suck on you. You go over here to the Chiefs and to the Washington Commanders and teams that are on the come, the upper echelon. This is really something else, what we're seeing here. And it's so interesting. It's an odd season because out of everything that we've seen, you see Caleb Williams, and he continues to get better. Everyone is happy that this guy will not turn over the football. 0 interceptions again. And there's times where, wow, he looks like a rookie, and other times he makes elite throws. There are plenty of things on my yellow pad where like, that's a great throw. That's a great throw. But it's all the in-between when you can't score again in the first quarter. I mean, there was some life there, but the game was over by that time. And so out of this, the diamond in the cow pie that is Chicago Bears football is Caleb Williams. Your rookie teammate, Rome Odunze, fumbles twice. Game was over right there.
Yep.
Put the pen down.
Yep. Especially the second one where he had a big gainer. You're driving to go down and score. You're still alive. Put it on the deck.
Yep.
Cannot happen, period. Let me just tell you something. All these people out there, I don't know about this Caleb Williams. It's all garbage time. Stop. Stop, please. Tell me you know nothing about football. Tell me you know nothing about football. Watch that kid throw. Watch that kid with 3 offensive coordinators, 2 head coaches, no offensive line. Come on. An awful defense. That kid keeps fighting, keeps battling. Are some of the sacks this year on him? 1,000%. Mm-hmm. He'll learn. He'll get better coaching, I would hope, in here. Whoever that is, Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, or you. Somebody has got to work with that kid, get him some talent around him. I think they finally have their guy.
They got their quarterback, but very little else that is correct about this football team. So if you're on hold, you will be on the air. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We're getting your thoughts about the Chicago Bears and their loss against the Detroit Lions, 34-17. If you were there at Soldier Field, if you got a chance to watch, give us your thoughts on this football team, the Bears, losing again against the upper echelon team of the Detroit Lions. The Bears have lost 9 straight. On the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. This is Bears Monday.
Motion to the near side. Odunze got the ball, but lost it, and it's recovered by the Detroit Lions at the 36-yard line of the Bears. They stuck it in the belly of Rome Odunze on a fly sweep to the right side, and it came out.
The Bears lose to the Lions. We're talking about it all day with you, plus your calls and analysis.
The Bears dropped their 9th in a row to fall to 4-11.
It's a Bears Monday on the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Whatever the adventure, there's a BMW engineered to take it on. The X3 delivers a striking design with agile performance. The 100% electric i4 packed with pure electric energy. Or the plug-in hybrid X5, an impressive versatile SUV granting full control on every journey. Choose what powers your next adventure during the BMW Road Home Sales Event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Hurry in for exceptional offers through January 2nd. Visit BMWUSA.com for details.
Hey, it's Jay Hood. Make Hollywood Casino Aurora your game day headquarters this season. Watch all the games on their giant screen TVs. Tackle the area's best game day food and beverages with all your friends. Get in on all the hockey and football action this winter with Penn Play and ESPN Bet. Hollywood Casino's online sportsbook is now live in Illinois. Score big this season at Hollywood Casino Aurora. However you want to play. Must be 21 years or older to gamble. If you're someone you know has got a gambling problem, crisis counseling referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BIKE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BIKE to 321-321. That's BIKE to 321-321.
You know, more businesses across northern Illinois are partnering with the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program to save on energy costs. Get started with a free ComEd facility assessment to find new ways to control your bottom line. Learn more at ComEd.com/poweringbiz. Jay Moore.
Cap and Jay Hood are back.
Oh, Cap. Jay Hood, big fan, man. Watch out, fellas.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Play fake, quickly sets up in the pocket, going deep down the field. It's got a speedster. Williams over the top of Owens. Away at the 10-5 end zone. Touchdown, Detroit. Play action. Little Gibbs, bam. 80-plus yards to the speedster. That is their home run threat. And he is as dangerous as there is in the NFL with that 4.3 speed. Touchdown, Detroit. And that one is his season high. It was 70, now it's 82. And another touchdown for him, his 6th of the year.
9 straight losses for the Chicago Bears as the Bears lose to the Lions 34-17. It's the Cap and Jay Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great holiday and a great Bears Monday. Yeah, along with the offensive issues with this team, Cap, you'd be hard-pressed to find a time that the Bears' defense was this bad. But just uninteresting, bland, and just not effective. I mean, this secondary has no idea if they're in man or in zone or whatever. It is amazing the gaps in this defense since Eberflus left.
Horrible.
It's something.
Absolutely horrific. And last time I remember the defense looking this pathetic was the last year of Trestman.
Yeah.
Now, That team got old. This team is banged up. No Brisker, no Billings in the middle. But I cannot believe that a team would have one play end their season, but the Hail Mary ended their season. They never recovered.
That's sad.
That's pathetic.
That's because that means that you had a pane of glass as a roster.
Correct. Especially your culture.
Yeah.
Correct. Your culture. Horrific.
Some would say, well, the Bears only surrendered 7 points in the second half. That's not the point. The point is it's a 4-quarter game. And it just some of these guys here, there's a number of guys I just don't want to see on this football team anymore, Cap.
Ugh.
I just don't want to see them on my TV anymore, especially on this defense. I just don't want to see these guys anymore. Terrell Smith is not a starter and should not be on this football team.
How about Tyreek Stevenson, who's got a ton of ability and is immature? He's going at it with Jamison Williams. I mean, let's just stop.
What are we doing?
You're 4-11, dude.
Elijah Hicks, like some of these guys, just like you've got to just revamp some of this stuff. Give me some. The great thing about football, Cap, we can always marvel at the ones across the board, but boy, when you have quality depth, like next man up, and that guy may not be as good as the one, but boy, that guy can hit or that guy can make a difference. That's what you want on your roster.
What did Jalen Johnson tell me last week? And I played it.
Yeah.
It's a long cut, but he said our backups have got to play better.
Yeah.
Not everybody's a one. And he's right. He's absolutely right. Look, they need a house cleaning. I want every single coach that's in there gone. See ya. You're part of the losing culture. Get out. Gone. And can we stop now with the Thomas Brown should be the head coach talk?
I think we're done with that now.
Please.
We just understand it's not even about the losses now. It's just about the way the offense has been run a lot this season. Just look at Thomas Brown. I know he's a head coach, but also look at him as passing coordinator and offensive coordinator. It hasn't been good enough.
This is not a shot at him. I need to change the way we do business. That's it. Let's see. LaFleur, O'Connell, and Dan Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
And Thomas Brown.
Yeah. Light years
That'd
ahead.
be so Bear-like.
Here's what's funny about this, though, Cap. Funny in a sad way. Is that you still have health with Caleb Williams, with Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, Cole Kmet. They're all healthy. It's not one of these things where, oh, God, we got to get this guy. Colin Johnson, you have to be our one because everyone else is hurt. Oh, here we go. Gerald Everett, you're going to have to be our tight end. It's not even that.
No.
You're healthy enough to be able to get it done.
You're correct.
You're just not getting it done. That's the thing.
You are correct.
Because usually that's our crutch and our reality if a team is banged up. Well, I mean, look, Caleb's not 100%, so we got to put Bajan in there. We don't have our number one at running back. We don't have our wide receivers. No, everyone's healthy. Everyone's healthy. You just can't score. And when you do score, it's too late.
Correct.
That's it. That's it.
It's bad.
And your defense. Yeah, you're banged up on your defense, yes, Cap. But when you were fully healthy, you still couldn't get to the quarterback.
Brutal.
What are you going to do? I mean, it's what it is.
Brutal.
So Cap and I are wearing our black suits this morning and just kind of looking over the body that is the Chicago Bears, doing an autopsy of how bad this really is. Because when the season's over, that'll be all for the Chicago Bears.
That'll be all.
So let's go to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. South Bend, Indiana is Mark on Cap and J Hood. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, Hoodie, and also Cap. Hey, I want to wish you guys an early Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy Boxer Day, which the Bears are going to be working that night on Boxer Night.
Thank you.
Interesting. I think it's time for Mr. Poles to depart. He drafts a third-round offensive tackle that he put in against Minnesota, which got burned 6 times, including he tried a WWF takedown of a Minnesota edge rusher, and he wasn't even in uniform yesterday for a backup. Now, that is a third-round man you drafted in the recent year who's healthy. He's not even in uniform for a backup when Braxton Jones goes down. Mm-hmm. And I think you're right, Cap, about the 4 bad teams that have their own table in the corner of the NFL room, the Bears, the Jets, the Raiders, and the Giants. what they all have is family ownership that's going to be around forever. George is probably going to live to 90, and the McCaskies are going to keep getting those coupon interest dividends checks from the league every year from all the revenue sources, and there probably won't be a stadium built to 2040.
Yeah, again, everyone says fire polls. All I'll tell you is teams that keep changing leadership in their football or their baseball or their basketball and don't stay wedded to one process, you're doomed to failure. Oh, we got to fire Pace. He's terrible. He had more star power on his rosters, I will say.
That's right.
Well, we got to fire Poles. Oh, you bringing in now? Who you getting? Another untried person. That's what people want. Well, we went this time to Baltimore. We got their assistant. Really? You sure he can do that job? This guy came from Kansas City. Oh, that one didn't work. Fire him. Let's go to the Rams and see if we can get one of their guys.
But Mark's point is right. Amaganje is a healthy scratch, and I know he's a turnstile. I know that he's more of a practice player than an NFL player. I understand that. But you drafted him high for a reason. You're trying to get this kid ready, right?
Don't disagree. Didn't have an offseason, injured, probably was overdrafted. But
Yes, he was.
All I'm telling you is at some point, you have to commit to the people you have. You got to hire the right people and get out of their way. And stop worrying about that somebody swears in Hard Knocks.
Good old number 72, Cap.
Well, how's that going to feel?
He won't get touched behind me. I promise you that.
Okay, mark his words, you guys.
That's right. Mark Amagaje's words. Caleb will not get touched.
No, he'll just get destroyed. Steamroller.
It's a hell of a thing to say. Coming out of Yale. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. If that was a Bama guy or a Georgia guy, yep, I believe. Iowa? Yeah, absolutely. Yale? You don't know what you're doing out there. Take off Ridge's number. It's a disgrace. Denver, Colorado, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Isaac on Cap and J Hood. Ike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Hoodie. Good morning, Cap, Shay, everyone there. Oh, man, this is so sad. And for me, it's getting to the point, kind of like how it's gotten to the point with the Bulls, where I'm not even angry anymore. I'm just almost apathetic. Like watching a Bears game, it's not even fun.
Nope.
And I love seeing Caleb progress, and I do think that he's going to be the guy. My biggest question, though, is he going to be good enough to overcome the atrocities of this organization? Because they just can't get out of their own way no matter what they do. And I'll keep watching. I'll keep being a fan. I'll keep listening to you guys, and I love your work, and I love ESPN 1000 on the game day. But, man, the Bears just make it so hard to have any passion or fire.
Yeah,
so love
fair.
you guys' work. Bear down.
Bear down, kid.
Thank you, Isaac.
Happy holidays.
I love that word. You love words. I love what he said about the Bears' atrocities.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It is.
We talk about that and read about that in the political discourse or cultural discourse. The Bears' atrocities. Oh, God.
He wants Ryan Poles tried in The Hague.
I think that's right.
That's it.
You studied about that just a few years ago
The
in
Bears
college.
have violated the Geneva Convention.
Holy cow, that's strong.
Brutal.
But true.
Absolutely brutal.
Our listeners and callers are telling the truth because this is what it is at 4-11, folks. 4-11.
4-11.
Boston, Massachusetts, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Adam on Cap and J Hood. Adam, good morning.
Morning.
What's up?
It seems like the Bears have turned into the old Lions. The new Lions built their team from the offensive and defensive line out. The old Lions had Stafford, they had Megatron, they had Dre Bly in the secondary. They had some star power, but they would just rack up meaningless yards in games they were getting killed at and waste Stafford's career. And that's what they're doing to Caleb. They need to focus 100% on both lines for the next 3 drafts until they have the best offensive and defensive line in football. Otherwise, they're going to suck.
There you have it. Appreciate your telephone call. How about that, Shay? That's got to put a smile on your face. The name of Dre Bly this morning. How about that?
God.
Dre
Can you tell me
Bly.
where Dre Bly went to college?
Great name.
I think I know it, but it's not coming to me.
North Carolina, I believe.
I think that's right.
Dre Bly.
Maybe he'll help Belichick with recruiting.
To Adam's point, totally understand what he's saying. He's saying is like, you do have a few guys. Here's the thing about what Adam said versus what the Bears are. How many all-pros on this Bears team, Cap? On the roster?
How many? There's one, I believe, Jalen Johnson.
Okay. And then that's it, right? Sweat.
Doubt Jalen will make it this year, too.
He won't make it this year. No shot.
So it's 0 this year.
0 all pros, correct.
0.
But if you said, remember when they fired Nagy and they fired Pace, and they said, what blue chip guys do you have on your roster? Mm-hmm. Well, those are ones where I think Polian said you got to have 10 to 12. Okay, Sweat is a blue chip player, no doubt about it. Caleb is a blue chip player. I believe Odunze is a blue chip player. Jalen Johnson absolutely is a blue chip player. Beyond that, I think you have some really good players. DJ Moore can be a really good player. Keenan Allen can be a really good player. Kyler Gordon could be a really good player. Brisker's not healthy. I can't count on him. Mm-hmm. Who else?
Got a lot of veterans on this team, but not necessarily what I would call difference makers.
Could Darnell Wright be a piece of your line? Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe.
Beyond that, stop.
Well, and I asked that question because he mentioned some cornerstones from the old Lions teams that were bad. And for this Bears team, Cap, the question is, on the other side of this season, going into the next season, are you sure those guys are about winning? Because they've been around a lot of losing for a while here, especially when you were tanking and now to this year at 4-11. Can those cornerstones still be there for you next year and make a difference? And I don't know the answer to that. I do not.
I don't either.
The next head coach for the Chicago Bears is, maybe he was on the sideline yesterday. We talk about him coming up next on Cap and J. Hood.
Cap and J. Hood, ESPN Chicago. Bears Weekly on the new home of the Bears. Catch Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer weekly with the latest news, in-depth interviews, and lots more. Bears Weekly right after Waddle and Sylvie tonight at 6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
I just found out Daisy Sour Cream launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips recently. I love these dips, and these new dips from Daisy Sour Cream are a game changer. My son Brett, eating his pita chips yesterday, he had Daisy Ranch Sour Cream dip. They're made with Daisy Sour Cream, real herbs and spices. The new dips from Daisy Sour Cream are made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen, nothing more. Start your game day menu like I do with these new French onion and ranch dips from Daisy Sour Cream. They go great with your favorite chips, wings, veggies, or other foods.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp Banks, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Let me ask you, what would life look like without joint pain? Imagine walking up and down stairs, getting a good night's sleep, and enjoying your favorite activities without the nagging aches. QC Kinetics can make that a reality. Using regenerative medicine, they target the root cause of your pain. No pain pills, no steroids, and no surgery. Patients feel normal again and get back to doing what they love. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics are experts in helping people just like you. With treatments done right in the office and no downtime, you can get fast relief. And yes, they even offer Saturday appointments. If you've been told surgery is your only option, don't settle. Get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. The consultation is free, and you can even use your HSA or FSA dollars. Start 2025 pain-free. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, because you deserve to live your best life.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
If it's hot, it's at GNC, and we bring you the best new stuff first. GNC has this winter's newest in weight loss, muscle building, and wellness, and the best energy drink flavors anywhere. If it's at the top of your feed, it's already at GNC. Ask a GNC coach about the newest drops from Rise, Mutant, Alani Nu, Drip Drop, and more at your local GNC store, or shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
$3.3 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Cap and J Hood are back.
I appreciate your show. I'm an Uber driver, and from 7 to 10 every day, I've got you locked in.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
First down and 10. Snap is back. Caleb Williams. Tight pocket. Lobs it right. Keenan Allen snares it out of the air. Inside the 30-yard line of Detroit, where only he could get it. And those gifted hands pull it in. First down, Bears.
Golly, what a throw, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Elite throws by Caleb Williams, connecting to his receivers yesterday, but again, another Bears loss, this time against the Detroit Lions. You heard it right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Cap and J Hood with you weekdays between 7 and 10, and then Mike Greenberg comes in at 10, followed by Carmen and Barstool Eddie from 12 to 3, followed by Waddle and Sylvie at 2:30. Bears Weekly with Jeff and Tom at 6:30. All part of the mix right here on ESPN 1000. Cap, can you admit something with me?
Let's do it.
I think the Detroit Lions believe that the Chicago Bears are a low IQ team. Oh, I think it's clear.
I think it's clear.
I don't think that they think we're very smart. Or if nothing else, they could smell out a team that's not bought into attention to detail. What about that first game in that first quarter at Ford Field? You recall this? Mm-hmm. That play they had with the big guy?
Mm-hmm. Panay Sewell on the rollout right. That is just rubbing your face in it and going, take it.
I mean, not in the fourth quarter. First quarter, they won't see this coming. Put it in there. They're not very smart. Same thing here yesterday. Let's describe that play, that touchdown, in which the Detroit Lions are saying ball, like Hub Arkish is out there. Ball.
Yeah, like it is a fumble, and everyone's looking around, and then Jared Goff stands straight up and hits Sam Laporta open. Touchdown, Detroit.
How's that happen?
Because we're not very good.
Jay Moore?
I think it was more about Ben Johnson saying, look what I can do.
There are a lot of people that believe.
I think he's auditioning, yeah.
Let me just show these owners a little something right here. Let's try that. What did they call it? What was the name of the play?
Stumblerooski.
But
no, Stumble Bum.
Or whatever.
Stumble Bum.
Yeah. But whatever it is, whatever the reason, he could showcase that kind of nonsense to the Bears because the Bears won't pick up on it.
No.
They don't think we're very smart. And guess what? We're not.
Shay, can you believe this is your Lions team that you grew up watching?
No.
It's not the team that I grew up watching at all. It's not.
I mean,
they may finish 15-2.
But Cap, if nothing else, that is a bullseye on the state of the Chicago Bears, where the Lions go, I know this is in the back of the playbook, but this team's stupid. So we're going to pull this out. Watch this. Guys.
This is your morning routine.
Every morning, 7 to 10. Cutler. But the whole thing, though, Cap, is that they look at this and they go, this is in the back of the book. Everybody in this room buys in, okay? Everyone says ball. Ball's on the ground. Scream it from the sideline. Coach, Campbell, yeah, you scream it too. Oh, okay. Well, I'll do it. They'll all think the ball's on the ground. And then to Laporta. Touchdown. We're not very good at this whole thing called football.
We're horrible.
Ben Johnson, his thoughts on how his name's come up for head coaching jobs.
Yeah, I'd say I'm much more prepared than I was the last 2 years. The local media has been very gracious on me this year by not bringing it up all year long. Yeah, there you go. And so, last couple of years, getting thrown into the coordinator role, things get on you fast, and you don't really have time to think about the future a whole lot. Now that I've been through the ringer a couple times, had some interviews, I certainly do feel more prepared just from a big picture standpoint. But right now, I mean, we got 3 games left in the regular season, going into the postseason, and honestly, this is why I'm here. This is why I wanted to be here. I have an obligation to the people in the building to be right where my feet are. And when I walk in and I see the coaches staying long nights and working as hard as they're doing, and I come in and I see the guys, the players in the meeting room and on the practice field attacking each day like they are, that it's hard for my mind to wander much beyond what we're doing in the here and now.
The old stumble bum play, Cap. And guess who's the bum in that equation?
Us.
I'm sorry.
The Chicago Bears.
He's laughing. Don't be laughing at that, Jay Moore. It's terrible.
You know how I am about the Bears, man. I gave it up.
They're clowning us. Well, they're clowning us. They're clowning us because we're just not very good.
They are clowning us.
Just plays like that, just like, look at this, guys. They'll never figure this out. No respect for us, and why should you?
I think they genuinely have hatred in their bones, the Lions. Like, they did this to Dallas when they were up big. They were just running trick play after trick play and clowning Dallas. They've done it to Chicago twice. I think when they get up big, they're like, let's F with them. We know we can. Let's just troll them.
Guys, we don't know how many times we're going to have this opportunity. Let's just really mock them.
I mean, but in that first quarter, though, Shay, at Ford Field, who pulls that play out? You pull the play out because you know you're going to win the game. You don't know about how much, but you know you're going to win. Panay Sewell, why don't you run with the football?
Right. Remember how we clowned Green Bay when the Fridge ran it,
yes,
threw it, and caught one?
Yes.
He caught one at Lambeau.
Yes.
We clowned them.
Because Green Bay wasn't very good.
That was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Clowned them.
Yeah, we just demolished the Packers during that time. Now,
clowned them.
Now imagine me as an 80s kid, Shay, growing up saying, here's the thing that I knew. Green Bay wasn't very good, and the Yankees weren't very good. What's all this hype from the 70s? I don't get it. Right? I'm a kid watching this. It's like, this Yankees team is just ordinary, and this Packers team's not very good either.
We used to just beat the brakes off the Packers every game.
That's a different era, that's for sure. Lee Allen is with us on Cap and J Hood as we talk Bears on this Bears Monday. Lee Allen, good morning.
Good morning. How are you gentlemen doing?
We're good, man. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. It's really sad, but I think there's some opportunities here, and I'm a non sequitur type of guy. So I want to put something out here, Cap. I just texted to you. Do you know who Ben Johnson coaching tree, who he's related to, who got him into coaching? I just looked at his Wikipedia. John Shoup.
Oh God.
John Shoup was the guy that got him. If you look at it, when John Shoup was the offensive coordinator at North Carolina, that's where he started coaching at. So I think if you really look at it, and I know I've texted you, if you just look at the numbers and I text them to you, under Thomas Brown, every category that Caleb Williams has that you can establish him by, he's improved that. So I think it's really less about who you're going to hire a head coach, because I think there's only going to be 1 of 3 candidates. It's going to be Brown, Brady, or Johnson. The most important question you're going to have is who's going to be.
Wait. Thomas Brown you have a better chance of being the head coach than Thomas Brown.
I'm telling you on the interview, Cap. If you look at the numbers, if you just take away the emotions. If you look at the numbers, the sacks in 6 games have gone to 22. In 9 games under Waldron, it was 38. All the numbers have improved. You can't blame Thomas Brown for a roster that Eberfluss put together. This is Eberfluss's roster.
Was it the 0 points in the first half against the Lions, the 4 yards of total offense against the 49ers in the first half, the 0 points against the Vikings, or the blowout loss yesterday that has you convinced Thomas Brown has dramatically impacted Caleb. Stop. Come on.
What I would say is this. No, listen. Look at the numbers. You've had drops. You've had a lot of drops. You've had Caleb. I don't know why you guys keep forgetting Caleb is a rookie quarterback.
We're not forgetting that.
Head coach. And more importantly, listen to this. Dan Quinn was an interim coach in 2015. Guess who they followed Dan Quinn up with as the interim coach? It ended up being Adam Gase. Dan Quinn was an interim coach in 2015. And look at where he's at now.
Dan Quinn? You mean Dan Campbell?
Dan Campbell. And what I would say is this. If you take in consideration, this is about developing Caleb. It is as much about who you're going to hire as the defensive coordinator. Thomas Brown would probably tell you what is wrong with his team as accurately as anybody. But you got to look at it.
He has zero. And thanks for the call, Leon. We got to roll. Have a great holiday. Thomas Brown has less of a chance to be the head coach than Shane Orling. They cannot sell to their fan base. Yeah, we cheaped out. We're going with the interim guy who didn't win a game.
Dan Campbell was an interim coach, and look at him now. I'm sorry. Is he coaching the team he was an interim coach for?
No.
He's coaching Miami right now? No, he's not. Did he have a couple stops between interim head coach in Miami and head coach in Detroit?
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing, right?
Well, here's the bottom line. As you well know, Cap, I'm a bottom line guy. Mm-hmm. Cut through the clutter. You can make numbers work however you like them to work, but you know the number that matters the most to Bears fans is the number in the win column. Number in the win column. You can make numbers work however you want. And again, we realize that he's a rookie. I'm the one on the show that said don't expect for him to throw for 1 million yards because there's the offensive line and that he's a rookie and it's going to take some time for him to be exactly who he wants to be. That's number one. But number two is that all the numbers you give me and talking about his relationship with Thomas Brown, all that matters is you have healthy weapons on offense and you can't score early and you're not winning football games. I know the defense has a lot to do with that as well, but ultimately, Lee Allen, you want to talk about numbers, you want to talk about coaches, let's talk about wins. Where are the wins with healthy weapons offensively? 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Shot or no shot at 8 o'clock on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Crosstalk Unhinged. The ESPN Chicago podcast where the only rule is there are no rules. Okay, maybe some rules. Carmen and Yurko, Waddle and Sylvie, uncensored and unbelievable. Crosstalk Unhinged, the podcast, presented by Blue Chew. Get it now wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
I see our friend Howard Ankin, our guy Howie, on TV, buses, billboards, trains.
And right here on ESPN 1000, in Chicago, there are hundreds of personal injury law firms, but only one firm does injury law made personal.
Only one is the leading filer of injury cases in Illinois. Distinguished Service Award, American Association for Justice. And they rated him a super lawyer 10 years running.
That's our guy, Howard Ankin, who explains the details of your case and helps you navigate the legal process.
He returns your phone calls, too, Johnny, and that means a lot. You're hurt. You need help. You're looking for answers. He gets on the phone with you. Howard Ankin.
312-6-million. 312-6-million. Put that number on your phone. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here. and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hockey fans, don't miss The Hockey Show with Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief every Wednesday at 8 p.m. on ESPN Chicago. Get expert takes, insights, and all things hockey. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino. Tune in.
Cap and J Hood are back.
I want to thank both you guys, man, for the great season of Bears information. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys and I love the show.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Snap is back. Good strong rush up front, picked up. They throw right side, running away at the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the end zone. Touchdown, Keenan Allen. Touchdown, Bears. 45-yard strike. Let him down the right sideline to the back corner of the end zone for 6.
Old Man Allen with a touchdown for the Chicago Bears. Bears lose. I mean, see that haircut?
Did you see how he was running? I'm like, holy God, how'd that guy get open?
Got that nice George Jefferson up
He
top.
does have the Jefferson going. Hey, Jefferson there. Nice touchdown there. Give me a beer, dingbat there.
And then this DJ, what is going on with DJ Moore?
Well, I think we know.
He doesn't look like he really wants to be here, and he talked last week about his mind being on vacation. Cancun on 3, Hoodie.
1, 2, 3, Cancun.
But you just gave him a massive extension.
Yeah.
Like, where's leadership?
See, Cap, let me put it to you this way. And Shea understands this, too. You could transfer, as a college basketball player in particular, right? Mm-hmm. I'm out of here. Put me in the portal. I'm going to go someplace. Because this school doesn't have NIL or enough NIL money. So you go someplace and you get NIL money. Man, I got $90,000 and a brand new truck. It's awesome. But guess what? You go to that school and you're not getting minutes. And the person is frustrated. He's like, I got $90,000 in my pocket and I got a brand new car, no mileage on it, but I'm not getting shots. And that guy's miserable. Here's DJ Moore. Got all the money. He was on Hard Knocks, the happiness of him signing a new contract. But you know the problem is? Money didn't matter. You know what matters? Him getting the ball.
He's wide receiver 3 right now.
See?
Keenan is clearly Caleb's preferred target, and everything else feels like it goes to Rome if it's going deep. DJ's like a gadget guy almost. Feels like it's all screens and bubbles and gadget handoffs.
Yeah, I was going to say that. What about the handoffs?
See, but Cap, you're bringing up the contract, and we all are like, wow, look how much money you got. But that doesn't motivate him. See? Just like that point guard that goes from one school to another school. He's got NIL money. He's got the brand new truck, and he's like, but I'm not getting shots. Why am I 7th coming off the bench?
Right.
Oh, no, but you got paid, though. But you're on the roster. Same thing with DJ Moore. You got paid, but you're not the difference maker that people thought you would be. It's Rome Odunze's team at some point very soon. DJ Moore's on the team, but we know the money's into the Williams-Odunze combination.
And it's, once again, I mean, Ryan Poles, how much money has he handed out that is going to players who are not performing? Jalen Johnson, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, Terrell Edmonds, Cole Kmet, DeMarcus Walker, Montez Sweat. That's the top of your cap sheet. And all those guys are underwhelming.
I understand your point, Cap. Shay, I understand your point. you get paid, you would think there's an appreciation there. Man, they see me as a cornerstone for the franchise. Well, I'm going to work hard. Nope. See what happened? You lose, so that means that you slump like everybody else.
But I don't think anybody, I know I didn't, wanted them to let DJ Moore go. They wanted him extended.
Fine, but where's the results? Where's the hard play?
This falls at his feet. This isn't a Poles thing. This isn't an Eberflus thing. It's not a Thomas Brown thing. This falls at DJ's feet for playing terribly.
Got the money, but where's my touchdowns? I should be having bonuses here, and I'm not getting bonuses because our team's bad. Well, it's not about you. It's about the team.
Correct.
It's about every time that you run a route, you do what's best for the football team, not what's best for you. But in that position, that's what it's about. It's about what's best for me. How many touchdowns do I get? How much acclaim do I have? What's my touchdown dance once I do get into the end zone? That's what's important to them. You would think, I'm getting paid, they believe in me, I'm gonna bust my ass and be a leader. Is he that? No, he's Zach LaVine in football cleats. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Downtown, Jeff is on Cap and J Hood. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm from Dallas. I flew in here, and I have to say I made this trip from 2006 to 2011, and a yearly deal. And, I mean, I got the opportunity to see some good games, even though, some of those years we were good and some of them we were bad. And the stadium yesterday, it was awful. It was sad. I mean, I had a great time. Don't get me wrong. I love the Bears. I'll always love the Bears. I mean, I had a great weekend, but it's just the atmosphere. It's, some of those teams in like 08, 09, they weren't they weren't good at the end of the year when I went. But yet it was still rocking under Lovey. And it's like, it's just pathetic at how it's not there and stuff.
Dude, you sound just like Dan Campbell. Jay Moore just said, you sound like Dan Campbell calling in.
You're not boss like this, are you?
That's you, Dan.
By the way, brother, we kicked their ass.
I mean, but here's the thing. I don't know. I put all my money yesterday. I did a parlay. You can't bet in Texas legally and stuff. And I had all the Lions receivers and running backs, and I turned $10 into $500. So, nice. and so I was, St. Brown got a first down at the very end of the game to go over 70 yards, and I jumped up. I had a few beverages and stuff, and I was excited. But
Jeff,
I mean, it's sad.
Jeff, that has to change in your state. I enjoy my time in your state, but you got to be able to. You got to gamble, man. This is ridiculous.
I go here and I go to Colorado every Christmas, and then I just sit there in the room and I'm betting on college bowl games, and it's the best. But hey, one last thing. By the way, we went Saturday night to Chicago Cut, and I chose that restaurant because I've heard you guys talk about that place for years on the station. Anyone listening, that is by far the place to go.
The best. David Flom, Matt Moore, they know how to do it, man. Happy holidays, brother.
Jeff, we appreciate the phone call, and happy birthday to David Flom yesterday, by the way, as we get ready for Shot or No Shot. That's in 2 minutes on Cap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Cap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Jonathan Toews is not ready to retire from his NHL playing career, but he has parted ways with his real estate in Chicago. The former Blackhawks captain last week sold his Lincoln Park condo for $4.5 million. It's been his primary home in the city since he bought it in 2018. Toews posted online last month that he's not done in the NHL, but continues to deal with symptoms of long COVID that knocked him out of the league. He missed the pandemic-shortened 2020-2021 season, played his last game for the Hawks in 2023, and he's an unrestricted free agent today. His former co-star, Patrick Kane, sent a different signal when the Hawks traded him last year. He paid $5 million for a house in Lake Forest shortly before that, perhaps a sign he intends to wrap up his career in Chicago. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Whatever the adventure, there's a BMW engineered to take it on. The X3 delivers a striking design with agile performance. The 100% electric i4 packed with pure electric energy. Or the plug-in hybrid X5, an impressive versatile SUV granting full control on every journey. Choose what powers your next adventure during the BMW Road Home Sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Hurry in for exceptional offers through January 2nd. Visit BMWUSA.com for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J. Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, land suppression on target.
That's why I say him and I shot.
Shot or no shot with Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say him and I shot.
Good morning and welcome into the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We got shot or no shot right around the corner, but first, I gotta say, around the NFL is right around the corner. But first, shot or no shot?
It's okay, Hoodie. It's Christmas week.
Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, and Merry Christmas to both of you. The last day I will see you before the holidays. How are we feeling?
Doing really well, man.
Doing well, man.
Despite the nonsense we saw from 12 to 3 on Sunday. The rest of the weekend, pretty good, kid.
Pretty good, kid. That's it. I got all our kids coming today. I say 3 of the 4. One lives out of town. He's not coming in right now. So tonight is our Christmas Eve, and tomorrow is our Christmas Day because they also have to see their in-laws. So we're doing the big celebration tonight. I picked up the ham yesterday, drove to Mount Prospect to pick it up, picked up the beef tenderloin. Yeah, big meal tonight. Looking forward to it.
Gotta get a little prime rib on that table.
Not a prime rib guy.
Oh, really?
No. Not a fan. So we go beef tenderloin and ham. Ham from Mr. Allison's out in Mount Prospect. Yeah. Kid Brett just loves it. So have the big ham. There we go.
Hoodie, are you a prime rib guy? Prime rib's a must.
Yes, it is.
This time of year.
Yes, absolutely.
So good.
It will be on the table, maybe on the 25th, but the weekend for sure. It's something that's just a regular at the Hood household. Got to have that. I was going to ask you, Shay, the number one football game you saw over the weekend was blank.
Well, so I was at Bears-Lions, so I didn't watch Eagles-Commanders live, but looks like that was the best game that was played.
That was awesome.
I'll say Vikings-Seahawks was pretty good.
That was awesome, too.
Pretty good. Surprisingly, I didn't know it was going to be that type of finish.
I didn't either. That was a good game. We're going to get to the college football playoff in a minute, but what a total disappointment, and to me, an expected disappointment that all 4 games were non-competitive blowouts.
Well, that's what happens when you have a 12-team playoff.
We couldn't find 4 teams to get competitive games. Now we're going to try with 12, and they were all non-competitive.
Everybody wants more. There, in our lifetime, I've taken phone calls of fans that want the NCAA tournament expanded to 96.
So
it's amazing.
We'll get to that in a moment. I want to compare and contrast, Hoodie, one of your favorite people, Kirk Herbstreit, had some comments over the weekend that reflect poorly on some comments he had 7 years ago. We'll do that in a minute. But starting with Caleb Williams, I thought he played really well yesterday. The chorus, I was at the game with Lions fans, friends from Detroit. the resounding chorus was, yeah, the Bears are bad, but that dude is legit. He's a player. That's a franchise quarterback. And his season total numbers are starting to reflect what you'd expect to see from that. He's well north of 3,000 yards passing. He's thrown 19 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions, and something that not enough people are talking about. He is only 77 pass attempts away from breaking Aaron Rodgers' all-time record for consecutive attempts without an interception. Shot or no shot, this has been a successful season for Caleb Williams.
When you're 4-11, it's not successful. But he has personally proven that he belongs and that they made the right selection. But you can't go 4-11 and call anything successful.
That's a hell of a question, Shay. That's a hell of a question because of what you just laid out. Those are positives for Caleb Williams, but he's surrounded with so much uncertainty and suck around him that it's a successful season for him for some categories, Cap. But as far as why you're in it, why do you play football? You play football to win. And he, along with the team, are just not winning. So that's a no shot, but it's a hell of a question because there's so much positive around Caleb Williams as far as his numbers are concerned, but just the results aren't there at the end.
Yeah, and the sacks, I mean, the third down sacks, the missed deep throws, the inaccuracy rate, all of that goes against him. But just purely the numbers I laid out, if you had this team even 9 wins and poised to make the playoffs, we'd be talking, and the stats remain unchanged from what they are, we would be talking about one of the 5 best rookie quarterback seasons ever.
I would say so. And you know, it's too bad that the Bears not even on the same plane with, like, Washington. I'll just use them as an example. Washington, middle playoff team, but they got balls, man. And that's the difference between them and, say, the Bears. Well, they got playmakers, and not necessarily like these outstanding playmakers. They just make plays, and they play hard for Dan Quinn. And we just don't have that. We just don't have it. We don't have the head coach in place. We just don't have enough guys that have the grit, as Cap says, that grit to be able to take another step, to go beyond your ability to be able to win football games.
Grit is the key quality. Got to have ability to be at that level. If you don't have grit, you will not win. That's why the Lions are so good.
Shay Norling.
All right, it was another bad game yesterday for DeAndre Swift. He finished with only 20 yards, his 10th game this season where he went for less than 4 yards a carry, his 5th game this season where he went for less than 3 yards a carry. For the season, Caleb Williams has nearly half of Swift's rushing total on just a third of the carries. Shot or no shot, it is time to admit DeAndre Swift was another free agency swing and a miss for Ryan Poles.
Yeah, I say no shot. That offensive line is terrible blocking. It is terrible. Is he great? No. But guess what? They didn't have anybody else. Their running back room was substandard. They tried to upgrade. Until you get a decent offensive line, it's not going to matter.
You know we're going to get this question every week, like through the draft.
Yeah.
He's going to keep putting it in there.
I love it.
He loves that question. Mm-hmm. He's going to, because he's waiting for a different answer from the show.
I hated the signing the day they made it, and I just want to see how far we have to go for Cap to admit it was not a great signing.
We're going to be 3 weeks into the baseball season. He's going to get that in. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah, he'll keep asking it.
It
does not matter who their running back is. They would not be able to run behind this line.
Right.
They're horrible.
So and that's why it's a bad signing.
But that includes Saquon Barkley. All the great things we've seen from Saquon Barkley, let him run behind that line.
If it doesn't matter who the back is, then why didn't you put the money into the offensive line and let the back be Khalil Herbert?
Fair.
That's why it's a bad signing. $24 million you could have spent elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the signing in and of itself of him. The problem was the evaluation of the offensive line.
It's a no shot, Shay. The same question, same answer. It's a no shot. Again, you put Barkley behind this line and see whether or not he can get down the sideline for a touchdown.
They'd be writing how he's washed up, signing.
I'm not saying don't sign Swift and sign Saquon Barkley. I'm saying use that money anywhere other than running back. That is what makes it a bad signing to me.
And they did not believe Khalil Herbert was anywhere good enough to play. And he's gotten how many carries in Cincinnati? 1? 2?
Shay's point, though, is valid when he talks about the offensive line and not being able to bolster it and have something better than what you already have. I got Curhan, I got Larry Borum out there. Holy smokes, man!
I know.
Holy smokes! You're starting from day one with this now, Cap. You've got to figure this out.
Fair.
I told Dion Friday that this draft, when you take a look back at it, by having Taylor as the punter and Amagaje and Booker, and by the way, what a day for the rookies, huh? Hey, Booker, you know that they're doing this histrionics at the line for you to get offsides. You know you got to hold your water, right? Nope. Offsides.
Yep.
It was like 3 seconds left. Just hold your water. Just hold on. Couldn't do it.
Could not do it. By the way, Khalil Herbert, since the Bears acquired a pick for him from Cincinnati, 4 carries for 9 yards, 2 carries for 3 yards, 2 carries for 4 yards. Yeah, he'd have been great back there.
I told
but he's behind Chase Brown. He's not going to get a lot of opportunity.
That's correct.
Then they shouldn't have given up a draft pick to acquire him. And he's running for an average of 2.3, 1.5, and 2.0.
I still told Dion on Friday that the draft was lined up as if the Bears had been in the playoffs for 5 straight years under polls. We'll just throw in a kid from Yale, punter. We're pretty much set. We're just going to have a sprinkle of talent. Otherwise, we're ready to go. When you look back at this draft, that's what it's going to look like. Outside of Caleb, the rest of them is going to look like that.
And Rome.
The rest of it's like, yeah, we're good. Just a little sprinkle. Kid from Yale? Really? That's as bad as Shaheen. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the surface.
Yep.
Kutztown, was it?
No, he was from...
what college was he from?
Hold on.
Shaheen? Just some offshoot?
Ashland, I think.
Some nonsense. That's right. Ashland College?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashland University. He went to Big Walnut High School.
He's still in the NFL.
What's that?
Big Walnut High School.
How is he still in the league?
The pride of Adam Shaheen.
How is he still in the league?
He's not. He's a free agent.
He is?
Yeah.
Oh, it says current team here, Adam Shaheen, Dolphins.
I believe he's a free agent.
He was the 45th overall pick in that draft. Oh, and by the way, same draft that George Kittle went in.
Here's Shea Norley.
All right, I mentioned I wanted to do some juxtaposition, compare and contrast with Kirk Herbstreit. Here is Kirk Herbstreit live on ESPN. I believe it was with Linda Cohn. She asked about the CFP committee selection. And keep in mind, Kirk Herbstreit offers this opinion after watching an SEC team, the third best team in the SEC, get absolutely murdered in a CFP game. Here's Kirk Herbstreit.
That I hope next year the committee won't get caught up in what the social media and a lot of people who are fringe fans get caught up in, which is wins. They had 11 wins. They must be good. Who did they beat? I think is much more important than how many wins you have. That's old school way of approaching it. Indiana having 11 wins and beating nobody, that doesn't mean they're one of the 12 best teams. Remember, I know, Linda, I'm not taking this out on you, but there's a big difference between deserving and best.
Yeah.
What this is all about is giving us the best 12 teams. Now, it's subjective. How you want to figure out the best 12 is up to you. But that's what I want to see. I don't want to hear about wins.
All right. Well, whether you agree with Kirk or not is irrelevant because Kirk doesn't agree with Kirk. Here's Kirk Herbstreit 7 years ago in 2017 when 10-2 Ohio State was left out of the playoff for 11-1 Alabama, despite Ohio State having 2 wins miles better than anything on Alabama's resume. Quote, "The losses matter. To lose the way Ohio State lost to Iowa, it sent a message that the committee couldn't forget." What's the difference? One situation benefited the SEC, the other didn't. Shot or no shot, Kirk Herbstreit is nothing more than an SEC shill.
That's a shot in a way because what he is about, if it's not about SEC, it's about brand loyalty. That's what it's about. He didn't want SMU or Indiana in there because he wanted Ole Miss or Alabama in there because
Or South Carolina.
South Carolina is nothing. Their Gamecocks are nothing. But those other 2 teams, it's about brand loyalty. And it's about, the teams that he knows. Listen, for years, I've been touting the SEC around here because it has been the best conference in a long time. I know that the conference is down. You know why? Because Georgia's the champion of the SEC. What's Georgia been this year, really? Not really overly impressive. They beat Texas, what I don't really consider an SEC team, but I know that they're in the conference. But my whole point, though, Shay, is that for him, it's about brand loyalty, and that's not what this is about. For this committee, it's about wins, whether you like it or not. Who won the most? Alabama does not deserve to be in this tournament, and the reason why is because when you lose to Vanderbilt, When you lose to Oklahoma the way they did, you've lost 3 games. You don't deserve to be in. Even though you're a brand name, you haven't been a good football team. So that's why they don't belong. So Kirk Herbstreit, I know he's trying to take a shot at Stephen A. Smith, which is a very dangerous slope for him to – it's a dangerous mountain for him to be on. He's taking a shot at those that are casual college football fans. But, Cap, the bottom line is that those teams that you know did not play well enough to be in this 12. This committee is about wins. For better or for worse, it is. And that's why they deserve to be in. I told you. SMU, Indiana, they deserve to be in, but they also deserve to get their ass kicked. When people around here are touting the TCUs and the Cincinnatis and that they belong, let them in, sure. But then hell comes to breakfast when you take on real teams. That's what we saw in the first round over the weekend.
Yeah, I'm more with Kirk. I do not believe Indiana belonged in. I do not believe SMU belonged in.
So you're with 2024 Kirk, not 2017 Kirk.
I guess, yeah. But I've been consistent all year. I did not think Indiana was one of the 12 best teams. Did not belong in. They got their head kicked in. And SMU, they were a train wreck.
What about Tennessee?
They got crushed, too.
So why do we think the SEC would have been better? The fourth best team in the SEC would have given a better fight?
They would have not. Not this year.
Tennessee got their kneecaps crushed worse than Indiana when Indiana went to Ohio State. Why are we just assuming that
Actually,
a Tennessee
that's
team,
not true.
It's 100% true.
No, Indiana, other than the opening touchdown drive and the garbage at the end,
had 6 yards
they got
of
6
offense,
yards
correct.
of offense.
What did Tennessee do? 42-17 final. It was 42-10. What did they do?
They got drilled too.
Got crushed.
No doubt.
So why are we saying that Alabama would have been a better playoff team than Indiana? Alabama barely beat Tennessee. Tennessee went and got absolutely murdered the same way Indiana did. Why do we assume that Alabama would be better? Because they wear a different name on their jersey.
Because of brand loyalty. Because they're Colgate.
I believe they would have been. I think Alabama would kick the living H out of Indiana. And on top of it, I can't stand Kurt Cignetti. That arrogant, ridiculous nonsense that he spewed on game day. We didn't just beat people. We beat the blank out of people. And stop.
Why do we think Alabama would kick the H out of Indiana? They lost by 3 touchdowns to 6-6 Oklahoma. Indiana beat bad teams. Alabama didn't.
That's correct. Again.
Alabama has 3 top 25 wins.
I don't care. They have 3 awful losses.
And they also lost to Vanderbilt. And they also lost to Tennessee. And they also lost to Oklahoma.
No, they beat Tennessee.
They beat Tennessee.
At Tennessee.
Alabama.
Losing to Oklahoma is inexplicable. By 3 touchdowns, you got housed by a team with no offense to speak of. And
I still believe they belong to
Indiana.
I believe that
Alabama
because
lost.
They're better.
Excuse me. Alabama lost to Tennessee, 24-17.
Oh, he told me this morning they beat them.
What are you talking about? There's 3
You're
losses.
Right. Tennessee did beat Alabama.
I don't know what you guys are
talking
talking about.
So there you go. Tennessee beat Alabama. Even better. Tennessee beat Alabama and got housed by Ohio State. We think Alabama would just be a better opponent than Indiana in any situation. Why?
So to be clear, well, it's because it's a brand he knows, Shay. That's all. I mean, he thinks that Saban is walking the sidelines. That's Kalen DeBoer. That's not the same football team. It's not. It's a team that's down. They have to recruit and get themselves back up there. A 3-loss Alabama team does not belong just because you know the name. You lose to Oklahoma, Tennessee, as I mentioned, and Vanderbilt. And you think you should be in the top 12? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, there's some teams that you feel like they can't compete, like SMU, completely overwhelmed by Penn State. Right? It's completely overwhelmed. That happened. But this is my whole point about this is that when you ask for more, this is what it looks like in the first round. You ask for more. I'm good with the 4 because at 4, you might still get some blowouts, but at least you know the top 4 teams. But this idea that you got to have more, 12, let's have 16, let's have 24. Let's give everybody a chance. There's levels to this when it comes to college football. Levels to this. You know who the best teams are, and then you let the little sisters to pour in, you get what you had in the first round. That's what it looks like.
Alabama also might have gotten their teeth kicked in by Penn State.
Possibly.
In Happy Valley.
But now I can't stand Penn State. That's not true. I can't stand James Franklin. I have no problem with Penn State. But Penn State's really good. Guess who else is good? Notre Dame's very good.
Notre Dame's really good.
I mean, so Cap.
How they lost to Northern Illinois, I have no freaking idea.
I think the worst thing we do in the fallout of this all the time is instead of saying maybe Notre Dame is a great team, maybe Ohio State is a great team, and they had bad days, we go, no, this team that lost, they didn't belong. What? Why do we have to make it about this result was terrible? Like we've never seen a blowout in sports before, and then say that this team just didn't belong instead of giving flowers to the team that kicked their ass.
In the 9 o'clock hour, I'll give a history lesson of when people are upset about the first round of the college football playoff. There's been blowouts across the board for years in college football that I'll explain in our 9 o'clock hour. But this idea that here's a name that I know. Here's a team that I know. They should be in the top 12 because it's a name I know. That doesn't work when you've lost 3 games. Absolutely not. You know what Kalen DeBoer needs to do? Needs to recruit and get better so they can be in the college football playoff with 2 losses or less. You lose to Vanderbilt, you're done. Vanderbilt? Absolutely not. No shot. And Oklahoma was dead on its ass? 24-3? They were 1-2-3 Cancun. Alabama at the end.
Oklahoma had benched their quarterback. I think they were down 5 of their top wide receivers. Their offensive line was one of the 3 worst in America. And you lost by 3 touchdowns to that team, and then you want to tell me about how you should have made the playoff?
No.
Get out of my face.
No. Ole Miss and South Carolina, because of the SEC. And again, no bigger SEC fan than me, but I know when the conference is down. It's just like they did not belong. So, next year, get yourself in there. Make sure SMU's not in there. Get yourself in a position. And not have all these ACC teams in there. What about your guy Dabo not getting the job done? Why don't you get in the portal? That could help. You could beat Texas and get in the portal. Just a few more athletes, you're in there. You could beat Texas. Georgia beat Texas, and Georgia's down. Come on, man. It's just about hustling in that portal, getting athletes.
I need Georgia big time this weekend. Take out Notre Dame, please.
I can't help you.
Wow.
You know me. See what I'm wearing today.
Georgia.
Cap. Don't think so. I can't help you.
Let's go, Dogs.
We will go around the NFL. Next on Cap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning.
Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the flow.
This is Bears Monday.
Motion to the near side. Dunze got the ball but lost it, and it's recovered by the Detroit Lions at the 36-yard line of the Bears. They stuck it in the belly of Roma Dunze on a fly sweep to the right side, and it came out.
The Bears lose to the Lions. We're talking about it all day with you, plus your calls and analysis.
The Bears dropped their 9th in a row to fall to 4-11.
It's a Bears Monday on the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Well, Cap, we came in last place when it came to the Few Good Barrels Whiskey event.
Yeah, and Yerk was laughing his butt off coming down Lake Street.
We just got railroaded.
Nice job, kid.
We got railroaded again.
We did.
You know, it just... If you missed our annual Few Good Barrels event with Few Whiskey, don't worry, we got you covered. Because the Cap and J Hood Show Few Whiskey Barrel Pick makes the perfect holiday gift for the ESPN Chicago fans in your life. It's the best way to share a taste of the station. Give the spirit of the season. Find the Cap and J Hood Few Whiskey bottle at your local Benny's. Go to Benny's, look for Cap and J Hood, and boom. You'll taste how much we got railroaded, because that's not right. Happy holidays from ESPN Chicago and Few Whiskey. Please drink responsibly. Jay Moore.
Accumulation, preservation, generation. At Busey Bank, these are the principles we use to build meaningful financial partnerships with our clients and their families. With sound advice and vast resources, partner with Busey for a personalized approach to your legacy. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini, member FDIC.
If you need health insurance, find an affordable quality plan on the Get Covered Illinois Marketplace. Our Get Covered Illinois navigators will help you enroll, and you could qualify for financial help. 4 out of 5 customers can find a health plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. All plans have essential benefits to cover prescription drugs, emergency care, hospitalization, health screenings, and more. Visit getcoveredillinois.gov to enroll by January 15th.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Just in time for the holidays, the Chevy Red Tags are out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on the all-new 25 Chevy Equinox. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details, and together, let's drive.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play, like Bear Dynasty
You're
interior
listening to
paint,
Cap and
their
Jay
most
Hood
durable
on
one-coat
Chicago's
hide
Home
paint
for
ever.
Sports.
From a team color
ESPN
statement
Chicago.
wall to a fan cave, complete with a
Bears
mural
Weekly
honoring
on the
Nick
new
Saban's
home of the
17-year
Bears.
dynasty.
Hey, I like
Catch
that
Jeff
idea.
Joniak and
Nothing
Tom
beats
Thayer
Bear
weekly with
Dynasty
the latest
interior
news,
paint. It's everything you
in-depth
need all in
interviews,
one
and
can.
lots more.
Defend your game
Bears
time with
Weekly
Bear.
right. Sunday
I'll do
tonight
is
at
get more done.
6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
$3.3 million.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Cap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's now time to go around the NFL right here on Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Happy holidays to you and your family. We go now to Shay Norling. Shay?
Time for a Monday overreaction edition of Around the NFL, Hoodie, and we have quite a bit to get to, but I'm going to begin with the Detroit Lions, who beat the Bears yesterday, and I'm going to say the Lions Super Bowl is back on. They showed they can still stuff the run, even without a defensive line that exists. Their offense, even in cold weather outdoors, can put up 31 points. They've got trick plays galore. And they got a big favor from Washington, effectively knocking Philadelphia out of the running for the 1 seed. It will be Detroit and Minnesota in the running for that. And if Detroit can win that game at home, they're the 1 seed, which is the most important thing for them, keeps the path alive for the Super Bowl.
Cap, what was your response to Shay's thoughts that the Lions, the Super Bowl is back on? Your response was?
I never had wavered that the Lions had a chance to go to the Super Bowl. That guy vacillates more than anybody I know.
It's not had a chance. It's now I'm comfortable saying they are going to the Super Bowl again. A week ago when they had 23 players on IR and basically their entire starting defense, I kind of felt like it would be a miracle to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, those guys are all back, I guess. Everyone's coming back. Nobody's out for the year anymore.
I needed to see a performance like they had yesterday because I was a little concerned they'd go into Soldier Field.
They were playing Little Sisters of the Poor, Shay.
Was it not a 3-point game the last time these two teams played in Ford Field?
It was.
And I like them. I've never wavered on the Lions.
Shay, when do the Lions get a chance to rest here? The Viking game, or is that still... Because they got the 49ers.
If the Viking win their last two, they win the 1 seed.
Yes.
Correct.
So the 49ers and the Vikings are next for the Lions.
Yeah, and that's it. And they need a bye week worse than any team in the league. They haven't gotten one. They need the 1 seed. If they don't get the 1 seed, then they're not going. But I'm fairly comfortable. I think they can beat San Francisco, this corpse version of the 49ers. That is eliminated from the playoffs now, by the way. Nothing left to play for.
Just a little whisper. If you're ever going to trade for Shanahan, now's the time. If you're ever going to do it now. They are terrible. Do it now. If you're going to do it.
They're not moving him.
They're terrible, man.
Sounds like they're going to sign Purdy to a big extension, and they're keeping Shanny.
Give us another overreaction.
Starting Michael Penix, a lot of people said was a white flag, give up the season, start planning for next year move for Atlanta. I never said that. It was a save the season move, and it worked. The Falcons crushed the Giants yesterday, and all it took for Michael Penix was protect the football. Just don't turn this thing over 6 times like your Kirk Cousins did. And with Tampa's loss to Dallas, Atlanta's back in the division lead with the tiebreaker over Tampa. Michael Penix can lead them to the playoffs. This was always a save-the-season move, never a white flag.
It's an overreaction, Shay. Yes, it's an overreaction. I'm not going to say I'm wrong yet until I see Atlanta's next game. They played a team that laid down like the Giants, okay? The Giants. Play the Commanders. Let's see what Penix does against the Commanders, a team that cares.
It's playing for something.
I didn't say they were good.
Just take care of the football.
I didn't say the Commanders are good. I just say they play like they care.
Yeah,
they care.
I'll admit something about Washington. Jaden Daniels is having probably the best rookie quarterback season we've seen. I think it's exceeding C.J. Stroud at this point. North of 4,000 scrimmage yards, 28 total touchdowns, just 8 interceptions. Nuclear performance yesterday in a comeback win over Philadelphia, who was in play for the 1 seed in the conference. He's got them 10-5. They're playoff positioned really comfortably. He's awesome. I still have questions if they can win multiple playoff games.
It's interesting. But Penix, though, did look good, Cap.
He did?
He did. I got Shay's been on this for 5 weeks.
Yeah.
5 weeks.
That GM there may have the last laugh.
Already does. They're going to release Kirk Cousins. You saw that news over the weekend.
I saw that.
Is that done?
No,
they have to wait until before March when the guarantees come in, but after the season they're going to release them.
Whew.
Wow.
Give us another overreaction.
Pittsburgh will once again be a one-and-done team in the playoffs. They have completely given up their margin for error in the division with a loss to Baltimore. That was a convincing loss, frankly. Back-to-back games against playoff-caliber teams where they were kind of non-competitive. Part of it is they didn't have George Pickens available, which severely limits their offense, and maybe him healthy will save them. But if they don't win the North and they got to go on the road against a clearly superior team, it'll be more of the same for Mike Tomlin, which is one and done in the playoffs.
Talk and ask, Cap. One and done in the playoffs for Mike.
Wow.
That's what it is, man. That's what it is. That's a tough loss. Here's a Steeler team that's been beating the Ravens a lot. The Ravens changed the narrative on Saturday.
Yeah,
they have.
I watched it. They pounded them.
That's a different level of football. See what I mean? You watched the JV from 12-3 yesterday. You put that on. Oh, God. The pads popping. Just knocking Russell Wilson on his ass.
Remember when people were calling for John Harbaugh to be fired? And the owner came out and said, we got the right guy. We got to fix the infrastructure around him. We got him. This town, they'd have run him out of town.
Give us another one.
This is kind of a don't be surprised if a little bit. Could the Bengals make the playoffs? I know they have a 2-game. They're trailing by 2 games to Denver and L.A. A win by both teams would eliminate the Bengals. But the Bengals play Denver this week. It's an opportunity to get themselves right back in the mix. They do need some help elsewhere. But they have a quarterback who has played MVP caliber football all season and a defense that, yeah, it's the Browns laying down, but you need a performance where you just see the ball go through the hoop to feel good about yourself a little bit. Watch out for the Bengals and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow.
I like how you mixed your sports metaphors there.
Well, yeah, this defense has been atrocious.
Put the ball to the hoop just to make yourself feel good.
Right.
Couple shots.
They've been jacking 10 threes. They're 0 for 10, but one goes down, and it's like, we're back.
So here's what Cincinnati. Okay, 7-8 now. They beat the Cowboys, the Titans, and the Browns. They've got a tough Bronco team next, and then the Steelers last.
Where's the Bronco game at?
It's at Cincinnati.
All right, so let's give them that win.
At Pittsburgh to end the regular season.
Oh, gosh. And if they hit those two, who has to lose the other one?
They need some help in their division, too. Like the Colts, I think, hold a tiebreaker over them. Yeah. Everything has to go right, but if they just win out, they will have a chance.
Crazy.
Which is astounding considering the way that their season started. To even be in this position. You can't say enough about how good Joe Burrow has been this year. And I don't know that he'll get rewarded. I don't think he's going to approach MVP conversation with Lamar and Josh Allen.
And Josh Allen's got an elbow issue now going on they're really concerned about.
Is that why he's flexing his hand like that? He's trying to get feeling in his hand?
Yeah, he was shaking it a lot
Yeah,
yesterday.
Because his elbow is banged up.
He tried. He did the best he could. Now pushing off the Patriots. Sheesh. Tough game. Tight game.
Yeah.
A little bit of a letdown spot, too. You go on the road to Detroit and win that game. You've been on the road 2 straight weeks. You get home, and it's the measly Patriots. And then they jump you a little bit, up 14-0. Things get tough in a hurry.
Drake May, top 5 quarterback next year. Overreaction.
I'd like to see it.
I think he's
good.
He's very good. Boy, this quarterback class, Cap, we're going to be talking about them for quite a while here. I don't see like this massive drop-off. Like it's like 4 or 5 guys we're watching here that's going to be really good, including Caleb. This quarterback class is very good.
And now Penix is in, and J.J. McCarthy, the 6th first-round rookie quarterback, still hasn't even started a game.
Mm-hmm.
There's another one that's next year we could find out if J.J. McCarthy enters this chat. And we've got 6 high-level starting quarterbacks out of this draft class.
Crazy.
This league is really funny, Cap, when you think Sam Darnold. Well, they've struck iron with Sam Darnold. You got to take it. No, McCarthy might be the Wait a minute. What about Sam? Nah.
Rex Ryan this morning said, if you let Sam Darnold leave, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Just saying. In this league, you strike while the iron's hot.
They're going to sign Sam Darnold to an extension. You watch.
I think that's smart.
They have to.
I think that's smart.
He's been great.
And that's a look around the NFL right here on Cap and J Hood. Coming up, Thomas Brown, the interim coach for the Chicago Bears, his thoughts about the Bears and their loss against the Detroit Lions. Cap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Can't miss radio. Tuesdays on ESPN Chicago's Waddle and Sylvie Show. Be here for Michael Wilbon at 5, presented by HawkAuto.com.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Is the sauce ready, Chef?
Yes, Chef. Almost, Chef. Ah! Oh, no!
Running a commercial business comes with risk. When the unexpected happens, you need a partner by your side to manage it. Ings Insurance Agency can help you protect your dream of owning and running a business. Meet with Ings and they will listen and learn about what keeps you up nights and help you handle the risks. IngsInsurance.com. Let them help make risks bearable.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp Banks, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Thomas Brown, interim head coach of the Chicago Bears.
Two things you control when you walk in the building. It's your effort and your attitude.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest updates all season.
More details, more demanding. Understanding practice preparation always leads to game day execution, so that's our focus.
Thomas Brown.
Chicago!
With Cap and J Hood.
What can Brown do for you?
On ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. The interim head coach for the Chicago Bears, Thomas Brown. As we'll hear from him right here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. The Bears lose to the Detroit Lions at Soldier Field by the final of 34-17. The Bears have lost 9 straight games. Thomas Brown, some believe that he should be the next head coach for the Chicago Bears. Well, here's his recap of what happened yesterday.
Game recap, obviously, turn the ball over twice early in the game. Don't give yourself much of a shot. I think we had 10 total penalties, so obviously that kind of puts you behind the 8 ball. And but I do appreciate the way the guys continue to battle and keep fighting, but it's not good enough. Got to coach it better, demand a better result, and back to work tomorrow. Yeah, we can evaluate everything. I think the way guys respond, how they handle adversity. I think also kind of being in the moment, not having the penalties, how we sustain some drives and put those things together. So I think everything's always under evaluation. Obviously want to be able to have a better start and, kind of get in the flow of the game. But again, shoot yourselves in the foot makes it difficult. I'll be honest with you. I don't think much about the future. I'm trying to win the game right now. And so my mind is focused on the current moment. And then once that's over with, what's next? So don't think much about it.
Yep, doesn't think much about it. And why would he, Cap? He knows that he's got a lot to work with on the offensive side of the football, and it's just not working. As we mentioned earlier, the defense, it's just as bad a defense as we've seen. But for those that still, and I know it's probably a minority of people now, Cap, but those that believe that Thomas Brown should be first and foremost the head coach for the Chicago Bears, just keep in mind, the ineptitude of this Bears team falls at the feet of Thomas Brown too. I just never understand the whole blame pie thing. I don't know who was the first to say blame pie on sports radio. I feel like I might have been one of the first. But this whole splitting up of the blame, do you realize the entire pie belongs to the Chicago Bears? The 4-11 pie is everybody. That starts with George. He gets a slice. And Ryan Poles gets a slice. And Kevin Warren gets a slice. And the players get a slice. And the coach. When you are bad, it's everything. I know that might be too easy for people to reconcile, but that's exactly what it is. When you're 4-11 and you had a season in which is supposed to be a playoff season, you're supposed to be vying for the playoffs, to be competing with the rest of the teams in the NFC North, you get everything. And that includes Thomas Brown. For anybody to call us, like your friend here, Lee Allen, who called us earlier, to make it seem like the Bears are fine because they have Thomas Brown helping out Caleb Williams, that's just insane. You lose because the whole operation's bad. It's not, Caleb's over here, he's great, but the rest of the team sucks. Caleb's part of that too. So when people like our guy Lee Allen calls in and says, Thomas Brown's done a lot for Caleb Williams, that might be the case, but the number that matters is wins, and they only have 4 of them.
It's unbelievable to think that they were at one point 4-2. They score at the end against Washington with 31 seconds left, and you're like, F yeah, Bears win, baby. Get to 5-2. And you're thinking, wow, 5-2? Arizona and New England? chance to get to 7-2. And guess what? Eberflus decides the 13 yards don't matter. That might be the single dumbest thing I've ever heard a coach in Chicago football say. That 13 yards, remember he told us that?
He did.
Did not matter. Really? Because they couldn't throw a Hail Mary if they didn't get the free 13 yards. And then the whole thing falls apart. They get crushed in Arizona. Big touchdown right before the half, 50-some-yard run. They get trucked by a bad New England team here. Season over. Thanks for coming.
That's it. That's the end of it right there. I want to ask you about 4th and 7 for Thomas Brown and the Chicago Bears yesterday's game. I know by this time you've probably closed the Notes app, texting, maybe talking to some people. So you probably closed it like I did.
I have it all in my Notes app. I wrote it all out.
So you went through the whole 4 quarters. Yeah. Okay. I could not. There was a time where
that'll be all.
It's time to spend time with my buddy Tito's, who was over yesterday. The 4th and 7 play.
It's unusual. Most people don't have an S on the end of it. It would just be Tito.
Well, the only difference is I'm from Chicago. I had an S, like everything else, like the Jules. 4th and 7 play where Brown elected to punt. Cap, season's over, pretty much. And so I saw Caleb Williams when he got off the field. He was pretty pissed off because he thought they had momentum, and Thomas Brown decided to punt. Was that the right call? Does it matter? What do you think?
I think you coach one way. If you told me there's 30 seconds left in the game and you're down a score, obviously you're going to go for it. Do you go for it just to say you went for it? Because I didn't think they were going to get it. I did not.
I didn't either.
So if you don't believe that you're going to get it, I did not have a problem that he punted the football away. I did not.
Well, Thomas Brown explained this to the media yesterday.
Yeah, so those 4th downs, I think 4th and 2, 3, 4 is a little bit different than 4th and 7 or plus and 7. So thought process is really simple. Get points, stay in the game, trust your defense to get a stop and go back and score again. I think it's about understanding the flow of the game, making smart decisions, and just going forward. Just to say you're going to go forward to me is bad coaching. So, no, I don't think that at all.
Shay, you're into the numbers. We see this in college and in the pros. Depending on your personnel, you will see teams go forward on 4th and 6, 4th and 5 or more.
Yeah.
Like up to 4th and 8. I think that's the threshold, 8. In this scenario, it's 4th and 7. I think Brown looks at it. I saw it the same way. I'm like, they got momentum. Could they get 8 yards? It's the Bears, probably not. But we've seen it where it's worked because the personnel's good.
100%.
College and pro. I think that Brown looked at this team like, there's no way we're going to get 7-yard punt. I think that's what happened there. Even though the Bears have momentum, I think Brown said, we can't get this. And that's a shame because you got personnel that can get you, you'd think, 7-yard help, but the week before you couldn't even get 1 yard twice on 4th down.
Also, when the game is practically over, what do you have to lose? Just go.
Yeah, but if you don't feel you're going to get it, you can't just go to go. If he's looking at it, he's like, we're not getting it.
What do you think the card said? Card said punt? The analytics. I'm talking about the analytics card. What do you think it said?
I'll look. I'll actually go find out. I would imagine it said go. I'll check. I just think, look, 4th and 8, the game's practically over. You're not going to try a field goal because it doesn't make sense to add 3 points. You're getting your ass kicked. If you go, you cannot score if you give up the football.
I had dinner with Wani on Saturday night, my wife and I.
Ah, David.
We went to dinner, and he was telling us a story. He said, we literally had that far, like 3 inches on 4th down. Tight game. 3 inches. And he's looking at with the offense coordinator in his headset, what play are we going to run here? We can pick up 3 inches. Do we sneak? Do we this? And he said Tony Wise walked up to him and said, punt the football. He's like, what? Punt the football. Are you telling me we can't make 3 inches? And he said, he looked him right there and goes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Punt the football. We can't make 3 inches. I can't guarantee it.
That's a shame.
He said, we punted the football. We stopped him, got it back, kicked the field goal, and won. He said, crazy. But he said, I was absolutely going for it. Analytics said, go, go, go. He goes, and my O-line coach, my best friend, said, punt the ball.
4th and 7. What does the card say?
I checked fourth down decision bot on Twitter, and it doesn't look like they were following the game yesterday. There are no decisions.
Wait a minute.
Yesterday.
Damn.
You know what?
For that game.
You know what?
So I'll have to dig a little deeper. I can find the analytics. I think Next Gen Stats might have that stuff. I can find it.
You know what, Shay? You know what? 10 toes down. The Bears wouldn't have got 7 yards. F it. Just kick the ball. They just wouldn't have done it.
They would not have.
Just forget it. I know that was a big listen, I understand you and Courtney crying because Courtney said the same thing. It's like, what do you got to lose? You're a terrible football team. Just go, no matter what the card says. But Brown's dead inside.
He's like, we're not doing that.
Shay, he doesn't have the heartbeat you have of just rolling the dice. Like, you know what? We should go for it. And guess what? That's what the Detroit Lions are built on, that type of gambling. But Brown dead inside.
And it works for them.
Yeah.
And honestly, but I think a part of it has to be your defense is not good and wasn't stopping Detroit. Yeah. So just go.
Yeah, well. I think Brown is just like, forget it. We're just not good enough. I'm sure some analytics guy that's on the sideline saying, Coach, don't do this. It's not 4th and 5, yes. More than 5, no. I think that's what it was. I think more than 5, we can't do it.
We're not doing that.
Like, if you're going to make surrender decisions in these games the rest of the way, then let's just put in a forfeit for the final 2 games of the year. Why not? Really lay down.
That type of decision is, let's try to get as high a draft pick as we can. Bears right now this morning are at 9. Are we at 9?
Which, honestly, you know what? It's fine.
Correct.
Because you don't want what happened to Vegas to happen to you. Go win a game yesterday, and you go from the number 1 pick in the draft to the number 6 pick in the draft.
How about
That's
that?
good stuff.
You're fired.
Yeah,
He's
Antonio, could you come in here?
He's fired.
Idiot. We're trying to get the number 1 pick. We don't have a quarterback.
The press asked him about that yesterday. The Raiders press asked him about that. It's like, so you win the ball game. Have you knocked yourself out of position for the draft? He said, ask Tom Telesco. Next. That's what he said. Ask the GM.
Next.
Okay. Okay.
Where's Herm Edwards? You play to win the game.
Antonio Pierce can ask Tom Telesco this morning when they meet over his job.
That is correct, because he is fired. But you can't tell a proud former player, hey, man, lose all these games because we're trying to get a high draft pick, and you know you're the Raiders, like the Bears, like the Jets, like the Giants. You're going to fumble it anyway. No matter how your draft pick is, you're going to screw it up. You're going to screw it up. And they beat the Jaguars 19-14 in a game that you were supposed to tank. You're like, we're going to win this game. Good job, Ayton.
Brutal.
3-12. Good job. You're fired.
All Antonio, like, you want to talk about 4th down decision making. All he's done all year is screw that up. He's had some of the worst surrender punts I've ever seen. He had, I think it was the Charger game early in the year when their season was still alive, and he was down 8 or something, and he kicks a field goal to go down 5. What? What are we doing? All year he's just been terrible.
This is why, and by the way, that's a horrible game to watch in the 325 window on NFL Red Zone.
There was the Charger game. He punted from the 41-yard line on 4th and 1 down a score.
Yep.
From the 41-yard line on 4th and 1, he punted.
Yep.
Down a score.
Hey, Cap, you and I have seen teams tank on purpose. Remember the Bears played the Jaguars?
Yep.
See what
the Jaguars literally stepped back toward the end of the half. I'm not kidding you. The Bears snapped the ball, and the Jaguars just backed off, gave them like 7 yards. Okay, we're in field goal range now, and Cairo Santos or whoever it was banged it through, handed them. Take it, because we don't want to win.
Remember that? The league should have stepped in. That was so egregious.
He and I were texting like, did I just see what I saw? Like, literally.
They did
not try.
The Jaguars, the league should have stepped in. The commissioner should have helicoptered into Jacksonville. What are you doing? Integrity of the game? Much? not so much.
Still one of the best was Nathan Peterman keeping the Bears in the final game against the Vikings with the #1 pick on the line a couple years ago.
Yes.
And you come out in the second half. Nathan Peterman's been benched. He's playing a little too well today.
Oh, my God.
Ask you a question. Do you think George goes to his car and he's embarrassed? Because I can't think of a more embarrassing time other than the back-to-back 50 burgers against New England and Green Bay when Trestman was here. Can you think of a more embarrassing time? Put all this in. Gonna be hard to make this roster.
It's pretty hard.
Taking a punter in the 4th round, a project in the 3rd round.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. So 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Still to come, some more thoughts about the Bears and their loss against the Lions. Also, so much controversy around college football this weekend. And who won the weekend, by the way? College football or the NFL on Saturday? They were head-to-head. Oh, my God. On the Cap and J. Hood Morning Show.
Cap and J. Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Few Whiskey. Have you met us? Few is born of defiance and comes from Evanston, the town where the temperance movement started and prohibition lasted until 1972. Here at Few, we make whiskey the only way we know how, our way. We use an iconic 70-20-10 mash bill. We mash, ferment, distill, bottle, and age all right here in Chicagoland. Few makes Chicago-style whiskeys for Chicago whiskey drinkers. Few Spirits, Incorporated 2011, 46.5% alcohol by volume. Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
It's time for Christmas at Cantini. A time for laughter and joy. A time for cherished moments by coming together with the ones you love. Be awed by twinkling lights. Feel the thrill of gliding on ice. And enjoy the cozy warmth of s'mores by the fire. Cherish the moments together this holiday season at Christmas at Cantini. Get your tickets at Cantini.org. Sponsored by the Robert R. McCormick Foundation.
$3.3 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah, and with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
At Busey Wealth Management,
We're proud to partner with individuals, families, and foundations, ensuring possibilities become achievements. From preserving and enhancing your assets to securing your legacy for future generations, we're focused on your success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini. Member FDIC.
Celebrate the season with family fun in Rosemont. Visit the Chicago Wolves ice rink at Parkway Bank Park now through January 26th. Skate under a dazzling display of more than 80,000 holiday lights and enjoy the magic of winter. Admission is free and you can bring your own skates or rent them on site for just $8. For hours and schedule, visit parkwaybankpark.com. Let the ice, the lights, and the memories be part of your holiday season in Rosemont.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J. Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
It's Bears Monday.
To the near side of Dunze, got the ball but lost it, and it's recovered by the Detroit Lions at the 36-yard line of the Bears. They stuck it in the belly of Roma Dunze on a fly sweep to the right side, and it came out. Caleb arching up in a clean pocket, throws down the seam right, caught DJ Moore, 45-yard line of Detroit, and you knew he was going to get popped, and he was by Branch. DJ hung on for 24 yards. Snap is back. Good strong rush up front, picked up. They throw right side, running away the 20 to the 15 to the 10 to the end zone. Touchdown, Keenan Allen. Touchdown, Bears. 45-yard strike. High formation, Glazer ahead of DeAndre Swift. The take and the fake and the roll to the near side. Quick throw, left side of the end zone. Guess who? Cole Kmet. Touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Snap screen to the near side. Swift to catch the 40-45. Gets around the 50, and that's where he'll go down. The Bears are going to give it up, but that put Caleb Williams, that completion of DeAndre Swift, over 3,000 passing yards.
It's Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Cap and J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you. Here on this Bears Monday, the Bears lose to the Lions 34-17. The Bears have lost 9 straight games. Open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. And Cap, I want you to think about what the Bears are right now. This is not one of these things. This has not been a piss and vinegar. It's not been a fire and brimstone review of the Chicago Bears this morning. It's more or less you and I pitying the Chicago Bears. We pity what's been going on because we're watching a football team here that's more prepared for a vacation in 1-2-3 Cancun than playing a football game and winning it. And they've had the motor running for quite some time here. And I harp on this a lot. I know you're probably tired of me saying this on the show, Cap, but it is true. I see a team that doesn't trust each other, and they don't work for one another. There are bad teams that win in this league. Bears are one of those bad teams, and they're not winning at all. There's so many things to review with this one, but I think the bottom line is what I told you about 5 weeks ago, is that the only reason why I'm watching now is to see Caleb Williams' progression. That's the only drawing card for me.
I thought Caleb was really, really good yesterday. Look, they got trucked. They got embarrassed, whether it's the Shay, what did you call that? Oh, he went to get a cup of coffee. What did they call the play? Not the fumble roost, whatever it was called. That goofy play where they're falling down, and next you know, Sam Laporte is running with unfettered access to the end zone. They're clowning us.
Yeah.
You mentioned it earlier, rolling out Penei Sewell in the first matchup. He weighs 340 pounds. What are we doing here? He's playing quarterback?
Yeah.
Because they're having fun at our expense.
Stumble bum.
Mm-hmm. And at some point, George McCaskey has got to say, okay, I'm out. Done. I'm done picking the uniforms each week. I'm done getting my hands involved here. I'm going to hire my GM, and I'm going to get out of his way. And whatever happens, happens. And then I can judge him fairly. Instead of you interviewing the coaching candidates. You want to have dinner with them after Ryan says, I've picked this guy. I'd like you to meet him and have dinner with him. Okay, let's go. And unless the dinner goes haywire, that's your coach. Period.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing up there. They are incompetent at running a football team. Period. And you want to know how I know? Because I got a right eye and a left eye. I don't need sources. All I have to do is look. He has 0 playoff wins since 2011 when he became chairman of the board. They have made misstep after misstep. They're horrible at running a football team. Period.
I just don't know when that gets better, though, Cap. I mean, I can go anywhere on my yellow pad and look at some of the things that were just horrible about yesterday's loss. The Bears weren't going to win that game anyway. They were not going to beat one of the upper echelon teams, if not the best team in the NFC, in the Detroit Lions. But, Cap, when you go through, for instance, 21 different offensive line combinations in 3 seasons, that means you're not even equipped for Caleb Williams to be here yet. When you think about it, because you don't have your offensive line in place. You're going to have some injuries here and there. We saw it yesterday with Braxton Jones, sadly. But at some point, you and I and the rest of the Bears fans were watching Borum and Shelton and Curhan and Pryor and Wright on the field at the same time. We saw a team outscored 40-0 in the first quarter of the last 4 games. 40-0 in the first quarter? So you can't even muster a field goal. I want you to just take a look at, just think about that for a second. You're not in a position to even kick the ball in the first quarter.
Correct.
How is that possible?
Explain to me how the wide receiver who handles the ball, he did this in college. How's he fumbling twice? How's he fumbling twice?
Inexplicable. I can't believe that happened, but it happened. It happened.
And the second one, you're deep down in their end. You got a chance to get 7. Oop, put it on the deck.
We saw defense, Cap, give up 475 yards and 34 points.
Pathetic. It was truly a pathetic defensive performance. The great Tom Waddle, who breaks down the film as well as anybody, the great Tom Waddle just sent a text to you and I. Since Matt Eberflus was fired, these are numbers, folks. This is not opinion. This is fact from the great and powerful Tom Waddle. Since Matt Eberflus was whacked after the Lions game, Bears are 0-3. They've been outgained by 428 yards. They've been outscored 102-42. That is an average loss of 34-14. The offense is 7 for 32 on third down. Let me repeat that again. Lee Allen out there who called in how great Thomas Brown's doing. 7 of 32 on third down. The defense has allowed 20 of 28 on third down. That's horrific defense. Caleb has been sacked 11 times. The defense has a total of 4 sacks. That's truly pathetic. Pathetic.
We watch every week, Cap, teams that are better than the Chicago Bears. And I think it is an opportunity for Bears fans that, and we know we have a number of them, Cap, that just are locked in from 12 to 3, 325 to 625, or when the Bears play on Monday night or Sunday night. It's like only those games because their significant other has them doing things, or they got family, whatever. They're only locked into the Bears game. They want to be happy for 3 hours. But, Cap, you can't help but to look at the other side of it and say, why are the Lions way so much better than the Bears? Why are the Vikings so much better defensively than the Bears? Well, how come Green Bay continues to have the Bears number? I mean, if nothing else, look at the opposition the Bears are facing. And it just shows you how far away they are. And again, I'll illuminate this point again, Cap. It's an offense that's healthy as far as their weapons are concerned. Your line is a bunch of deck chairs, collectively, clearly.
Horrible.
But you have the guys that we thought that would be cornerstones of difference makers to ease Caleb Williams into the season are healthy, but ineffective. How does that happen?
I don't know. I can't answer. The culture there is so bad. That's from people in that room telling me that it's got to get fixed. It has to get fixed. Like, I love everything about what Ben Johnson does offensively. He's not bringing Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker, and Frank Ragnow here. They're not coming. He's not bringing Dan Campbell with him. He's not coming. You convinced that he can be the guy that runs the room? I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I don't know that.
It just, you're hoping, like any other general manager, that you could find someone that might be strong in one area, but can be strong across the room, that could be able to resonate with everybody.
If you were voting for Coach of the Year this year in the NFL, who are you voting for?
It's a number of guys I'm looking at here.
I have my clear number one. There's some other good ones.
I mean, Dan Campbell's on my list for sure.
Mm-hmm. He's not the guy I'm voting for, but he would be on my list.
Definitely he would be on my list. I would say that Dan Quinn is on my list.
He'd be on my list. He wouldn't get my vote.
Washington.
Mm-hmm.
McDermott from the Bills, very good. I think he has the MVP on his team, by the way, with the Bills. That's someone else on my list.
Yeah, I would be casting my ballot for Kevin O'Connell.
O'Connell should be there too, yeah.
13-2 Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
That's who I'm voting for.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he has a great chance to win. Let me just tell you this right now. He got hired 22 days after the Bears hired Matt Eberflus. They never even interviewed Kevin O'Connell. Never interviewed him. Yet they wanted to have somebody from that Sean McVay tree. How do you miss and not even talk to the guy? If he said, "No, I'd rather be in Minnesota," okay, have at it. Never even talked to him.
Also on the list is Nick Sirianni. How do you coach a bunch of guys that want to fight each other to a 12-3 record?
He's done a great job.
I don't like you. You don't like me. We win. Ah.
And I believe everybody that we just named who is also a first-time head coach.
There you go.
That's correct. All those guys, those four guys we just mentioned, yes.
Yeah.
Except Dan Quinn.
Correct. Dan Quinn was not a first-time.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, this is where you are. So we'll take your phone calls coming up, Bears fans. If you've not checked in with us here on this Bears Monday, we'll take your phone calls. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, hold on a second, Cutler. Let me give the tease first. Coming up, we will hear from Caleb Williams. We have not heard from him all morning. His thoughts about the Bears and their loss against the Lions. That's coming up next on Cap and J Hood. Now you can go ahead.
Good morning to you. Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
The Bears and Seahawks, the final home game of the season, Thursday night. Join myself and Tom Thayer for the call live from Soldier Field starting at 7. Bears and Seahawks, live from Soldier Field on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Have I told you lately about Hollywood Casino Joliet? It's your game day headquarters this season. Watch all the games on their giant screen TVs, tackle the area's best game day food and beverages with all your friends. Get in all the hockey and football action this winter with Penn Play and ESPN Bet. Hollywood Casino's online sports book is now live in Illinois. Score big this season with Hollywood Casino Joliet. However you want to play. Must be 21 years or older. If you or someone you know has got a gambling problem, crisis counseling referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. Jay Moore.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue eater.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cap and J Hood are back.
And you know this, man.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app, here's hoping that you're going to have a great holiday and a great Bears Monday as the Bears lose to the Detroit Lions at Soldier Field by a score of 34-17.
Did you see when Dan Campbell, Jay Moore, did you guys see when Dan Campbell was speaking to the media and the Commanders scored? You could hear the roar from the Lions locker room while he was speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happened? Commanders just won.
Yeah.
What? Here we go. Yeah. Super cool.
That's when you're in the upper echelon. Yeah, they control their own destiny, but it got some help along the way from Washington yesterday. A thrilling game, by the way. You got to go back on YouTube and check it out. Take a look at those highlights if you didn't see it live. It was amazing. Eagles have been a good football team, but Washington's been scrappy. They've found a way to win some football games, pulling it out of their sphincter this season. And there's some character there.
He's good coach, Dan
Quinn, yeah.
Really good.
So there you have it.
I watched him do that post-game talking to his team, and I'm like, boy, I wish we had a coach like that. Jeez.
Don't have a coach yet. Gotta find out who that leader's going to be. Because when it happens.
Not good.
Yeah. Yeah, so. All right, let's go to the phone line to talk to you. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. Let us go to Mick in Morgan Park. He's with us here on Cap and J Hood. Mick, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. My question to you guys is, who sucked more this year, the White Sox or the Bears? I'll hang up and listen.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear how bad the Sox were this year. It's the worst team in the modern era.
At least the Sox were comical in how bad they were. Like the Bears, it's not even. There were expectations, and it's not even funny. It's just like, really?
More disappointing is probably the better question, and it's certainly the Bears.
In Morgan Park, I know that you know how to do math better than that, Mick. I mean, come on now. The worst team in the modern era versus another bad Bears season. I think it's pretty clear. New Lenox, here's James on Cap and J Hood. James, good morning.
Hey, guys. Happy holidays.
Happy
Thanks
holidays,
for coming
James.
in today.
What's up, buddy?
Yep.
Hey, a couple things if I can real quick. Hoodie, I know you were pretty critical about Eberflus when he got hired, and same for Dan Campbell. So I'm just wondering, do you think you were more right about Eberflus or more wrong about Campbell? And then I know we always talk about pushing out Lovey. I feel like if he didn't die on the hill of Rex as our quarterback, he would have been here for a while longer. We should have really just stuck with Kyle Orton. That's just my opinion, but I'll hang up and listen, guys. Thanks.
So as far as Dan Campbell's concerned, my opinion of Dan Campbell was based on what I saw before he came to Detroit. And that was a guy that was kind of floundering with Miami, going from team to team. I think that what happens is that any coach that has a belief can instill that belief on a team that is built well. With Miami, again, floundering, all I can go by is I saw a guy that talked a lot but didn't have a lot to back it up. Remember, when the Lions first started off with Campbell, also floundering. They weren't ready to win yet.
Nope.
But you like the idea that an organization will stick with someone long enough to say, hey, we're going to build you offensive and defensive lines, and we're going to get a veteran quarterback in here. We're going to have a running game, and you can instill the might that you want on this football team. Now, I was right about Eberflus, and it's not even about being right. I just knew that he was an A to B coach. That was no one that his name was not hot in the streets. He was never going to be like this great head coach with the Chicago Bears team. One, because he was put in the behind the eight ball, because of Ryan Poles wanting to restart this thing, getting rid of some of the veteran talent, and then instilling the talent that he wanted on the football team. And I knew at that point in time, well, if you're tanking, then he's an A to B coach. This is Rick Renneria as a football coach. As far as Dan Campbell, I mean, I did not know that the Lions would be this good. I don't think anybody knew the Lions would be this good, especially under Dan Campbell. Look how they started. Look where he came from. And so I was going by that as an opinion.
Fair.
So
fair.
So, James, more so Eberflus than Campbell, clearly.
You also weren't alone in the Dan Campbell bashing. Remember, everybody at the ESPN National in Bristol, the Seaport First Take, they all said he would fail. He started his second season 1-6. People said it clearly wasn't working. Nobody was. There was very few people, if anyone, even in Detroit, where people were like, "Yeah, this guy's clearly got the vibe. He's got it."
Yeah.
He turned it around. He changed the conversation. No, nothing else happened.
No, what ended up happening is they let things develop. We're in such, and I don't mean you, I'm talking about everybody. Well, it didn't work. Fire him. Everyone's so quick to change direction, automatic, that we got to move. We got to fire. That GM sucks. Get him out. That coach is horrible. Get him out. Maybe some point you got to let somebody do the job and develop and give them time to implement what they're doing. Because look at Dan Campbell now.
Yeah.
He's the same guy.
Yeah, but they got good a year and a half in. They were 1-6 in year two. They finished that season.
There were a
9-8.
lot of people that wanted him fired at 1-6.
For sure. He was 1-6. He was 4-19 in his first.
Correct. He was not even 2
games.
full seasons in one of the worst franchises in pro sports in this country. Let it breathe.
Well, no, he got better. They won 8 of their
No,
finals.
his players developed and they got better. He didn't change as a coach. He was the same guy.
I understand that, but I'm saying that he won 8 of his final 10 games. That's why he didn't get fired.
But there
he
were
had
people
success.
that would have whacked him right then. He was leading.
I don't think that's true.
Next coach to get fired, leading choice, Dan Campbell.
I don't think that that's true. At 1-6, he was at no risk. It just had to get better, and it did. That's my point. I'm not even talking about a decision by the organization. I'm talking about when Hoodie was bashing Dan Campbell, everybody else was also bashing Dan Campbell. He was nothing but a character who had, to that point, done a bad job. He changed it by the team got good.
I also want someone to explain to me how Penei Sewell, who they got criticized for drafting, let me ask you a question, Hoodie. He's now in his 4th year in the National Football League.
Yeah.
He was an all-pro first team in 2023, I believe. He was first team in 23. In 2022, he went to the Pro Bowl in his 2nd year. What percentage of snaps has he played in his career? He's been on the field through yesterday. There has been 4,366 snaps. What percentage has he played?
95?
100. He hadn't missed a snap.
Yeah. That's pretty strong.
We got Tevin Jenkins. That guy's in and out of the lineup more than anybody.
Now, give me the stats for Noah Sewell. 312-332-3776 is our phone number.
That's our guy.
Let's go to Ted on the west side on Cap and J. Hey, Ted, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yep, I'm down and out about how our team is performing. I was not overly impressed with what I saw from the offensive coordinator of the other team, candidate to be our coach.
You were not overly impressed?
The answer is, again, I was not overly impressed with what I saw.
For what reason?
Because I thought his gimmicks were, a couple of his gimmicks were gimmicks, something like the Harlem Globetrotters or something. And that's not what I'm looking for.
Oh, my God.
I'm looking for someone who's a flat-out leader and can get my team down the field, get my receivers open, and can get us to win. Lastly.
So I guess that 13-2 record doesn't impress you.
The offensive coordinator's job yesterday did not impress me against my defense.
Oh, my God.
Lastly, I do not want to win another game. I just want to position ourselves to get the best player for our team in the draft. If we're top 2 or 3, yes, I want the stud from Colorado, Travis Hunter. If we're out of the top 3 or top 4, I like the offensive tackle, offensive lineman from LSU or Texas. And I want to hear you guys' thoughts.
You have no shot at Travis Hunter. None.
Brother.
He'll be gone way before the Bears pick.
Got to pick 1 or 2 if you want Travis Hunter.
Correct. You have zero chance.
1 or 2 what?
In the draft.
Oh.
You have to have one of the top 2 picks if you want Travis Hunter.
That's correct.
Or Shedeur Sanders, for that matter. Which, credit to Dion. He did it. He did what he said he was going to do. Got those 2 to the top of the draft.
I thought you were talking about 1 or 2 brothers. That's not what you're saying. Yeah, that's not what you're saying.
And by the way, he wasn't impressed with Ben Johnson's offense. They're only averaging 33 points a game this season, 32.9.
Went on the road in 30-degree weather and put up, 31 was the final? 34?
I mean, come on, man. They've scored 60 touchdowns. 60!
It's the holidays, Cap. Let it go.
Most points scored in the NFL, highest point differential in the NFL. Cap, they're just not very good. They don't do a lot that's impressive.
See, you don't bother with that.
What are they, 7-6?
I'll wait till you're done.
All right, I've had enough of that guy.
J-Mo just ran into the end zone again.
You don't worry about guys like Ted. You know why? Because Ted does not know what a head coach looks like. So he wouldn't know what should be on the sidelines for the Chicago Bears. He was not impressed, Cap, because he doesn't know what that looks like. One trick play, and he thinks that the Detroit Lions are smoke and mirrors. That's because he only watches Bears football. Don't you see?
Yeah.
That's why I'm unbothered by that call, because I know that the Lions are one of the upper echelon teams in the National Football League, both sides of the football. But yet he's not impressed. They're the tops of the NFC North. But you know what Ted watches? Bears football. Bottom feeders. That's what he knows. Right. He doesn't know, Cap. So just let it go. We know the numbers right in front of us.
It's just annoying.
Yeah.
It's not even annoying. I think it's funny. The fact that you can watch the Lions yesterday open their bag of tricks and Jamison Williams running 4.3 speed, burning everybody in the defensive backfield, and Jared Goff having another great day, and the running game producing again, and the play calling is pretty much excellent start to finish. And then you're like, oh, well, yeah, just a normal offense there. Just a normal offensive coordinator. Nothing really impressive. Just regular stuff.
I'm unbothered by that.
That is just
because it's right in front of you, right? It's right in front of you,
right?
But that's fine. Yeah, be unimpressed and also stay your ass in last place like the rest of us.
So the last 5 games for the Bears, all losses. Caleb, 113 of 180. That's 62.8% completion. 1,390 total yards, 275 yards per game, 10 passing touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. And this goof says, I'm not even a hater about the guy, but his stats are meaningless. They come in blowout losses. Oh, well, let's see. Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota by a combined 7 points and a Hail Mary loss to D.C. on top of it. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing here? We've been begging to get a quarterback. Looks like we've got one, and we got idiots out there that don't realize how fortunate we are to have that guy. That's the only thing that's going to give our crappy job some substance when Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, or any of the hot candidates roll in for an interview.
Now, I always tell you the bottom line is that the one-loss record tells you all you need to know. However, in this situation, because we were talking about a rookie quarterback, those numbers are eye-popping from Caleb Williams. If you don't believe me, just listen to everyone else that actually played the game, and they'll also tell you, yep, it's there. Yep, he can be something special for this football team. But just remember, Cap, if nothing else, this year will tell you that people's opinion is stronger than facts. Just remember that. The opinion, the feelings over facts. That's where we are in 2024. You know this, right?
But it is. He's going to get sacked 70 times. He's been sacked 61 times so far this season.
Correct.
He's dealing with inaccuracy issues as a rookie quarterback.
Correct.
He's dealt with multiple offensive coordinators. He's had play calling problems. He's had wide receivers sell on him, like DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, often this year. He's at a tight end that should be a security blanket, totally schemed out of the offense. And yet, he will end the year with likely the best passing season in the history of the franchise as a rookie on a team where the defense also let go of the rope. And people want to call up and go, this dude's a bum.
See?
Yeah, it's such a joke. It really is such a joke.
Just pour your hot chocolate and have fun, folks.
Can I put a little peppermint schnapps in it tonight?
Yeah. I did yesterday.
Peppermint schnapps and hot chocolate?
And Tito's.
Oh, God.
Folks, just enjoy this holiday season, knowing the Chicago Bears are not very good for another year, but that's okay. You open up some presents, you have some fun, and you watch meaningful football. Not at Soldier Field, of course, but enjoy the football that you watch. Good ones, college, pro. Chicago Bears won't provide that for you. Just remember, in this holiday season, your feelings are not stronger than the facts. The facts are is that we've got our quarterback. My good friend David Kaplan always says, it's about chasing greatness, folks. Chasing greatness. And the Bears are with Caleb Williams. But the rest of it, put it in the fireplace.
Because it sucks.
It's not very good. But folks, enjoy the holiday season. From your friends on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show. You're on Channel 9.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears Weekly on the new home of the Bears. Catch Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer weekly with the latest news, in-depth interviews, and lots more. Bears Weekly right after Waddle and Sylvie tonight at 6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Let me tell you about Daisy Dips. They've been prevalent in my house all weekend long. A lot of family in, sister-in-law Veronica, my nieces, Maya and Nev, my son Brett, everybody wanting Daisy Dips. Daisy Sour Cream launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips. They taste just as good if they were homemade. They're made with Daisy Sour Cream and real herbs and spices. The new dips from Daisy Sour Cream are made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen, nothing more. Start your game day menu like my sister-in-law Veronica and her daughters, Maya and Nev, did yesterday. New French onion and ranch dips from Daisy Sour Cream. They go great with your favorite chips, wings, veggies, or other foods.
When you ante up your insurance premium each month, you believe that if you're ever in an accident, your insurance company will treat you fairly. But that's not a safe bet. In truth, casinos play by much fairer rules than your insurance company. And here's how. Imagine playing blackjack and making a $100 bet. When you win, the casino will immediately pay you $100. But now imagine winning, and instead of immediately giving you $100, the casino only offers you $50 and makes you wait years to collect it. If the terms were that unfair, no one would ever step foot in a casino. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to people every day who are injured in car accidents with uninsured drivers. You ante up your premiums in full and on time every month, but if you're a day late or $1 short, your insurance company will drop you. And when the time comes for your insurance company to pay you, they will offer you pennies on the dollar and, even worse, string you along for years to collect it. Dealing with your own insurance company shouldn't be riskier than gambling in a casino. If you need a law firm who will put the odds in your favor, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. We're all obsessing over football right now. You need to be up on the latest. You're talking about it on the shows. I get it because I live it. But guys, now it's the fourth quarter. The clock's running out to get perfect gifts for those who have tolerated your analysis all season. Go to RogersandHollins.com, chat with one of their online pros, or visit your local Rogers & Hollins. That's Rogers & Hollins, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right. And naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at Tito'sVodka.com. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof, crafted to be savored responsibly.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text HIM to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HIM to 321-321. That's HIM to 321-321.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can easily find coverage options that fit your budget. If only it was that easy to name your baby.
How about Jaden?
Nope.
Okay. Michael?
Went to middle school with a glue-eating Michael.
Sebastian?
Dated one in college.
How about Damien?
Vampire name.
All right. Greg?
Not feeling it.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Jeffrey?
Oh, love that one.
Wait, really?
No.
Find coverage options that fit your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up. The food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
All season long, tune in to ESPN Chicago for the weekly Caleb Williams press conference. Catch every update from QB1, baby. Brought to you by the Chicagoland BMW Center. Stay connected to the action only on ESPN Chicago.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent news story.
Cap and J Hood are back.
Cannonball!
ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then Mike Greenberg comes in at 10, followed by Carmen and Barstool Eddie from 12 to 3, and then Waddle and Sylvie at 2:30. Bears Weekly with Jeff and Tom, all part of the mix right here on ESPN 1000.
I'm a big fan of Barstool Eddie. I think he does a really good job. Glad he's on our team. He's really good. He entertains people. He's excellent.
I hope he calls Carmen DeFalco also.
Yeah, DeFalco, what do you think of the Hawks?
You don't know me well enough.
I met him at Guaranteed. I was trying to remember. I remember him met him at Guaranteed Rate this year. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, really, really nice guy. By the way, let me read you some quick numbers here. Caleb Williams in his 2 game against the Lions, 590 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, 0 turnovers, 73 yards on 10 carries. How about that? You go back through their last handful of games that they played. Oh, let's see. We got the Packers. We've got the Lions twice. We've got the the Vikings in there twice. The Niners, who are 3rd in the league in yards per game defensively. Yeah, he's not doing it against stumblebums. Maybe that's the play call.
That's right. That's right, Cap. So the numbers speak for themselves. You read for me some quotes from Shannon Sharp. Yeah, Shay, I don't know if you've been monitoring this as well. You know, Kirk Herbstreit wanted to spot out after the game that he did with Chris Fowler on Saturday, talking about first take, wanted to have Ryan Day, the head coach for Ohio State, fired, this kind of thing. So he took some shots, some ESPN on ESPN crime.
Yeah, he said, Shannon Sharp on Kirk Herbstreit's criticism of first take. This is courtesy of awful announcing. If we're going to be on the same team, if we're going to work for the same network, don't do that. Kirk, Chris Fowler, I promise you, if you ever, any mention, any platform I'm on again and talking about, I wonder what they're going to say is negativity, I promise you, ESPN ain't got enough bosses to keep me off y'all for what I'm going to say. Do not play with me.
Okay. Well, Kirk should have been on First Take to be able to address his issues with Stephen A. Smith in that show. So is he hiding in his bunker in Nashville? Do we have anything? I mean, seriously, you got something to say, go on the show and talk about it.
I don't get what Kirk Herbstreit's problem is. This weekend was bizarre. He's calling out Ohio State fans as fringe fans, which apparently is a crutch term for Kirk Herbstreit now, because they want Ryan Day fired, which kind of just is what it is, man. You lose to Michigan 4 straight years. You don't compete for the Big Ten title. You lose every time you play a top 5 team. Yeah, people are going to start calling for your job at Ohio State. To then call those fans fringe fans is absurd.
It is absurd, but this is a guy here that used to live in, first of all, to whiteboard it, a former Ohio State quarterback. His family was in Columbus for a long time. Because of apparently the fringe fan, he moved to Nashville.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one thing. Secondly, we should point this out. The only thing that matters, and Cap can mention it because he's an Ohio State fan of some distinction, the only thing that matters is Ohio State, Michigan, to the point where Ohio State fans said, I don't care about this game against Tennessee. Have my ticket. Over 35,000 Tennessee fans were at Ohio Stadium yesterday, on Saturday. That's a lot of people that made the drive up, Shay, to be a part of College Game Day and be part of that game. There was so much orange at Ohio Stadium, I was shocked. They gave their tickets up. It was a 35,000 about Tennessee fans for that game. That never happens. But clearly, for the Ohio State fan, Ohio State, Michigan is the only thing that matters. And Ohio State failed, and the Ohio State fans like, here, you can have my ticket. Go ahead, sloppy top. You take my ticket. So actually, Tennessee had a fan advantage there, and still, Ohio State did the job.
It does not sound like that he's in any danger.
He is not.
No danger. His AD came out already and said he's good.
That'll make Michigan fans happy.
If he would have lost, that'd have been all for Ryan Day.
Did you see what Portnoy did? He chartered a plane, apparently, to fly over the top of the stadium. It says, extend Ryan Day, # go blue. And then he wore the sweatshirt, extend Ryan Day.
That's what they want.
Go blue.
It becomes an easy win. It does. Because you got Sharon Moore.
These guys did it. These guys did it, man.
is happy when he's got to take on Ohio State. Do you know we only had one lead change all weekend in college football? One lead change.
Yeah,
the entire
Clemson had a 7-0 lead.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. Where I stand with this is that when people ask for more, sometimes more is too much. This whole thing that there is 12 teams for this college football playoff is too much because you're going to have some matchups that are not balanced. 4 was fine. If you had 4, you have Oregon against Penn State and Georgia against Texas. I could tell whether Georgia wins that game for a third time or not, I don't know. But the point is, though, is that the 4 was fine. People calling for the BCS this weekend. All I know is that this committee, Shay, it's about wins and losses for them. It's not about strength of schedule. It's not about brand loyalty. It's not about popular coaches. It's about brand. It's about the wins and losses. And whether or not you feel that's right or wrong, that's what the committee feels. Now, I told this to Charlie when Charlie was sitting in. Charlie and I have no beef because it's like he's got Oregon, who could win it all, by the way. And I'm a Georgia fan, also with a bye. These teams like Indiana and SMU, look, you want to put them in and expand this thing to 12, fine. But they also have a right to get their ass kicked. Just because Signetti has a big mouth doesn't mean that Indiana's going to get past Notre Dame. Notre Dame's a good, really good football team.
Yeah, I'm no Notre Dame fan. They're really good. That guy's a really good coach. They are well coached.
But here's the problem, though, Cap. Here's the problem, Shay, is that when you ask for more, this is what it looks like. 4 was fine, but you get 12, and then you get results like you got in the first round over the weekend. I mean, SMU's in there, and you've got there was completely overwhelmed, by the way, in that game against Penn State.
Yeah, I'd be fine with 8 as a number because I do think Ohio State and Notre Dame are both capable of winning it all, and I'd like to see those games get played. But I think the reality is we kept talking about we need more than 4 teams because we got to make sure we get the 4 best teams in, right? Like that was always the conversation. So now we've got 12 teams, and the conversation is once again, we've got to get the 12 best teams. Why? Because Alabama got left out. To me, it's nothing more than ESPN talking heads honoring their contract with the SEC and making Greg Sankey happy by claiming it would have been a better tournament, when the reality is there are not 12 teams capable of winning a national title.
No, especially with the SEC being down this year. That includes my Georgia Bulldogs the same way. And when people are complaining about all the blowouts that took place, can I just make it just a quick history lesson? We've had a lot of these games in the semifinals and the finals of the college football tournament in which these games were blowouts. Georgia beat Michigan 34-11. Bama beat Ohio State 52-24. LSU beat Oklahoma 63-28. Anyone remember that? 63-28. Clemson beat Notre Dame 30-3. They beat Ohio State 31-0. Bama shut out Michigan State 38-0. Clemson beat Oklahoma 37-17. Oregon, they beat Florida State 59-20 back in 2014. So the idea that, well, now we got all these blowouts, these games don't mean much, when it was on the line was just 4 teams. There were blowouts. So it happens. It happens. And so this whole thing with brand loyalty, I don't want to hear anything about it. The Alabama fan that feels that they should belong because they're Alabama, they lost 3 games, Cap. They didn't belong. I'm sorry. They did not belong. You don't lose to Oklahoma. You don't lose to Vanderbilt. And you don't lose to Tennessee and think, oh, I should be in there because of playoff privilege. F that. Lose fewer games. That's how that works. Be better next year. Should they be in the tournament? Yeah, because they have a good brand, but their football team's lousy. Same thing with Ole Miss, and same thing with South Carolina. They think they should be in because they're in the SEC. I'm an SEC fan and say they didn't belong. So you got to stop this. The best team is going to win. Probably Oregon. Probably so.
That's going to be a hell of a game, Ohio State, Oregon. Is that on the first?
Yeah, Ohio State's favored, by the way.
Yeah, 1.5.
I kind of think Ohio State's going to win that game.
Probably. Because it was close last time. Look how tight it was the last time they played.
The one thing I'll say, I think Ohio State and Notre Dame are both capable of winning it all. And to me, expansion is legitimized if we get Ohio State and Notre Dame advancing to the semis or advancing to the national championship. I'm just never going to get on board with we aren't getting the 12 best teams because we have to feel bad for Alabama and South Carolina and Ole Miss.
No.
Win your games, and you'll solve the problem.
Win games. You don't lose 3 and say, hey, we're Alabama. We're still cute. No, you're not. No, you're not. You were 1-10. Now you're a 6.5 walking through the door. That's okay. We'll find someone else. You're just not. It does not matter the brand. It matters what your resume says.
Yeah, you can. Again, would I have put them in if it was just picking the 12 best? Yeah, I would have. That said, don't lose to Vanderbilt. Don't get trucked by a very mediocre pedestrian Oklahoma team. And we're not having this discussion. Who would have been the team that got left out, SMU or Indiana?
Probably should have been Clemson. I mean, I think you got to look at
Clemson won the conference.
I know, but I think at some point we got to take a look at these auto bids and reformat this a little bit. The fact that Boise State and Arizona State got bye weeks, come on.
Agreed. Totally agree.
It's ridiculous.
We agree.
That's ridiculous. But what does the committee look at, Shay? 1-loss record. Like it's 1975.
Well,
wins and losses.
The conference champions have to get the bye weeks. I think we can let's seed it 1 through 12. And it wouldn't bonus anybody if you auto bid the ACC like Clemson still gets in. I think SMU would have been left out. They would have been left out by the way that the playoff rankings fold, and Alabama would have gotten in. And whatever, like if that's the way it's going to end up, but I still think that's wrong.
Yeah,
Why are we punishing SMU for making the ACC title? And then all week I'm listening to announcers. Unbalanced schedules, that's really, I don't know if SMU's the second best team in the ACC. Well, maybe point the finger at your bosses who let greed dominate the sport and bought Texas and Oklahoma into the SEC and made the Pac-12 collapse so that the Big Ten could get all these teams. The ACC had to do something. Now you get unbalanced schedules.
Yeah.
It's not the fault of the committee. It's not the fault of the teams that played. It's the fault of the TV networks that value dollars over actually having competitive conferences.
That's exactly right. Cap, all of this is about money. Why is the NCAA tournament as big as it is right now? And you get blowouts in the first round of those too, but the money's already in the bank.
Correct.
Even though sometimes it's not aesthetically pleasing. You get this 5-12 like upset every night, but ultimately it's a bunch of blowouts.
Yeah. Indiana didn't play anybody. That's not their fault. They won all the games on their schedule. Their schedule was what it was. It's not their fault they got the rat Big Ten schedule. You know whose fault that is? NBC, CBS, who wanted the Big Ten contract and wanted Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA, because now you can't possibly play a balanced schedule.
Just so you know, on the record, Signetti, that'll be all. They'll be just another program. They got all the hype and all. This is it. No more.
It feels like Mel Tucker 2.0.
No, this whole thing with Signetti.
The same, to be clear, but
we won't be talking about him at all.
They did
next year.
Pony up big NIL dollars, though. They did.
So did Michigan State when they signed Mel Tucker.
That is a middle.
There was no NIL then.
Yeah, there was.
Quietly.
No.
Yeah, 2022. Yeah, 100%. And they had one of the bigger assistant coach pools in the country.
This is nothing against Courtney, but you're back to the middle of the pack. You're just another football team. You're not special. You're not. The Cap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Can't miss radio. Tuesdays on ESPN Chicago's Waddle and Sylvie Show. Be here for Michael Wilbon at 5, presented by HawkAuto.com.
Have we told you lately about Howard Enkin?
Howard's a wonderful person and an even better lawyer. He is a guy who's part of countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, and a partner in our fan favorite Grip It and Sip It class. List goes on. And now my guy is our guy.
That's right, Cap. I'm proud to spread the word that Howard Enkin files more injury cases than any firm in Illinois. They have more than 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. It's Howard Enkin.
3126 million, Hoodie.
3126 million, you say?
That's it. 312-6 million.
Shall I put that number in my phone?
You should, in case you ever need him. You don't want to be scrambling. You just go, I got that number right here. Thank God I have it.
3126 million.
That's right. My guy.
Injury law made personal. That's Enkin Law, my guy.
My guy.
My guy.
My guy.
Guy.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Now with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. Visit vasectomychicago.com with 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Few Whiskey. Have you met us? Few is born of defiance and comes from Evanston, the town where the temperance movement started and prohibition lasted until 1972. Here at Few, we make whiskey the only way we know how, our way. We use an iconic 70-20-10 mash bill. We mash, ferment, distill, bottle, and age all right here in Chicagoland. Few makes Chicago-style whiskeys for Chicago whiskey drinkers. Few Spirits, Incorporated 2011, 46.5% alcohol by volume. Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Student Pass by BMO offers discounted Bulls tickets for college students every month. Visit bulls.com/student to unlock tickets this season.
DePaul basketball is back, baby, and single game tickets are on sale now. Get ready to feel the excitement as the Blue Demons take on the Big East Elite all season long. New coach Chris Holtman building a program. Mark your calendars for huge matchups with UConn, Xavier, Marquette, Creighton, right here at Wintrust Arena. This is your chance to be part of the action. Don't wait. Secure your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the classic Cap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse, David Flom and Matt Moore's amazing restaurant on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. J. Moore. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
How about Dan Campbell wanted a live lion on Detroit's sideline and was told, no, can't get a live lion for the sideline.
It's a college thing, right?
Yeah, the Falcon flies in Atlanta. Why can't you have a lion on the sideline? How come the Bears can't have a bear? Could you imagine? Touchdown Bears! The crowd gets up at Soldier Field, and all of a sudden the bear gets loose.
Run!
Oh, God! Oh, God! And then the bear gets excited. He starts running after Jason McKee. Oh, God! Down to the sidelines, here's Jason McKee. I'm running for my life. There's a bear coming after me.
And that's all, folks.
The Cap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Trust me, it is the best.
We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Cap and J Hood. Our thanks to Jay Moore and Shay on the other side of the glass. Happy holidays to you and your family. And don't forget, tune in Tuesday at 7 o'clock on another edition of the Cap and J Hood Morning Show.
And make sure you listen to our podcast.
Yes.
It's award-winning.
It's available right now wherever you get your podcasts, especially on the ESPN Chicago app. So for Cap, I'm Jay Hood. Happy holidays to you and your family, my friend.
You too, my man. I love you, and I love being your partner. And more so, your friend.
I love you, and I love being your teddy bear.
Love it.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Hey, this is ESPN's Courtney Cronin. We're all obsessing over football right now. You need the latest news, the replays. You're talking about it on the shows. I get it because I live it. But guys, let's get on offense and tackle that holiday list with amazing deals on jewelry that Rogers & Hollins has going on right now. Go to rogersandhollins.com, chat with one of the online pros, or visit your local Rogers & Hollins. That's Rogers & Hollins, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
Looking to kickstart your career in sports? Join the Bulls for the Career Fair, presented by BMO Student Pass on January 10th. Take in a career panel with Bulls staff. Visit with over 25 sports organizations, including the Bulls, White Sox, Blackhawks, Bears, and Cubs, and get a ticket to that night's Bulls versus Wizards game for just $34. Attendees will also get giveaways and will be able to watch warm-ups early. Visit bulls.com/special tickets for more.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or $500 to $2,000 year-end bonus cash. Plus, make no payments for 90 days. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Get your year-end deal at HawkAuto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Contract with the Red Sox. Buehler got the final out of the Dodgers' World Series clinching win over the Yankees. And ESPN's Jeff Passan reports pending a physical, Mets lefty Sean Manaea will sign a new 3-year deal.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
Yes, we coming to you after a fantastic weekend of football action, both college and the NFL. But as we know, the NFL is always king. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. We're also on TuneIn alongside Gabe Knight. So I'm Q Myers. We're in for Greeny. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. And you want to talk about a fantastic finish. How about Washington? How about Philly? How about Jaden Daniels doing Jaden Daniels things like this?
Second and goal at the 10. Snap to Daniels. Eagles break 4. Into the middle of the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington! James Crowder! Amazing! Clutch football from the Washington offense! They've done it again!
That was the sound on Big 100 right there. And Jaden Daniels, if he wasn't already solidified as the offensive Rookie of the Year, Gabe, that was game, set, matches. That's exactly what that was as the Commanders knocked off the Eagles.
I think it's really impressive for the Commanders to bounce back. And look, I mean, when you have a young quarterback like Jaden Daniels and you're a younger team, you're going to have some inconsistencies to you because, well, you went on the road the week before and things got a little dicey against the New Orleans Saints. Very easily could have lost that game should the Saints have converted that 2-point conversion. So to bounce back, find yourself down, and your defense isn't playing great because you're still giving up points to Kenny Pickett. You've turned the ball over 5 times offensively, and you still have 5 touchdowns from Jaden Daniels. That is an unbelievably tough football team, and that, to me, takes that team from, okay, it's nice that they've made the playoffs, but to show toughness in a game like that shows that they're going to be a tough out in the NFC playoffs.
It just shows you that if you have a quarterback that you believe in and truly is the guy, as clearly Jay Daniels is there in Washington, you have a chance, and you always have a chance and an opportunity. And for the Washington Commanders to make the turnaround that they did from being the number 2 overall pick to now all of a sudden being solidified as a playoff team, and this young rookie is just doing fantastic things, showing you why he was the Heisman Trophy winner there at LSU. And the dude has been phenomenal, right? I mean, of course, we all know what's going on in Chicago with Caleb Williams and the Bears and his struggles that he's had his rookie year, and obviously replacing the head coach and multiple changes going on in Chicago. If you're in Washington, man, you're feeling really good about what you have with Jaden Daniels this year, his rookie year, and also to come, because you can only expect that he's going to get better.
Well, and for Washington making good decisions and Dan Quinn getting that opportunity, learning from past mistakes when he had been a head coach previously, bringing in Cliff Kingsbury, who had struggled as a head coach, whether it was in college at Texas Tech or whether it was in the NFL as a head coach, doing a better job as an offensive coordinator shows you just, and we already knew this, and with everything that's going on in Chicago, you bring that up, and the instability that organization has, having that stability, being able to start your quarterback clock by drafting him and being on the same page as the head coach, as the offensive coordinator, as the organization, that's what leads to successful moments like this. Now, just because you do that doesn't guarantee success, but having that base level of, okay, we have this amount of stability for our quarterback to learn and grow, that's how you can end up having moments like Jaden Daniels had yesterday.
258 passing yards, 5 TDs, 2 picks, 81 rushing yards. That was the stat line for one Jaden Daniels. You want to talk about doing a little bit of everything, right? And, of course, obviously you don't want to celebrate the turnovers. They can't have 5 turnovers and think they're going to win games. I mean, more times than not, you're going to be on the wrong end of that, and it's going to be a blowout. But to their credit and the fact that the Eagles were playing with Kenny Pickett and not Jalen Hurts, right, they were still in this game, and they found a way to come back. But I'll tell you, Gabe, I was a big fan of Jaden Daniels coming out of LSU. I'm here in Las Vegas, so I cover the Raiders, and there was a lot of folks that were hoping and thinking that they were going to find a way to team him back up with his college coach and Antonio Pierce here in Vegas. And so that was like the pipe dream, and now you're seeing it play out in real life, right? You're seeing it play out in real life why everyone wanted that, because this dude is phenomenal. And, I mean, to be able to use the ability to run the ball, but then also have very good accuracy. And I don't know if you're paying attention to the deep ball, but Jaden Daniels and his deep ball is deadly. I mean, that thing is spot on. I heard someone the other day say his deep ball is getting more accurate. I was like, his deep ball's been accurate. That's what he's been so stinking accurate with that deep ball that he's got the package, man. He's got the full meal deal. And like I said, I think he's only going to get better.
Well, and that's the thing that's impressive to me, because how many times have we seen an athletic quarterback come into the league? I mean, you'd have to look. I mean, RG3, who won Offensive Rookie of the Year there, I mean, he there was growth that needed to happen, and unfortunately, because the knee injury, his career got sidelined. There are so many athletic quarterbacks that come in that have growth to do from that passing standpoint. We see it going on with Anthony Richardson, because Richardson didn't play a ton of college football, and he's starting to get better and better the more he plays in Indianapolis. But Jaden Daniels was a complete package when he came. I mean, you look back, I mean, yeah, he had 50 touchdowns. Only 10 of them were rushing touchdowns last year. He had 40 passing touchdowns. This is somebody that had been using, and there were great stories on game day when he was at LSU about the way he was using virtual reality and the way he was using that to develop himself as a passer, which obviously has paid off dividends, because it's not like he's come in and has just been this athletic freak. Yes, the running numbers are fantastic, and they certainly help, but it's the passing numbers and his just seemingly control and command of the offense yesterday. Yeah, the turnovers are going to happen. He's still a rookie, and he's not a finished product by any stretch of the imagination, but you just see what that ceiling is and the way he is going to be poised and patient and the way he can be on time and play within the structure of that offense. He's, again, pretty close to a developed product from that standpoint. Once he cleans up the turnovers, this is a guy who's going to be on the fast track of a team in Washington that's going to be a problem in the NFC.
Yeah, if you're a fan of the Commanders, you're excited. You're pumped up. You're fired up. You know that you have hope. You have a real deal quarterback that you can lean on. And I'll say this about Jaden Daniels is the fact that this dude is calm, cool, and collective too, right? When it comes to be money time, crunch time, clutch time, whatever you want to call it, he comes through. Obviously, we go back to the Hail Mary that he had against the Bears, and obviously for the Bears side of things, it was a fail Mary because they weren't able to knock the ball down. But, he comes through clutch then, so it's like, okay, right, that's a fluke. Hail Marys happen, but then you see the drive. You see what he does on Sunday against the Eagles, and you see that clutch throw, that anticipation throw. He didn't throw when the receiver was open. He threw the receiver open, right? I mean, so there's a big difference, and that's what you got to do in the NFL. And the dude just comes up money more times than not. As a matter of fact, he was asked about that following the game.
I love those type of situations. Those are when it's on thin ice and plays need to be made. That's what you live for. If you really love this sport, you live for those big time moments where it comes down to the end. Everything's that gets you back against the wall. How will you respond?
Jaden Daniels right there on the clutch moments, and he's right, man. And alphas, and look, the league is full of alphas, but those guys that you can really rely on, the guys that you can depend on, are the dudes that in that moment when you got to have it, he's getting up for that. He's really excited about that moment.
What's also exciting about this for this team, the turnaround has been incredible, much like we saw last year with, it's very similar to what we saw with the Houston Texans and turning things around and going from having a top pick. And now, the Texans won their division. They were able to host a playoff game and then win a playoff game. And I think it's very attainable for this team to win a playoff game because even though they sit there right now as the 7 seed, Q, if the Packers trip up just once in their final 3 games, tonight they're on Monday Night Football against the Saints and then the Vikings and Bears to close it out for the green and gold. The Commanders would have the tiebreaker. The Commanders have an opportunity if the Packers trip up to climb up. If the Commanders win their last 2 games, to be that 6th seed, and then going on the road to a Rams who end up being the champions in the West, or going on the road against a Falcons or Buccaneers team. That seems a lot less daunting to potentially win a playoff game and continue that momentum going forward for this team. If this team can kind of replicate what the Texans were able to do a year ago, man, a lot of people are going to be very high in the Commanders going into next year.
The fact they're a 10-win team right now, think about that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, you're talking about the Washington Commanders, where we're talking a year ago or so about this team and everything going off from ownership and just the team is a mess and the stadium and the grass, everything. No matter what you talked about when you talked about the Commanders, it was bad. Right? There wasn't anything positive. Then you get, ownership change. Obviously, that cleaned up some of the stink, but then you get the product on the field, and it starts with the quarterback and the players that are there. Scary Terry McLaurin. I mean, he's a guy that's been one of the most underrated wide receivers. We don't talk about him that often because he didn't have a whole hell of a lot throwing the ball to him. Now, all of a sudden, he's gotten on the same page with this young rookie, and all of a sudden, you're like, yeah, that guy's really good at football, too, right? that guy could be a weapon. And look, the Commanders are not a finished product. They still have plenty of areas that they need to clean up. But if you're them, regardless how this thing plays out, whether you go deep into the playoffs, whether you're one and done, right now, through 16 weeks, you are a 10-win team. Right? I mean, think about that. You have won double digits in Jaden Daniels' rookie year. That is something to say, okay, great job, young team.
And a chance to improve on that. Think about how we talked about the Texans this past offseason. That was a 10-win team.
Yep.
They won their division at 10-7 a year ago. They've got a chance to just win one of your last 2 games. And even though you don't win your division, you have a better record than that. And the division, it's far-fetched, but I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility. If the Eagles stumble in their last 2, you win your last 2, you can win the division still.
Right.
If you're the Washington Commanders, again, I think climbing up and potentially being that 6th seed seems a little bit more realistic because I don't anticipate the Eagles completely falling apart down the stretch and having a losing streak like that. But it makes these games all that more meaningful for this team. To go from the 2nd pick and 11 wins, 12 wins, which is on the table for you, is remarkable and an unbelievable turnaround.
Yeah, it is. It's funny. We were talking about this division, and we always go back and forth and say, well, it's either the Eagles or the Cowboys. The Cowboys or the Eagles. One of these 2 teams is going to win. Now, all of a sudden, the Commanders are like, hey, don't forget about us. Now we're here. We have arrived. So now that division just got that much more dangerous. And, for the Eagles, again, I don't think that, they're going to slip up and lose the next 2 games. But they also showed what they could be if Jalen Hurts is not either 100% or he's out there general. He leaves the game because of a concussion. And all of a sudden, that Eagles team that was such a really good team, it's a little bit more, a little bit more susceptible to an L like they took on Sunday.
Well, in this team with the Commanders, I mean, the whole proof of concept, Q, when you take a look at other teams that are struggling, like the Jets, who have fired their head coach, like the Chicago Bears, even though they had the #1 overall pick, and we thought that maybe the Bears could be a team that has looked basically the way the Commanders have all year. It starts at the top. Daniel Snyder gets ousted as the owner of this team, and that was kind of the slow build for the Commanders of, okay, we got to turn this thing around. We got to keep our ownership out of this, let our football people make football decisions. And ever since that moment, like, the Commanders have been less, commandery. They're just inexplicable things don't happen to this team the way they happen to the Jets and the Bears. And it starts up top. Once you are able to get a foundation from ownership, then to your front office, down to your coaching staff, and you have stability there, you're able to, okay, this guy is our quarterback of the future. Now we have a bedrock for him to be, going and be great going forward. Whereas, again, one pick before him, look at Chicago. Yeah. As talented as Caleb Williams is, because the Bears haven't been able to develop a quarterback, I don't know, ever, and because of the mess that their front office seems to be in, because they've fired their head coach, there are questions on whether or not the Bears can properly develop Caleb Williams. Whereas the Commanders, who are the laughingstock of the NFL, as little as 5 years ago, suddenly they're looking like, oh, this is going to be a team that's going to be dangerous for a while in the NFC.
Yeah, you look like a pretty smart team now, right? Pretty smart organization, whereas opposed to, like you said, not too long ago, we were looking at them and saying, yeah, that's a joke right now. But again, what happens when you get the right people in place, the right structure around, and you get the right quarterback in place? And, you brought up the point earlier about Cliff Kingsbury, and I think it's a great point. I think he's a really good OC. I don't think he's a very good head coach. And even some of his shortcomings as a OC, I think it crept up a little bit earlier this year when they were struggling. And, the MO on Cliff Kingsbury is that his second half of the season, he always starts to tail off. That's as a head coach. I feel like that started to happen as an OC as well, where he started to have those second half of the season struggles, and you saw Jaden Daniels dip a little bit, where everyone thought, hey, maybe Bo Nix is going to steal the Offensive Rookie of the Year. Maybe Brock Bowers is going to steal the Offensive Rookie of the Year. And then all of a sudden they're back on the uptick. So it might have been a little bit of a hiccup for Jaden Daniels, but I think it's basically, as I mentioned, game, set, match. Jaden Daniels is definitely going to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, and look, I mean, as talented as he is, as good as the season has been, there are going to be lulls. There are going to be still lulls next year. Do you believe C.J. Stroud's any less good because he hasn't been quite as good as a rookie? No, there's growth is not linear, and he's going to have a couple of hiccups here and there, but that doesn't mean we can't sit back and just appreciate and be in awe of a rookie doing what he did against a team that was being called the most complete team in the NFL. Not that I know Kenny Pickett was out there instead of Jalen Hurts, but that defense has still been very good, and to put up 36 points against what that defense has done in recent weeks is just incredibly impressive.
So what did that win, the Commanders over the Eagles, mean to you? What did Jaden Daniels and his heroics mean to you? The 5-touchdown performance, did he seal the deal when it comes to being the Offensive Rookie of the Year? Let us know. Be a part of the Greeny Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. With Gabe Neitzel, I'm Q Myers. Coming up, a message sent by another team in the NFC East. That's next on Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hi, this is Paul Feinbaum from the Paul Feinbaum Show on ESPN Radio, wishing you a very happy holiday season.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. Make Ameristar East Chicago your game day headquarters this season. Watch all the games on their giant screen TVs. Tackle the area's best game day food and beverages with all your friends. Get in all the hockey and football action this winter with Penn Play and ESPN Bet. Ameristar's online sportsbook, now live in Indiana. Score big this season at Ameristar East Chicago. However you want to play. Must be 21 years or older to gamble. If you or someone you know has got a gambling problem, crisis counseling referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-9-WITH-IT or text INGAMB to 53342.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council. We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
I think my biggest challenge was getting through to him to understand that love is real, and you have goals in mind, you have things that want to happen, and I want to help you get there.
Sometimes people tend to shy away from wanting to adopt teenagers because they feel like they've lost so much, but there's still so much to gain.
Just knowing that there's just that other person that cares and loves me out there, it feels great. And they've done so much for me, and I can only be appreciative every single day for just having them in my life.
I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son, and he's the best son ever. If I was down and out, he'd be there.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Dear employer,
my name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Raskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser.
I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates. My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data,
to have no fear in meeting new people.
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
Structure, routine,
and clear expectation
help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't.
It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork. My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
Never miss Michael Wilbon on the Waddle and Sylvie Show. Appointment listening Tuesdays at 5 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by HawkAuto.com.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate football destination for all the gridiron action. With a game-changing rewards program and unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. See every tackle, toe drag catch, and touchdown live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Mayfield in the gun. 5-man rush. Here's Lewis. Sacked it. He's not down yet. And he somehow threw it to White, who caught it. And then Hooker takes him down. And Bland comes away with the ball, but
he's got it. No, he's got it. Bland's got it.
Oh, Bland comes away with the ball. What in the world just happened? What in the world just happened? That was the sound of 105.3. The Fan, Jerron Bland, with the game-sealing fumble recovery, strip, whatever you want to call it. The way Sunday Night Football wrapped up between Dallas and Tampa Bay was wild, as you just heard there. It is Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. SiriusXM Channel 80, also on TuneIn. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. For a job you'll love, visit progressive.com/careers. And Gabe, watching that game, Sunday Night Football, and seeing how it was going back and forth, I kept saying the Cowboys are going to find a way to lose this game, when in fact their secondary, who was fantastic all night long, came to save the day once again with that wild sequence of plays that we just heard there at the end.
Yeah, and I don't blame that crew for being confused. I was confused watching it.
Facts.
Because it was the first play of the drive, and you always hear about, you want to get a positive play on that first play in the 2-minute, and somehow it looked like Baker Mayfield made a great play. Got the ball off to his running back. Okay, 6-7 yard game. Now you can start rolling. And somehow Deron Bland's running toward the end zone. Like, wait, right. How did this just happen? Luckily, we saw the replays, and it ended up being a fantastic play by the Dallas Cowboys. And if they would have lost that game, I don't think anybody blames them. They were eliminated from the playoffs. They've been starting Cooper Rush. The team's been a mess just about all season long, especially defensively. Bland just missed so many games for that team. There have been a lot of defensive injuries all year. But credit to them for not waving the white flag after finding out earlier in the day that they had no chance at making the postseason, because they played hard. They looked good last night.
Yeah, no, they really were. And so if you're a Cowboy fan, it probably makes you more angry, right? Because you see what they can do. Yeah, and they just weren't able to do it consistently enough this year. And again, like you mentioned, playing with Cooper Rush, find out earlier in the day that they're eliminated from the playoffs, but they still went out there, put on a show for their fans, put on, a show for each other, and continue to fight. And so you have to give them a lot of credit. And it was a very entertaining Sunday Night Football game. And it's always great when you get to hear from Jerry Jones. And the good thing is, you always get to hear from Jerry Jones. He always has something to say before the game, after the game, during the game, whatever the case may be. But he talked about that fight post-game.
It was a down time when Mike and I met in his office before the game. We both looked like we had lost somebody, and so it was something that you had to kind of get above the reality that we weren't going to go. But the other thing is, though, that boy, I'm telling you, I hope everybody does agree with me. That's a big effort. That those turnovers, those forcing those fumbles, that interception, it may be one of the best interceptions I've ever seen on the goal line at the time they're supposed to happen. So can't say enough about the way that Mike's got to fight in the team.
It's so funny. Jerry Jones, he always holds his little presser right before the locker room, right in front of the locker room before the media actually gets to go in and talk to the players. He's always the first guy that you sit there and meet with, and he's the one with the biggest huddle. But you hear him right there talking about the team fighting, and Mike has the team fighting. Gabe, all this does is go back to what Bubba's been saying forever. It's like Bubba's been Nostradamus. I would have put Bubba and Nostradamus together, but that sounded like a weird word, so I didn't want to do it. But he's
Bubba-damus?
He's maybe. Maybe, Gabe. Maybe. I don't know. I'll let you do it. Bubba's been saying it, that Mike McCarthy's going to come back. Jerry's going to bring him back. Seeing the scenes in the locker room post-game, seeing Jerry and Mike McCarthy's face and giving him the little fist bump on the chest and pounding his chest, I was like, yep, Mike McCarthy's coming back.
Well, then why hasn't he given him a contract extension? Like, why hasn't he gone?
I don't know.
I mean, if he's going down to Mike McCarthy's office before the game, obviously he just walks in all the time, whether it's, a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, what have you. Why hasn't Mike McCarthy gotten that extension? Is he going to see if he can get anybody better and just kind of have Mike McCarthy in his back pocket as a backup plan? Yeah. Like, hey, I'm going to see if I can get to do a little bit better than you, Mike. But if I can't, like, he's that reserve date for prom. Like, well, I'm gonna go ask somebody else first. But if in case she says no, I want to make sure I've got a backup plan. And that's what it seems like to me for Jerry Jones, that he's going to maybe, kind of go fishing a little bit, see if he can find somebody else to lure his way down to Dallas. If he can't get a yes from them, then he'll turn back to Mike McCarthy.
Well, Bubba, we've got to ask you. You're our resident Cowboy. You've been calling it for the longest. Mike McCarthy's going to be back. What did you think when you heard those sounds, and then also just the images you saw of Jerry in that locker room following the game?
Yeah, I mean, I've been calling it all year. No one believed me. Now I just feel like now everyone's just kind of on the side of like, oh, it's been so obvious. But I mean, when I said it, like literally 8-9 weeks ago, people were like, "What are you talking about? That's crazy." I think to Gabe's point, I think he probably was holding out just in case it just completely derailed and something went, completely sideways. But I think to Mike's credit, the team is still fighting. The team is still playing hard. And I actually wish they would be losing. And they're actually kind of hurting things and winning. So I think the fact that they're still in it, I think he just wanted to kind of see if, all right, let's just see what happens. If they completely went off the rails, maybe then he would get rid of him. I honestly still thought no matter what happened, he was going to bring him back. But, I think this kind of locks it up now. He'll be back, which is not good.
I was about to say, as a Cowboys fan, do you want Mike McCarthy back?
No, I mean, I didn't want him back last year.
Or do you want Jerry Jones to try to find somebody else?
I was at the game with my dad and I at the game against the Packers, your old pals, the Packers, and it was just one of the worst experiences of my life. And from leaving that game, I wish McCarthy was done right then. I mean, I'm glad Quinn left; he was useless, and I wish McCarthy was gone and Quinn and all of them, but. I said the next day on the radio that McCarthy was going to come back. No one believed me then. I wish he was gone, but Jerry just likes controlling his coaches. That's why Garrett was there for so long, and so it's not going to be good that he's going to be back. Zimmer will probably be back too. They'll all be back.
That's the thing with McCarthy is I don't know if you get better than Mike McCarthy. Because of how involved Jerry is going to be. And that's just always how it is, that we all know that. Jerry's going to be involved. He's going to be, overseeing everything. He's going to have his hands involved in everything. He's going to make things dramatic. This is just the way Jerry Jones runs the Cowboys. And if you're going to be that way, I'm curious to see if McCarthy is gone, would he be able to get somebody like Ben Johnson? Because Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, said no last year and took his name out and went, you know what? I'm going to sit and I'm going to wait in Detroit. Maybe I can get, the best job that's going to be out there available for me. And if you are going to be as dysfunctional as the Cowboys are at times, are you able to attract some of the top names in the market that would make Bubba as a Cowboys fan happy?
What you have to do is realize that whoever gets that job or takes that job, if there were to be some kind of change, is the guy that's going to have to understand that Jerry's going to be the end-all, be-all. He's going to be the guy that holds the press conference in front of the locker room. He's going to be the guy that's going to go on the weekly radio show. He's going to say stuff that is probably going to contradict with what you said. And if you're okay with dealing with that, with having like Big Brother hovering over you, then you're fine with taking that job. Most established coaches want to have an owner like an Arthur Blank who's really sits back and kind of lets you do you, or even in New England where the ownership there, the Crafts, they sit back and let the coaches do what they do. They're not seen or really heard from, right? They're in the background. Where Jerry, he's out on the forefront. Jerry is out there. He's the guy. So if you're a young coach, if you're just trying to get established as a head coach in the league, you probably wouldn't mind that job because you're just trying to get your foot in. And that's wild to say that a guy might just try to get his foot in with the Cowboys, but that's kind of what it is because Big Brother is always going to hover over him.
It's not an easy job because the general manager and owner is not going to leave you alone. He's going to come down into your locker room the day you're eliminated from the playoffs and be like, oh man, this is just tough for us, right? He's not going to leave you alone, and that makes it a tough job, which I think it makes it for a first-time head coach. It's tough to succeed. We've seen that with Mike, and look, I know this year hasn't gone the way for the Cowboys. There is still some talent on that roster. The Cowboys won 12 games each of the last 3 years. I know things did not end well against San Francisco the previous 2 years. Bubba talked about the game last year against the Packers at home. But, step one is getting 2 double-digit wins, and Mike McCarthy has been able to do that more often than not in his entire career, going back to Green Bay. His 3 out of the 5 years in Dallas, he's winning double-digit games. Yeah. And in terms of dealing with Jerry Jones, I think he's done a pretty good job. I honestly don't know if the Cowboys can do better than Mike McCarthy because of everything else that goes into that job.
That job is not for everyone. Let's put it like that. right? That job is not for everyone. And that's the thing about it. Certain guys are able to kind of make it make sense, I guess, is the best way to understand what you're having to deal with and then what you're up against, right? I guess that's the best way to really word it, because again, it's not for everyone. It's one of those that it's more difficult than just X's and O's and going out and winning games or not winning games, right? You know that there's a whole lot added to this mix that you're going to have to deal with, and if you so choose to, then that's what you so choose to do.
Well, that's why for me, and I don't know if this would have worked or not, but because I agree, 100% agree with you guys are saying for Coach and Ben Johnson. It might not even be a fit there because might not be able to handle Jones. But honestly, for me last year with where the team was set up and the defense, I was actually wanted Belichick in there, and I just felt like give me Belichick, because especially when you look at what's happening this year. Half the mistakes they're making are all just mental mistakes and all things detail-oriented mistakes. They have a good roster. They have theoretically a great defense. And you give Belichick with that defense, you bring in all of his, get all the classic assistants in there. Get McDaniels as an offensive coordinator, not as a head coach. Get those people. I mean, again, it might not have worked with Jerry Jones, but I just feel like if Jerry let Belichick do it, that's
the problem.
It's tough.
That's the problem, Bubba. Like if Belichick would have not taken the job at UNC and he would have been available, there's no way a guy who was used to doing things his way, a guy who gave UNC, he didn't get hired by UNC. He chose UNC.
Sure. Right.
And they had to agree to his terms when he gave them a 400-page, for lack of a better term, Bible of, hey, this is how we're doing things here.
Just 400 pages?
Yeah, right. The Bible's longer than that, so I guess maybe that's, we give credit to the Bible for being longer. I don't know. But if he's going to be hey, this is going to be my way or the highway, that doesn't work in Dallas. It's Jerry's way or the highway. I cannot imagine that Jerry would have let the reins go to let Belichick do his thing. That's just not how it works. And I know they had Bill Parcells there years and years and years ago. That didn't work either because Bill Parcells was too strong-willed. Since then, they haven't had anybody like that, and that was nearly 20 years ago at that point with Bill Parcells. So I don't think Belichick was ever an option because there's two guys that want to do things their way, and the guy who's writing the checks is the one who's going to come out on top because that's the way it works with the Cowboys.
I felt like the two best options for the Cowboys, if they're going to make a move after they lost to the Packers in the playoffs, was either Belichick, like Bubba just said, or Vrabel. I just thought that they needed two guys that were strong-minded, strong-willed, you know what I mean? But to your point, Gabe, how would that have clashed with Jerry? And I just don't think that would have worked, right? And so that's why you have the Jason Garretts hang around.
Yeah, and all these reasons are why McCarthy is coming back. Yeah, because there's not an obvious person per se, and no one really can work for Jerry. And I think McCarthy, for the most part, does a good job of dealing with Jerry's nonsense. And so did Jason Garrett, really. And he's not a bad. I don't hate McCarthy. He's not a bad coach. He obviously, winning 12 games is good. I'm just not sure he's going to take them to the next level, which I would enjoy that to happen. But I think we're going to be stuck with him for another. Who knows? We'll probably he's got to give him an extension, obviously. So that'll be another 4-year deal, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that is absolutely going to be interesting to see how long of an extension they give him, because now it's Gabe. I feel like it's to the point of it's not if, it's when, right? It's when they extend him and how long are they going to extend him, right? Not if they're going to bring him back. I thought I was the one that didn't listen to Bubba and think that, oh man, I know that that's his team, but there's no way that this is going to happen. When the contract expires, he's just going to walk off and bounce, and then Jerry's going to bring someone else in. But I am a believer now. I have come over to the dark side or Bubba's side, whatever you want to call it, and totally understand what's going on and see that I don't think it's going to get any different, and especially after I see the scene in the locker room last night where you see Jerry just pounding the chest of Mike McCarthy. Like, it almost looked to me like he almost announced his extension then, almost like, hey, meet me in my office. Oh, no, wait, hold on. He wouldn't have said it like that. Sorry, hold on. I got out of character. Hold on. He said, hey, Mike. Hey, Mike McCarthy, meet me in the office in the morning. I got a glass of Johnny Walker Blue on ice for you, and I got a new extension for you, too. Mike, meet me in the office in the morning. There you go. back.
That's a good Jerry Jones.
It's not bad, man. It's not bad.
You nailed it. I think
it's not bad. It's a little hard on the voice.
Oh yeah, that's. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend doing it for the rest of the show.
No,
you know, in spurts like that, I think you absolutely nailed it.
I'm just saying, I think I got it for a good 15, 20 seconds. After that, man, it's over. It's over. Jerry can have his own voice back. Jerry's got his own voice. He's got a Netflix special coming up. They actually dropped the first trailer for it, and according to the description, the documentary is the definitive story of the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones, impact of NFL history, and a quote, check this out, Gabe, it is bigger than winning football games. It is a soap opera 365 days a year. That's what Jerry Jones said in the trailer.
Well, at least he's willing to admit it. And at least he's willing to say that out loud. I mean, the rest of us have known that for how many years at this point. At least he's willing to admit out loud, yes, it is more than winning football games. It's a soap opera and keeping the Cowboys in the news cycle. That is why they are America's team. Not because they're the best team or the most traditional, the steepest in history and all those sorts of things in the NFL. No, they're a soap opera and they're America's team because, well, they're in the news 365 days a year. Because Jerry, while he hasn't been the best owner, I don't know if there's anybody better at marketing in the NFL than Jerry Jones.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
The business side of things is fantastic. The winning side of things
Bears Monday.
Motion to the near side of Dunze, got the ball, but lost it, and it's recovered by the Detroit Lions at the 36-yard line of the Bears. They stuck it in the belly of Roma Dunze on a fly sweep to the right side, and it came out.
The Bears lose to the Lions. We're talking about it all day with you, plus your calls and analysis.
The Bears dropped their 9th in a row. Devon Warning.
It's a Bears Monday on the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
They're not doing it consistently enough, and that's the bottom line. And so that's their next step, as Bubba said. Can Mike McCarthy take them to that next step? He doubts it. I doubt it. Jerry's about to give him an extension because, well, they keep on fighting hard for that Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy might have taken himself off the hot seat with another win on Sunday Night Football. The hot seat is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets and experience it live. Coming up next, I got to get personal. Tell you something about my favorite athlete of all time. That's next. With Greeny, I'm Q Myers and Gabe Neitzel. It's ESPN Radio.
This is ESPN Radio.
Chris Canty, listening to him in the morning. I'm waking up. What did Chris Canty say this morning? I mean, I love him.
On your radio, your computer, your smart speaker, or on the ESPN app.
But some stuff that he has been saying recently has been out there.
We're everywhere you are. This is ESPN Radio.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or $500 to $2,000 year-end bonus cash. Plus, make no payments for 90 days. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Get your year-end deal at Hawk.com. $13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
If you need health insurance, find an affordable quality plan on the Get Covered Illinois Marketplace. Our Get Covered Illinois navigators will help you enroll, and you can qualify for financial help. 4 out of 5 customers can find a health plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. All plans have essential benefits to cover prescription drugs, emergency care, hospitalization, screenings, and more. Visit getcoveredillinois.gov to enroll by January 15th.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's
Lowe's
bigger
knows
game
that
days
to win
and
the
bolder
job,
fight nights.
pros need the best
where else
prices.
can you find a scratch
That's why
kitchen that
only
always
at
comes in
Lowe's,
clutch
MVP's
every day
Pro
from
Rewards
lunch to
members
late
can get
night?
a volume
Only at
discount
Twin
on
Peaks,
eligible
the #1
orders as low
sports
as
bar.
$1,500 at the Pro
Just in
Desk.
time for the
That
holidays,
means you
the
get the
Chevy
prices
Red
you
Tags
need
are
to
out
start
at your
any
local
job,
Chevy dealer, and
small
you
or
can save
large.
big with
Because
0%
Lowe's
APR
knows
financing on the
pros. Valid
all-new
in store only.
25
More terms and
Chevy
restrictions
Equinox.
apply.
Go
Visit
to
Lowe's.com/terms or Pro
ChevyDriveChicago.com
Desk.
for details, and together, let's drive.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could
Progressive's
save
name price
hundreds,
tool, you
which
can
could
easily
be
find coverage options that
life-changing.
fit your budget. If only it
I
was
mean,
that
you could
easy
put
to
that
name
money
your
towards
baby.
concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro.
Find coverage options that fit
And
your
it's all
budget with
because you can
Progressive's
save
name your
money
price
switching
tool.
at
Get a quote at
Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Coverage match limited by state
At the
law,
Home
not available in all
Depot, we know
states.
Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like that idea.
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty interior paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Valid only when Dynasty colors with Bear Dynasty and Mighty interior one-coat hide color collection.
$3.3 million. The Vernoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Vernoyak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Vernoyak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
I'll try to do the same. Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Smiles are powerful. A simple smile can light up a whole room. And for 25 years, Smile Train has been lighting up the world with smiles. And each smile marks a step towards a brighter future. As the world's largest cleft lip and palate charity, Smile Train has supported more than 2 million life-changing cleft surgeries in over 90 countries, leaving a legacy of resilience, joy, and beaming smiles for generations of children. To learn more about cleft lips and palates and how Smile Train is supporting the cleft community all over the world, please visit smiletrain.org/learn. Smile Train, lighting up the world with smiles for 25 years.
Now. We tend not to think about now. We dream about tomorrow, relive yesterday, but sometimes we don't see what's right in front of us. Victory over cancer is in front of us. Right now, cancer research is saving lives. Cancer research funded by the V Foundation is leading to new discoveries and new treatments, and ultimately, one day, victory over cancer. Right now, 1 out of every 2 men and 1 out of every 3 women will get cancer in their lifetime. Now is your moment. You may save someone you love. The V Foundation has the skill, the speed, and the strength to achieve victory over cancer. Because today's cancer research is tomorrow's victory. Learn more at v.org.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Carmen and Yurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
We lost the greatest to ever do it, the Man of Steel, late on Friday, confirmed on Saturday. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and TuneIn. We're presented by Progressive Insurance alongside Gabe Neitzel. I'm Q Myers. We're in for Greeny today, and Gabe, this one really became personal, man. Was real personal for me. I grew up in the Bay Area in California. I grew up a huge Rickey Henderson fan. Huge Rickey Henderson fan. Rickey Henderson is who made me fall in love with baseball. I was that kid who, when I got to play baseball, thought that I was Ricky Henderson, right? I was that guy who I would stop on first base even though the ball would be clearly out of the infield. I could have probably got a double, maybe even a triple, but I'd stop at first. Well, why'd you stop at first, Q? Well, give me 2 pitches. I'll be at third, right? Just because I wanted to be him. I wanted to be Ricky Henderson. So Friday, I'm out at dinner with a couple of my work friends, and all of a sudden I get a notification on my phone. Ricky Henderson has passed away. All of a sudden, instantly, Gabe, like dinner didn't matter, stomach wasn't hungry. I'm just, oh no, this can't be true. And the thing about it was, there were so many conflicting reports, and there was so much, like just nothing really added up, including the fact that Ricky Henderson's name was spelled incorrectly on most of the, the press releases that were out there early. So I thought, okay, that's not even spelling his name correctly. So this probably is not true, but let me find out. Gabe, you know what happens when you get a call from someone that you ain't talked to forever? You immediately think what?
What's wrong?
Exactly.
What's going on?
I'm calling friends in the Bay Area. I'm calling friends that I know him personally. I'm calling people that work in radio, that cover, the A's and everything. And I was like, hey, is this true? What are we hearing? And they're like, Q, I'm just waking up, brother. Like you're calling me 10:30, 10:45 at night. I don't know nothing about any of it. So I went into a frantic just no way. Because, again, this is the guy that I looked up to. Your childhood hero can never pass, right? I mean, that's the man of steel. That's Ricky Henderson. That's a guy who we see that is in the, still in great shape. Just saw him throw out the first pitch, close down Ricky Henderson Park, right? Just the other day when the A's, closed everything out. And so it's just one of those things. But, man, you start reflecting once you find out that it is true. And then, of course, all day Saturday, it really, rolls out all the confirmations and everything. But, I mean, that dude was one of one from, the swag and the just the character that he was on the field. He was swag, Gabe, before swag was a thing. You know what I mean? From the bat flip to the way that he popped his collar around in the bases to the way that he would get in his crouch to get ready to steal the base and his fingers would be moving. And who didn't want to wear those bright green Mizuno gloves, right?
The way he would snap it when he would catch a ball in the outfield.
Yeah.
How many times as a kid are you trying to get that little snap going, and then you end up dropping it, and then your coach yells at you because you're trying to do the Ricky Henderson, right? Like he had so many different things, and he was such a unique and special talent. The thing that blows my mind most about Ricky is, first of all, he made his debut at 20 years old.
Right.
19 years later, he led the American League in stolen bases with 66. Like, we think of Ellie De La Cruz today, and he is a freak. Like, he is a freak of nature. He is incredibly fast. He had 67. And that's what the new rules encouraging stolen bases, right? And for him at age 39 to lead the American League in steals at 66 is just something that is just so hard for me to wrap my brain around. He was such a unique player. So, I mean, like you said, the flair, the declaring himself the greatest of all time after he set the stolen base record, which he put into a spot which I don't think is ever going to be broken.
Ever.
Because he played for so long and he had so many years where he was stealing 130, 120, 110 bases. That his legacy in terms of being the greatest base stealer of all time, I can't imagine that's ever going to not be true during my lifetime. Like, Ricky's the greatest base stealer, the greatest leadoff hitter of all time. Good luck trying to match with that career. Best of luck to you, because you're not going to do it.
No, and really, I mean, all the leadoff home runs that he had, how many times did he, step to the plate, start the game off with a home run, right? And flip the bat, pop the collar and let you know about it, right? Again, I mean, all the guys that we have in baseball now that are fun, that have a lot of, that bring a lot of juice to the game and bring a lot of personality to the game, that was Ricky Henderson before it was cool to do that, right? Ricky is the reason why stuff like that is cool now. He was, he was breaking unwritten baseball rules well before these guys were doing it, right? You're not supposed to act like this. You're not supposed to do that. He did it all. He did it his own way. He talked in the third person half the time, which is like a chore. If you ever try to do that, it's the hardest thing ever to even try to emulate. He did it on the regular because, again, he just was his own character. He was his own person. To take it a step further about how he was his own guy, in an appearance on Mike and Mike back in the day on ESPN Radio, back in 2009, he talked about and shared a story about $1 million check that he never cashed.
In the early 1980s, the Oakland A's accounting department was freaking out because their books were off by $1 million. After an investigation, they realized the GM had given you a $1 million bonus check, and instead of cashing it, you framed it and hung it on the wall in your house.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay.
Why did you frame the $1 million check and not cash that thing?
At that time,
You had enough money?
No, I can't say I had enough money, but it was based upon, when you're a kid and you want to be a millionaire. And time I got a signing bonus for $1 million, I go, wow, I'm a millionaire. So I'm going to frame this here check and put it on my wall, and I became a millionaire. And
in actuality, not. In actuality, without putting the check in the bank, I think one could argue you were not yet a millionaire, though, right?
I wasn't a millionaire.
Right.
I wouldn't even get no interest.
Right. That's exactly right. So the question is, whatever happened to the check? Yeah.
The Oakland A's finally called me when they was doing their book in December and asked me about where was the check. And I said it was on my wall. They said, can you take it down, go cash, and then put a duplicate in the frame?
On the wall, yeah.
So, I eventually took the check down and went and cashed it.
Okay. Well, it's just phenomenal. That's a great story.
Ricky Henderson being Ricky Henderson, put the $1 million check on the wall instead of in the bank.
And I don't even know which ones are true and not true, but I think everybody's heard different Ricky Henderson stories, whether it's, people showing up to the ballpark with the John 3:16 signs the way everybody used to in the 80s and 90s, and Ricky saying, oh, Ricky doesn't care if John's hitting 3:16, Ricky's hitting 3:30.
Yeah.
Just different stories like that. You never know which ones are true and not true, because then, again, that one was true, that he framed a $1 million check on his wall.
Again, Ricky being Ricky, and, it's so funny. If you ever just wanted to know about Oakland, California, if you ever wanted to just have someone describe you what Oakland was, if you had never been there or never heard of Oakland or you just didn't have any idea about it, it was Ricky Henderson. Like that right there, he was Oakland, California through and through. From the swag to the attitude to the style to the me against the world style type, like I'm going to do it my way. That was all Ricky, and that was all Oakland. And it's Major League Baseball, sports, Oakland, everything is a lot worse without Ricky, gone too soon at the age of 65. His birthday is actually coming up on Christmas. He's Gabe Neitzel. I'm Q Myers. This is ESPN Radio. This is Greeny, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Timeout. Your body goals don't have an off season. GNC is ready to help you get a stronger start on the new year with help building more muscle and proven weight loss support. Need a boost? We're ready with GNC vitamins for your longest winter days. Want the best energy drinks? They're at GNC. Never tried creatine before? Get ready to be amazed. GNC coaches are ready to help you in stores everywhere, and you can shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. GNC, live well.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards scoring courtside seats for your favorite team. Progressive cannot guarantee that you can score courtside seats. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, but courtside seats can be astronomical. Maybe if your team plays in a smaller market, you could swing it. Even still, it's unlikely. Maybe fourth row, which are still incredible seats that you'll enjoy greatly. Savings possible. Courtside, long shot. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Progressive cannot guarantee that someone really tall will not sit in front of you at the game, rendering your excellent seats just okay.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Now with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. Visit vasectomychicago.com with 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
A tradition of excellence over 150 years in the making. At Busey Bank, we're committed to building relationships that span generations. Wherever your journey in life leads you, we are with you along the way, creating a legacy for you and your family. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868, proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini. Member FDIC.
Sunday morning. You can smell it. Game day. And the brisket you've been smoking since last night. A day to be with family, aka fellow football fans. Traditions make Sundays easy to enjoy. Beers do too. Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024. Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer. St. Louis, Missouri.
1 in 4 Americans today are living with a disability. I'm one of them. I care deeply about creating a world we can all fully participate in, free from stigma, misperceptions, and barriers. And we've got a trusted ally on our side, an organization we can rely on, Easter Seals. Rooted in communities nationwide, Easter Seals helps empower millions of people, regardless of age or disability, through its life-changing services and powerful advocacy. Today and every day, Easter Seals is leading the way to full equity, inclusion, and access to healthcare, employment, and education for people with disabilities, families, and communities. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours.
Learn more and get involved at EasterSeals.com.
A dog? I'm not. I was born for a purpose, to bring you hope, to guide you out of darkness, to stand by you as you rediscover life. When past battles cloud your mind, I push them away. You tell me I'm your hero, just as you are mine. You hold me when you're afraid, whisper that I saved you. With me by your side, no challenge is too great, no night too dark. I'm your guide, your companion, your friend, your light. A dog? I'm not. With me, you see the world again.
Discover hope at Dogs Inc. Visit us at dogsinc.org to learn more.
This is ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
On Cross Talk, the ESPN Chicago podcast with the ESPN Chicago podcast with the only rule is there are no rules. Carmen and Yurko, Waddle and Sylvie, uncensored and unbelievable, uncensored and unbelievable. Presented by Blue Cheese. Get it now wherever you find your favorite podcast. Get it now wherever Peggy and Dion. Saturdays from 9 to 11. Get on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Zazu Salon.
How many whiskey users have you been to?
Probably been about 10 or 11 whiskey users.
Yeah, this is my second one.
Probably 5 or 6. I came out to that first bourbon novice.
Bourbon's amazing. I do like whiskeys and bourbons.
Nice.
Top-notch novice. Amazing. It helps me understand a little better what I should be looking for.
I'm a hardcore bourbon guy. I listen to Carmen Yurko every day. Years to go, and I'm hoping to get a master's. Fingers crossed.
Whiskey, me? Details on the next session of and ESPN Chicago and Breakthrough Beverage Production.
This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. Plus, you can listen and watch on the ESPN app.
The Detroit Lions continue to do Detroit Lions things. And what is that? Well, just stack W's. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and tune in. We're presented by Progressive Insurance alongside Gabe Neitzel. I'm Q Myers in for Greeny. And, man, I'll tell you, the Detroit Lions, even though they're riddled with injuries, they continue to find ways to win games. Their offense is phenomenal. Ben Johnson continues to put out the best resume as potential head coach for one of these teams that is going to need a new head coach once the offseason hits by just doing incredible type things. And Jared Goff continues to, throw touchdown pass after touchdown pass after touchdown pass, including this one right here. Check it out.
Goff's under center. Gibbs stumbled and fell off the play fake, and it doesn't matter. Goff to Sam Laporta for the touchdown. 21 yards away. Laporta was wide open.
Steve Levy on ESPN Radio on the call. Goff to Sam Laporta. And the thing about that, Gabe, That wasn't a stumble. That wasn't a fall. That was actually a trick play that worked to perfection.
Well, it was a play that they saw a couple of years ago from something that Jordan Love and the Packers did, but Jordan Love actually fell. Like, he slipped in as he was trying to do it, and that set off Ben Johnson's crazy, professor mind of, what if we actually put in a play where our running back falls down and our quarterback pretends to trip, and then we run a play off of that? And that's what they did. They took the play that the Packers accidentally ran that worked out, and they ran it against the same team, the Chicago Bears, and they got a touchdown out of it. And that's, again, Ben Johnson just in his bag, showing why he's one of the best offensive coordinators, one of the top head coach candidates in the league. Because if this team is going to continue to have the success that they want to have, if they want to do what Dan Campbell was pounding his chest and shouting about last week, that despite all these injuries on defense, it's going to have to be on this offense. And it puts a lot of pressure on Jared Goff and everybody on this offense. And you don't want to put in too much because, well, it is the Chicago Bears. But, I mean, okay, you've got questions about Jahmyr Gibbs. Can he be the feature full-time back, or is he just somebody that's, able to be good because he splits carries with David Montgomery? Well, he was able to answer that question yesterday. 23 carries, 109 yards, and it's not like he did it with one big run. His long was 12. Jared Goff continued to be nearly perfect at quarterback with 3 touchdowns and no interceptions. It all comes down to this offense. And if they can continue to put pressure on the opposing team's offense to keep pace, that's how they're going to be able to help out their beat up and banged up defense.
Gabe, think about this. Think about how sick and twisted you have to be to decide. I mean, seriously, like, if I'm another team, I'm like, you are sick and twisted. You put a mistake, a true fall down, you put that in your playbook as a play and practiced it to the point of you were comfortable enough to execute it in a game.
Is that the most disrespectful play?
I mean, between that, well, the Chiefs at Allegiant Stadium, they did the ring around the Rosies to the Raiders.
That was pretty, that
was pretty disrespectful too. But think about that. I mean, like I said, you've got to have some sick and twisted minds, and that's what you are as a play caller, a play designer, right there. Whatever. Sometimes some plays are going to come to you, or you're going to see something, and you're going to, build off of that. And that's what the greats do. They don't stay stagnant, and that's why everyone's so high on Ben Johnson, because he decided that's going into the playbook. Matter of fact, here's Jared Goff kind of explaining the play a little bit more.
Worked on it all week. We ran it probably 3 or 4 times through the week, and the genesis was that's a good for that scheme. It is, but they're in tune with it on defense. That is a good play, and it's hard to get that on them because those linebackers are so dang good at seeing it develop. So at first it started on Monday with Ben asking me if he thought I could actually fumble on purpose and pick it back up. I said, I don't know about that, and we kind of got off that pretty quickly, and we're like, let's just pretend we're falling or pretend I'm fumbling and I'm holding on to the ball. And I think the part that Gibbs where he dives really sells the play. I'm only doing half of it, but it worked. It worked like a charm, and was nice to score there.
If they would have kept it the original way that Ben Johnson wanted, if you fumble on purpose and then run the play, then it's the most disrespectful play in NFL history, right?
Facts.
That's okay. We fumbled on purpose to throw you off and then score a touchdown. And it was, Goff, he did a pretty good job selling. I was a big fan of Gibbs just diving on the ground. And that was WWE style selling by Jahmyr Gibbs, the way he went down. I thought that, again, as Goff said, that absolutely sold the play.
But the way that he dove, Gibbs that is, the way he dove and then rolled and bounced right back up, so he was in position to block. You know what I mean? It's like, what in the world is going on? That's why I said, and look, Ben Johnson wanted him to fumble. So when I say that you're sick and twisted, it's not being disrespectful. That's being honest. That's a sick and twisted individual that wanted you to fumble on purpose. Think about that. Ball security is the #1 thing in the National Football League, and my man wanted him to fumble on purpose to sell a play.
Do you think – I love that's the question. Ben goes, hey, Jared, I got an idea for a play, but you got to fumble and recover it. How do you feel about that? And Jared Goff, by the way, Jared Goff did the right thing. Jared Goff said, no, that is too far, Ben. That we are going too far if you were asking me to fumble and be able to pick it up. Because how many times have we seen people try to pick up the football and not be able to do it? That's a recipe for disaster. But instead, they end up selling it the way they ended up selling it and ends up being a fun play against a bad opponent in the Chicago Bears. But again, it just goes to how good and how advanced advanced this offense is, the fact that they have already set a franchise record of 493 points, and you've got 2 games left. Like, this isn't, they're going to set a franchise record because they added a 17th game. No, they only took 15 in order to get that. That's how advanced this offense is.
Yeah, it only took them 15 games to get 13 wins. Think about that. 13 wins for the Detroit Lions. There was times where they wouldn't get 13 wins in 3 seasons, let alone get 13 wins in 15 games. But that's where they're at right now. And as a matter of fact, it's a race for the number 1 spot in the NFC. You've got the Lions in there at 13-2. The Vikings, same division, 13-2. And then there's the Eagles there at 12-3. I mean, you're talking about a real deal race for number 1 in the NFC.
Yeah, and for the Vikings, they're very much alive. And that game in Week 18 could determine, that could be a huge game, because both these teams are already in the playoffs. But to go from the 1 seed, if you lose that game, to drop all the way down to the 5 seed, to go from, we're only going to have to win 2 games to reach a Super Bowl, to I have to win 3 and they're all on the road because I'm on the 5 seed, that is just that would be an unbelievably big game if the Vikings can take care of business and the Lions take care of business next week against their respective opponents, to set up a winner-take-all in the NFC North game in week number 18. I mean, I think everybody believes in the Lions a little bit more, but the Vikings, with each passing week, you have to believe in them. Maybe you don't want to believe in them in the postseason because we haven't seen Sam Darnold do it in the postseason. But as good as Darnold has been, you have to believe that they've got an opportunity to beat the Lions, because they almost did earlier this season. It took a last-second field goal for the Lions to come away victorious.
The funny thing about it is I feel, and I kind of feel bad, and it's on me. It's not on anybody else but me. It's my own fault. It's just because of what I know in my head, and I keep waiting for it to revert back. Like, I still – the Vikings are 13-2, and I'm still saying, yeah, but, right? Like, I keep saying, yeah, but, and I'm waiting for the shoe to fall on Sam Darnold and what he's been able to do. I feel like the Vikings this year are what the Lions were to me last year. I just kept waiting to say, okay, well, something's going to happen because it's the Lions. That's how I keep feeling about the Vikings. And I should have learned, Gabe, last year when Detroit did it and proved that they were for real. I should learn that the Vikings are for real. And instead, I keep saying, yeah, but what about Sam Darnold? You know what I mean? Like, I don't have 100% faith yet.
And why would you? I mean, Sam Darnold, the body of work that he has had in his career, going from the Jets to Carolina, we didn't really see him last year with San Francisco.
Yeah.
I mean, the body of work isn't there. The body of work is, he's a meme that everybody makes fun of, from him pointing to the camera from a Monday Night Football game all those years ago. That's the legacy of Sam Darnold. Now, he's done a tremendous job of switching that around, and Kevin O'Connell's probably going to win Coach of the Year because the Vikings were written off after J.J. McCarthy had his knee injury, and they were expected to finish last in their division, and they're still very much alive for that number 1 overall seed. That being said, I mean, this is how important I think the number 1 seed is for these teams. I think the Eagles could still make a Super Bowl, potentially win a Super Bowl as that number 2 seed. But because of the penalty of not winning your division for this other team, whoever wins the NFC North, that's the only team I think from the North that can win the Super Bowl. Because I think
they're at home.
Yeah, because they're at home and they only have to win 2 games. The Lions are so beat up. Them having that week off and getting a little bit healthier is going to be imperative for them. Instead, going on the road right away, that would be tough. And for the Vikings, I'm with you. I am going to continue to naysay Sam Darnold because of that's who he's kind of shown us who he is. Okay, he's done it in the regular season. He's never played a postseason game. Can he handle the pressure of the postseason? And the easiest way for them to handle that pressure is if they are at home and they have that number 1 seed. So that's how important I think that number 1 seed is for the Lions and Vikings. Whoever ends up with it is the only team I would pick from the North to potentially go to a Super Bowl and represent the NFC.
So what that means is that when it's all said and done, we are hoping beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's a Week 18 matchup for that number 1 spot. Right, we're hoping that it all plays out where it's the Vikings and the Lions in Week 18 in Detroit, basically for the number 1 spot. I mean, you want to talk about must-see TV? Everybody is locked and loaded, and all eyes will be on Detroit.
Yeah, I promise you that would be the Sunday night game.
Facts.
I promise you that would be the Sunday night standalone game, Week 18, number 1 seed on the line in the NFC, because I cannot think of a game that would have any more meaningful, even though both teams are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think that's how important the number 1 seed is to both these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to see these 2 teams on display as well and just showing off what they can do. And, again, I've got to give Sam Darnold and the Vikings a lot of credit. I just want to see what it's going to end up looking like. Like I said, I know that they've had so much success. I just keep wondering if when push comes to shove in a game like that, right, when everything is on the line as far as, the number one spot, that being on the line, is he going to be able to come through as clutch as he's been able to come through so far throughout the course of the year? And, you've seen moments in games where he's been fantastic. You've seen moments in games where it's a little slower for him to get going, and then all of a sudden they get cooking. So in a game like that against a team like the Lions, who could put up points like it's going out of style, you can't get off to a slow start. If you get off to a slow start, you might not be able to get back in that game because they might run away from you before you know it.
I think it's... Look, maybe we may have to – he may force us to believe in him because he's going to have that opportunity, because the only way to get that number one seed is to win your next two games if you're Minnesota. And granted, you do control your own destiny. You win those two games, you're the number one seed. You're playing the Packers, and then you're playing the Lions. Like, that is you win those games back-to-back.
Right.
I think you're going to have to force us to believe in you, even though you haven't done it in the postseason, because those two games to close out your year are about as close as you can get to playoff games without actually being in the playoffs.
It's funny. As soon as you mentioned the Packers, and I know that obviously you're there and your boots on the ground when it comes to all things Packers. As crazy as it is, I mean, that's a double-digit win team too, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's
they're sitting there with 10 wins.
What a tough division this year. Oh, my goodness. What an incredibly tough division that is.
It's the greatest division of all time because, the Packers sitting there with 10 wins. There's not a team in third place that has ever had a season like the Green Bay Packers have had. We've seen teams, certainly, divisions have two wild card teams that get in, but the Packers have an opportunity to be, an 11, 12-win team. If they win out, they're going to have 13 wins and still finish potentially in third place. If they win out, they would have three teams in the division that would have 13 or more wins.
That's wild. That is wild. And then everyone's looking at the Bears like, hey, what are y'all doing down there? What's going on with y'all?
Hey, why can't you guys figure it out like the rest of these teams?
Man, that is just nuts. Just to know the kind of season that they're having, and that's still a third-place team based off of what, the Vikings and the Lions have been able to do. And obviously those two teams will battle it out for the number one seed. Yeah, it's going to be – man, it's going to be a great race to the finish, I do believe, and especially there in the NFC North. And obviously the Eagles got something to say about things as well. But man, whoever represents it in the NFC, going deep into the playoffs and eventually the Super Bowl being there in New Orleans, they're going to earn their trip to New Orleans because that's going to be a tough road.
Yeah, it certainly is. And even though I'm not writing the Eagles, the Eagles I don't think are going to get that number one seed and have things fall their way after their loss to Washington. But I don't put that much into that loss at Washington without Jalen Hurts, right? And yes, the defense didn't play up to their potential, but when Jaden Daniels just does what Jaden Daniels does, that's sometimes as a defense in the NFL in 2024, you just got to shrug your shoulders and go, hey, that guy was better. We've ignored how bad the Bills defense was for a couple of weeks, and we're ready to crown them as one of the best teams. That's the way it is in the NFL in 2024. You're not going to have 17 games where you hold opponents to 20 points or whatever it is. So I don't put that much stock into that game. Great win for Washington, but I still think that Philadelphia is one of the best teams in the NFC.
Great win for Washington, and if you're Philadelphia, make sure you have Jalen Hurts. You need Jalen Hurts moving forward. You know what I mean? That's... You got to have your guy.
You're basically locked into that 2 seed at this point, so do everything you can. If you have to be extra precautious, do so to make sure that you have Jalen Hurts ready to go for the postseason.
He's Gabe Neitzel. Q Myers is Greeny on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Speaking of home field in the playoffs, it was everything in the first round of the expanded college football playoffs, and we'll tell you why next. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Georgia versus Notre Dame.
There's a different feel to the playoff.
Boise State versus Penn State.
There's an intensity that gets ratcheted up.
Oregon versus Ohio State.
The stakes get much higher.
Arizona State versus Texas. The college football playoff quarterfinals on ESPN Radio and ESPN.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels and help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text EQUAL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text EQUAL to 321-321. That's EQUAL to 321-321.
Celebrate the season with family fun in Rosemont. Visit the Chicago Bulls ice rink at Parkway Bank Park now through January 26th. Skate under a dazzling display of more than 80,000 holiday lights and enjoy the magic of winter. Admission is free and you can bring your own skates or rent them on site for just $8. For hours and schedule, visit parkwaybankpark.com. Let the ice, the lights, and the memories be part of your holiday season in Rosemont.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
After getting my promotion, the time had come to sell our home, so we got an appraisal.
But it was much lower than we expected. Before we had it appraised again, a friend suggested we make some changes.
I put my framed vintage Negro League baseball shirt, our African art, and family photos into storage. And that second appraisal came back much higher.
It's a shame. We had to hide who we are to get a fair home appraisal.
A recent study found that Black and Latino homeowners are about twice as likely as white homeowners to get low appraisals.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch.
Received an appraisal
See
more
what
than
we're up
double the
to.
original.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago
Black
today.
art and books from her home. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD at HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Everyone has a right to fair housing. Public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Why? Why take a chance?
Adam Schefter.
Why risk a mistake?
We got some late
Why say something? We all have reasons why we choose to ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right. The word why can either paralyze us or empower us to stand up and protect what we love. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my family.
I see safe for my friends.
I see safe for my students. We see safe for each other.
Getting quality employees.
I see safe because all of this matters.
We all have something worth protecting. A why that unifies this community we're all a part of.
And right now you can
So protect your everyday.
ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results
What would it
speak for
take for
themselves.
my child to
4
only
out
miss
of 5
half a day of
employers
school
who
for
post on
treatment?
ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate
What would
within
it
the
take for me
first
to live
day.
a long and
That's
healthy
right,
life?
The first day.
What would it take to
Now
have
you
a
can focus on
breakthrough?
your business and let ZipRecruiter
What would
do
it
the work
take to
finding
find
the
a care
best
for a
people
child
for
with
you.
cancer?
See for yourself.
It would take all of us
Experience
to
the
come
ease,
together
efficiency,
to
and power
support
of
the
ZipRecruiter
research.
for
Research
free.
to discover
Just go
more
to
effective treatments for the 1 in 285 children in the U.S. who will be diagnosed with cancer. What would it take to make hope bigger than heartbreak? Go to childrenscancer.org to find out. Children's Cancer Research Fund is a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer. We understand the complexity of the landscape and know how your support will have the strongest impact. Go to childrenscancer.org today. That's childrenscancer.org. Together, We can do
50% off
this.
your first box at thefarmersdog.com/trial50.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the CarX Tire and Auto Guest Hotline.
An early gift for the holidays was the 12-team format college football. The first round of the playoffs, the weekend was going to be phenomenal when it comes to college football. Excitement, energy, potential upsets. Nah, it didn't happen. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and tune in. We're also on iHeartRadio app and your smart speaker. Just say play ESPN Radio. Alongside Gabe Neitzel, I'm Q Myers. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. And Gabe, I was so looking forward to this first round of the college football playoffs. Starting on Friday, Indiana, they've had a phenomenal season. Going to be taking on South Notre Dame. Penn State was going to host SMU. Fantastic stuff. Texas hosting Clemson. Ohio State hosted Tennessee. I knew there had to be an upset there somewhere, right? We've got all these teams in. A lot of controversy. Should they be in? Should they not be in? We didn't see any of that, brother. We didn't see any of that. And I knew immediately by looking at the games, watching them, seeing the results, I knew the immediate conversation was going to be, see, that's why those teams should have been there. I knew that conversation was coming, and it has arrived.
Well, but shockingly, we didn't want to have that conversation about Tennessee. Why did we not want to have that same conversation about Tennessee? Because they got their doors blown off.
Yeah.
They showed, if you think that SMU and Indiana showed that they didn't belong, then Tennessee did the exact same thing because they gave up 42 points. And guess who gave Ohio State a better fight in Ohio Stadium earlier this year? That's right. That would have been Indiana. Right. So everybody was talking their game. Everybody was talking, from Lane Kiffin all on in the SEC. Everybody wanted to talk about Indiana and SMU, but suddenly the tweets, I don't know why, Q, maybe it was because it was Saturday night, they had better things to do, but suddenly the tweets stopped coming out after Tennessee, the SEC darling, got their doors blown off by Ohio State to conclude the first round of the college football national the playoff.
Yeah, it was something that we all tuned in. We were all excited for, one, to see what it looked like. And clearly my expectations weren't met. I wasn't mad. I knew it was the first year of the 12-team format, so it's not like I looked at it and said, this is how it's going to be all the time. And I didn't want to overreact one way or the other, but I did think that we were going to see a lot more competitive games that we didn't get to see.
Well, but because I was with you, so that might be on us, Q, because I found this interesting. Matt LePay, who has done, he's the voice of the Badgers on the Badger Radio Network here in the state of Wisconsin, tweeted this out before the final two games. In the four-team college football playoff era, 14 of the 30 games were decided by 20 points or more. And that includes 5 of the 10 championship games. So expecting more out of letting worse teams into the college football playoff, maybe that's on me for expecting more.
Right.
Because guess what? When it was 4 teams, a lot of times these games weren't all that entertaining. A lot of times these games weren't coming down to the wire. And maybe that's on me for expecting more because I thought there were a handful of teams more that could win the college football national championship this year. Maybe I was wrong about that. And it's still only a couple of teams that have really separated themselves and can actually win this national championship.
No, I'm right there with you. It was probably on me as well. I set myself up for expecting a lot more than we got. And you're right. With all those blowouts that we had seen when it was just a 4-team format, right, this is kind of par for the course. But with more teams in it, more reasons and arguments on why they should be in it, the expectations were raised. But Mr. SEC, Paul Feinbaum from the Paul Feinbaum Show, was on the 7 a.m. Sports Center and talked about the committee and the decisions that they made, putting the teams in that they did.
They made so many mistakes, but let's start with some of the most obvious, like Indiana and SMU. They looked at the gaudy record and they forgot to look at, have they beaten anyone? No. Neither school beat anyone. Meanwhile, schools like Miami, and Alabama and Ole Miss and South Carolina were sitting at home while we had to be subjected to unwatchable games. Seriously, Friday night was laughable. Saturday morning was laughable. And you know what? Last night wasn't much better, but Tennessee at least beat someone, for all the critics out there who want to say they didn't belong to.
No, they didn't belong. They didn't belong. If those other teams didn't belong, Paul, the rest of them did not belong because they gave up 42 points to Ohio State, whose offense couldn't move the ball against the University of Michigan. Like, don't just because you're the SEC homer, like, oh, well, I guess Tennessee belongs. No, Tennessee belongs exactly in the same conversation as everybody else. What are we going to do in the future, Q? Are we going to leave out an 11-1 team from a Power 4 conference because they didn't play anyone? It's not Indiana's fault when you blow up and overbloat every conference in the country to the point where we got rid of, it's no longer the Power 5, it's now the Power 4 because one of the conferences had to get picked over. Because everybody's valuing money over competitive balance and integrity. Guess what? Somebody's going to have an easy schedule. It's going to happen. Someone's also going to have a gauntlet that they have to run through. Yeah. But if they can't survive the gauntlet, they don't get to go in because they beat one team and lost to 4 other ones. You can't complain about being in a 12-team playoff if you leave some doubt. Alabama, you lost 24-3. Like, there's no guarantee Alabama would have been competitive in any of these games. You lost 24-3 on the road to a bad Oklahoma team. You don't get to lose to a 4-win Kentucky team at home as Ole Miss and then complain about not getting in. Like, you left the door open to have these other teams get in there. If you don't lose those games, chances are you get into the college football playoff. These SEC schools have no one to blame but themselves. I know we wanted to be entertained by these games, but the fact of the matter is there just might not be 12 teams that are actually worthy to play for a national championship in college football.
Yeah, I mean, very real. It really easily could have probably been 8 teams, right? Maybe 12 teams was too much, but I mean, they're there now. They're not going to reduce it. They're already at 12, so now you got to work with it. But I'll tell you, Gabe, as soon as I saw the results of these games, as I'm watching them, I know that somebody – look, I'm an Alabama fan. I enjoy watching Alabama football, but I'm the guy that's been saying it for months that they're not a playoff team because they've been inconsistent all year long, right? I mean, you beat Georgia, and then you take an L, the next week, and then you barely beat South Carolina, and then you take that bad L, like you mentioned, to Oklahoma, where you only scored 3 points. I guarantee somebody there in Tuscaloosa was saying, well, we could have put up a better show than this, right? Yeah, but you didn't earn the right to be there, right? We could all say that, but you didn't earn the right to be there because you still didn't handle your business when you were supposed to.
I think the way, I guess, to quote-unquote fix this, if you win your conference championship, if you're one of those 5 highest-ranked conference champions, you get in the field. You don't necessarily get a bye the way we see with Arizona State and Boise State. And
boy, you want to think about pressure. You think Boise State ain't got some pressure? If they don't go out there and put up a hell of a performance, man, then all of a sudden it's going to be like, see, why are they there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
Exactly.
Yep.
Same thing with Arizona State. Yep. Even though, again, these are conference champions. We could put those teams in the field. Maybe they don't deserve a first-round bye. And different teams end up sliding into those spots, and maybe you can manipulate those first-round matchups to be a little bit better. But look, I mean, do you think?
But why do we? Let me ask you this, Gabe. Yep. Why is college football the only sport that we critique like this? And what I mean by that is, if the Miami Heat play in the play-in tournament and they happen to get into the playoffs, and then they make a run to the finals, it's like, man, look what Jimmy Butler and the Heat have done. Man, they have, against all odds, they've gotten to the finals. Or if you see a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks in baseball, well, they got hot at the right time, and, oh, man, they went on a nice run. Or insert anybody in any other sport. It's like, that was great. That wild card team just made it to the Super Bowl. But then in college football, it's like, nah, they don't deserve to be there.
Yeah, even though I think, again, these teams earn their way in. It's so hard because, well, part of it is a lot of these teams don't want to play an actual full conference schedule, right? Like the SEC only wants to play 8 conference games. But no, I mean, up that. If we're going to have these mega conferences, let's take advantage of it, and let's actually have a full conference. Let's have every conference play 10 conference games, and you get 2 non-conference. I think that leaves less room, because if you do that, that leaves an opportunity for a team like Indiana to actually play Ohio State and Penn State on their schedule instead of just one of them. So once we decide to do that, then I think we can have an honest conversation. But teams don't want to do that. Conferences don't want to do that. and until we do that, it's just going to become all this subjective stuff. And, well, Alabama would have been better. Ole Miss probably would have even won. And it's amazing. I think the SEC, I mean, they're like 125-0 in hypothetical matchups, Q. It's unbelievable how good the SEC is in these hypothetical matchups. Like, they've never lost. It's unreal. It's unbelievable how good they are in every hypothetical matchup.
I love it. I'll tell you this. I got a word of advice for next season or next year. Matter of fact, in the first round, you need to be the home team, right? If you're the home team in the first round, you're probably going to win. Notre Dame, check. Penn State, check. Texas, check. Ohio State, check. Yeah, there you go. All the home teams. So if you get that home field advantage, you're playing in your stadium, good chance that you're advancing.
Oh, yeah, that ended up being a huge advantage, and it was something I think that certainly factored in. I think a lot of special teams really struggled in the colder weather, which is not something, even for teams in the Big Ten, they're not dealing with that. Yes, they can practice in it, and they can prepare better for it, but as somebody who lives in Big Ten country in the state of Wisconsin, let me assure you, the cold we experience in mid to late December is a lot different than the cold we experience in late November, all right? I can promise you it is a lot colder this time of year. And for teams like SMU to have to travel to Happy Valley and deal with that at Penn State, that was a huge advantage for the Nittany Lions, because even though they haven't necessarily played in weather like that, they can prepare in weather like that.
I was surprised. I'm not going to lie, man. I was surprised that Penn State put it on SMU like that. But, again, I think the weather played a big role in it as well. SMU just didn't look like they were very comfortable at all from the jump. And they looked like they should have been playing out here in Las Vegas where I'm at, where today, Gabe, I'm not trying to brag, but it's supposed to be 70 today. I'm just saying, it's supposed to be 70 today.
Hey,
it's late December,
here.
Brother.
It's like 29 degrees here, man. It's supposed to be balmy in Milwaukee.
It was like 10 degrees here in Connecticut.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no thank you. Wow. No thank you. Again, it's supposed to be 70 today.
All right, we heard you first.
But that's what teams are used to playing in this time of year, because every bowl game is, it's in Florida, it's in Vegas, it's in California. Sometimes they're in the Bahamas, right? And that's what they're used to being able to do now. And if you expand this, if you end up adding, because I think that's what we're all waiting for, right? We're all waiting for 4 more teams to get added to this, and we're going to have a 16-team college football playoff. You're only going to add to the potential home field advantage of having games on campus, which I'm glad they ended up having a home field advantage, even though a place like, the Horseshoe had 35-ish thousand people from Tennessee pour in. That was something I was curious to see, how many fans actually stick around during winter break, how many students are going to be in the stands. I think for the most part, a lot of these atmospheres ended up delivering despite those questions.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome. Really, having those games on campus are fantastic, and it's funny talking about the weather. And, of course, Week 16 in the NFL gets wrapped up with Monday Night Football, as you very well know, Saints at Lambeau. And we're talking about the weather. The Saints are actually preparing by putting their quarterback in the freezer to get ready for Monday Night Football at Lambeau. So you want to talk about some weather, right? Teams that aren't used to being in the elements are doing everything they can to try to prepare for the elements. That's funny.
Because what are you supposed to do if you're in New Orleans? You go outside. Like, you can't turn on the air conditioning in your practice facility to make it, 35 degrees or whatever inside. So it's a creative way. It's the first time I've ever heard a team trying to go to Green Bay and Lambeau Field to do a walkthrough in their big, freezer that's available in the kitchen. But I doubt that ends up helping the Saints going into tonight's game.
It's going to be a tough one. As a matter of fact, the Monday Night Football preview is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. And, Gabe, you're our guy, man. Boots on the ground. You know all things in this matchup right here. Green Bay hosting New Orleans. Is this potentially a game where Green Bay feels like, we got this one, and overlooks the Saints that are coming in with a backup to a backup quarterback in the 4th-round pick and Spencer Rattler getting the start?
Yeah, it kind of feels like it could potentially be a trap game for the Packers, especially with that matchup against the Vikings looming. But it's been a young, hungry team, right? And I think that Matt LaFleur is going to make sure that his team continues to remain focused, and they're going to stay true to who they are offensively. And that has been, this is weird to say because it's only been a handful of times in the last 30 years where the identity identity of the Green Bay Packers has been running the football. When you have Favre, when you have Rodgers, and then the way Jordan Love has played through his first, almost 2 seasons at this point, throwing the ball is what you want to do. But Josh Jacobs, Q, as special of a player as Josh Jacobs is, they have just been able to turn around and hand the football off to him, throw it to him a little bit, and he has been by far their best player offensively. Everything they want to do runs through Josh Jacobs. He wants it to be that way, and the Packers want it to be that way. Against the Lions, the Thursday after Thanksgiving, they got away from him a little bit. I thought, maybe they overthought it of, okay, the Lions know we want to run the football. What if we just started pass it early? They got off to a slow start, eventually got Jacobs back into it, and by then it was probably a little too, and they ended up losing the game. They fought their way back in. I don't think Matt LaFleur is going to make that mistake again. They are going to grind out Josh Jacobs early in this game in an attempt to put away the Saints early.
The funny thing about you bring up Josh Jacobs, and obviously I know him very well from his time with the Raiders, but him going there to Green Bay in free agency, that was such a great move for Green Bay, especially when Jordan Love was out. Right,
yes.
I keep going back to the games right after the first game in Brazil, right? Jordan Love gets hurt at the end of the game. You think, oh, man, Malik Willis has only been with the team for a handful of weeks. Now he's going to have to be the starting quarterback. What are they going to do? And Matt LaFleur and company went to Josh Jacobs and really made him, the identity of the team, and they've stuck with it for the most part throughout the course of the season, and it's really paid its worth, no doubt.
And when you think about when the Packers went on the run that they did last year, they won their last 3 games of the regular season and then won the game in Dallas against the Cowboys. Aaron Jones was a huge part of that offense. He had over 100 yards in every one of those games. So I think the Packers want to continue to try to recreate that of, with Aaron Jones, he's getting a little bit older. I don't know if we can trust him and hand the ball to him 20 to 25 times a game. Let's go get a guy we can do that with. And that's exactly what they did. And especially when they focus on giving Josh Jacobs the football, it opens up their play action game. And I think that's what's allowed Jordan Love, who's now healthy, to really blossom and bloom the way he has, not throwing an interception in the last 4 games.
When it comes to Jordan Love, is the sentiment, as long as, again, going back to sticking to their identity, as long as they stick to the script and stick to the recipe, is this a product that can not only get into the playoffs but make a run with the way that it's set up right now?
Yeah, the problem I've had with the Packers all year is they are, for the second straight year, the youngest team in the league. There's a lot of talent there, but they also make mistakes at inopportune times, whether that's mistakes in the red zone, a penalty that costs you now, instead of being, a holding penalty, instead of being 1st and goal from the 5, it's 1st and goal from the 15, and it's harder to score touchdowns. They've cleaned that up a little bit, but against the marquee opponents, against the Lions, they just had inopportune penalties or turnovers, and they just could not overcome that ultimately against Detroit. And that's the thing I fear with a team that is still the youngest in the league, having to go on the road in order to make a Super Bowl 3 games in a row. Can they avoid mistakes and be consistent 3 consecutive weeks? But the talent certainly is there. Like, the Packers should scare anybody they play because the talent is there with Jacobs and Love and some of the talent like Xavier McKinney, who's another big free agent pickup for them on the defensive side of the football. The talent is certainly there. The question with the Packers is, can they be consistent enough where they can overcome some of the mistakes that they make and do so on the road against high-quality NFC playoff opponents?
Tell you what, I like what Matt LaFleur is doing. I really do. Respect the hell out of him. It's one thing when you have a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, like, okay, that makes sense. You're supposed to be really good, right? But then when you go into a new era and you've got Jordan Love and you're trying to put it all together and you have that very young team that you're talking about and you're still being able to put it together and have double-digit wins, and potentially, if you win out the season, could be at 13 wins, you've got to give Matt LaFleur a lot of credit. I know nobody talks about him for Coach of the Year, but anytime you win 13 games in a season or even have a chance to, right, especially with the adversity that the Packers have gone through, you got to tip the cap to the head coach.
I'll tell you what, I don't think LaFleur gets enough credit for his time with Rodgers as well, because part of the reason he was brought in is because Rodgers' numbers were starting to decline under Mike McCarthy, and he won half of his MVPs with Matt LaFleur as his coach. Like, he got Rodgers back to an MVP level, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Week 16 in the NFL is going to wrap up tonight, and Week 17 will start in 2 days. We'll look at some of those games next. With Gabe Neitzel, I'm Q Myers. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio.
It's bowl season on ESPN Radio. 25 bowl games, including the college football playoff and national championship game.
Touchdown! Select
electricity, the atmosphere. Coverage continues tomorrow with the Hawaii Bowl at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text CHEST to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text CHEST to 42424. That's CHEST to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Now with the end of the year approaching, this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. Visit vasectomychicago.com with 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
It's time for Christmas at Cantini. A time for laughter and joy. A time for cherished moments by coming together with the ones you love. Be awed by twinkling lights. Feel the thrill of gliding on ice. And enjoy the cozy warmth of s'mores by the fire. Cherish the moments together this holiday season at Christmas at Cantini. Get your tickets at cantini.org. Sponsored by the Robert R. McCormick Foundation.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and shared its overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
We gather together in communities across the nation to remember and honor, to celebrate and support, to light the night. Join us as we lift our lanterns high in order to move toward a world free of blood cancers. Join us as we light the night for a loved one. Join us. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Our mission is to cure leukemia, lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, and myeloma. Our aim is to improve the quality of life of patients and their families. Join us. We are LLS, and when we walk, cancer runs.
Join your community and help bring light to the darkness of cancer. Join us as we light the night. Find your local event at lightthenight.org. That's lightthenight.org.
Colorectal cancer patients hear a million things when they are diagnosed.
At least it's a good cancer.
You're strong. You got this.
Just stay positive.
You don't look sick.
Deadhead cancer. You know, I saw a juice.
I'm so sorry. You'll beat this. You're tough.
What are you going to do now?
And then there's what they really need to hear.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance are survivors and caregivers who have lived what you are going through.
Did you know that the Alliance has access to clinical trials, screening navigation, and treatment options?
The Buddy program helped me understand things in a way my doctors couldn't.
We are the largest nonprofit dedicated to ending colon and rectal cancers.
The Alliance is a guide along your path with cancer.
There is real hope.
Everyone over 45 needs to get screened. Everyone.
Learn about preventive screening and find support at colorectalcancer.org. Go to the Alliance. Go to colorectalcancer.org.
Crosstalk. Now weekdays at 2:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Chiefs are 26th in the league in red zone offense touchdown percentage. Mahomes on the far hash in the pocket, stepping up and trying to squeeze through, stays on his feet. 10, 5, Mahomes is into the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City on that bad ankle, stepping through the pocket, running all the way to the sweet nectar of the end zone.
Ankle? Bad ankle? What bad ankle do you talk of? That's how it sounded on 96.5. The Fan, Patrick Mahomes, 15-yard rushing touchdown. That was on Saturday versus the Texans. It's Greeny on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, and tune in. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. You ever want to be a part of the show, you can always hit us up on the Dr. Pepper call-in line at 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. And, Gabe, when it comes to Patrick Mahomes and bad ankle this, bad ankle that, it's so funny, man. We fall for the banana in the tailpipe all the time. He ain't going to be able to go this time. He's too banged up. It's not looking good. He should probably sit out. And he continues to say, what bad ankle? I'm fine. Having that 15-yard rushing touchdown. What was that, the longest of his career, I believe? So, yeah, he looked just fine. He's good to go.
Yeah, and again, he's dealt with this high ankle injury before. I was of the thinking of, well, maybe you don't play him against the Texans. They've got two really good pass rushers over there. He's going to be immobile, and I know you're going to want to get the ball out of his hands quickly, but still, do you want to take that risk? You've got the cushion against the Bills, and none of it mattered because he looked like he was perfectly fine. Navigated around, and everybody in the AFC, if you weren't already scared of the Kansas City Chiefs, because you should be, like, they're just getting better and better offensively. The way the year had started for Patrick Mahomes and the turnovers that he had, that seems to be a thing of the past. And especially with Hollywood Brown getting healthy, and they got him some manufactured touches around the line of scrimmage, it seems like they're going to follow a little bit of a different blueprint than what they did a year ago. Yes, they still have Travis Kelce and trust him, but now they've got more of a two-headed monster in the backfield with Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt. And then on the outside, all right, we don't have Rashee Rice who we trust, but we've got some speed with Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy, so we feel good about those guys. And, oh, by the way, we still have DeAndre Hopkins who can get us a clutch 3rd and 6 catch. So they just have more weapons that they trust this year, and they're starting to become more and more comfortable with one another. That's going to make them dangerous, especially after they grab the number 1 seed.
Well, the fact that they just make the play when they have to, right? Again, it's not something that's necessarily the most pleasing on the eyes. It's not necessarily something that looks like a well-oiled machine, but when push comes to shove, more times than not, they make the play that they have to make. I thought going into that game, because Patrick was a little bit banged up, that offensive line hasn't been where it needs to be, that this was the opportunity for the Texans to strike. Okay, they'll be able to take advantage of it. It's going to be tough because it's on the road, but they'll have an opportunity. And for the most part, they did, right? I mean, they hung around. That injury to Tank Dell, man, that was devastating. You saw the reaction from C.J. Stroud, who was just about in tears, and the rest of the Texan teammates. They were devastated. And to Tank Dell's credit, he still catches the touchdown pass, even though his knee was basically wrecked after that. It was a scenario that you knew was all bad. Their kicker comes out and immediately misses the extra point afterwards. I have a feeling that had a little bit of the Tank Dell effect on it. He was still a little bit, rattled by what happened, and I'm not trying to make an excuse on why he missed the extra point, but once he missed that extra point, I thought, yep, this game is going to go the way of the Kansas City Chiefs for many different reasons, but they always seem to come up with the play that they have to.
And it's unfortunate for the Texans, too, because they were without Tank Dell last year after he had the tough injury where he was blocking near the goal line and had the leg injury there. So I think that was kind of double of, man, this guy had another really tough injury, and now he's going to be out again, and they just felt for their teammates in that moment. But the Chiefs, like you said, they're always going to make the right play. I understand that some of this one-score winning streak that they're on, there's going to be some luck that's involved. When something wacky happens and the quarterback's not ready for the snap and it's a fumble and you jump on it even though they're moving down. But a lot of it is Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are just better than you, and they're going to make the right play at the right time, and you are not, because that's what these two have done for the better part of the last 6 years, and they're just going to continue to do that in the postseason. Their offense, like you said, it hasn't been aesthetically pleasing all season, but I think they took this another step in the right direction to score 27 points. They're going to be a team that nobody wants to mess with, especially at Arrowhead, as they continue to get more reps with Hollywood Brown, now that he's healthy, Patrick Mahomes. And I'll tell you what, shout out to Joe Thuney, man, for kicking out to tackle. That's really hard to do. And he held up at a tackle position, something that not a lot of people are asked to do, go from being an interior lineman all the way to the outside. You go from having help to being on an island, and he held up incredibly well when the Chiefs' offensive line needed him to.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm still concerned about that offensive line. With that being said, I'm still concerned. Like, that's the one area when and if the Chiefs lose a game, in the playoffs, and if they don't get to New Orleans, they don't win the Lombardi for the third year in a row, I'm going to look back and say, I think that the reason why they're going to lose is because of the offensive line. Like, that's still concerns me, only because Patrick has been hit so many times. Has been sacked so many times this year. If something's going to get him off his spot, similar to what we saw when Tampa Bay won the Super Bowl, is all that pressure. So that is the area that I still want to watch and pay attention to say, if there's a hole in their game, it's not the lack of offensive weapons. It's not the fact that it doesn't look that pleasing to the eyes. It's the big uglies in front, not quite holding up as much as they should be.
So because of that, do you think that the Ravens and the way that they looked and finally getting that win over the Steelers, are they potentially more of a threat than the Buffalo Bills? Because the Bills don't have the best pass rushing numbers.
I still think it's the Bills. I think the Bills are the better threat, only because I feel like the Chiefs have the Ravens number for some reason, right? I mean, there's certain teams that just have your number, and you don't understand why.
Number, Q.
That's
the Chiefs
true.
have everybody's
That's
number.
True.
Like they scored a field goal in 13 seconds against the Bills. Like they get the Bills number too.
That's true. I know. I just feel like this year Josh Allen's going to end up being the MVP and take that next step. But again, we all say that, we all analyze it, we all break it down, and then it's the same thing each and every year. So there's that. Hey, don't worry. Gabe and I, we ain't going nowhere. You're with us for the next 3 hours, and we're with you for the next 3 hours. Carla vs. Joe is next on ESPN Radio.
All right, coming up, it is Carmen and Yerk, and Yerk's gone. Barstool Eddie is sitting in. I'll make the easy joke. Hold on, make sure that mic's on right there. Flip that one on right there. I'll make the easy joke. Call me whatever you want.
All right.
Anything you want.
DeFalco, let's do it.
Let's rock and roll. Another game, another loss. It is now 9 in a row. Caleb was better after not playing great on Monday night, so we'll discuss that. Got some fresh Thomas Brown sound for you as he met the media today. Quick turnaround after the holidays. The Bears host the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday night. But a lot of football, a lot of other fun stuff. Eddie's hanging. We're here with you until 3. Carmen and Yurko coming up at noon.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not
get real cash back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EXIT25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EXIT25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EXIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The future of basketball begins in LaPorte, Indiana. Just an hour drive from Chicago, the LaPorte Invitational returns Thursday, January 9th through Saturday, January 11th at the historic LaPorte Civic Auditorium. This basketball showcase will feature 11 of the country's best high school programs, including Indiana's La Lumiere, Monteverde, Long Island Lutheran, and more. Come see the next generation of basketball stars with over 27 of ESPN's top-ranked recruits. For tickets, go to LaPorteCivicAuditorium.com.
This holiday, BMW has reunited 3 members of the family at the BMW Road Home Sales event. The Agile X3, engineered for any adventure. The plug-in hybrid X5, commanding the streets with unmatched presence. And the all-electric i4, charging into the future with impeccable performance. Hurry in to find what powers your journey at the BMW Road Home Sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Hurry in for exceptional offers through January 2nd. Visit BMWUSA.com for details.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
My doctor said I could use something called a biosimilar. Then she told me what it is.
A biosimilar is a type of biologic medication. Just like brand name drugs have generic versions, original biologics can have biosimilars.
So I asked what the benefits are and if they work the same.
Biosimilars have the same safety, effectiveness, and quality as the original biologic. They also offer more medication options at potentially more competitive prices.
My doctor said I could learn more at fda.gov/biosimilars.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, back and ready to go. Yurk's off this week. Barstool Eddie is sitting in for the good kid today. Nice to finally meet you, by the way, in person.
I got to tell you, Carm, you're like a good-looking guy. Do you hear that much? Like, you look like you're ready to walk in a Tuesday night bocce at Elmwood Park and absolutely clean up.
I'm not that good at bocce. I wish I were. Nobody tells me I'm that good looking that often. Honestly, that's like one of the nicest compliments, though.
Like, fix the Twitch stream because it's not doing it justice.
Thank you.
And I'm not just, I'm not buttering you up, honestly. I just met you. I have no reason to say that.
I didn't think that's the way we were going to start.
But I'll be honest. It was a hot start.
A hot start.
Literally.
You're a down-to-earth guy, I can tell, talking to you in person, like, for the first time in just 5 minutes, which I like. I appreciate. We'll have some fun today. We'll goof around. We've got some laughs to have for sure. We're not going to take anything too seriously. We don't often do that around these parts anyway. But with this football team, I mean, sweet Jesus. We can't take anything too seriously. I don't even I'm sick of talking about them. I want to get to January and start talking about this coaching search.
Yeah.
I feel like we'll all be a little bit more reinvigorated by that. But I'm sick of watching them. I'm sick of talking about them. I moved them to TV2 yesterday. I was like, why? 20-0?
Deserved.
On to TV2, Red Zone on TV1.
It deserved. Especially if you went to the game, man.
Oh, my God.
I don't know why. I mean, it sounded like there's a lot of Lions fans, rightfully so. But if you went to the game, God bless you.
But you're there. I've seen you at games.
So we have to. We signed a deal where we're going to all 3 road games.
Okay.
So I'm going to Green Bay in 2 weeks.
You're going to Green Bay.
Lucky me, Carm.
Oh yeah. What road games have you been to already?
So we were going to do all division ones,
okay.
But since the Lions was on Thanksgiving, we did Colts. So we're 0-2.
So you guys are 0-2.
Yes.
Dude, you won't even want to know what my track record here is with them on the road. I was at the Tampa game 3 years ago.
Okay.
It was 35-3 at the half, whatever it was. Yurko and I did a listener trip to the Dallas game the year after that. That one, at least, like, Justin played well and they scored some points. But, 49-20, whatever it was. Yeah. They got drilled. Last year, Arrowhead.
Okay. The Taylor Swift game?
The Taylor Swift game.
People forget we were the first ones to feel that.
First ones. That's true. Kicked in the ding-a-ling by halftime again. And then this year, we were just at the San Francisco game.
Oh.
I mean, and I thought they were going to win like an ass. I picked them to win that game.
So did I. Yeah, you think you get the new coach bump?
Yeah.
And then it seemed like, weirdly, they totally quit after the Detroit game. So.
Yeah. It's just brutal. So you got to go to the freaking Green Bay.
Off, and it's not even funny more to the point where you're walking around the tailgates and you can't even friendly banter about hey, I feel good about today. People are just patting you on the head.
Yeah.
They're patting you on the head. They feel bad for us, Carm.
That's the worst. I was saying that after the Kansas City game last year. That's the worst thing. It's really bad when they're not even giving it to you anymore. They're just like, someday maybe it'll turn around. I'm like, yeah, I don't want your sympathy.
We think you got a good quarterback. It's like, thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah, it's painful. I mean,
Appreciate it.
he's the only reason worth watching at this point, obviously.
The only.
He's the only reason to watch. He'll be the only reason to watch this Thursday night. He'll be the only good thing to watch, at least you hope, in the Packer game in a couple of weeks. But other than that, I have so little interest. They're a boring team. They do feel like a lot of them have given up, maybe not all of them. Jalen Johnson, again, at the goal line with a little Olay. We've seen him do that twice in a couple of weeks when you could throw your head in there and make a play. You could throw your shoulder in there and make a play. You could maybe jar a ball loose. Tyreek Stevenson did it in Detroit a few weeks ago, but he's basically in, I'm not going to get hurt, and why would I at this point? He had it again yesterday. He had a chance to make a play on the goal line. It's just it's. So I feel like most of them have quit. I think Caleb still plays hard. I think the offense at least responded a little bit after an ugly game Monday night. I was out of the country last week. I went out, and why I do these things, I don't know. I did. I wouldn't say I went out of my way, but, Monday Night Football, that was the one easy way to watch them because even though I was out of the country, everybody's got ESPN, right? So 9 o'clock local time where I was, the Bears are starting, and I sat down and watched it. On vacation, what? Why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
I don't really. There's truly no. We have to do this obviously for a living, so we're doing it. Obviously, we love the Bears, and there's so many people there with us in the trenches watching here. But realistically, guys, if you don't want to watch, there's really no reason to. Just wait.
I can't convince anybody. I can't be oh, you're a bad fan if you're not watching them. If you turn them off the last couple of weeks, it's I don't really blame you. Like I said, the only good thing is watching Caleb. I didn't think he played well last Monday night. I thought he played much better yesterday, obviously, and that's the only encouraging thing.
Agreed. And he threw the ball 40 times, which, I don't love, but he played well, all things considered.
Yeah, I think he did. After the sluggish starts are I expect nothing different now over the next couple of weeks, but because it's just been the recurring theme of the year, that they've never really been able to fix that or figure out some of the problems of the slow starts. And yesterday was turnover. So, it feels like it's always been something. And I love me some Roman Dunze, but those couple of turnovers were costly. I think the Lions got points out of both of them, but it's one thing after another with these sluggish, slow starts. I'm glad that the offense at least responded a little. He's the only thing worth watching at this point. It was the fourth 300-yard passing game of his rookie campaign, despite what I heard Dan Orlovsky say earlier in the week or late last week at some point where he said it's troubling that Caleb Williams is the only rookie quarterback that hasn't improved. I disagree with that. I think and maybe I took it out of context. Maybe I sort of misheard it. I kind of caught it in passing. Maybe he means that like he was the most ready to play and he's played reasonably. I don't know. I think that's a ridiculous statement. Did you watch the first couple of games of the year?
Yeah, exactly. But it's not even just him. It's just this whole national narrative that's made things so much worse for us, right? Oh, Drake May's doing this. Oh, Jaden Daniels doing that. It's like you have to go in and be with your people, be with your Chicago people, and come in and be like, oh, this guy's got a Razor phone like back in the 90s. You know, this guy's got this. He's got a dyno. He's got a GT. And you really got to tell yourself, hey, don't worry about what happens outside the house. Worry about us.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you think it's like Bears stink that like that's what it is? It's just, it's the Bears and their quarterbacks always stink. And yeah, Caleb's no good. He's not getting any better. All the rookie quarterbacks are better than he is.
I think people just like to hate on the hype guy, right? And he was the number one, unanimous. Nobody even gave a sniff at any of the other guys. Yeah. And hey, they're having good seasons. We could admit that.
Yeah.
It's okay for these people to admit for 1 second that Caleb's good too. But they just refuse to do it because they like to pile on and they like to say, hey, we like this guy for offensive, whatever it is.
You're probably right that he carries with him a little bit of this idea that he's too cool for the room or too cool for school, which I think we've really learned that he's not. I mean, he's
not
very different.
Not at all.
He's got one of the better, more like grown-up mindsets out of anybody in that building, it sounds like to me.
Totally.
So like if you really pay attention, I think there are a bunch of impressive things about him. I think he has gotten better. I think he can be really good with the right coach. So maybe some of it is just that narrative that was out there about the way he was or in college or the way he's perceived to be.
It's got to be because you look at that guy on Hard Knocks, you look at what he says after the game, you look at how many times he's getting his teeth kicked in, and he just gets up. He's done everything right in that respect, too.
Yeah.
Like, probably even more so than his play on the field.
Well, and think about like the adversity so much for helping this kid with the best, system ever for a rookie quarterback. It's been one of the worst. All the juggling and shuffling that's had to go on with your coach getting fired and your passing game coordinator becoming your offensive coordinator. And that looked like that might actually work a little. And then they kind of derail that because you're throwing more onto the interim coach's head plate by bumping up Thomas Brown. I mean, the whole thing's been a disaster. So it's gone from always in one of the best scenarios ever for a rookie to this is as bad as anybody's rookie, set of circumstances in a rookie campaign that I can remember. And I think he has handled it pretty well, not just with his play, but the things that he says, the things that he talks about, the way he's talked about being a leader. There's a lot. And look, he can grow. He can get better. I get that. But, like, he is the most positive thing and the only really good thing that's going to come out of an absolutely miserable season, right? I can't find too many other bright spots.
Yeah, like if you're stuffing stockings, like how many people are getting something besides Cole? You know?
That's a great question. I mean,
right?
Not many.
No.
I mean, I believe I like Rome a lot. I think he'll be just fine. Kyler Gordon I like.
Yeah, I do too.
Right?
I do too.
Stevenson's an interesting one. Like the knucklehead move was an all-timer, and I feel like his play is dipped. But
has it dipped though, or is he just like never going to be able to live this down? Because part of me, it has dipped, or has it kind of been that way? Maybe it dipped slightly, right? But part of me, like watching him yesterday when he dropped that pick right in his chest.
I know.
I was like, there's something about it that gets heated up to 1,000 because of that whole situation.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he ever beats it.
God.
Right?
Isn't that crummy?
Yeah, I know. I truly don't know because I think people you're more angry at him for doing that than you were from someone else. Right?
Yeah. There's not many guys that you're looking at right now identifying as like true building blocks. Obviously Jalen Johnson's here. I haven't liked a lot of what we've seen, and I think he's a very good player if he gets his head right. And maybe a coaching change and everything else will help reinvigorate him a little bit. But obviously he's part of your future. Kyler's part of your future. Brisker, who knows? I mean, I think he is, but you never really know, right? I still think Stevenson can be. Sweat is. So you've got you've got. But can we really name? Like, could you name 10 guys to your point that you'd say excelled, can build around? There's no way there's no way you can name 10 guys barely, right?
No, and here's the scary thing to me, Carm. Like, this is what's making me the most afraid, is you knew the strengths and the weaknesses of the position groups coming into the season, right?
Yeah.
And a couple of position groups that we thought we could lean on. Obviously, wide receivers, secondary.
Yeah.
Secondary scaring me.
I know.
Man. It seems like there's always a miscommunication. They're never on the same page.
Yeah.
Obviously, personal fouls galore. And that was the unit, and I know it all feeds, legs feed. The D-line needs to be better, and that obviously makes them better. But the way that they have looked, and just more importantly, like the looks on their face after they get beat is what worries me the most.
The breakdowns. You're right.
Yes,
You're so right. We've seen it a lot lately.
Yes.
The last couple. Maybe that's a Flus thing, Flus being gone. I don't know. But the breakdowns defensively. How do two guys, one of them being Tyreek Stevenson, let Jamison Williams run by you? Like, we're going to be surprised by Jamison Williams' speed now? You've never scouted Jamison Williams. You've never seen him played. He's in your division.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, he's fast. Like, why is that happening?
Yeah.
Why is Jamison Williams running behind two guys in your secondary? And really, it's probably more on Owens than anything else. Like, Are we totally unprepared? Are we not cognizant of that's the biggest speed threat? Like, so I don't know. The breakdowns are, and it goes back to it feeling like a team that has just said,
yeah,
sure. It's been we're thinking about the golf course in
For
January.
sure.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and you brought up Johnson earlier. I think Jonathan Owens had a real tough day.
Yeah.
Real tough day.
Yes,
With
he
that
did.
touchdown, the St. Brown touchdown, he could have made that play.
Yep.
He could have made that play for sure. Didn't make it. And then more people got, fooled by the fake fumble play,
Right.
which was beautiful, which hurt because everyone was dancing around the sidelines smiling, and that's just more of a reason to be like, do you think the McCaskies watch that and they feel embarrassed? Because I know we do.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know what they feel. I really don't. I mean, I often do wonder that. Like, do they think? How could they not be embarrassed? I mean, I don't know how you couldn't be.
Yeah. Week in and week out.
Yeah.
Fans feel it. I want to know. I would love for someone to ask Jordan, like, are you ever embarrassed when you see your team, your franchise, historic franchise losing 9 in a row? They're not going to win a game again in November and December.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
I mean, and, they're up against it now, too, with these last 2 weeks. Not that it even matters. The crazy thing is, you made a good point earlier when we were sitting in the office. They're going to win 4 games, and they're going to pick 9th.
Yeah.
Like, that's a real possibility because there's so much, like the Giants are stuck on 2. The Giants have a longer losing streak than the Bears do right now.
Yeah, there's just so many bad teams.
There's so many bad teams. The Giants are stuck on 2. New England couldn't quite, pull it off, although they covered yesterday, obviously, but couldn't pull it off. They're stuck on 3. Jacksonville's on 3. Tennessee's on 3. Almost came back yesterday. Cleveland's on 3. Vegas on 3. So watch the Panthers are going to win more games than the Bears. And that's it. Just laugh. That's exactly right. The Panthers are going to win more games than this team.
Yeah.
When it's all said and done. Watch them.
Because it's just comical because all the preseason hype, you sit there and say, this kid's so good. Even we can't ruin him. And I think that we're proving now we are doing that.
I'm still so hopeful for Caleb, and I think he could be really good. It's why it's the only reason that all of our attention needs to be turned, and this is all we're going to talk about. Their attention better be focused on getting it right this time. All of the attention is on who is the right coach, who is the next coach, and I don't know how you can watch these games here and think it's anybody other than Ben Johnson. I want to talk about that with you coming up next. If you want to weigh in, as always, on a Bears Monday, holiday week, we're just here on the eve of Christmas Eve, of course, and so a lot of people kind of working from home or taking it easy, last-minute shopping. We'll hang with you for the next couple hours. We want to take your Bears calls. Like, are you pretty much done with this team for the rest of the year? Have you tapped out? You're looking ahead to the coaching search? And can you watch this Lions team and think it should be anybody other than Ben Johnson? 312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up. Barstool Eddie's here. He's hanging out in for Yurko. Waddle and Sylvia a little bit later. We'll cross-talk with the guys. We'll take your Bears calls. All the usual fun, the lunch rush and stuff like that today. Plus, we got to we'll go off the sports roof for a minute and talk about Z-Pack on the other side of the glass. Z-Pack and Pottinger are here with us today. Z-Pack said something interesting. That how old are you, Z-Pack? 30? How old are you?
Old enough to party.
Okay, funny guy. Yeah, you're amazing. What are you, 30, 32, something like that?
No, I don't feel comfortable divulging that information on the air.
Maybe even like 35. You know, he said something my son would say. You know, who's 12. I mean, it's like, you know, so I'm like, Z-Pack. There's always something with this guy. I tell you, he comes in, he's like Scrooge. I'm like, come on, cheer up. It's Christmas week, my friend. 312-332-3776. Ring us up. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is Bears Monday.
Motion to the near side. Dunze got the ball, but lost it, and it's recovered by the Detroit Lions at the 36-yard line of the Bears. They stuck it in the belly of Roma Dunze on a fly sweep to the right side, and it came out.
The Bears lose to the Lions. We're talking about it all day with you, plus your calls and analysis.
The Bears dropped their 9th in a row to fall to 4-11.
It's a Bears Monday on the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Attention to detail is everything, especially when it comes to your look. That's why I choose White Buffalo Barbershop. They are a partner brand of Zazu salons. You know they're great. They've got LaGrange and Hinsdale locations. And in case you're wondering, I really do go to White Buffalo. I was there a couple of weeks ago. Saw Kelly. Had to get a nice cleanup before the holidays and vacation. Whatever you're after, sharp cut, clean shave, beard trim, they've got you covered. They make it look easy. Book your appointment through the Zazu Salons app. That's Z-A-Z-U. Or you can book an appointment by going online at whitebuffalobarbershop.com. Born original, just like you. It's where you want to be. White Buffalo. Check them out today.
$3.3 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. But this is special. The Verdoliak Law Group, owned by close friends, has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of my neighbors and close friends. I truly believe in them. When you need a doctor, you look for the experience and the skill. The same goes when you're choosing a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients and served more than 40,000 people. Whether it's personal injury, auto or truck accidents, wrongful death, or medical malpractice, call my friends at Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors. They will do great for you, too. Call them today at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected! Also, you forgot to renew your website domain and now you're in a bidding war!
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room and now everything smells weird!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Just had a computer failure, didn't we? Want me to just start talking, Justin? Our computer just crashed, didn't it? Yeah. Because mine lit up. I know that's a bad sign. We're looking bad for Barstool Eddie here, guys.
It's all
Come on.
We're used to all the
All right.
tech problems.
My God, hold on. He's going to try to. Will anything work? No. Yeah, the computer's fried.
So we're
fried.
completely off?
No, we're on.
we're
It's just
on
like we
right now.
can't play anything.
Oh, it's all right.
Like
I'm I'm with you. We're good.
And we're good, but
Right.
I feel I'm a little embarrassed.
No,
I'm a little ashamed.
no,
I mean, we got to put the best foot forward.
It's like when you have company over
Yes.
and the dog makes a mess on the carpet,
No.
and you're like,
Yes.
oh, he never does this,
Like,
I swear.
when the Barstool guys come by, like we want to put our best foot forward, and like all the first break, we can't even get through the first break. Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, no, don't think that way of me. You guys could argue, do whatever you want. I'm not a guest who judges. Don't worry. I promise.
All right, Barstool Eddie's hanging out today. We'll get the computers fixed. There is some sound I want to play. You were talking about the Cole Kmet sound from last night, where he just sounded defeated. We'll play that once we get the computer, once we get the system back up and running. We'll play a little sound. Phone calls are welcome at 312-332-3776. Your coaching priority. I mean, who would it be for the Bears in the offseason?
All right, so I said last week, I'm planting my flag on Mike Vrabel.
You are? Okay.
After yesterday, I might be getting some WD-40 and trying to grease that flag out because I mean it was a masterclass. And and I knew he was good. It's not like I learned that he was great yesterday. But man, it was just that offense was so fun.
It is.
How can you not be intrigued and enticed by that?
It's multiple. It's dangerous. The one thing that scares me is, it was great yesterday because it worked. But what are they calling it in Detroit? The stumble bum, I believe. You do that and it doesn't work. Or you do like the knucklehead Panay Sewell thing they did on Thanksgiving Day, and I don't get why the crowd was cheering for that. That's still.
So if you run Doug Kramer at the 1 and it doesn't work, then it's a bad thing?
See, like when you try to get too cute, like you were literally in that first game against the Bears on Thanksgiving doing whatever you wanted to the Bears defense, and you're like, now I know what we're going to do. We're going to take the best right tackle in the game, and we're going to have him throw a pass. Like, it's silly. Like, no. Now, is it as bad as Doug Kramer for a go-ahead touchdown, in a critical moment on the goal line? No, that's beyond dumb. There's no rational explanation for that whatsoever. Ben Johnson could have been like, we're going to destroy this team. We're doing whatever we want. Now I'm just going to go into my bag, and we'll see if I can get creative when we work. Yesterday was great for the Lions. It worked. Brilliant. Everybody's talking about it. The whole sports world's talking about it. Look what they pulled off. That doesn't work, especially in a big moment where you're not playing the Bears in a meaningless game in Week 16 or Week 15. And, Week 16. And that's where, I hope he doesn't get too cute. He's my top choice. You can talk me into Vrabel. I don't even know where I'd go after those two. Maybe Liam Cohn. Outside of that, because I like what that Bucs offense has done, but outside of that,
pretty big drop off though.
I think it is
pretty big drop off. Yeah,
I think it's those two, and then it is a pretty significant drop.
Yeah, And who else is like? How attractive is the job to you? Like, what do you think? Like, where? It's got it. Like,
I still think it's attractive. I still think you've got. I think anybody's going to look at Caleb and think, okay, like that kid can play, and with my, with my system and with my ability to coach him, we'll have a good offense. I think anybody could look at Caleb and be excited.
It's got to be more exciting than either of the New York jobs, right?
I would think.
Yeah.
How could the Jets job be exciting right now?
It can't be.
Or the Giants job. How could it not be? And I would say, it's still the Bears, but how much weight does that still carry? They are could there be something for a coach saying, I want to be the one that finally fixes the charter franchise? They've been miserable for so long. Like, I want to be the one that does it. I want to make them as good as they were in the frickin' 40s. Or at least, going back to the Ditka era. I mean, you realize they haven't ripped off 3 straight winning seasons. Like, you probably weren't even born. It's like 85, 86, and 87, I think.
No, I was born in 90, so.
I mean.
I was not alive.
I was in grade school. So maybe there's some coach out there that looks at it and thinks, I want to be the one that makes them great again. I want to be the one that fixes them. So I think it's attractive. You're coaching in Chicago, for crying out loud. I don't know. But it's not the Steelers. You're not the Cowboys even. You're not the Patriots. You're not San Francisco, like, you're not one of these franchises that's had so much more recent success.
And I mean, obviously, the football perspective, there is attractiveness there, but the ownership and the the people above, I don't know what people think walking in there, right? Like, that could completely turn these guys off. And be like, all right, I kind of like Shador. Maybe I'll go to New York. Like, maybe, right?
You mad?
So that's why I don't know. Like, obviously, you deal with the same stuff with Jerry. I assume they're going to fire McCarthy. Well, I don't know.
I would think.
Well, now it seems like they've caught some steam.
You never know with them.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like, would Ben Johnson even want this job? I sure hope so. I know Schefter at one point had reported like he would have been very interested in the Bears last offseason. How much is, would he look at this another year of this disaster and be totally turned off by them? Or would he look at Caleb and say, no, I could absolutely go to Chicago and win with Caleb? Does he want to stay in this division?
Yeah, that's another thing.
I mean, he knows.
Gauntlet.
3
teams that are coached very well.
Like you said it. I mean, so this is amazing. The Bears and the Vikings made coaching changes going into 2022. Kevin O'Connell is now 33-16. That's a .673 winning percentage. The Bears didn't even interview him. They chose Matt Eberflus. Flus and Thomas Brown are 14-35. That's a .286 winning percentage. This guy's got a, like, the Vikings are still in play for the number 1 seed, right?
Yeah.
They could still win the number 1 like, with Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings. So you hit it. You know it's a gauntlet, and you're looking at these coaching staffs, and they can all coach. Matt LaFleur can flat-out coach. Kevin O'Connell can really coach, it looks like. And we know Campbell and his staff is good. Now, that staff might be decimated. That staff's going to potentially be shredded here the way Baltimore's was last season, and we'll see how he picks up the pieces after that. But, yeah, like, you never know. You're not in these guys' minds. We kind of know how they work, and I'm sure Ben Johnson has the utmost confidence in himself. I don't think you get to that position without having it, so maybe he's like, what do I care? I'll go show them.
Yeah, but maybe you look and you're like, hey, it's Jacksonville, but they don't got 3 world beaters above them, and maybe you like Trevor Lawrence.
It's interesting. Yeah, I guess you're right. Would you, like, does Ben Johnson look and still think I can salvage Trevor Lawrence, right? Yeah, because the track record's still decent, even though this was a bad year. Paulie, downtown. What up, Paulie?
Hey, guys. Great show. I can tell you guys are going to have fun today.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, shame. The McCaskies feeling shame. You brought that up while I was on hold.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen. January 1st is coming up. That's a big event in the McCaskey family. They get in their golf carts, race that mile down their driveway to the mailboxes to get that dividend check. They don't care at all. Okay? Half of the heirs don't know the difference between a bocce ball and a football. So it doesn't matter to them. Secondly, Mike Vrabel, great choice. Will he take $5 million a year? Because that's a job description. You got to take $5 million. You got to coach 2 positions. Because the difference between $5 million and $16 million coach is $366,000 per heir per year. One last thing, Carmen, to explain the damage that has been done by defying the current business model for the NFL. You're supposed to win with the first year with the rookie quarterback.
Yeah,
You're not supposed to develop.
Yeah.
By the time they're not going to have an offensive line for at least 2 years, maybe 3. By then, I don't think Caleb will be able to drink enough water to get rid of his contusions. I'm telling you, he's living out of one suitcase. He cannot wait till he can get out of here. In that 5th year, he's not going to. McCaskey's going to give him $70 million in 5 years. Give me a break.
I don't
He can't
know.
wait
If he's,
they will not.
I don't. If he's great, you won't have a choice. I mean, I don't think that's the problem. Now, they might not spend on a coach, but if your quarterback's great, that's the price of poker. So be it. I mean, I don't think you bat an eye at that.
Yeah, thankfully, the salary cap in football saves this franchise a little bit.
Yeah.
Imagine if there wasn't. Then I really wonder what the spending would be.
That's a good point, and we'll never know. But it does force everybody to sort of, you're spending about the same. You can't really accuse them of being cheap there. Now, will they go cheap and not pay Mike Vrabel or Ben Johnson? Sure, they could. Yeah. I hope not.
They didn't send a plane for Quinn. Didn't they say that? The Bears don't send a private plane. They're the only ones. They do a lot of wacky stuff. Arians, they didn't want him to do the mock press conference.
Stupid.
There's so many dumb things throughout their process.
So stupid. And you're not even interviewing all the people you should interview. How is the guy in your division that went to Minnesota not even on your radar for a second. And he's got another 13-win campaign. One more win, and he'll have as many wins this year as Flus and Thomas Brown since they hired them. Think about that. Patrick's in Naperville. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, guys. I think if the Lions had a bad offensive coordinator, it would certainly affect how good they are. But my concern is, what if Johnson is a good offensive coordinator who happens to have a really great system behind him, great draft picks, best offensive line in football, excellent weapons, and he's just a good offensive coordinator? What am I missing that tells me that this guy's going to come in who's never been a head coach and take over a team with a terrible offensive line and have success?
Fair question. I wouldn't worry so much about he's never been an NFL head coach. Sean McVay wasn't an NFL head coach before he got his first job. Kevin O'Connell, Matt LaFleur, we can go on and on. I wouldn't worry about that at all.
You know what, though? I like that point he brought up indirectly, kind of, because you talk about the Lions, you talk about Dan Campbell, you talk about all the players, you talk about Ben Johnson. You don't talk as much about the guy who put that team together.
Yeah, I know.
And you look at the way they built that offensive line, their skill positions. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a top 5 running back in the league. David Montgomery to match with it. They've done an outstanding job of giving Campbell and Johnson the pieces to make this work.
Yeah, Holmes has put together a pretty impressive roster. I agree with you. And as Yurko says all the time, they did it the way that you probably should think about building your teams out, offensive and defensive lines first. Their O-line really is impressive. I mean, they just move people.
Yeah.
They move people, and that running game is... Gibbs is awesome because he can make... You saw it yesterday multiple times. Like, his burst and acceleration is remarkable, and just the bounce and the quickness and the elusiveness. So when you're that talented, and you've got maybe the best offensive line in football, ooh.
And that's the first time he had to be the bell cow, you know?
Yeah,
that's the first
true.
time without. So he's gonna. Yeah. There's gonna be some. You know, he was sucking wind a little bit.
It's an impressive roster. You're right. I don't know, Patrick. We'll never know until we see it, right? I mean, I can't guarantee you Ben Johnson will be the right coach or a great coach. I think so. But they're tough things to guarantee, and he does have the benefit of a great roster right now. But I still like the way he designs that offense.
Mm-hmm.
And how can you not? Look at how much better he's helped Jared Goff become. There's got to be, I think, something to that. All right, more of your phone calls, 312-332-3776. Computers are working. I want to play this Cole Kmet sound, too, when we come back. Tell us what you think about it after you hear it. This definitely feels like a team that is on its way out. And I guess why not the way this season has gone. It's Carmen and Yerk. Barstool Eddie's in for the good kid. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
Crosstalk Unhinged. The ESPN Chicago podcast where the only rule is there are no rules. Okay, maybe some rules. Carmen and Yurko, Waddle and Sylvie, uncensored and unbelievable. Crosstalk Unhinged, the podcast, presented by Blue Chew. Get it now wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey, remember, you can bring Carmen and Yurko home for the holidays. We're talking about our barrel pick that we did with the great folks at Few up in Evanston. Yes, Few Whiskey. Their bourbon and their rye, it's to die for. We love it. If you missed the annual Few Good Barrels event at Binny's a couple of weeks ago, don't worry, we got you covered. You could still pick up the Carmen and Yurko bottle or any of the show's bottles at many of the Binny's locations throughout the Chicagoland area. So give the gift of ESPN Chicago for the sports fan in your life. Give the gift of the Carmen and Yurko Few Whiskey bottle. Again, at your local Binny's today. And these are a really good deal. They're like $49. It's like 6-year juice that is 106 proof, actually. So terrific stuff. Happy holidays from ESPN Chicago and Few Whiskey. And please drink responsibly.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators...
like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
Crosstalk Unhinged. The ESPN Chicago podcast where the only rule is there are no rules. Okay, maybe some rules. Carmen and Yurko, Waddle and Sylvie, uncensored and unbelievable. Crosstalk Unhinged, the podcast presented by Blue Chew. Get it now wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
All right, holiday season, we know you're busy. The nights where you're not cooking for the whole family, why don't you keep it simple and just make it a pizza night? Nancy's Pizza, of course. They've got locations sprinkled throughout the Chicagoland area. There's got to be one near you. They got their flagship restaurant, which is great, right here in the West Loop. Not far from the Barstool guys, actually. So if you're going to games at the UC, different events throughout the winter and then into the spring, then Nancy's Pizza in the West Loop is the place to stop before or after. They got a nice bar, plenty of space. They've got craft cocktails, beer, wine, and the pizza's phenomenal. They've been doing it the same way for going on 50 years because they know it's great. Why mess with success? Remember, Nancy's is the original stuffed pizza of Chicago, and that thin crust is just as great. Check out Nancy's Pizza today.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Barsoletti's in for Yurk. I got to get over to that office, by the way. Everybody keeps telling me about it. Yurko was there because he went on the football show with Big Cat about a month ago. And Chiefs invited us over at times. You said anytime. I got to take you up on that because the whole thing looks spectacular. I want to do the gauntlet. I mean, it all looks awesome.
Yeah, dude, they did a great job. Big Cat built it out, and it's awesome. It really is as advertised, so it's great.
You guys have a good time, man. How's Gruden been so far?
The man.
Yeah.
Last week, the guy just loves football.
Yeah.
You know, like what you see is what you get. And he hit me up a couple weeks ago, and he's like, hey, I want to donate some money to some of the high school football programs, just give back. You know, just tell kids to play. Just keep playing football, you know? So we went around, had him in my car for about 4 hours, just driving school to school to school. And, you know, I'm like, Coach, you ever get tired of, like, talking ball? And he's like, not really, you know? And so
I could see that.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like it's really into his DNA, man.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. We went to St. Pat's, Morgan Park, and Amundsen. And,
nice.
You know, we see the kid goes, hey, I'm the quarterback. He's, all right, let me hear the cadence, man. You know, like, so a lineman walks up and says, hey, get down to your stance. I want to see it.
This is great.
Yeah, if you want to talk ball with him, he'll talk ball, but you better be ready. Like, the coaches, he brought out a whiteboard, was having them draw plays. He's great.
He can do it and he doesn't. They see he's got so much energy. He's he barely sleeps. I guess he's always watching tape. He's always thinking about football. When Yurko was in Green Bay, and he's told the stories millions of times. I mean, that staff, like Gruden, there was Holmgren's staff was like Gruden and Mariucci and Andy Reid. And then the defensive guys were like Dick Duran and Greg Blosh. And but you think about how many guys went on to be head coaches.
Oh, yeah.
And very good ones that were on that staff for so long. And so when Yurko was in Green Bay, I mean, Gruden was the coffee kid. He was getting coffee and donuts.
Yeah.
And it's incredible, that staff that Mike had built and how successful a lot of those offensive guys were. But Yurko always said, you could tell he got it. He was super into it, and he was attentive, and he paid attention, and he was creative. He was always thinking about his offense and different things that he could do. So, Yurko said you saw it when he at a very young age. He had a knack for understanding offense.
I'd like to put him as my number 3, Carm. I forgot about
put
Coach
him on number
Gruden.
3.
Yes, exactly.
Does he definitely want to coach again?
I think he does.
Or does he enjoy this too much now?
I think he wants. I think so. I don't. I don't know if he's talked about that or not, but I think he does.
Let's. I want to play this. Hold on. Let me see if I can get my screen working again here. I want to play this Cole Kmet from yesterday. You guys said you played it on Fox last night?
Yes,
too?
we played it.
All right.
The most frustrated I've ever heard him.
This is Cole post game yesterday after the game. Take a listen. I think my screen's messed up again, Justin. I'm getting an unable to.
I don't. I'm kind of done doing that.
Yeah.
I've been through this now. 2 years ago, it felt like you're trying to find positives through things, and it's hard for me to be real with myself and find positives when you lose 34-17. So.
Is there anything you could take away, though? I mean, Caleb's making big throw after big throw and kind of a loss.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great. Yeah, I think it's important for younger guys to take steps up, and that's cool to see Caleb being able to do that. But, at the end of the day, it's 34-17, and it's not good enough. We got to be able to finish this thing out. Hopefully guys come to work ready to roll here, and we got a quick turnaround on Thursday. And, hopefully that everyone kind of take some onus on themselves to come in and just try to do what they can.
You're right. He's had it.
Yeah. If you've listened to Cole a bunch, I'm sure.
Yeah.
He's been on our show. I'm sure he's been done this show. He is a positive, mild-mannered guy. That's about as frustrated as I've ever heard him since we drafted him in 2020.
Yeah, he did. He sounded, he's like, come on, what are we talking about here? We got a 9-game losing streak, and it's 34-17. What positives are we going to take out of this?
Yeah.
He's had a tough year, too. I mean, these guys have to wear it and own it. And I'm not saying that they're not, that they aren't. But, some of the knucklehead penalties that he was responsible for that cost them, with at least some reasonable maybe amount of being able to come back and win a couple of games. He hasn't had a great year. I don't know statistically if that's just because this offense, again, has been largely a mess. It's been clunky. Caleb's flashed at times, but it's not nearly what we thought. They're bottom 5 again in almost every statistical category in offense. After all that, after that whole offseason, it's really, and I believe in Caleb more than I ever believed in Mitch Trubisky, more than I believed in Justin Fields. I do. I hope I'm not wrong on this. I believe in Caleb more, but at the end of the day, it's the same stuff. You're bottom 5 in everything. Yeah. You're not efficient. You're not explosive. Everything. And so Cole's got 471 yards.
Yeah. 6 targets in the last 4 games. 6 targets.
I don't think I realized that. Is that all it is?
6 targets in 4 games. After.
Holy cow. I don't think I even realized
in the Minnesota overtime game, he had 7 catches.
That's a good stat.
Yeah. 6 targets. What are we doing? The tight end is crucial to build a quarterback, right? That's your safety valve a lot of times.
6 targets. I didn't even realize.
6 targets, Carm.
In
Why?
a month.
And listen, this is not, I believe in Cole. I think he's a good tight end. But if they didn't believe in him, why'd you pay him?
I don't know.
Why'd you disregard Brock Bowers?
I don't know.
Why? Why do we do this to put him out there and throw him the ball, target him 6 times in 4 games? Makes no sense.
2 targets yesterday, 1 target Monday night in Minnesota.
I just don't understand it at all.
Caleb looks at Keenan. He looks Keenan's way a lot right now. I don't know if and maybe there's just the trust factor, and I don't know. But I don't think I didn't even realize that it's that few targets in a month's worth of football. Bears haven't had a lead in a month. You realize that? They haven't led since the first Vikings game on the 24th of November. That was the last lead they actually scored first. They haven't played with a lead in a month, you guys. That's impossible.
We're so good at being bad.
I know.
No one's better at being bad than the Chicago Bears.
Freddie's in Aurora on ESPN 1000. What's up, Freddie?
Hey, buenos dias to you guys. How you guys doing, aside from everything else?
We're great.
I just want to go ahead and just make 2 points. I agree with everything as far as Caleb being a natural talent. He is going to be good. I don't know if he's going to be great, though. He's doing everything right. He's on the podium right. He's, explosive and all that jazz. But I really do wish that he would show less frustration on the field, because he's not the first Chicago Bears player to be the only one on the field while the rest of the team sucks. Like Peyton, he went and he put on his fucking hard hat, excuse my language, and he just went ahead and he made sure that there was like a positive energy about the team, no matter what. He tried to uplift spirits. He didn't go complaining. He didn't put his whole body and lie down on the bench and sit there and show these expressions. Number two, I think the.
But what is
Arizona...
Caleb? What exactly has he done that's rubbing you the wrong way? That he's a little bit too many.
Just because, like the interception, the very first interception, when he did to number 15, and it's like he puts his head down right away, and I understand that he's frustrated. The season isn't going right, but. Go up and down that sideline, and just let everybody know that, hey, look, that's just one mistake. Keep your head up. It's just like that sort of energy. Peyton and Elway and all those guys, they were always going up and down that sideline and being very vocal.
I think at some point you might have to, and thanks for the phone call, Freddie. I think at some point you might have to sort of earn the right or ability to do that on a sideline. I don't know how many rookies are. I don't know. I mean, we don't get to see nearly as much as we think sometimes. People you see little glimpses of what's going on the sideline, and people make, I think, big assumptions about this is the way it always is, or he's not looking at film, or he's not looking at the pictures, or he's not doing this, he's not doing that, he's not talking to this guy, he's not talking to that guy. I think you see little snippets, unless you're sitting at the game and you've got binoculars on him the whole time, which I don't know why you would do. So I think we see little snippets. You probably earn the right to be Tom Brady or Peyton Manning barking at his O-line in the sideline. Caleb just probably isn't there yet as a rookie,
Yeah, and he's shown more than anyone, too, right? Yeah. Like, if you're going to be the body language doctor, obviously we know DJ, that's been talked about enough, about how his mannerisms and his mood is on the sidelines. I think that's just kind of a situation where they show Caleb the most, and, he's human. Like, he gets frustrated, it is what it is.
I don't think there's been any, I've got very little concern or very little problem with the way he's acted, the way he's comported himself, the way he's played. Not always perfect. I mean, but he's a rookie, so there will be some ups and downs. Last Monday night was bad. He did not play well. He bounced back yesterday. That's okay. I mean, I think you're going to see a lot of that. I have very little concern with Caleb. I've got a lot of concern with this organization doing things right, though, going forward. That's the big problem. We'll continue to talk about another Bears loss here. It's now 9 in a row. 9 in a row. Second longest losing streak in the league. Giants have actually lost 10 straight. 312-332-3776. Barstool Eddie's sitting in for Yurko. We got crosstalk coming up a little bit later with Waddle and Sylvie. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Yurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Bears Weekly on the new home of the Bears. Catch Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer weekly with the latest news, in-depth interviews, and lots more. Bears Weekly right after Waddle and Sylvie tonight at 6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in, and I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto and truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs. Call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors. They will do great for you, too. Call them today at 8444-VLG-LAW.
Dreaming of transforming your backyard into an outdoor oasis? Make it a reality with a stunning pergola from BHS Outdoor Spaces. Choose from fully automated to fixed louvered roof options. Add screens or shades for privacy and bug-free ventilation. All pergolas and motorized screens are custom built to fit your outdoor space. Make your comfort a priority with fans, misters, and heaters for those hot days and cool nights. Extend your patio season and transform your outdoor living space today. Visit bhsoutdoorspaces.com. That's bhsoutdoorspaces.com.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway. Exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Another 300-yard passing day for Caleb Williams. That was a good part of yesterday. The offense actually got going after a sluggish start, and the turnovers killed them. But that was good. And another couple of touchdown passes without an interception. Caleb's now, he's closing in on like a 4-to-1 ratio, which, well, if you told us that at the start of the season, I think we would have thought that the year was going differently. But if he can keep it around that, Eddie, I'll take it. I mean, 4-to-1. I mean, we've longed for 2-to-1 for crying out loud out of a Bears quarterback. For Caleb to be at 19 touts and 5 interceptions right now, and there's a couple like Harrison Smith should have obviously had a pick last Monday night that he couldn't corral. So sometimes you need a little luck on your side, but he's got 13 touchdown passes since his last interception. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is, and it's something he stresses. Like he talks about that. Like it's his goal not to throw picks. And I know people kind of poke holes in that. Well, it's like, well, that's kind of messing with you because you're not taking chances. And I think some people would like to see him take more chances, but I don't really see that. I see him throw the ball down the field a lot.
Yeah, I wish he was a little bit more accurate down the field. It's probably, I think it's all of our biggest criticism at this point, right? The throw to Allen was awesome on the touchdown.
Great.
That's when you need to see, like, that hole is there, that window is there. That's got to be, like, that's pitch and catch in this league. And they hit it. It was perfect. I read that was the longest touchdown catch of Keenan Allen's long career, 49-yarder or 46, whatever it was yesterday. Yeah, longest one of his career. I guess when you're not when you're in that 4.4 speed, I guess.
Yeah, but still, he's been around forever.
He's been in the league for 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
But like those are the throws that you got to make, and he made that one. The inaccuracy downfield is a little head scratching at times. Mm-hmm. So that'd be, I don't even know if that's a nitpick. I mean, that's like a fair criticism, right? It's a fair critique that you'd hope he'd get better at, but.
And even early on, I feel like, the Bears start slow. Everyone knows that. Yeah. It does feel like every first series, he does throw a ball that's just like, what was that?
Yeah.
And it's usually not a very hard one sometimes.
Right.
So he has a tendency to start slow.
Boy, the slow starts, my God. It's been brutal. Let's go to Frank in the car on ESPN 1000. What's going on, Frank?
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
You too.
Eddie, it's good to hear you with DeFalco and not that tool down the dial, but I digress.
Thank you.
So I wanted to sneak that in, but is we're talking about potential replacement coaches or head coaches, and what really has me concerned is, the coach is one thing, but this general manager and his scouting staff, clearly they have issues, right? They have not been able to identify talent. The talent we do have, the obvious talent, isn't developed. And so we can talk all day long about who's going to be the best selection for a head coach, but unless we give that head coach, personnel responsibilities, if Poles stays, we're back in the same boat because this guy clearly can't find, he can't find a serviceable offensive lineman or an outside edge rusher that we knew we needed. And yet he thinks he can develop these guys that were average like him, and we can't. So no matter what coach we get, if this guy stays and that scouting staff stays, tell me how it's going to get better. That's
a good talking point, Frank. I'm glad you brought that up. And, we got to take a break here in a couple minutes. When we come back right after one, we will. Let's dive into that a little bit more. Like, Sylvie's been on this kick for a couple of weeks now. Like, he's been saying you can't keep the GM. And I vacillated, I guess, on this one a little. I hate to say that, but I'm like, I still am not exactly sure how I feel, but Frank's point and anybody else that believes you can't entrust this GM to do it right this time, they might be onto something, Eddie. So let's talk about that coming up a little bit more. Yesterday, again, a rough day for the draft picks. What's up, Kev, Bo? Line 3 you want me to go to? It is Ellie in St. Charles on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ellie?
Hey, I just wanted to share a funny story. I was at the game yesterday. I think it's a perfect microcosm of what the Bears are. They ran out of hot dogs within 5 minutes of the game starting.
No.
And didn't have hot dogs for, until the third, in my section at least.
Really?
But we were in the 120s, good seats. And then I asked for a Polish sausage, 20-minute wait before the game started. I just thought that was a perfect microcosm of how inept this franchise is.
So they didn't have hot dogs. You ordered a Polish, and you waited 20 minutes to get it?
Oh, no, I said, heck no, I'm not waiting 20 minutes.
Oh.
But still, the fact that I couldn't get a hot dog or a sausage in Chicago at a Bears game, it's unbelievable.
That's awesome.
I'm just and then I see what we saw on the field, and it's just that actually makes a lot of sense. So,
Ellie, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Running out of hot dogs.
I think that makes me more mad than anything. You get people in that stadium, you can't give them a hot dog?
How do you run out of a hot dog before the game starts?
20 minutes for a Polish? Put more on the roller. What do you mean you're running out of Polish?
20 minutes. I could grind the meat and put it in the casing. What could take 20 minutes to make a Polish? How could that be?
That's brutal. Someone's got to report back to me on Thursday. If this is happening, there's got to be something that happens because that can't happen.
This team, I swear to God. Let's talk more about the polls aspect of all of this going forward. Rough day for the draft picks yesterday. As we pointed out on one of our station text chains, it's not good. And you want to talk about a guy that just sounded defeated the last time he spoke to the media. That was Ryan Poles. So maybe he sees the writing on the wall. I don't know. Let's talk more about that. If you want to ring us up, whether it's big picture stuff, just the game yesterday, which, what is there to really talk about as the Bears lose for a 9th consecutive time? 312-332-3776. The big picture stuff is more important. Barstool Eddie's in for Yerk. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or $500 to $2,000 year-end bonus cash. Plus, make no payments for 90 days. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Get your year-end deal at HawkAuto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Hey, Chicagoland, the wait is over. Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is now open in Orland Park at Orland Park Place. For over 90 years, Steinhoffel's has been helping families create the homes of their dreams. Sofas, dining, bedroom, mattresses, something for every style and budget. We have it all. And we're 100% employee owned. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Find out more and shop online at steinhoffels.com.
Steady. Don't worry, I got this. Take it easy. Oh, look, a bird.
Running a commercial business comes with risk. When the unexpected happens, you need a partner by your side to manage it. Ings Insurance Agency can help you protect your dream of owning and running a business. Meet with Ings and they will listen and learn about what keeps you up nights. They'll develop a strategy to keep your staff and all creatures, safe and protected. IngsInsurance.com.
When your cat's a meme and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Merry Christmas, everybody. It's Carmen and Yurk. Yurk's off this week. Barstool Eddie sitting in today. Waddle and Sylvia a little bit later. We'll cross-talk with the guys at 2:35. We'll go around the NFL a little bit more later this hour when we get to the lunch rush. Just talk about the weekend. It's like the week that'll never end, Eddie. This thing started last Thursday. There's still a game tonight. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, you should be. Everyone is, I think.
Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then a quick turnaround with a couple of Christmas Day games on Wednesday.
Good LC and dollars. That's all he's thinking about.
That's all they see.
That's it. He's seeing them.
You know, and I don't know, I don't know that I'm ever really footballed out because I love it, and I know that in a month we're going to be like, gosh, there's 3 games left. That sucks. So I don't want to take it for granted, but it does feel like, wow, there's a game tonight?
Yeah.
And that's not a game I'm that interested in, to be
So
honest.
would you be for Tuesday, Wednesday games if they do go 18 games, 2 buys?
No. I don't like Tuesday, Wednesday games. Come on, don't give me Tuesday, Wednesday.
Keep it for action.
Yeah.
Keep it for the Mac. I
don't know, like just really, I mean, a Tuesday NFL game, like, can't we catch our breath a little bit?
Yeah, you would think, but I don't think he cares about that at all.
At what point do you
realize that your product is the king because of how digestible it is?
Yeah.
The Sundays, and obviously now Thursdays and Mondays, is partly why it is what it is, and it is where it's at.
I'm with you. I think it's a big part of why. I think the schedule is a big part of why it is so successful. And there's nothing wrong with a little bit of a break, for crying out loud. I'm going to watch an NFL game on a Tuesday. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Maybe they'll do it in 30 years from now. We'll be like, oh, of course there's football. I mean, Monday probably seemed weird to people when they first started it. So that predates me a little. As far back as I can remember, there was Monday Night Football, and it's always been a part of our lives. And so it's just like Tuesday, I don't know. It's going to be hard to watch a game on a Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Wednesday, what do you mean? Like in 2 days, we've got 2 NFL games? It's like, and this week still isn't over. It's like the week that won't end. I don't know. Maybe all the college, too, is just like there was a lot of football to consume over this last weekend. Maybe that's why we're feeling a little like sort of run down on it right now.
Yeah, and imagine you're sitting there on Christmas. Those games they're on Netflix, right?
Yes.
You got all the kids in the room. You're scrolling past Paw Patrol.
Yeah.
To go down for good luck. It's gonna be a nightmare. It's gonna be Royal Rumble in the house.
Man, and it's like perfect background noise though for just with family over. 2 pretty good games, at least they on paper they're shaping up to be. So. Yeah, they maybe he can't do any wrong. I don't know. This league is just so popular. But, he's on a mission. He goes, you know what? You know what we're going to do? F the NBA. We're going to play Christmas Day games on a Wednesday. It's just like, yeah, we're taking it from you.
Yeah. And those teams who play on a Wednesday, they're also going to play the Saturday before.
Yeah, of course.
Just because.
Because you need, be tough to play on a Sunday and then ramp up for Wednesday.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You kind of have to, I think they did have to build it out that way, but I don't know. I'm good with the way the schedule is. I don't need Tuesday. I don't need a regular Tuesday and Wednesday NFL game. Like, give me a break. Poles, what do you think? Does he stay? Does he have to go? I mean, it hasn't all been bad.
It has. I just pulled up the drafts, right? Should we go through them?
Do it.
I think what, like 4th round and earlier, maybe, because the late rounds is not.
When you
really.
get a little bit more of a crapshoot when you get into the late rounds. All right, do 4th round and better. 4th round and up.
4th round and up. Well, I'll cheat this one. 5th round, Braxton Jones, 2022. Where are we at? Cole in the stocking, or you giving him a gift card to Portillo's or something?
Boy. Now with an injury, too, that's going to take 6 months to rehab. I might go Portillo's gift card. I'm probably in the minority, but I'll probably say Portillo's gift card.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Poles does stay, how he attacks the offensive line, because we talked to Kyle Long a couple weeks ago, and he was pretty staunch on keep the guys on the outside, rebuild the interior. Yeah. But I still think you're taking a huge risk. You're rolling the dice big time with Braxton. He's one of those guys where you look, if it works, you probably won't talk about it enough. But if it doesn't work, it's like, oh, my God, of course the guy from Southern Utah from the 5th round failed to,
Right, yeah.
It's a weird dynamic
Like,
with him.
at best, is Braxton Jones just sort of a guy that you're like, he's okay.
Yeah.
But you want your left tackle to be better than just okay.
Yeah. Like Charles Leno was okay.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah. Played a long time. Like, he was okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you always felt like, shouldn't we upgrade that?
Yes. It's probably one of the strangest spots of the team.
I'm probably in the minority. I'm going Portillo's gift card on that one.
Not a high value number, okay? Maybe I'll just
$25.
Like one beef sandwich?
Yeah, I think, maybe like 15, like he could get fries and a beef, but maybe he's got
no shake.
Yeah, the shake he's got to splurge extra for, the extra cheese, and I think that's what I'd go.
Imagine getting a $15 gift card in your stocking. I'd love it. That sounds like Braxton Jones. You're probably right.
He is.
$15. All right.
He is, man. All right, then I think this is the obvious one. He's not on the team anymore. It's Velus Jones Jr.
Cole.
Oh, my God. He doesn't even have a stocking.
He doesn't even have a stocking.
Yeah, I threw his in the pool.
Amen.
Yeah, before we closed it. And then 2 second-rounders, Brisker and Gordon.
Portillo's gift cards. I hope Brisker can play. It's a little scary, but Portillo's gift cards for both.
They're solid value, too. Like, you could get the cake shake if you want.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
I'm with you. All right. So then we go. So that's 2.5 out of 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not down. 2.5 out of 4. All right.
Not bad.
No.
Not bad.
You're north of 50% at that point.
Not bad. You'll take it.
Yeah.
All right. Then we go to the next year,
okay.
2023. Tyler Scott.
Boy, I was so high on him. But,
is he still on the team, Carm?
Yeah, I saw him yesterday, right? Didn't Tyler Scott, I think, finally had some snaps yesterday again? I thought I saw him yesterday.
Holy cow.
That's got to be cool, right?
Got to be. I don't know if it's... He's one of those guys where I wonder what is truly going on. Is he not getting it, or is it just too loaded at the position group? But he seemed like a guy who was sneaky primed to, take the top off the defense a few times this year. I honestly don't... How many catches does he have?
He has, I'll tell you, 1.
One catch?
He has 1 catch for 5 yards. He's been targeted once this season.
That's where it's like we follow too closely and we're all idiots. Remember that? We're like, we got this kid out of Cincinnati.
I was hook, line, and sinker. Yeah. Oh, the training camp last summer, 2 summers ago, I was like, woo, Tyler Scott. Oh, yeah. We're idiots.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be a good book, like a good table book. All the people we talked about extensively that we never thought about again in a few years.
We used to call it the All Bourbon A team when we were down there. And we just, now you got to call it the All Lake Forest team, I guess. But that would be a good coffee table book.
Right?
Yeah.
Cornelius Washington. Let me tell you about this 7th rounder out of Georgia who has all the tools. He had a better combine than Clowney. Yeah. And then it's like, all right, what happened?
It's great. It's a great call. We got to work on that book. All right, next.
All right. Roshan Johnson.
Roshan is a gift card.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. He's really done what we've asked him to do. I can't recall being too mad at Roshan at all.
No, me neither. I mean, protect your head. The only thing he's wearing the what do they call it?
Guardian cap?
The Guardian cap.
Yeah.
It's the Viking cap. What the hell's wrong with the Guardian cap. I was like, the Viking cap. Yes, keep it on, and take care of your head, for crying out loud. I get it. It's concussions can happen, but you can also sort of mitigate the risk a little bit by playing smartly. So he's definitely gift card.
Gift card. All right. Third round, Zach Pickens.
Finally had a sack yesterday. That's Cole.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, third round, you got to be an impact player.
Right?
Man. Third round and up where it's really like, hey, we need you. You're not just signing up and getting the team meals and, blending in.
Yesterday was his first sack of the season. I wanted to double check. It was his first sack.
I didn't do much last year either.
He had a half a sack last year. No, that's cool.
Yeah, I think it's got to be. So, all right. So we're 2 Coles and a gift card right now for polls here in 2023. Second round, Tyreek Stevenson.
We talked about him last hour. I'm still going. He might get the $15 gift card. Like, you can't get the whole meal. You get a beef with sweet and a fry. Maybe.
He gets like a half. Yeah. I think you're right.
Right?
And like you want to have him supervised at that meal too. Just like make sure everything's okay. Don't let him be.
You can't let him be by himself.
Yeah, don't be like taunting the
Jawing with the employees.
Yeah, when the guy's doing his rhymes at the number counter, you don't want him jawing with him. We can't have that.
Number 8, your meal is going to be great.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Yeah. He gets a gift card. I'll give him a gift card.
I'm fine with it too, and bring his morale up a little bit.
Yeah.
Seems angry a lot. Second rounder, Javon Dexter.
Gift card,
easy.
Yeah.
Sneaky too. Maybe one of Poles' best picks.
Yeah, I still want him to even get better, and I think he can. But yes, good. It's been good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he's an easy gift card though.
Yeah, that's an easy gift card.
And then first rounder, pick number 10, Darnell Wright.
Gift card. He's another one that, quite frankly, needs to be better, but he's good. You still see some of the promise.
Yeah, for sure. He's got the gift card, but he's one of those where it's like he's like your favorite nephew that you want to slip more money, but he's misbehaving a little bit.
Yeah.
I want him to be a little better.
Yeah, you take a 50 out of there and be like, you're not getting quite as much.
Exactly. I'll rip this in half and I'll give you the next half when you show me more,
So what was that, 3 out of...
Yeah, so it was Dexter, Stevenson, and Roschon, 3 out of 6.
Oh, 3 out of 6. So, all right. He's hitting about 50% right now, guys. Like, that's...
4 out of 6, sorry.
Okay, 4 out of 6. 4 out of 6. It's even better.
Yes. Uh-huh.
He's at 6. I mean, listen, right now he's at
no
6.5 out of 10. He's at 60%, though.
Yeah, 60%.
He's right, though. No slam dunks.
No slam dunks.
No.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like, no one's getting the catering tray yet.
No.
No. Like, no one's getting the...
All these gift cards are $15. Like... Free fries. That's what we're giving out right now.
Exactly. All right. We go to this year, 2024, 4th round, Torrey Taylor.
I mean, this is a sensitive subject for me and the idea of drafting a punter, we said it in April. I'll say it forever. It's asinine. I'm sorry. And he's fine. I suppose. I don't pay too close attention to punting. Only this fan base. Only us. And I shouldn't say everybody, but the vocal section of what a great draft pick and let's cheer for the punter.
You talking about Meller right now?
Only Bears fans would be excited about a punter. The object is to not punt. It is only us and Iowa fans. The knucklehead Iowa fans.
Brothers in arms.
Exactly. And so, I don't know. It's asinine. Waddle and Yurko, and when it happened in April, called it, what was the term they used, guys? Why am I blanking? They called it arrogant. They said it on the day, in the moment. Arrogant pick. Who do you think you are? You are not Kansas City. You're not San Francisco. You're not the Eagles. And they were right. And Ryan Poles talking about on Hard Knocks, it's going to be hard to make our team. Well, yeah, your 4-11 football team? Going to be tough to make, huh? Okay. Arrogance. So I'm ranting again on the punter. I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't do that but every time I hear the name and I think about the response, I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Worst part is it's not his fault. He's produced.
He's fine, I guess, right? I mean, I don't know.
He's a good punter.
Is he but so I got to go Cole. I'm sorry. You can't be drafting punters in the 4th round. It's completely asinine. So I gotta go Cole.
Yeah, I just because I like Torrey, and like I said, I do think he's good at his position. It's nothing against him, but you're right. Just the way the roster's constructed, like you took luxury when you needed a foundation.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, you're right. 3rd round, Karan.
Man. It's got to be Cole too, right?
Got to be. I mean, he drafted him knowing he wasn't healthy.
I know.
So that goes into it. You know, it's not completely on Karan, but
drafted a kid who was hurt last year, traded for another lineman that had some shoulder issues that cost him a big chunk of the year, and then he got hurt anyway outside of just the shoulder. But the Bates thing's been a disaster. Like,
yep,
not good. All right, that's got to be Cole.
Got to be. Rome.
That's a gift card.
Yeah, I would agree. And then Caleb, of course.
Gift card. Is that 2 out of 4?
2 out of 4. So what are we total now?
So we are at 8.5 out of 14. Hey, it's pretty good.
If we were 500 or hovering, but I mean, is it that good?
The record doesn't say it's good.
No, exactly. Then if you want to go grade the trades, all right, let's push Claypool for, for Montez, but
the Claypool thing. And when we're wrong, it doesn't really matter. All right, we're flapping our gums. It's like I liked that. I liked the idea of that trade because they had nothing at that position back then. And at least you were like, it seemed like you were buying low on a guy that really was talented and skilled. Like, I do remember his rookie year when he had 11 touchdowns. It's like, oh, all right. Like, that kid's got talent. He was a 2nd-round draft pick. He had 11 touchdowns as a rookie. Like, maybe we need to pay more attention when he's being cut loose by Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. We probably should have weighted that a little bit more in the calculus of what we thought of that trade. Like, when Mike Tomlin's had it with you, probably not a good sign when you're talented.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't mind that trade. I was like, oh, this is good. Buy low, and, if he hits, that's great. Hey, I can be wrong with something like that. He can't be, and he was really wrong on that one.
Very wrong. And, like we said, Sweat's been great. I mean, it's kind of
good.
Yeah,
Sweat's been good. This been a little bit of a tough year. I think he's playing hurt, but and he's been better lately. You've seen it the last couple of weeks. Pressure's been there a little bit more, but he's been good. The Bates thing is a disaster. Complete disaster.
And even more so, Coleman Shelton, I just don't understand how you haven't brought someone off the streets really to compete with him. Like we just let that happen.
Yeah, just let it happen.
It's like, yeah, let's just keep that toothpick in the lock and let's hope no one breaks in.
So and we didn't even talk about a couple of the free agent things. I mean, like the Nate Davis thing, disaster. Yep. I mean, where are we here, folks? Like, does it all add up to? You really going to let this guy continue to pick players for this roster and find a coach? And was he really responsible for the last one? I've heard different, but I've gotten pushback on that. Cap's pushback against me when I've said it. He said, and he's like, nope, it was 100%. That's not a good say. When you didn't interview Kevin O'Connell, and he's now, what is he, 33-16, and the guy you chose plus his interim coach are 14-35. We're going to trust Ryan Poles to do this again? And from what I've heard, I don't think he had much to do with Matty Eberflus. Why he kept him, I have no idea.
Yeah. I think there's a real argument that Kevin O'Connell is the best peer coach in the North, too. Right?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Like Campbell, don't get me wrong. He's got that locker room behind him.
Yeah.
They'll do anything for that guy. You name it, they're in. Like when and where.
Yeah.
But as a pure coach,
yeah,
I think, right?
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
And they didn't even interview him.
Yeah.
He wasn't even on their radar. So you want this group now again doing it? All right, let's sample the audience and take some phone calls on this. I mean, polls, stay or go. 312-332-3776. Eddie is in for Yerk. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports. This is the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Thursday, Bears and Seahawks. Live from Soldier Field in prime time. And we've got your hometown call here on ESPN Chicago. Our coverage begins at 3. Kickoff at 7:15. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer. Followed by the analysis and press conferences in extended postgame. The Bears and Seahawks. Live from Soldier Field. Thursday night on the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Give the gift of beauty and relaxation this holiday season. Give him a White Buffalo Barbershop gift card, maybe a Zazu Salons gift card for the wonderful lady in your life. I love White Buffalo, and they are a partner brand of Zazu Salons, so you know you can trust them. You know they're great. I get my hair cut there all the time at the LaGrange location. I go to Kelly. She is fantastic. But all their stylists, all their barbers are great, whatever you're looking for. New cut, classic fade. If you need a clean shave, which every once in a while those are kind of fun. You feel like a big shot in the chair getting that barber shave. Or a beard trim, they'll take care of you there too. You can grab a beer if you're at the Hinsdale location. They always have sports on the TVs. So it's a fun vibe, chill atmosphere, and you're going to love it. Make sure you get into White Buffalo Barbershop today. Don't forget about those gift cards during the holidays. You can book an appointment through the Zazu Salons app, that's Z-A-Z-U, or go to whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info. Born original, just like you, White Buffalo. That's where you want to be.
$3.3 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. But this is special. The Verdoyak Law Group, owned by close friends, has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of my neighbors and close friends. I truly believe in them. When you need a doctor, you look for the experience and the skill. The same goes when you're choosing a lawyer. The Verdoyak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients and served more than 40,000 people. Whether it's personal injury, auto or truck accidents, wrongful death, or medical malpractice, call my friends at Verdoyak Law Group. The Verdoyak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors. They will do great for you, too. Call them today at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Looking to kickstart your career in sports? Join the Bulls for the Career Fair, presented by BMO Student Pass on January 10th. Take in a career panel with Bulls staff. Visit with over 25 sports organizations, including the Bulls, White Sox, Blackhawks, Bears, and Cubs, and get a ticket to that night's Bulls versus Wizards game for just $34. Attendees will also get giveaways and will be able to watch warm-ups early. Visit bulls.com/special tickets for more.
If it's hot, it's at GNC, and we bring you the best new stuff first. GNC has this winter's newest in weight loss, muscle building, and wellness, and the best energy drink flavors anywhere. If it's at the top of your feed, it's already at GNC. Ask a GNC coach about the newest drops from Rise, Mutant, Alani Nu, Drip Drop, and more at your local GNC store, or shop our full collection of flavors and online exclusives at GNC.com. If it's hot, it's at GNC. Live well.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and they're adding new areas of study all the time. Apply today to one of their new programs in engineering, sports communication, or data science, or check out all their offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, let's grab some calls. Got full phone lines. Bears Monday. The Bears lose again. We're talking more about the future, though. Are you going to trust Poles to get it right this time, or should the Bears, totally clean house at this point? I can't believe we're even having this conversation again. Barstool Eddie's in for Yurko today. It's Carmen and Yurk. Waddle and Sylvia will crosstalk with us in about an hour and 10 minutes. Let's go to Trucker John in Oak Park on ESPN 1000. What up, Trucker John?
Happy holidays, fellas. How are we doing today?
Great.
Okay, this is where I come down, because before the season started, everybody was all, hyping up the Bears and everything. So, and I wasn't one of them. I was like, just let me wait and see everything that's on the field. And this is where I come down. Right now, I really don't know what current player, person in the front office that is up and coming now that would be a better pick as the new GM. And I really don't really wouldn't trust Kevin Warren.
Yeah, I know. That's a good point.
To go find another GM. I mean, are you willing to bet that right now? I'm not.
Probably.
I'd rather trust the devil I know than the devil I don't know.
Yeah, probably not, John. Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't know what I don't. I've been very underwhelmed by Kevin Warren.
Oh yeah,
I gotta be honest.
I'd love a package deal though. If Ben Johnson's like, hey, we got this guy,
right?
You know, he really helped Holmes shape what we have,
right?
I'm for that 1,000%.
When you know your guy Vrabel would want that,
Oh,
right?
totally. And I think if that's a sticking point to keep Poles or not, I think the Bears are totally lost if they don't let Poles go because of that.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, especially if you believe you're getting the right coach, and like that is going to be part of the deal. I think you're going to have to bite the bullet and just say, okay, we're going to. Yeah. Carl's in Geneva. What's up, Carl?
Hey guys, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here's my 2 cents on it. I think at the end of the day, Ryan Poles is just not a good evaluator of talent, whether it's on player personnel or coaching. He co-signed on Shane Waldron, Luke Getsy. He co-signed all the players. And my mentality is pretty simple. When you draft in the first round, you're picking a starter, whether it's a day one starter or a future starter. Whether you pick in the top 10, you're looking for an impact football player that should be a Pro Bowler. And I got to say, I'm not criticizing Caleb because I do think that's the guy. But I like Odunze. We missed on Brock Bowers. We missed on Jared Verse. Last year, we didn't take Jalen Carter, and all 3 of those guys look to be stars. I just don't think he's a great evaluator of talent. And for that reason alone, he's not working for free. You're paying the guy millions of dollars. Hire somebody that's a better judgment. That's just my 2 cents.
All right, gotcha. Good stuff, Carl. Thanks. How good is Brock Bowers?
Yeah, and you know,
sick.
That reminds me too. Like, yeah, we gave half those guys gift cards, but besides Caleb and maybe Rome, are we giving any of those guys like a franchise? But like, yeah, take this in your stocking.
No,
this is the paperwork to open your
own
Portillo's franchise.
No,
right?
No, maybe Caleb.
Besides Caleb and
maybe Rome. Yeah, but no. Out of everybody else you listed,
no.
Everybody that's down to that Braxton Jones 5th round pick a couple of years ago. Nope, I think you're right. Let's say hi to where do we want to go next here? Let's go to Tony. He's been waiting a while. Tony and Joliet, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Great
show. You know, man, you guys have a lot of experts on all the time, and they gave great insight. I want to give you a little expert advice on a fan, because I've only been a fan for 50 years of my life. And it started off with living in Chicago and those great DePaul years. You had Bradshaw, Patterson, Strickland, and then that team just tanked the last 20 years. And then you go to the Bulls. You get Jordan. Amazing. And the Bulls have tanked. It's terrible. This town just seems cryptid with having unsuccess. So my point on the Poles thing is absolutely fire that guy. The whole Armstrong thing, the Armstrong thing is why the Bears stink. Poles took his agents and had loyalty to that guy and not this team. And it's pathetic. If that was a politician, it'd be criminal. It'd be absolutely criminal what Poles has done. So, yes, he had some good decisions, but when you make the big one and it's more towards your pocketbook than winning, the guy should be gone. Love you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Tony.
That's the type of guy that just makes me love sports radio localized every time. Like, right, that guy's digging in his bag for DePaul basketball right now.
Right? Yeah.
That's beautiful. Joliet's sitting there probably thinking of all those Hilltopper teams at one state.
Exactly.
I love that guy.
Watching old Mike Allstott highlights. I love that very much. Quentin on the west side. What up, Quentin?
Hey there, guys. I'm going to say this, that they not beating Seattle. They not beating Green Bay. Their record going to be 4-12. And I will get rid of Stevenson, get rid of Donnell Wright, and get rid of Tevin Jenkins. That's the top three I will get rid of because it's time for a complete shakeup. And also, I'm still waiting on Eric the Enemy. Ryan Poles should go after him. He's been out of the league for a long time. He deserved a head coaching job. I will interview Eric the Enemy after the season over. And that's it.
He loves Eric the Enemy. All right, Quentin, thank you very much. They're I don't think they're going to win a game. I mean, Seattle's a 3.5-point favorite. Game's going to be here. Weather doesn't look like it's going to be an issue. Actually, look, it's going to be pretty warm later in the week.
Oh, really?
It looks like it. That's what I saw this morning. I'll double check.
Melt some of this ice, huh?
Yeah, like it's going to be. I think
44.
It's going to be.
Oh,
yeah, and I think
44.
50 by the weekend, and I think 44 on Thursday. I don't think weather's going to be an issue. Seattle's hanging on. Look, I don't think they're going to make it, but like Seattle is hanging on here by a thread. So the more motivated team would seem to be Seattle coming in here, trying to make the playoffs in the NFC. Again, it's going to be hard for them too, but they have a chance. They're the more desperate team. I don't think Eddie's going to be at the Green Bay game. I don't think they're beating Green Bay.
No,
I think we're looking at a 12th straight loss. Unless Green Bay can't win the division at this point. Unless they can they clinch this week? I'd have to look at that scenario. Now, Green Bay still plays tonight. They're a 2-touchdown favorite. They should get to 11 tonight. They should get to 11-4 tonight. And then can they clinch next week? Like, unless they say their position is locked, we don't need this, we're not going to risk it. Starters are going to play a quarter and then we're done. Like, maybe the Bears sneak one that way. I don't know.
You just put into my head. Malik Willis still their backup?
Yeah, I think so, right? Malik Willis. You could be going to see Malik Willis.
If we lose to Malik Willis in Week 18, we got to figure something out. Like, we can't.
Give up.
This can't go on,
Give
guys.
up.
Right? Like, I don't think I'd be able to. I don't think my well-being would be able to handle it. I
can't wait to see your video walking out of there.
Right, dude? Like, come on.
If you guys go to that game and Malik Willis plays and they lose, that'd be what? That'd be a 12 straight loss, right? That'd be 12 straight to Green Bay.
Oh, my God.
When they had nothing to play for.
You've now terrified me.
312-332-3776. Got the lunch rush coming up. Got a few other fun things that we do want to talk about before we're out of here at 3. Crosstalk starts in about an hour with Waddle and Sylvie. Barstool Eddie's in for Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Chicago Bears Network pregame with Deion Miller, Mark Silverman, and now with Tom Waddle. 2 hours before every game on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for who will score a touchdown, who will score a touchdown first, total points, hundreds of player props, and more. You can even combine those bets into one same-game parlay to boost your odds. To get signed up, just visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah to join today. This way, you'll be set for the biggest games of the year and get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that your guests like spicy first before serving atomic hot wings.
Who's hungry?
Oh my gosh. What are these?
You don't like them? Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Water.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Great game. You got into the end zone again and again. How'd it feel?
Awesome. Like getting a new iPhone again and again. I just got the new iPhone 16 Pro today.
Really?
Yeah, and with AT&T Next Up Anytime, I can upgrade early every year.
Very nice.
Feel like an MVP again. Learn how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us and the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime. AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Offer subject to change. Additional fees, terms, and restrictions apply. $0 offer may not be available on future iPhones. Next Up Anytime feature may be discontinued at any time. See att.com/iPhone for details.
Just in time for the holidays, the Chevy Red Tags are out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on the all-new 25 Chevy Equinox. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details, and together, let's drive.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, every day this time we like to do something called the lunch rush. But before I throw it over to you, Kevbo, since we're talking lunch, and Barsoletti's in for Yurko, he said something interesting to me in the office about the Taste of Elmwood Park and the meatball eating contest that we've done the last few years. And I guess it's just sort of I was like the MC. I'm like the announcer up there, you know? Mm-hmm. And the guy that won, I believe Frank, what's Frank's last name? Do you know?
Walk,
yes, yeah. Frank Walk. Yeah. And I think Frank won the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. He's an interesting guy. And Eddie goes, I'm doing a documentary on that guy. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, local Chicago guy, and he's 70 years old, and he just does food challenges for the love of the game.
And he's you could tell he's he looks quintessential Chicago. I mean, he just has that Chicago look. He's not a big guy though. I mean, not like enormous.
No, not at all. Not at all.
And he is a machine.
Machine. I got to know. I found out who he was. Because there was a Zia's Social on Northwest Highway did a meatball eating contest. You know that's at Edison Park area.
I know. I love the area,
yeah,
but I can't think of that.
Edison Park, Nord Park. So they did one, and we goaded my buddy into entering. Like we're we got to do it.
Yeah,
so, and then he sat next to him, and this guy he stole my heart.
This is where you met them for the first time.
And I was like, I got to know this guy who rolled up by himself from Rogers Park, lives in I was like, I got to know this guy. So slowly but surely, I followed him around to a couple contests, and just kind of doing a documentary on a guy who's 70 years old and eats meatballs for fun.
And is he retired?
Yeah,
right. He's he's retired, and this is what he does. I think so. Taste of Elmwood is in August every year, and I believe he won this year. He won last year, and I think he told us that the week before he was in not Green Bay, somewhere in Wisconsin, Sheboygan. Yeah,
the Bratwurst contest. Yeah.
And and I'm like, so wait a minute, this is just what you do? He's like, yeah, I kind of go around, you make $400 or $500 maybe at one of these, you know, get a gift card for one. I'm like, this guy's crazy. I'm like, that's a lot to put yourself through for like $100 Rosebud gift card. I'm like, God bless you, you know. And they're good meatballs. That Rosebud makes the meatballs for us, so they're great. But you know, they're the size of my fist, and he's putting down like a dozen of them.
Yeah, man.
In 6 minutes, it's like, whoa.
I'll do you one better. After the meatball contest at Zia's, it was Black Wednesday, and him and his buddy, they drove together, and they're like, yeah, all right, we finished this. Now we're going to go up to Huntley and do the Turkey Testicle Festival.
What? What?
Yeah, exactly. They're doing double. They're doubling up on contests. Machines, they're a different breed.
Just machine. It's crazy. So So you're working on this. When are you guys gonna be done with it? You know where it's
I think it's gonna be early January is what I'm expecting. But I've seen like the first cut.
I love this,
dude. It's just like guys like that. That's just who I gravitate to. You know.
I can't wait, and I'm sure I'll see him next year at Elmwood Park. He'll do it again.
There. He'll always be there.
He's got to defend his crown.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Where are you guys going to air it? Just on
It's going to be probably
various
on
platforms?
Probably on the Barstool Chicago YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Barstool Chicago YouTube.
Yeah.
That's great. Can't miss that. I love it. Frank Walk.
Yeah.
He is. He's got a great stash, and he's a friendly guy. And you know, he's just. I'm like, I didn't know that. In certain guys are like that. They just show up at these. You know, they go from town to town. And
I got to go to his house to see him do a warm up, like the training the night
so
before.
He trains.
Yeah, he had a whole meal together. He took down like 2 big beefs and yeah, had a bunch of liquids that he put down, just like some Chicago bungalow, and it's just me and this guy just hammering beefs. It was.
Dude, I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, honestly, it's like
this is classic.
It's a highlight of my life.
I love it. All right, let's lunch rush it here real quick. It's you want to go around the NFL, Kev? What are we doing? And then we'll get to you later. By the way, you're not off the hook.
What do you mean I'm not off the hook? What hook?
I mean, wait till we tell everybody.
This guy. This guy's on vacation for a week. He comes back looking like Johnny Fontaine with this tan.
I'm telling you.
And now he wants to tell everybody else how to live their damn life.
Johnny Fontaine never gets that picture.
All right, let's start going around the NFL.
Let's
and
do
particularly,
it. The week still isn't over, as we discussed.
It's not. We got Packers Saints tonight, right?
Yeah, that's kind of a good game.
Yeah, I'm not that interested. I want to take a look at some of these power rankings here. It's the usual suspects at the top. You got Kansas City, Buffalo, Detroit, of course, the top 3. It's kind of been that way all season long. But then you got Minnesota, who won again this past weekend. They are now 13-2. Unbelievable. And every time, every Monday, Tuesday, whatever, we look at these power rankings, and Minnesota's always up there. But there's always that caveat. Like, are they really a Super Bowl contender? Can Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl? Are they legit? I mean, they got to be legit. Listen, they're 13-2. We have to take them seriously. But now, are you starting to come around on the fact that they could be a threat in that NFC?
I still don't know that Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl. I'm sorry. I mean, sorry, Vikings fans. And if he does, hey, just another thing, be like, you suck. You were wrong. I don't see it, but like Eddie said, they might have the best coach in the division. They're well coached on both sides of the ball. I do believe in their defense. They got the best receiver in the game or the second best receiver in the game.
I'm buying it, man.
Are you?
I'm buying the Vikings. I really am. I mean, look there was a team in purple when the century turned that won a Super Bowl, right? With a quarterback who wasn't that great.
That's true.
Wasn't that great, but you look at what's around him, and, Brian Flores' defense is the real deal, too. It's a well-constructed team.
They are. Can Sam Darnold have the, the Brad Johnson year or the Joe Flacco year or the, who was the other one that won?
Dilfer.
Yeah, the Trent Dilfer year.
Mm-hmm.
Can he have that postseason run? I still have some doubts, but maybe. They're a plus 120 in differential, you guys. Plus 120. Lions are the best in the NFC at a plus 194. Then the Vikings are plus 120, and the Eagles are plus 119.
But it's like everyone keeps waiting for them to come to life. Like, this isn't college. Like, they're not playing an Indiana-type schedule here, and they're going to get smoked. They're playing big boy teams.
That's true.
No disrespect. Indiana Twitter, don't come after me.
It's okay.
They don't really have a leg to stand on after
they
that.
Really don't.
I mean,
they really don't.
I mean, they had a nice little run there. It's fun seeing, a crappy school, show
fun
out
story,
a little bit. But then, you lace them up, you face the big boys.
27-3 in the fourth quarter.
You get sit down.
We kind of knew that was going to happen.
All right, we talked about it before the show a little bit. The little the trickeration from the Lions yesterday. The fake fumble Rooney, whatever you want to call it. Justin, do we have the audio? Can we?
Him as well. Would have gone both sides. Now Gibbs stumbled after taking the snap, but it doesn't matter. Connects with Laporta for a Lions touchdown. Even when something goes wrong, it goes right for the Detroit Lions.
The stumble bum is what they are calling it, I guess, in Detroit. And what really sells it is the Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Because you can hear the Bears saying, fumble, fumble.
Yeah.
That's the best part of the whole thing. Like that, it only works, I think, if Gibbs, he played that beautifully.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. It's like you thought the ball was on the ground.
Yeah, my head was in my cereal. I was like, what's going on? It honestly did. It had me.
So with the report yesterday that came out that Ben Johnson is intrigued by this Bears job, was that his job audition right there? Look what I can do.
Well, I think the whole body of work is his audition, right? I mean, like the whole game, and not just that one play.
Yeah. You didn't think he was kind of like showing out a little bit, a little lack of respect for the Bears defense, perhaps?
I don't know. I think these guys sit on these plays sometimes, and it presented itself. They were up. It presented itself, and he had said something to the fact that he had noticed on tape how aggressive they pursue. I mean, I think everybody, at this point drills it. Balls on the ground, pursue it aggressively. It's not just the Bears, but he had said post game that they saw on tape just how aggressively they pursued the football when it's on the ground, and they just thought, hey, maybe we can bust this on them. And they did. If it doesn't work, you're not such a genius, but. They get he gets to brag about it today for sure.
And you could spare a couple versus the Chicago Bears, right?
All right, I want to go back to actually. This just occurred to me when you guys were talking about the meatball eating contest, the documentary that you're working on there, Eddie. If you guys were in an eating competition and you could pick the one food that you could eat the most of, what are you picking?
Oh, I know the most. I know the least.
Do you?
I've had this in my head.
Let's hear them both.
All right, go ahead.
Least, I think pancakes would be tough.
That's a good call. Pancakes would be tough. It's so bready.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. You just got that brick in your stomach. I think pancakes would be real tough. I feel good about fries, though. Just
Do you?
That. Oh, yeah.
Fries.
I feel good
Any specific, Portillo's fries, McDonald's fries?
I'll tell you what. I think I have the world record for Steak and Shake fries.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Those are
the little...
the thin ones.
Oh, the shoestring?
The shoestrings, yeah. Those are great. I like Steak and Shake.
I do, too.
So you're going fries and pancakes. I think for me, pizza I can just keep eating because I love it so much. I think I would say pizza would be one that I'd be good at, and then what would I stay away from?
Especially if they cut it into small squares.
Yeah, like if it's cut like a tavern, like a Chicago tavern.
It's easier to eat more pizza when it's cut tavern style in the squares.
I can eat my stupid voice. I'm sorry, guys. I could eat a Vito and Nick's or like by me, like Kim's Uncle Pizza or Dough Daddy's, like true thin. I could eat a large without even like thinking about it, and I'd still be like, I could have more. So I'd go pizza, and then I would maybe stay away from. What sounds unpleasant in an eating contest, and I love seafood, but having to do it in an eating contest sounds unpleasant, like shrimp,
fried shrimp.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a buddy who went and saw Joey Chestnut eat fried shrimp.
Is that right?
Yeah, shrimp cocktail.
Shrimp cocktail?
Yeah, he had a cocktail all over his jersey, and he got his game-worn jersey afterwards.
I don't think I could do that.
That's disgusting.
Oh, it's gross. This guy Mantis. People might know him out there, but yeah, he took the game-worn jersey.
No kidding.
Yeah, it smelled horrible.
I bet. Yeah, I'm out on that. Like a shrimp eating contest, I'm out. I'm tapping.
Crab legs?
No way. I mean, I love crab legs,
Sure.
but it's so rich. Like your stomach would explode after a couple of those, right? I mean,
yeah, and then you get a fishy one, you start to gag. Yeah, you can't have that.
No way.
It's a good one.
All right, do we have time for one more here, Justin?
All right, what else, Kev?
It's the holiday season. You guys done with your Christmas shopping? Anything left last minute?
Almost.
I haven't started yet.
Oh,
my God,
Eddie.
Are you going today?
Yeah,
lunatic.
if you see me running around like Arnold and Jingle All the Way all day at the stores today,
dude,
looking for Turbo Man?
Yes,
Turbo Man. You got today and tomorrow. You better get to it. I'm pretty much done. I got a few more things I got to grab for the kids, but like pretty much done.
I know. I've been gone. I've been traveling. I was in Minnesota. I was in Istanbul. I just haven't had a chance.
Yeah, you have been on the road a lot. So that's a good excuse.
Yeah.
So I wrapped up my my shopping this past weekend. I'm all done. Probably like the earliest that I've ever wrapped up the holiday shopping. And you know what I noticed this year? You go around the stores, everybody's playing the Christmas music. I used to hate Christmas music, right? I don't really like Christmas in general.
No,
well,
big shocker.
That's a different tangent. But I'm warming up to Christmas music a little bit here. What is your guys' favorite Christmas song?
It's hard to pick one.
We talking like, I don't know. I mean, you can't go wrong with a little Silent Night.
No, it's great.
Yeah, let a tear roll down. Like
Yes.
it's just
I love Silent Night.
Right?
The Josh Groban version, fabulous.
I'm not familiar with that.
You a
one.
Groban guy?
Well, he's got a great voice. Why not? I mean, he's got a good version of Silent Night. It's quite lovely.
I didn't know you were so pro Groban.
I'm with Eddie on that one. Silent Night's good. I like the Snoopy one. The Snoopy Red Baron one is great.
I was in New York City
Christmas
last
bells,
weekend, Carmen. We were my girlfriend and I were in New York. We were catching a nice romantic dinner, and Dean Martin's Silver Bells came on.
Okay.
Oh my God,
Good one.
The best.
Picturing Carm driving home to Groban.
Hey, listen, it's like it's happened.
Yeah,
it might happen today. Now that you brought it up, like it might happen. Yeah,
St. Lucia Carm is gone. Wow.
Rockin' Groban with the windows down. Let's go. Come on, Silent Night. He's got or Michael Bublé. Yeah. I like Christmas music, man. I love the Christmas season. Shay Norling said it's something with Italians. I said, I don't think that's true.
That's
but,
racist.
I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't go so far as that it's racist either. It goes, what is it with you Italian? We were in San Francisco.
What is it with you Italians and your loud music?
Every time I see a big tree in a square, like I'm taking pictures, I can't help myself. And Shay's like, what is it with you? And he goes, how many pictures of Christmas trees do you need? You're taking pictures of the lights. He goes, what is it with you Italians in Christmas? I said, you should see my house. The towels in the bathroom get changed.
Oh, really?
I'm nuts, Eddie. I'm telling the hand soap. I have a Santa Claus one in the kitchen, and one of the bathrooms has a Frosty the Snowman. I'm nuts. I'm out of my mind.
You are. Now, in all your years of knowing Yurko, have you ever taken a picture of him in front of like a tree or something? Like, is he that kind of guy? Is he like, hey, snap this real quick?
No.
Like, get me taking a bite out of this burger?
That I've probably done.
Okay.
Yeah, but not in front of a tree.
Yeah,
no.
He's not like, okay. So.
But I see a big, beautiful tree in a different city. I'm like, ooh, picture. I'm nuts with Christmas. I'm crazy. I don't know what it is. I've always loved it. I'm a December baby. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. Love the holiday season. I started listening to Christmas music on November 1st. Christmas music
November 1st.
November 1st, Eddie.
Carm.
I'm nutty.
November 1st, yeah.
You didn't think I was just weird, did you?
No, I like compliment you off the top. Now I'm like, oh, now he's like a weird hot guy.
Now he takes it back. He's like, this guy's a lunatic. He's listening to Groban taking pictures of Christmas trees in San Francisco. He's nuts. All right, that's the lunch rush. We got to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Carmen, Yurko. Don't worry, they'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
This is Bears Monday.
Motion to the near side of Dunze, got the ball but lost it, and it's recovered by the Detroit Lions at the 36-yard line of the Bears. They stuck it in the belly of Roma Dunze on a fly sweep to the right side, and it came out.
The Bears lose to the Lions. We're talking about it all day with you, plus your calls and analysis.
The Bears dropped their 9th in a row to fall to 4-11.
It's a Bears Monday on the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
All right, you're looking for the perfect truck that's got rugged off-road capability, but still offering a vehicle that is refined and luxurious. I can't speak. You know, the kind of car that you could take off-roading if you're an off-roading type of family, and the same car that you could drive to a fancy restaurant parking out front. I got the perfect truck for you. It's the Land Rover Defender 130. It is great. I love it. It's very versatile, and if you're doing a lot of outdoor activities, this is the off-road vehicle for you. I love the third row. It's great for getting the kids around to all their sporting events and just different things with carpooling and things like that. That third row really comes in handy. If you don't need to drop it down, you've got tons of storage. They got the air suspension. They got the 8,000 pounds of towing capability. Best part, I got it from my friends over at Howard Orloff. Been dealing with the Orloff team for a long time now, and they're great. That's why I keep going back. Go see Bill and his entire team. You can see the beautiful showrooms if you're in the city, right here on Armitage, just off of the Kennedy. Or you can see the full lineup online at Orloff. That's ORLOFF.com.
Celebrate the season with family fun in Rosemont. Visit the Chicago Wolves ice rink at Parkway Bank Park now through January 26th. Skate under a dazzling display of more than 80,000 holiday lights and enjoy the magic of winter. Admission is free, and you can bring your own skates or rent them on site for just $8. For hours and schedule, visit parkwaybankpark.com. Let the ice, the lights, and the memories be part of your holiday season in Rosemont.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks. the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, a Zazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TAP to 321-321. That's TAP to 321-321.
$3.3 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk's about 40 minutes away. Barstool Eddie is in for Yerk. We are talking Bears. We've had a lot of good conversation about the future of this team, the direction of this franchise. Will they ever finally get it right? We're going to see. I don't know. I still have my doubts because that's just what we've always known. Z-Pack and Pottinger with us today. Black and Abdallah are not here. Kevin Z-Pack came in today, and he was, I won't say bragging, but it kind of felt like a little bit of a humble brag. You're like, hey, guess what? I didn't shower today.
Okay, I didn't say it like that.
Yeah, you kind of did, didn't you?
No, that's not
How
at
did
all.
you say it?
Well, I walked in. I was a little ornery, having.
You were.
I was in a little bit of a mood. I hadn't had my sandwich yet, hadn't had my meeting with John yet, and my morning constitutional. So I had to go through my routine before I got in the vibe. Now
Before you warm up?
Now I'm in a good mood. I'm feeling good. I think it's a good show. We like having Eddie here.
We do.
The computers have been started on fire in about 30 minutes, which is a record for us here. So I'm feeling pretty good. And I walked in this morning, and I wasn't bragging about it. I just mentioned that, and Justin was here yesterday. We worked on the Bears broadcast. I wore these pants and this hoodie, the same exact outfit.
You're wearing the same clothes?
I wore this outfit in here to work yesterday. I slept in it, and I came back straight away, same exact clothes.
I mean,
he didn't mention that.
Like, you're not 15. I mean, like, you're wearing the same clothes. And he's like, well, why would I shower? My girlfriend's out of town.
She's out of town.
What does that mean? Like, you're not a child. I mean, like, you're 38. I mean,
what's wrong with that?
Did you brush your teeth?
I did brush my teeth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Okay.
What?
Well, at least that's like
do you
that's
mean
the
at least?
baseline, right? At least brush your teeth, use some mouthwash.
Well, you're not supposed to use mouthwash after you brush your teeth. Did you know that?
No.
Because it rinses off all the toothpaste.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you're going to use mouthwash, you use it before you brush your teeth.
and then brush?
Yes.
Oh, boy, who knew? I'm 48 years old. I've been
You
doing it
learn
wrong.
now from the guy who wore the same clothes to work
I
yesterday.
know. I'm getting the hygiene tips now from this guy.
That's unbelievable.
I got nice teeth. What do you want me to say?
Any comment on like the visible green odor that's coming off of you right now in that booth?
So stink lines coming off me. Yeah.
Did you reapply deodorant?
Yeah, of course.
You did?
I'm not an animal.
Okay.
Underwear change. He changed his underwear.
Changed my skivvies.
Okay.
It just seems odd. I mean, that like I could see my 12-year-old being like, well, why? I don't have school today. Why would I shower? I don't know.
Well, am I going to shower to come in here for 3 hours?
You're coming to a place of business. You're a grown man.
A place of business, please. This
I
place.
use the term loosely.
Get out of here. business. There's not even anybody here. Zetterman's not here.
The biggest head scratcher to me was well, why would I shower? My girlfriend was out of town. I'm like, if my wife or girlfriend were out of town, I'm like, I think I'd still shower. I know
shower tomorrow, holiday, special occasion.
Okay, all right.
I just don't think I need to. What am I doing? Who am I trying to impress here, Eddie?
Well, maybe. Unless I'm sick, and I mean sick, like flu, I'm taking a shower every day.
Yeah, I think you're only here for 3 hours. I mean, listen, I guess the girlfriend thing, there's not someone visibly judging you as you're in the room.
Well,
right?
not even judging, but visible or smelling.
Yeah.
When I'm laying down next to her, she's like, "Oh my God, you smell like."
It's
horrible.
It's like some form of male liberation. You're like, you know what? She's gone. I'm not going to shower.
Yeah, I don't have to do that.
Bizarre thing.
We're supposed to be the players of the weekend here, Carm.
Nah, we do it coming up.
Okay.
I don't care. You're the player of the weekend. Let's face it.
Oh, well, thank you.
You, my friend,
Appreciate
for
that.
your general, just everything about you, and you're the gift that keeps on giving.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN.
I didn't do anything. Don't look at me.
I just jinxed the equipment when I said we hadn't had a
the whole
malfunction.
place is on fire over here. We'll talk about players of the weekend coming up, and we'll keep. Oh my God, the whole thing's gone haywire, hasn't it? You want me to take a break, or you want me to keep it here? Take a break. All right. We'll see how this goes. We will do players of the weekend, and we'll continue to talk about our hapless beloved who fall to 4-11 on the season. Barstool Eddie's in for the good kid. We're back in a couple minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
To choose companies that I believe in. And I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto and truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs. Call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors. They will do great for you, too. Call them today at 8444-VLG-LAW.
Dreaming of transforming your backyard into an outdoor oasis? Make it a reality with a stunning pergola from BHS Outdoor Spaces. Choose from fully automated to fixed louvered roof options. Add screens or shades for privacy and bug-free ventilation. All pergolas and motorized screens are custom built to fit your outdoor space. Make your comfort a priority with fans, misters, and heaters for those hot days and cool nights. Extend your patio season and transform your outdoor living space today. Visit bhsoutdoorspaces.com. That's bhsoutdoorspaces.com.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, I hope everyone's having a great day. Bears lose again as they fall to the Lions 34-17. Dug themselves another pretty big hole. Hey, at least they scored a point in the first half. So they got that going for them.
Yeah.
My God. Barstool Eddie is in for Yurko. Yurk's off this week. Yurk will be here Thursday to do a post-game. Waddle and Sylvia will be down in about 30 minutes for crosstalk. If you want to ring us up and join the conversation, you can at 312-332-3776. Did I see the stat on the graphic right? The 3 straight games they had gone without scoring a point in the first half was the longest such streak since the 30s. Since like 1933. How do you go 3 straight games without scoring a point in the first half? They found a way, but they finally did yesterday. Only good thing to come out of any of this nonsense is that I do think Caleb can be. I think he can be everything that we've been asking for, Eddie, for so long. I really do. Like, I think he can be a franchise quarterback. I think find the right coach, though. The support system is going to continue to be important, that's for sure.
And what's good is it kind of feels like we're all in agreement on that, right?
Yeah.
Like, not too many, you don't see too many people being like, he ain't it.
You're right. Not too much. He stinks. What are you guys seeing?
At least in Chicago. We've talked nationally. They're just love comparing and everything like that, but not locally at least.
I think you have to be willing to sometimes admit it's okay, like, that you got something wrong. Like, look, I am trending to be very, very wrong potentially here on Bryce Young. In September, I was like, that kid can't play. And I can own that. If he turns out to, like, he looks so much better. And I still think there's some physical limitations that'll maybe hold him back from ever really being a great quarterback. But it'd be insane of me to sit here and be like, nope, can't play. He can't play. The kid can't play. I could have made the cardinal sin of overreacting too soon before a guy even played 20 or 25 games in the league and been like, that kid cannot play football. It sure looks like he's figured some things out. You have to be willing sometimes to be like, okay, I might have been wrong. And I think, to your point, sometimes people get it in their mind that, no, he can't do this, this, and this. And I think Jaden's going to be better, so I'm just sticking with that one no matter what. Well, Caleb's the only quarterback who hasn't gotten better. What?
Yeah.
Did you watch the first month of the season? Caleb Williams hasn't gotten better? Of course he has.
It's okay to be wrong, Carl.
Right, it is.
It's okay to be wrong, and even more importantly, it's okay to change your mind. You know, don't just die on a take because you don't want to be wrong. Just
right.
Just be like, hey, you know what? I got that wrong. That's all you got to do.
Just admit it.
That's all you got to do.
Because we all get stuff wrong, right? We're out here making, you're saying things, you're trying to come up with, you're doing content every day. We're saying a lot of things. You are going to get things wrong. So to insinuate that it's scary, that, again, maybe I misunderstood the context of what Orlovsky was saying. I find most of his stuff to be head-scratching anyway. But I heard a comment, or at least maybe I saw it on Instagram while I was scrolling on vacation last week, or it was on ESPN, as I had it on one morning, about Caleb's the only quarterback who hasn't gotten better amongst the rookies. That's very troubling. I don't know how you could reasonably say that. I think he has absolutely gotten better. He's far from perfect. He stunk last week in Minnesota. He bounced back yesterday, and quite often that's the case with rookie quarterbacks. But to say that he hasn't gotten any better from week one, I watched week one. Mm-hmm. I know we all did. You can't tell me that Caleb Williams hasn't gotten better from week one until now. I think that's ridiculous. But a lot of it is just, I'm sticking to what I always believed, that Jaden Daniels was the better quarterback. So now I'll just say, no, Caleb's the only one of the rookies that haven't gotten better.
Do you have a take off the top of your head that you've gotten very wrong? Like, what is one that you're
Sure. I mean, Tyrus Thomas. I mean, I could go down the list. I thought Tyrus Thomas was going to be phenomenal. I remember thinking before they traded him on draft night, Jonathan Hood and I were doing the draft show at the Berto Center the night that they drafted LaMarcus Aldridge. Now, that was part of a draft night trade, but we were like, LaMarcus Aldridge, no. LaMarcus Aldridge had a nice career in the NBA. I thought he was going to be a bust. He played a long time. I mean, I could probably go on for days, Eddie. We're going to get stuff wrong. Bryce Young, again, like in September, I said that kid can't play in this league. And it looks like I might be wrong. Bryce Young has played a lot better. They have as many wins as the Bears.
That's so depressing. Because for a while, they had the torch as being the most incompetent franchise, right? The owner seemed like a knucklehead, and everything was going wrong. And we're staring at the mirror, and we're seeing blue and silver. It doesn't feel good.
Like the Bears, that second-round pick, the Bears might have a higher second-round pick than the one they get from Carolina. Think about that. You could have never envisioned that, right?
Never, dude. Never. What do you think the floor was?
I thought for sure you'd have to go out and be a 7-10 win team. Really, 7 or 8 wins, I thought.
It's exactly what I said. I thought the floor was 7-10.
Right?
Which would have been a repeat of last year.
Yeah.
Right? The roster got better. You think Caleb will be better than Justin. I thought for sure. And now we're going to have an identical almost record as 2 years ago.
Yeah. Yes. They're going to be 4-13.
Yeah, dude.
So that's a great way to frame it. Think in your head what that floor was. 7-10 at worst. And they're going to come up woefully short of that, which is really troubling. And they gave up, 450 or whatever it was yards yesterday. And turnovers don't help either. You know, your offense, unfortunately, in Rome with a couple of costly turnovers, put you in a bad spot against that offense. But you got to give the Lions credit, what they've built. Now they're going outside and winning games. You know, they won not that yesterday was a weather game, but for them still, historically, golf in, sub 40-degree weather, it hasn't been great. Wasn't a problem yesterday. They won a sloppy weather game in November, or was it maybe late October in Green Bay? Mm-hmm. This team's going to have, I think they'll end up with the number 1 seed in the NFC. They're going to have 3 outdoor games all year. That's pretty incredible.
That is.
The Green Bay game yesterday, and I believe they go to San Fran this weekend.
Oh, wow.
3 outdoor games all year.
I did not know that. That's a stat.
How about that?
Yeah, that's a stat.
3. And it really plays to their advantage. Even though they've won the games where they've had to go outside, they've won, And the one real weather game they had was that Packer game. I think that was let me find when that one was. I think it was October. But that was a miserable, it was cold, it was rainy. That was November 3rd. They won that game at Green Bay. Won at Chicago yesterday. They go to San Francisco next week, and that's it. Then they're back home for Minnesota. Everything else for them this year has been in their building or a dome somewhere else. How about that? And, of course, the home field advantage is theirs. They will be able to ride that stat all the way through the Super Bowl. Pretty good. 312-332-3776. Yeah, this division.
Yeah, and just think, dude, you go back to that London game, 4-2, 3 in a row. To be where we're at now, I don't know. At some point, you got to start thinking about like a higher power here.
Like, what is it? Why are they,
Right? And then you schedule 2 games. You sandwich Christmas with a Sunday and a Thursday game.
Yeah, it's brutal.
That's cruel.
Yeah, it's brutal. You're playing a Monday night, short week, right? Like, Monday night road game, back home, now another short week. It's that the ball was in the air in Washington, and you're like, it's a Hail Mary, good luck to you, 5-2. Ball's in the air, and you're like,
Yeah. Life comes at you quick.
Doesn't it?
Life comes at you quick.
Boy, how about Washington? Like, you win another game yesterday in the final 4 seconds of the game. What a comeback that was.
Fantastic game. And, say it, Jaden Daniels, credit, he got it done. They got the win. That's the most important stat, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't look very good for a lot of it.
How many turnovers did they have? 5?
5, yeah. And the 2 of them were, at least 3 of them were fumbles. He had 2 picks, yes.
Yeah.
3 of them were fumbles. But
how do you have 5 turnovers and win a game in this league? I guess when the backup quarterback plays on the other team. Although Pickett wasn't
Pickett wasn't bad.
He wasn't.
And they're a good team. They're a team that's kind of built like the Lions. You could plug a guy in there. They got the skill players. They got the defense.
That was something.
The offensive line, they got it.
Yeah, they do. They got a lot of good pieces. I don't know how they let that one get away from them, but for everything that's gone wrong for the Bears, and you're like, man, what is it? What is it? Like, are they jinxed? It just feels like everything is flipped in Washington now that you finally have the old guy out. You got the old owner out, who was just the worst. I mean, just awful. You've got a new owner, goes out, new GM, new coach, and it's all clicked for them. Mm-hmm. And it feels like they have all the good mojo.
Oh, yeah.
And the Bears have nothing but bad mojo.
Yep.
And you're looking at now a franchise. This is the 6th time in the last 11 seasons. So that's more than 50% of the seasons. This is the 6th time in the last 11 seasons that the Bears are going to lose 11-plus games. So half the time in the last decade plus, you're talking about an 11, 12, 13-loss team. And I can't get over the Vikings. You could have hired that coach. You could have talked to that coach. You could have seen it maybe if you were any good at running a pro football organization. And as far as we can tell, Kevin O'Connell was not even on their radar. And when I say not on their radar, they're so inept they have to hire Bill Polian to do their hiring. And what does Bill Polian care or know at this point? Yeah. I mean, honestly.
What's his skin in the game, right? To get that right. What kind of skin does Bill Polian have in the Chicago Bears coaching hire?
Team X knocks on your door. We'll give you $450,000. Go hire us a coach that you have no connection to.
Zero.
Okay.
Zero.
So and so Kevin O'Connell not even being on their radar because he wasn't obviously on Bill Polian's because Bill Polian just went, oh, I know somebody from Indy. Here, hire Matty Reflus. And Kevin O'Connell is probably going to be the coach of the year. He's 33-16. The Bears are 14-35.
But Carm, it went so well with Ernie Accorsi the time before that, so they had to bring in Bill Polian, right? It's just
go to their old NFL guys.
That's it. That's how the Bears do things. And George, they'll look for
Like, what do they do this time?
Yeah, George is gonna sit in his suite and eat Cracker Jacks, and everything's fine.
I don't know how they can end up on anyone but Johnson or Vrabel. And I know you said your Vrabel's your top choice. He's Yurko's top choice too. I think he's the top choice of a lot of people for obvious reasons. How they could end up on anybody other than Johnson or Vrabel, to me, would be like, what are you doing?
Are you ready? I mean, listen, we're dying to get to the point where we're speculating all this stuff, right? Like, get us past, give me the click remote from, the Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah.
And fast forward past these 2 weeks. Like,
well, I don't know. Who's the Colts defensive coordinator right now? That might be
what's his name? It's Gus Bradley.
Well, there you go. There's your new hire.
And that's not, I am prepared to just pull my hair out at some of these names.
You guys, can you imagine? We'll see. You're right. You want to go forward 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I know.
Well, like, be careful what you wish for too, because if we're hearing names like that,
no,
just like if we lose to Malik Willis, like everyone's got a breaking point.
I know, right? This franchise 4-11, 312-332 ESPN. We'll grab a few more calls. We'll talk about our players of the weekend. We'll do it coming up next. Yeah, we will. We'll talk about our players of the weekend. It could be anybody from the college games or from around the NFL. And we'll sneak in a few more phone calls before crosstalk. It's Carmen and Yurko. Barstool Eddie's in for Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Can't miss radio. Tuesdays on ESPN Chicago's Waddle and Sylvie Show. Be here for Michael Wilbon at 5, presented by HawkAuto.com.
Make sure you look good this holiday season. Go get your fresh haircut, get your shave. Folks at White Buffalo Barbershop, they got you covered. Partner brand is Zazu Salons. That's where I go to the LaGrange location. They got a spot in Hinsdale, too. So if you're out in the near western burbs by me, you got to hit up White Buffalo. Go online, book an appointment today. You can also get gift cards perfect for the holiday season. WhiteBuffaloBarbershop.com. That is the website. You can buy gift cards through the Zazu Salons app as well. Get a Zazu Salons gift card for the lovely lady in your life this holiday season. She will appreciate it for sure. Born original, just like you got to go to White Buffalo.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
If you need health insurance, find an affordable quality plan on the Get Covered Illinois Marketplace. Our Get Covered Illinois navigators will help you enroll, and you could qualify for financial help. 4 out of 5 customers can find a health plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. All plans have essential benefits to cover prescription drugs, emergency care, hospitalization, health screenings, and more. Visit getcoveredillinois.gov to enroll by January 15th.
Attention basketball fans, the DePaul basketball season is here, and tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see the Blue Demons live as they take on some of the top teams in the country. There's no better place to experience a game than Wintrust Arena, home of the DePaul Blue Demons. Get your tickets today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets and be part of the action. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets. Go Blue Demons!
Four Winds Casinos transforms into a tropical oasis of fun and excitement on New Year's Eve.
Celebrate with live entertainment throughout the casino floor, party favors, and a chance to win a share of $115,000 in cool cash, including a $20,000 top prize. See you for a night of celebrating and winning. Bring in 2025 at Four Winds Casinos, your entertainment escape.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bathroom. Not only do you get an incredible shave, Panasonic's Palm Razor has a sleek, elegant design that adds a touch of sophistication to your bathroom. It also conveniently charges with a USB cord. Visit shop.panasonic.com/sports to shop for the Palm Razor. Use promo code HARRY for 10% off exclusively for ESPN radio listeners. That's shop.panasonic.com/sports, promo code HARRY.
The Chevy Red Tags are out at your local Chevy dealer. Use your $500 in Red Tag bonus cash and get $5,750 total cash allowance on a 24 Silverado 1500 RST pickup. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk in 15 minutes. It's Carmen and Yurk. Barstool Eddie hanging out with us today and for the Good Kid. Yurk's off this week. Let's talk about our players of the weekend, brought to you by Orloff. Discover the Land Rover Defender 130 at Orloff. Designed to conquer any terrain with confidence and style. It is an absolutely beautiful truck. Make sure you watch us on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Carmen and Yurko. Like and subscribe. Also watch on Twitch. All right, players of the weekend. Who jumps out at you boys? Eddie, who really jumped out from the weekend for you? College or pro? Who was it?
Ben Johnson.
That's a good one. I like that. That's pretty good. I gotta give you bonus points on that. That's pretty good. Hard to argue, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. All right, Ben Johnson. I think that counts. That's a good one. It's gonna be tough to top Ben Johnson. Pottinger, what do you think?
I got to go with Joe Burrow here. Did you see that Superman dive throw he made?
I did. To T. Higgins?
Like, if the Bengals were just a little bit better, he'd be in this MVP conversation.
Oh, for sure.
And he's just, every single week he puts up a display. There was a minute left in the game, and he's still throwing a 40-yard touchdown to Jamar Chase. I mean, Joe Burrow's been unbelievable.
It was another 3-touchdown game, too.
Uh-huh.
Right? How many in a row is that now? He's, like, getting close to... I can't remember.
Is this 6?
It's
5. 5 in a row.
5? No. More than that. It's
7.
1, 2,
7.
3. It's 7 straight games with 3 or more, and I think the record is 10. I think
He's been fantastic.
I think Brady ripped off 10 straight during the magical 07 offensive season that they had. So I think Brady's got the all-time record with 10 straight, and this is one of the longer ones now, like in the last 20 years. It's up there. And he might be, let's see, he'd have to, does that stat carry over? I wonder. Like, if he did it in the last 2, would it carry over next year? I don't know how that works. Like in baseball, the hit streaks count, but I don't know how that would work. But Brady's got the all-time record, if I'm not mistaken, and he's got now 7 straight weeks with 3 touchdowns. He's been incredible.
Imagine what that's like. That's nice.
Right?
Yeah.
39 touchdowns, you guys. 4,200 yards and 39 touchdowns.
So good.
Imagine a 4,000-yard passer. I do think Caleb will do that. He's going to do it. I mean, obviously not this year, but Caleb will do it. He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
I think he will,
He's
too.
going to do it.
He will.
I really believe he's going to do it. Kevbo, who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Caleb, actually, even though we were just, comparing him to Joe Burrow is not fair. But another game with no interceptions for Caleb Williams. I think coming into this season, having thought, what we knew about Caleb from his time at USC, I think I've been most impressed by his ability to not give the ball to the other team. They did have the fumble on the handoff with Adunze yesterday.
Yeah,
but, I mean, he has been so good at not turning the ball over this season in general, and now that interception-less streak, easy for me to say, gone over 320 passes now, without throwing a pick, longest ever for a rookie, and he's got a shot to actually set the record.
It's like top 10 all time.
Yeah.
Right now.
He's very much in that range. If he doesn't get slammed into the ground 50 more times between now and the end of the season.
Yep.
But and he went over 300 yards, threw a couple more touchdowns yesterday. I thought listen, I get it. The Bears stink. We've been here. It's Groundhog Day a million times over. But at the end of the day, we do have the quarterback, all right? And it's the first time in my life that I've been able to say that confidently, so we can take solace in that.
Yeah, I think so. All right, I was thinking maybe Jonathan Taylor because he had such a big game. He had over 200 yards. But, Jaden Daniels, I know he had a couple of picks, but, man, he finished with 5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And he rallied that team. 5 touchdowns, 2 picks, costly but not costly enough for Washington as they get the win. And he, on the game-winning touchdown, that's good quarterback play because it's reading the leverage, it's understanding the concept, reading the leverage. I'm not sure what Zach Bond was doing on that play. I'm sure he'd like to maybe play a little bit differently, the Eagle linebacker. But I think it's high-level quarterback play for a rookie, just reading the leverage and knowing the concept and feeling very comfortable to let that ball rip even before Crowder really was totally out of his break. He saw it, he threw it, pitch and catch, touchdown. I'll go with Jaden Daniels. That was an impressive win for Washington when it looked like they might be out of that one. It helps when the other team does have to play its backup. Although, as we discussed, Kenny Pickett wasn't terrible.
Was not. And I'll give you, besides Ben Johnson, I'll give you a different one. Jeremiah Love, you set the tone with a 98-yard touchdown.
How about that?
Yeah.
Right after the turnover, right? That was right after the pick at the goal line, and then the next play, 98-yard touchdown.
Yeah, not a great game even by his side. I think he had 9 carries for 108. So he just really didn't chip in much after that. But you set the tone like that, and that kind of, the game was pretty much on ice.
Does Endy have a chance?
I mean, so doesn't sound like Beck's going to play.
Right. It doesn't sound like it.
So
and now Notre Dame lost Riley Mills, though. I will say that. They lost another guy on their defense. But that's a big loss. But, I don't think Beck's going to play, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they got a shot to get there. And I don't think there is, an Alabama-type force.
No.
That could bully them around like they have done in the national championship in the past.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I think they do have a chance. But Riley Leonard's got to be a lot better.
Yeah, he's got to be better. The first weekend was full of mostly blowouts. I know it's easy to look at it now and be, like Lane Kiffin tweeted, and I don't even remember verbatim what the exact tweet was, but he was being a little salty and, about Indiana. Don't lose 3 games, I guess, is the moral of the story, right? And if the idea is you want to get the best teams, who cares if you have a 4th loss, if Ole Miss is one of the best teams? It's hard to imagine that Indiana is better than Ole Miss or Bama or even South Carolina. Sorry, Indiana fans, I know we're pissing you off today. We've said it a couple of times. I don't think Indiana's better than Ole Miss. I don't. Now, if the goal is, well, that's all that should matter, and you should put the best teams, I feel like we're going to we're going to go in circles. We're going to ram our head against the wall, trying to figure it out. The moral to me, Eddie, is every team better be cognizant of it. Obviously, Clemson lost 3 games, but they sort of lucked in with a few weird circumstances. Don't lose 3 games, man.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, I was holding an Alabama futures ticket.
Oh, were you?
Yeah,
wow.
and look, watching that first round, of course, I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
But don't get blown out by Oklahoma.
Yeah, exactly. Don't go score 3 points in Norman or whatever.
Yes,
scored, right?
don't let it happen.
I guess that's the way you got to play it every year. You got to you sort of know the magic number now probably and where the line of demarcation is, and don't do it. And it's good to have one of these home games, it looked like, in that first weekend.
That was awesome.
That's for damn sure.
That was awesome.
The campus vibes seemed fun. Games weren't all that compelling or great. I mean, pretty much every one of them got to the 4th quarter, and it was kind of a blowout. Not kind of. I mean, they really all were. But I think they'll be much better as we go along. Can't wait to watch Oregon play.
Yeah, poor Oregon, though. What a bad call.
It's brutal, right?
Awful.
What are they thinking?
I don't know. They got to fix that. I'll complain about that. You can't let the top seed get hosed like that.
No,
you can't. But besides that, everyone complaining. It's the first year. Let them shake it out.
See how it goes.
Yeah, right. They're gonna tinker with it. The automatic buys here, Boise shouldn't got a buy.
Yeah, they got to fix that, right?
Yeah,
is that the easiest fix?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so because other than that, you have to play the what makes sense. This team beat this. You have to play that, or else they will be in a never-ending cycle again. Like you said,
play the what makes most sense game, guys.
Yeah.
Do it that way. So, and then we fire up the second round here again next week on New Year's Eve. Let's say hi to our buddy Viking Scott. Scotty, what's up, brother?
It's Bronze Carmen. He's got that special glow going to him today.
Very special glow, yes. You sit in the beach for a week, and that's what happens. When it's 85 and sunny, it's nice.
I'm going to annoy some people here, but a Christmas song that most people don't know is Christmas is the Time to Say I Love You by Billy Squier. It got a nice rock guitar riff in it, but once you get in your head, you can't get it out. So people will probably be mad about 2 days from now when they hear it and they keep it in their head. But let me give you some numbers on the Minnesota Vikings, Carm.
Oh, God. All right.
Sam Darnold, 12 of 15 games with a quarterback rating over 100.
That's impressive.
Kevin O'Connell, first Viking coach in history to win 13 games twice, and he's only in his third year of coaching.
Is that right?
It's correct. The only Viking coach to win 13 games twice, and he's done it.
Wow.
And here's the most important one, Carm, with 2 weeks left in the season. The Minnesota Vikings are 4 wins away from the Super Bowl.
I know.
They win Packers, they beat the Lions, they get the bye, then they got to win 2 games, and they're in the Super Bowl 59 for a team that was projected with a win total of 6.5.
Mm-hmm. I wish I would have bet their over. I briefly toyed with the notion, and I didn't. Because I thought they would win 7 or 8 games, and I didn't.
And 2 guys with 11 sacks in Grenard and Van Ginkel. I mean, talking about a free agency and a GM that did what they did in free agency.
Listen,
you
got
guys
a good
might want to
team.
look up north here, Bear fans.
You got a good team. Listen, when Sam Darnold throws 4 picks in the first playoff game, don't come crying to us, okay?
Hey, when we're all cashing tickets, and, man, this is a good year when you got all Bear fans for friends because a lot of them already paid up. Right. Oh, win bets, who's this? Oh, wait, Williams will throw for more touchdowns than Sam Darnold. Come on. All right.
Goodbye.
It's been good, but Merry Christmas to all you guys.
Merry Christmas, Scotty. See you, buddy. Nothing but a pain in our ass.
Yeah.
Talking about the Vikings all the time.
You know what, though? That was my biggest coward take is I sat there. Because remember that game where Fields got hurt? He hurt his hand? And
Last year, the Viking game at home? Yeah.
Yes, and they were all over him.
Yeah.
I remember being like, man, the Vikings defense is good. And everyone had them slotted for the fourth spot in the North. And I didn't think it would be the Bears, so to speak. But I remember being like, I think the Vikings are a little better. And I didn't say it. I didn't say it, Carm. I should have said it.
You should have said it.
Yeah,
we should have trusted a little bit more. I did. I briefly toyed with their over. And I'm like, nah, I don't think so. Because I thought they'd be the last place team, too. But I thought they were better than a 6-win team. So we knew this division was going to be good. I don't think we knew it was going to be this good. And we certainly didn't think the Bears would suck ass.
Yeah, we didn't.
It's all gone wrong, my friend.
It has. Denny Green, 10 years there. It made the playoffs 8. He never did what Kevin O'Connell
He never did it, huh?
It's crazy. Yeah, he had 15 wins once.
Wow. I was surprised at that. I would have thought maybe somebody else had done it. Or, going back even to the Tarkington years, maybe they would have popped a couple of those seasons. All right, coming up, we got Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie. The 2 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, of course. And the final word is brought to you by our great friends at White Buffalo Barbershop. I guess the 2 of us together have the final word.
Carmen and Yurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word.
Had to have the last word.
On Carmen and Yurko.
Running out of hot dog.
I think that makes me more mad than anything. You get people in that stadium, you can't give them a hot dog?
How do you run out of a hot dog before the game starts?
20 minutes for a Polish? Put more on the roller. What do you mean you're running out of Polish?
20 minutes. Like, I could grind the meat and put it in the casing. What could take 20 minutes to make a Polish?
Listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Bears and Seahawks, the final home game of the season, Thursday night. Join myself and Tom Thayer for the call live from Soldier Field, starting at 7. Bears and Seahawks, live from Soldier Field on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. And I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto and truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs. Call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Veroliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors. They will do great for you, too. Call them today at 8444-VLG-LAW.
Ho, ho! Welcome to the Make It Jingle with Kris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi!
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The future of basketball begins in LaPorte, Indiana. Just an hour drive from Chicago, the LaPorte Invitational returns Thursday, January 9th through Saturday, January 11th at the historic LaPorte Civic Auditorium. This basketball showcase will feature 11 of the country's best high school programs, including Indiana's La Lumiere, Monteverde, Long Island Lutheran, and more. Come see the next generation of basketball stars with over 27 of ESPN's top-ranked recruits. For tickets, go to LaPorteCivicAuditorium.com.
The key to unlock the next breakthrough in cancer research could be sitting in your driveway. Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your unwanted vehicle into funding to support innovative cancer research. So when you're looking to get rid of your old car, truck, motorcycle, RV, or boat, why not donate it to Stand Up to Cancer? You can be a driving force in cancer research. Donate your car today. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text LIKE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text LIKE to 42424. That's LIKE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, thanks for listening, calling, and participating in today's show. Thanks to Kevin Zipak, who hasn't showered, so if you get a whiff on the street, be careful. And thank you to Justin Pottinger.
Badge of honor?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, my girlfriend's gone. Why would I shower?
He
We're
looked like he has a bruise on his knuckle, on his hand. I said, did you get in a fight? He goes, no, my cat scratched me.
All right. I don't know.
He did.
Scratch fever.
Yeah.
And I said, why don't you get that thing declawed? And you would have thought that I said,
oh, well, you can't do that when the cat's old. You can't do that, can you?
I didn't know. My parents just got a cat, Ernie, and I think they declawed him. Are you not allowed to do that?
Cat down and just no, you cannot.
Is that inhumane these days?
When you adopt a cat, they make you sign something that says you will not declaw this cat, or otherwise your ass is going to jail.
They're in Tennessee.
Well,
I don't know if
it's
that's
lawless land.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case.
Big difference.
My parents have been pet owners forever. They would never do anything that was inhumane to an animal.
That is inhumane. You can't.
Maybe I got it wrong then. Maybe I didn't. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Back in the day, people used to get their cats declawed.
Well, I know, but I don't think. And I think it's like one thing to do as a kitten, but you can't do that to it. That'd be like getting a circumcision at 40. I mean, come on.
Let's try with your.
Thanks, by the way, to Barcelona for coming and hanging out for your show. It was fun today, Eddie.
It was.
Thanks, my man.
Thank you for having me.
We getting the Eddie Olczyk call. Eddie!
Hey! These guys are welcome anytime. They know that. And Big
course.
Cat's on every week with Waddle and Sylvie, and we've all known Big Cat.
You gotta get
forever
over
and
to their
ever.
place.
And Chief does the hockey show with PB. I know. I got to go
It's
see
the
it.
most amazing studio I think I've ever seen. All the stuff they
Chief turned down an invitation to co-host with me while Waddle's out.
Oh, really?
Can you believe that?
What is he thinking?
Said no.
I don't.
Well, he must have something going on. He didn't just say no.
You'd hope. Or the Bears. He doesn't want to talk about it.
He wants to talk about hockey for 4
I don't think he wants to be humiliated with my hockey knowledge.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause that's the problem.
That's fair.
That's what he's afraid of. Because Sylvie's going to
cool
talk
with that.
circles around me
Yeah.
when we get
That's
to
right.
pucks. Can you
Listen,
imagine?
I can. We are the hockey show.
Yeah, you wish. They've won. They won 3 out of 4 actually. The Hawks.
Yeah, not good last night, Carm.
2 nights ago.
2 nights ago.
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
Bedard scored though. Hey, they've won more games here in the last month than the Bears have. So they got that going for them.
Who hasn't?
Saying much.
That ain't true.
Oh, my
That is
God.
true. That is true.
You guys, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's not, I guess, but I just want this season to be over. I can't even.
Could I have ever sold you? I said this last week. I could have never sold myself this. Could I ever have sold either of you that this team coming out of the bye at 4-2 would ever go on a 9-game losing streak at that point?
Nope.
No way.
Nope.
Everyone had their football chubby going. We were poised for good things, and they've now lost.
As bad as the end of Washington was, you couldn't have sold me at that point.
Sack up, guys.
If you said, guess what? They won't have a win before Christmas. I'd be like, there's no way.
I said to these guys too, think about them and then compare them to the three. Do you realize? I believe they were 3-6 at the time, or I think it was 3-6. The Dallas Cowboys.
Oh yeah,
the Cooper Rush, and now they've won 4 out of 5. And the only game they've lost was the game against the Bengals, where the game was tied with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
That's a team that has decided that, guys, you know what? We've got some pride and some dignity, and we're going to come out and play.
I mean, imagine me telling you after that win in London that the Bears would virtually have the same exact record as we did. We got the number 1 pick 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I would have never believed it.
Yeah.
You could have never convinced me that was going to happen.
The Bears have a chance to have a longer losing streak in season this year than they did within their rebuilding year. Because remember, they lost 10 in a row to end that year.
Right.
And then it carried over to 14 with the first 4 the next year. But they only lost 10 within the season.
So they could lose out and be 11.
It could be 11 within the season. And this is already the second longest losing streak in Bears history. Ryan Poles has both the longest and second longest. And you're telling me, and this is the thing that is getting me with all this talk about him hiring the next coach. It's not that he's just hiring the next coach. You're going to give him a contract extension?
I don't know how you do that.
Well, then how could you let him, if you're not, how do you let him hire the next coach?
It's a good point.
Do you realize that there's a very real chance that our pick is going to be higher than the Carolina pick we traded for?
We were talking about
Were you
that.
guys talking about that? It's crazy.
Yeah,
That
another
might
thing.
happen.
Another thing you wouldn't even realize, you could never imagine.
The Vikings have had 2 13-win seasons in the last 3 years. We've got 14 total wins in 3 years.
Yeah. Didn't even
Didn't even interview
contemplate
O'Connell.
like that, like going after that coach?
Eberflus was signed one day. 22 days later, the Vikings signed O'Connell. The Bears never even interviewed him.
How do you miss that?
He's taking Sam Darnold and shoving him down the NFL's throat.
Yes.
And we were saying, I think there's a real, he has an argument to be the best coach of the division, pure coach.
I would give him Coach of the Year. I mean,
he's going to get it.
Yeah, he would get my vote.
He's going.
And I love LaFleur and I love Dan Campbell, but he's done the best job of
There's
any
a
of
lot of good coaching because Sean Payton would get some Coach of the Year.
Dan Quinn, I would think.
Yeah.
But no, O'Connell's got to win it, doesn't he?
I would think so. Like, if they win out, I think they've got Green Bay and then the Lions in the last game of the season, right?
They could get the 1 seed.
Oh, yeah. If they win out, they're the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
1 seed. They're 6 games over their total, their win total from the season already.
Amazing.
You know what's funny, too, about polls? We all remember we're going to take the North and we're never going to give it back quote. The most hollow quote in Bears sports history.
Take it right to the toilet.
They've won 2 division games since he's been here.
Yeah, 2 games, 2 division games.
2 division games. And look at what, again, the Vikings replaced their general manager. I want to say the Poles turned down their job.
He was on the way to visit them, I think, and the Bears signed him before he left to go visit.
So
I think that's the story.
They replaced their general manager and their head coach the same year the Bears did. And look at what the Vikings have done
33
comparatively
and
to the Bears.
33 and 16.
Two wins in the division.
So bad. And we just get, I'm sure you guys too, you get clipped that quote and tweeted at you every single
all the time. All the time.
Going to take the North and never get
From
it
Lions
back.
fans and from Vikings fans and just all look at you guys, how pathetic you are. I mean, he's got to go to Green Bay in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He's going.
I'm dreading it.
Have you been there before?
I went last year.
It is a cool spot though, isn't it?
It's
For
awesome.
work or pleasure?
For work.
Okay.
But have you guys been to a road game this year?
Yes, Arizona.
Yeah, at least they were bad game, but at least we were still kind of, there was something to argue then. Now they're just patting us on the head.
Yeah.
I went to the Vikings game, they're patting us on the head.
Didn't they do that to you in San Francisco or in Santa Clara?
And it was even worse last year in Arrowhead.
Yeah.
It was so bad. They're like, someday, and too bad about Mahomes. And it was like, you mother.
I know.
It's
terrible.
It was brutal.
Ryan, one of our former producers and assistant PDs, texted me, he's a Lions fan, and Ryan McGuire.
Yeah.
He texted me yesterday during the game, and he's like, God. You guys are what we used to be.
Yeah.
Like, think about that.
Yeah.
I've got Lions fans now reaching out to me telling us that we're what they used to be.
We suck.
We do.
So bad.
It's just, I mean, there's so many things. We've won 14 games. We're 14 and 35 now.
14 and 35, yes.
What did you say? 2 wins, 2 and 14 in the division.
2 wins in the division.
Yeah.
They're giving up 34 points per game since Eberflus was fired. They're worse defensively since they fired him.
Was that to be expected, you think, when
Maybe
your defensive
so.
coach
But you realize
play
now
caller gets fired?
I sent you guys a text. They've been outgained by 428 yards. They've been outscored. They are getting beat by an average of 34-14 since Eberflus was fired.
Right.
Their third down conversion rate is garbage. Defensively, it's unbelievable. They can't stop anyone.
No, nobody.
No.
On third, look at the last 2 weeks on third down.
No.
It's gross.
So, look, I'm not pining for the return of Matt Eberflus at any time, but anyone who thought it was going to get better when they launched him, sadly mistaken.
We said this earlier, too. Do you think the McCaskies feel any embarrassment that we do? Do you think they feel it at all?
It's a great question.
I don't know if they feel embarrassment. I think I do think they want to win. They don't know how.
That's what I think.
They don't know how.
I agree.
But you see that trick play, right?
Yeah.
The fake fumble and on the sideline.
The stumble bum, they called it.
Stumble bum.
Goff's laughing. They're all they're yucking up. And I'm like, this is they would only try that against the Chicago Bears.
Well, and then you know how they got it, right?
Yes.
From the
Yes.
Packer game against us.
Last year. That's what he said,
they saw the Packer, how Jordan Love fell down and fumbled.
Yes.
And Kaylin Kaler, who got that story, is joining us at 4.
Nice.
And she knows a little bit about Ben Johnson's demeanor. So we're looking forward to talking to her. But that's the essence, Eddie, is that not only are they devising these plays against the Bears, they're getting it from former games against the Bears where the Bears allowed these things to happen.
Mm-hmm. I think if that's the case, the opponent should just line up and run the football at them all day long because they can't stop that.
Stop it. They can't stop it.
Creative or not, they're just...
They can't stop it. I don't know that,
Thought we saw another business decision by your
100%.
Yeah.
I texted it to you guys the minute it happened. I go, there's your boy won again.
Yeah.
Just,
Just not, again, I go back to the Cowboys. The Cowboys could have punted as well. They weren't going anywhere. Dak was done. The season was over. They won 4 out of 5, and they're playing hard.
And all I've done is rip that coach for years.
Yes.
I don't think he's a good coach. Excuse me. I don't think he's a good coach at all. But, I mean, how can I say that as a Bears fan?
Yeah. That's my point is that they found it in them as a team and as a coaching staff to come out and represent themselves like a professional football squad.
Terrible.
Yeah.
You guys were talking about Gruden earlier, who works with you guys now, Eddie. Did you hear, Carm, the story that Gruden told last week on Barstool?
No.
So I want to play it for you because Yurko would appreciate it too.
Wait, this was last week? No.
This is last week. I know you were gone.
Yeah,
so I sent it to you, but you were in St. Lucia on the beach. So I think
hammered.
I love this story for so many reasons. And you can mention which show it was. I'm not sure which show. This is about the Halloween game.
Okay.
And so this is such a good story because it was a game that both Waddle and Yurko played in.
Yes.
And how, like, he sort of started getting a little more juice within the Packers. And you and Eddie were talking earlier about that Packers staff that had all the great coaches. So you have that, Miller, right? So this is the guy asking the questions will start about the biggest rival that Gruden ever had.
You know? Biggest rival coach out there where you're just like, I want to get his ass. Whether you guys went back and forth, who was your biggest rival?
It had to be Andy. You know, it had to be Andy Reid. We're on Mike Holmgren's staff in Green Bay. Andy played for Mike Holmgren at BYU. So he was kind of the teacher's pet, you know. So we had this big board. Me and Mariucci and Andy Reid were young coaches at the time. And we would put the plays on the board with the formations, and these are the plays that we think should be in the game plan. And Holmgren would be doing his thing. He'd come in, he'd sit there and look at the board. And in a different color would be a new play. And Holmgren was always like, whose play is that? Andy goes, that's my play. That's 69 handoff solid. You get on the board and draw it. Mike would put it in. And Andy would look at me and would say, I'm smarter than you guys.
Yeah.
So Andy would get a play in the game plan, and it would be called. And it gained 6 yards or it gained 8 yards. And Andy'd walk around the office all week like, yes, son of a bitch.
That's awesome.
So now we're not playing good. And people are starting to get on Holmgren's ass a little bit. So we go into the room, there's all the plays, and there's this play called Fox 3, fullback slide, 58, all go Z search. Holmgren's like, what are those plays? I go, those are my 2 plays. And I had to cut up, and well, you don't like our place? Is that what your problem is? You don't want to run our... He was on my ass, like yelling at me. So we go play the Bears on Halloween night. It's pouring down rain, the worst night in the history of football. 3rd and 2, early in the game. Holmgren calls red left, fake Fox 3, naked right, fullback slide. I swear to God, Brett Favre kept it, runs it in. Longest touchdown run of his career, 36 yards on Monday Night Football. I'm on the sidelines. I'm not saying anything, but I'm like, God, that's my play. So listen, late, this is a true story. Late in the game, we just need a first down, the game's over. And it's like 3rd and 14. And I had seen Dan Marino run an all-go with a little search route. And I put that play in, and Sterling Sharp ran it better than Mark Clayton and Mark Duper ever ran it. Favre threw it like a 23-yard gain to ice the game. That's my play, too. So we get on the plane, and Holmgren's sitting in the front with Ron Wolf, the GM, and I'm in the back. I'll never forget this. I got my beer, and I'm drinking it. I'm thinking, God, well, that was the greatest day of my life. Holmgren turns around. He goes, hey, Gruber. Calls me Gruber. Hey, Gruber, come down here. I walk down the thing. I sit next to him. He goes, game ball. Hell of a job. I turn around. I walk back to my seat. I see Andy Reid, and I go, game ball. I love competing with Andy Reid. And then when we competed against each other, when he was in Philly, I was in Oakland or Kansas City. I mean, I just used to love seeing him, and we still laugh about that.
That's great.
Isn't it? I knew you'd like it.
That's awesome.
And he can remember the play call 30 years later.
What show was that? Was that the football show?
Football show, yeah. That's one of your coaches.
He is such a great addition to what you guys do.
He's fabulous.
It's entertaining.
Yeah, he's doing a show called The Shred Line now. So fans just call in all over the place and just smoke their teams, and he's just loving it.
That's pretty great.
He's just
That's pretty great.
What a hire.
He's awesome. That was a great hire.
What a hire.
I can't believe how easily you're recalling you've got
lifers, man.
I'll give you an example. Here, I'll give you an example. I'll do it. I'll go right up your alley here. 25 years ago today, you know what happened 25 years ago today?
So that's 2000. That's 1999, right?
Yes.
My math right?
Yes.
December 22nd, 2000. 1999.
No, movie.
A movie.
Movie was released 25 years ago today.
A big one?
Die Hard.
Football movie.
Oh, boy.
Varsity Blues?
Mm-mm.
No.
A football movie.
Any Given Sunday. So give us Al Pacino's speech in Any Given Sunday.
I don't remember that one, actually, because I don't like the movie.
All right, so then so I had a bad point.
I do. You had a terrible point.
Mitch and Bartlett wanted you to do the Al Pacino because you always do a good Al Pacino.
I know.
25 years ago
Wasn't
today.
that a crappy movie?
Wasn't it a terrible movie?
Yeah.
It's terrible.
I watched it one time.
I think I saw
It's not terrible.
Oh.
I disagree with that.
All-time speech, though. Peace Within Inches is great.
Yeah, I mean, I know the speech. Maybe Eddie should do it. I mean, go ahead.
Can you do it?
Can you do it?
Yeah. I got to remember I'm blanking on the speech right. We actually just filmed a commercial doing this. Big Cat gave it to us.
Really?
Yeah. These are the moments. That's all I remember.
That's a good start.
Yeah, these are the moments.
That was a good Pacino.
That's football, gentlemen. That's all it is.
What was his quarterback's name?
It was
Willie Beeman.
Willie Beeman.
Yes.
Wasn't it Fast Willie Beeman? Is that what they call
Steeman
him?
Willie Beeman.
Steeman,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Was
Steeman.
it
Jamie
Foxx?
Foxx.
Yeah.
Did the sun shrivel your brain?
I don't like I've seen the movie like 1.5 times. I thought it was terrible. Like I remember watching it being like, oh.
Is there any movie you can recite every single line to?
No, but I mean, I could come close with like Goodfellas,
Shawshank.
Pulp Fiction. I don't know about Shawshank.
Goodwill Hunting.
Goodwill
strong.
Hunting, I could probably do. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, I could probably get close. Caddyshack, I could probably get close. Wow. Yeah, I couldn't do every line, but I could do.
That's great.
Yeah, I could rip some off. Heat, probably do a lot of Heat. I love Heat.
They didn't isn't that the story in that the Pacino and De Niro weren't on
that's
set a
rumor
lot?
that they weren't actually. They
At the
filmed
diner?
the diner separately.
Yeah.
because you never see them on one shot.
Right.
That's hard for me to believe.
Me too.
I don't. Yeah,
I thought that movie had so much promise, but I don't think it was. You love it?
It was still good.
Yeah.
You didn't
but
like it?
I thought it was good, but it wasn't a classic. I didn't.
You know, Black was ripping Carry On, which we were talking about.
I didn't like Carry On.
Did anybody
either.
watch
The
it?
first half has potential.
That's the Bateman movie?
Of being really good, and then they
Like the writers went on strike.
Yeah, and they just want to wrap up these movies as quick. They're not creative in the end. Nobody's got a good.
3 acts.
Yeah, it's just, and then these television shows have much more depth to them, where they have great plots.
Yeah.
The movies these days don't get you like they used to.
Yeah,
They get you going, and then halfway through, they just
They get lazy.
they peter
I don't
out.
make them like they used to.
They don't.
They're like, okay, we got to figure out in the next 25 minutes how to land this plane, literally
Right.
here in this movie.
It ain't
How
like
are
the
we going
Paul
to do it?
basketball.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
It's not like the Paul basketball.
Right, it's not like the Paul basketball, exactly. Like the good old days.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what do you guys have up on the show?
Oh, nothing. Just a little
Yeah.
White Sox
Yeah.
talk. Little White Sox
Phil
talk.
Nevin, huh?
Phil Nevin, okay. Well,
Special advisor.
Z-Pack actually said in the meeting, he goes, should we talk about the good quiet season the White Sox are having? I'm like, no, we shouldn't.
Wait a second. You traded Crochet? I mean,
He's like, hey, quietly, they're having a good offseason.
he wasn't serious, was
No,
he?
I think he was.
He was smelling his own armpit.
Yeah, maybe that was it.
Why is he smelly today?
He
didn't shower.
because his girlfriend's gone.
Are you really going to get that ripe after one day?
I don't know.
Depends what you do, how hard you're working.
I think you got to shower.
Same clothes, though.
Same clothes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
you wore
same
the
clothes.
same clothes?
Yeah.
Take that into account.
Did he change the underwear?
He said he changed the underwear and
Okay.
brushed his teeth.
Okay.
So,
Why not change? If you're going to change your underwear, why not change your pants
I mean,
and
if
shirt?
you're changing your underwear, you're
change
naked.
everything.
Get
Yeah.
in the shower.
Right.
Or at least,
How hard could that
back
be?
in
You
the
already
day,
got your clothes
when
off.
I was working from home, I would go, when we were at the beginning of COVID, I'd go 2 or 3 days without showering.
Really?
Yeah.
What is the point of that?
Well,
though? Didn't you
because
feel
could.
gross?
Because you could, yes, I would. I would feel gross.
Yeah,
But it was fun.
I don't. That's not.
There was a
fun.
part of me that liked to do the marathon. I wasn't
Torturing-
running a marathon, so my
torturing
marathon
himself.
was how many days could I go
like a
without
good
showering?
hot
Your mind
shower.
is sick when you're like, I'm going to push this to 3 days.
Push it
without
to the
taking a
limit.
shower. What did
Push
Allie
it to
say?
the limit.
Like, that's disgusting. I mean, you're ruling out any chance of being amorous then with your significant other.
Oh, okay, so this got ruled out a while.
What do you guys have?
White Sox, we told you. They've
No.
had a really,
White
they've had a
Sox and
nice,
Bucks.
quiet, good
Yeah,
year.
I guess
So
Off-season.
did Ben? Are we all aboard the Ben Johnson trade here?
I've been
Train?
forever, so.
And then the Caleb Williams dynamic still is very. I don't know if it's the Justin Fields people who are upset, but there still seems to be, and maybe I just pay attention too much to social media, Eddie. I don't know, but there sure seems to be a lot of people criticizing him for a lot of stuff outside of his control. Of course, he's got to get better. No one is saying. Yeah. And we went through it last week. We'll go through it again today. I've got a checklist of things that he has to get better at. But to me, considering everything that he's gone through around him, I think he's had as good of a season as possible considering the circumstances.
Yeah. Finally hit a hole shot, too.
Yes, he did. It was beautiful.
It was a good throw.
It was like, keep
Usually
doing that.
he throws it with the same speed, but it's 14 feet
Right.
higher than normal.
It was perfect.
And then
this time.
the college football fans are doing some chirping. I want to get to that, too.
Oh, yeah. All right.
The hardcore guys are different.
What, with like Ole Miss and Alabama should have been there, that crew?
No, the crew that, they never should have expanded because we had
they
a few
should have
bad
never
games.
expanded.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
You're still having the same argument, though. right?
Of course.
It's the same
of
thing.
course. When they go to 16, we're going to argue.
Yeah,
You guys
exactly.
are like, oh, what about so-and-so?
We should just have 2 teams and vote on it. How about we not even play a playoff and just go back to voting on that?
How stupid was that?
Yeah.
I would suggest all of those
A
that are
computer,
upset, go back and look at the first round of the NFL playoffs from last year. There was one first-round game that was a one-score game.
Oh, there you go.
Like next year could be
did
great.
we like that?
Could be.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah.
Like some years, Major League Baseball playoffs suck. This year, the Major League Baseball playoffs were great.
They were awesome. Agreed. All right, boys, have a good show. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Eddie, thanks
See you
again,
guys.
buddy.
Hey, thank
See
you
you
guys.
later. Pleasure. Waddle and Sylvia are next. Have a great day.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Sylvie. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Let me ask you, what would life look like without joint pain? Imagine walking up and down stairs, getting a good night's sleep, and enjoying your favorite activities without the nagging aches. QC Kinetics can make that a reality. Using regenerative medicine, they target the root cause of your pain. No pain pills, no steroids, and no surgery. Patients feel normal again and get back to doing what they love. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics are experts in helping people just like you. With treatments done right in the office and no downtime, you can get fast relief. And yes, they even offer Saturday appointments. If you've been told surgery is your only option, don't settle. Get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. The consultation is free, and you can even use your HSA or FSA dollars. Start 2025 pain-free. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, because you deserve to live your best life.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp. Banks, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
WWE superstar and Bears superfan Seth Rollins is joining us inside Soldier Field. Seth, it is a pleasure.
Oh, the pleasure is mine, man. We are here in Soldier Field.
It's beautifully frigid in December. We are ready for some football, some winter football. It's going to be awesome. I was born in '86. My love for Waddle actually stemmed from the video game Tecmo Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, that is
Waddle was sick in Tecmo Super Bowl.
I had such better speed in that game than I did in real life.
Dude, yeah. I would just sit and wait, and then I would just bomb it to Waddle over the top.
Harbaugh was the quarterback.
Yes, sir, man. So, yeah, that was my love for Tom Waddle. That's where it began. That's where it began.
Great stuff yesterday. Seth Rollins, he is not only a superstar at WWE and a Bears super fan, he's a super great guy.
Yeah.
Really cool
Very
with
nice
all the fans, and could not have been nicer to us. He was then in our suite for the game and was fantastic to anybody who wanted to chat. His wife, equally as nice. She's a superstar as well. Been involved in wrestling and is an actress. And really nice. Like, it's great when you meet these people in person and you're not sure how they're going to be. And he had some words for CM Punk as well. I did not know. A lot of the people were telling me just how big this feud was. And I was Googling it and two Chicago guys are two guys who love Chicago sports. And, you know, he grew up as mentors. At least I believe it was CM Punk was a mentor to Seth Rollins, the way I read it and the way Seth Rollins explained it. And then CM Punk stopped being friends with Seth Rollins, according to the way Rollins explained it. So the entire interview is on our YouTube channel.
So they're going to scrap.
Yes, they are. I think it's January 6th. That the day on Netflix. So check that out. They're going to be in the ring together.
Here's hoping that Netflix gets the Christmas football things situated first. Because
I think so.
They struggled with the fight.
With Mike Tyson.
Yes. So here's hoping that they've fixed some of the bugs in their system.
Yeah. Well, yeah, who will get it straightened out first, the Bears or the Netflix?
Netflix. Yeah, they're significantly more well-financed and run more efficiently.
Yeah. These games, too, are just, it really is it's like a comic. It's like the circus. I don't even know, and I'm so numb to it these days, guys. I really am. I'm in that press box with Joniak and Thayer and Zetterman, and I'm standing there, and I'm just shaking my head because all of the starts could not get worse. They just dig themselves a hole, and some of the ways they decide to do these things with the running back or the wide receiver runs, they can't run it with a running back, so they decide to start running it with the wide receivers, and then we get the fumble. And then when they do something well, a nice run after the catch with Rome, and I love Rome, and then Rome fumbles as he's going down. So 2 quick fumbles early, and you're just in the defense just digging yourself a hole, and you blink and you're down again, big 20-0 or whatever it is, and you and it's 1 week after another, and you're for 4 weeks in a row. No points in the first quarter, digging yourself a big hole.
It's hard to believe with the offensive ineptitude that we've seen in the first half of the last 4 games. Now, they scored 14 points in the second quarter of this game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 14 points in the first half of the last 4 games. To think about that ineptitude, but for me then to come away with the thought that their defense has been a bigger issue than their offense is hard to even wrap your brain around. They're giving up 30-plus points per game over the course of the last 4 or 5 games. They're giving up 34 points per game since they fired Eberflus. Defensively, they're just a hot mess. They gave up over 300 yards of offense in the first half again. It's the second time in 3 games that our defense has given up more than 300 yards in the first half.
You had a good text to us about that, and I think you texted Cap something similar. And again, this has been one of your talking points since even early in the season. When it was like, for those who are saying, well, now that Eberflus is gone, who are you going to blame? You've been on this most of the season about the players, too.
Yeah. I didn't think that this was just a coaching issue. It was a coaching issue, but I didn't think any of their players were playing at a level that we'd seen them play at or a level that you're expecting them to play out. So everyone got their wish. The boogeymen are out of the building. You fired Shane Waldron, needed to be fired. You fired Matt Eberflus, needed to be fired. So you got your wish. So who are you going to be? Since they fired him after that Thanksgiving day, the Bears are 0-3. They've been outgained 428 yards. They've been outscored 102-42, which is an average of 34-14. Their offense has converted just 7 of 32 third down opportunities. The defense has allowed 20 of 38 third down conversions. That's better than 50%. Caleb has been sacked 11 times. The defense has 4 total sacks. Now, you tell me, is that an indictment of the players? Is it an indictment of the new coaches who are being asked to do things that they weren't hired to do early in the season? Or is it a combination of both? Or is this a systemic problem with the entire organization?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the stuff that you mentioned. I was never passionate about Eberflus needing to go within the season. I always said to you guys, the thing that I worried about was who is the guy to replace him? Like, Eric Washington has never really called plays as a defensive coordinator, and he's really going to take over as your head coach. Are you going to hire Hightower to be your head coach, the same guy who you've had issues protecting on a field goal block that the Packers sniffed out and your special teams coordinator could not sniff out? I wanted Eberflus gone. I never wanted him brought back. I wanted the program to be switched out. But within the season, what I feared was there wasn't really anybody to take over the job. I also said way before he was fired that I didn't want Thomas Brown taken away from Caleb Williams in the offense. This was an inexperienced play caller. I didn't want him taking he didn't know how to call plays to begin with. He's never mastered it. He barely called plays for Carolina, did it at the end of the season after Reich was fired. So he never has installed a true offense. He wasn't the guy calling plays this year. It's not his offense to begin with. So he's just learning how to call plays. A lot of people are like, let's give him the tryout. I'm like, guys, our number one priority is Caleb Williams here. We're seeing some progress on offense. Let's keep this going here. So I didn't need Eberflus fired within the season. I need him gone as soon as the year ended. But this is your worst nightmare now.
Sure.
So it continues to get worse. They don't know how to caretake a quarterback. They don't know how to get the best out of anybody within the building. The players themselves, as you mentioned,
I think
not playing.
Yeah, I think the biggest indictment, or what sits most with me, is the players. I get it. Again, I think you're asking Eric Washington and Thomas Brown to do things they weren't hired to do. Eberflus was Eberflus. Again, I referenced the Cowboys. The Cowboys were left for dead. They were 3-7. Dak was gone. Cooper Rush was your quarterback. Micah Parsons had been hurt. Who are you going to be? You're 4 games under 500. You got no chance to go to the postseason. They've won 4 or 5. We've found similar situations or found ourselves in a similar situation, and our guys don't show up. You know, it's disheartening at times, and I can't sit here and say everyone on the field isn't playing hard. You know, but as I say about my kids, you don't get extra credit for not doing drugs. In the NFL, you don't get extra credit for effort. That's a requirement. You get extra credit for executing above expectation. But this team just looks, at times, they look disinterested. Think about the mistakes. They had 2 fumbles. They dropped an interception. They had 10 penalties for 70 yards. At home against a team that's 12-2 at the time. You think you're going to win that game?
No.
Like, the only chance you have of beating the Detroit Lions is if you play a clean game and you force them into mistakes. You played a crappy, dirty game and you didn't force them into anything. And there was obviously they're a really good team. But I also thought that there was a significant statement made by their coaching staff versus our coaching staff. And obviously they're entrenched and have been recognized. Our guys, again, are being asked to do things they weren't hired to do. But, that's a Lions team that came in here licking their wounds. They had lost 3 more defensive starters. They got their ass kicked by the Bills, at least offensively. And the Vikings had won and basically taken over command of the division, because if the Vikings went out, they win the division. They needed to come here and play really good football, mistake-free, don't overlook this Bears team, and what'd they do? They came out and played like a championship-caliber team that is coached exceptionally well.
It's so funny, Waddle, because we've talked the last 3 weeks about being good spots, or at least 2 out of the 3 games for the Bears. Like, you could talk yourself into this Detroit game being a good spot, at least for the Bears to cover.
Yeah, I did. I talked myself into it.
You know, and the Lions banged up, coming off of more injuries, like you were just saying. Bears at home, Goff outdoors. The San Francisco game a few weeks ago, San Francisco looking terrible in their last 2 games, getting beaten up. They're really hurt mentally and physically. The Bears, maybe now getting that new coach bump. Even on Monday Night Football against the Vikings, I think we were talking ourselves into a closer game. And it's not about the spot or the opponent. This is all about the Bears and what a joke they've become in this season.
And if you think also, we talked about this before we came in here today in the meeting. Think about how they've handled Kiran Amagaji. Like that. Just when you talk about what is happening on the field, think about how they handled this situation. This is a kid, as you pointed out a bunch last week, or the week before, had no training camp. You cannot get yourself ready to play during the season because you get 11 padded practices, and at this point in the season, you're just doing walkthroughs. So there's no chance for him to be conditioned after those injuries the whole time. But yet you thought it was the right decision. And I'm sure it came from the personnel department, not from the coaching staff. And you thought it was the right time to put him in at left tackle on the road at Minneapolis in that environment on a Monday night. And then you didn't really give him any help on the first 4th down. You threw a pitch behind him. This is his first start. And then you gave him no help on the sack fumble, Jonathan Grenard. Like, you put him in a precarious, difficult situation, and he played poorly. The following week, you decide, despite injuries all across your offensive line, that he's not even worthy of being dressed as a backup. Braxton Jones comes back. Tevin Jenkins is banged up. I think they were trying him out in pregame. You didn't even know if he was going to be able to go. So he went from being your starting left tackle against the Minnesota Vikings in their building to being inactive.
You literally took the uniform off of his back after one game. Now, again, I don't know if Amagaji is going to be a bust or if he's going to salvage himself. Poles in the pregame interview sure sounded like he's going to be okay. But that's not a vote of confidence that you give a guy that you think is going to be okay. And again, it reminded me a lot of what they did to Justin Fields in the Cleveland game in his first start, that they didn't make it easy for him. They made it as difficult. Like, they didn't want to play Justin Fields that early against the Cleveland Browns because Andy Dalton was brought in there. But what did they do? They threw him to the Wolves on the road. They played the same offense. They didn't make him run any sort of plays that were good that he was good at. Yeah, right? Yeah. And then he got sacked all those times. He had no chance. So what do you do with Amagaji, a no training camp, who hasn't really developed yet? You throw him out there on the road in a Monday night game with no help, and you make him drown on Monday Night Football. Now, with a week, with no reps, by the way, he had no reps in not only in training camp, but in the week leading up to it because Braxton Jones practiced all week.
Yeah.
So he was not preparing as a starter. Now with Braxton Jones missing most of the week until late, Amagaji, you would have thought, would get most of the reps and could right himself. It's a home game. You can learn from yourself.
The Lions are a significantly lesser challenge, especially in your building, than the Vikings were.
So it's like, again, what we always talk about, the process.
Yes.
It's the process. So not only is it maybe a bad pick, we don't know yet, but it's a terrible way of developing a player. We always talk about this with basketball players a lot. Was it a bad draft pick, or have they been bad at developing the player? What the Bears have done to Amagaji in the last 2 weeks have shown you that they don't know how to develop an offensive lineman. Not only has Poles shown you he may not know what a good offensive lineman looks like, not only has he shown you that he has ignored the position a lot of times, but now he has shown you with Amagaji coming out of Yale, coming out hurt, coming out missing all of camp, throwing him to the Wolves against the Vikings. Now when you have a chance to get him right at home, you strip the uniform off of his back.
Not even a backup. So
Yeah,
again,
he's
like
inactive.
The The incident itself, as it's been described, is head-scratching. But the bigger problem is, as you mentioned, it's the process. So how, if you're Kevin Warren, if I was the president and I had, and I'm sure they do, they have conversations. If I'm the president, I'm asking the general manager and the head coach to come in and explain to me what the thinking was behind what you guys did, because you put him in harm's way. And not to mention, you put your quarterback in harm's way when you start him in Minneapolis.
Right.
And then at home against the Lions, you don't even have him dressed. Explain to me how that is the best way to develop a football player.
Which one did you air? You either aired drafting him, you either aired starting him on the road with no reps, or you aired now again taking the uniform off of his back. Which one is it? And maybe it's all of them. But again, I don't understand. Like they said to you, and I told you leading into the game before they made the call, I go, don't be surprised if Amagaji starts, because they have shown you they're done with Borum. Borum made a crucial mistake. Which game was it in? Was it at the Detroit game on Thanksgiving?
It was the Detroit game on the third down play where he completely whiffed and Caleb got sacked, and then they failed to make it.
Like Borum's been a player crapped his pants one day on the football field. And,
it happened.
Yeah, and he's crapped his pants figuratively with his play. And the drive when it all went wrong, Borum had a very bad mistake there. He has been their swing guy. They're done with him. They're not bringing him back. He's got no future. The move with Amagaji starting and Borum inactive was a sign to a veteran, we're done with you. You are no longer going to play for us. A week later, you made your kid inactive, and you put Amagaji back on the football field when you already told the world you're done with him. What is the point of that?
Don't know.
How are you developing players? How does Ryan Poles how is he supposed to enter the next draft finding you offensive linemen, developing you offensive linemen, when this is the way you operate in this process?
This is why I would have a series of questions lined up for my football guys. And this, I mean, again, this may be getting into the weeds, but as I said to you last week, I think that these coaches that are going to interview for this job are going to vet the Bears as vigorously as the Bears are vetting them. This would be a question, especially with an offensive line that is being entrusted to protect the first overall pick going forward. If I'm Ben Johnson, I would want to know what was the theory behind what you guys did against us with sitting Amagaji.
Yeah, so not only Amagaji has been whatever he's been this year, they traded for Bates for a fifth-round pick, worthless this year. He knew he had a bad shoulder when they traded for him. Nate Davis has been one of the biggest busts in Chicago sports free agent history. You know, you patched work your center position over and over and over again. You know, you got Darnell right, but other than that, what have you done? You traded a pick for Dan Feeney, too.
Yep.
You're like, where have you done work on the offensive line? The offensive line is worse today after year 3 of Ryan Poles than it was when you took it over. It's worse. And there's nobody there that you're ready to say you're going to move off of Tevin Jenkins because he can't stay healthy. 4 guys you're going to need to replace. 4.
Yeah, I would ask the question about, just the makeup of this team if I was looking at this squad as a potential head coach. The word culture is thrown around like Tic Tacs up there. Like everyone, you have one, you get one, everyone gets one. Like we're culture. Again, I draw the comparison to the Dallas Cowboys. None of us thought Mike McCarthy was going to, be around a whole lot longer. I was like, wow, he's dead man walking. They've won 4 or 5. Our team's got nothing to play for except pride and dignity and trying to develop going into next year. And they've lost 9 in a row. So you'd show me where the culture is. Like a team that's got really good culture doesn't play a mistake-filled game. Now, you may be outmanned against the Lions. But again, 2 fumbles, a dropped interception, 10 penalties for 70 yards. And that's not even, I don't know how many mental mistakes were made on either side of the ball as well. And I would also suggest to you that if you had trouble or problems with how the Bears managed the clock or Matt Eberflus, there were some questionable decisions made on that front by the existing interim head
Right.
coach in his group as well.
You know, the worst decision of the day, I think, was the kicking of field goal to go down 3 scores to go down 3 scores.
To go from 20 to 17.
Go down, right. Well, what was that, late in the third quarter?
I think so.
I don't understand it. Like, you were in the red zone. You have Caleb Williams sure, it's 4th and 7, but you're chasing 20.
Right.
You have Caleb Williams with a chance, at the very least, you run a set where Caleb Williams could get some a big play here where he can try and make a play. And you score 3 to get you from 20 to 17. What is that really doing in the grand scheme of things? What are you doing there? If that was Eberflus, we'd rip him for that.
Absolutely. This was an opportunity to, for your, challenge your team. Give them an opportunity. Challenge your team. Like, they mismanaged the clock as well. They had, a 4th and 15, and they were going to go for it. And then they got to delay a game penalty. And instead of kicking, I think even at that point, wasn't it a 55-yard field goal and you punt it? Like, you're still evaluating guys. Like, give Caleb an opportunity on 4th and 7 to see what he can do.
Yes.
And maybe if you're inclined, you got Tyler Scott on your bench. He's active. He's returning kicks. Maybe throw him out there for a few reps to see if he's worth keeping going forward.
All right, guys, how do you feel about this? Again, whether it's Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator of the Lions, we're getting closer here, a couple weeks away from learning everyone's fate, to learn for sure about polls, but it sure sounded on the pregame interview that he's moving down the road on figuring out who some of these candidates are going to be. I just don't get it because to me, again, a 9-game losing streak for that general manager who built the team, the processes behind everything. He's got 1 year left on his deal after this year. You really going to extend him? What head coach is going to want to work for him? I don't understand how they keep him. This is what he's built, and I don't know. I don't think. Look, I thought going into the season, yes, that they were better than they were. I was wrong. After the season is played out, you tell me, guys, what is sustainable going forward for those who are in Poles' corner? 312-332-3776. I want to talk about Caleb Williams. I tweeted something about the interception streak, and I got a lot of pushback. I mean, again, who's to tell these days on social media what real pushback is? But about the interception streak, that there are still people who are saying that this isn't a good thing, and they're saying that he hasn't been good. I would take exception to all that. 312-332-3776. We've got college football playoffs that we want to discuss as well. We'll do Waddle's World today. We'll have some fun before the Christmas Eve holiday tomorrow. We've got Kaylin Kaler coming up, who covered the Lions locker room, and Ben Johnson. So she's going to join us at 4 o'clock. It's all coming up.
To Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
This is the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. Thursday, Bears and Seahawks. Live from Soldier Field in prime time. And we've got your hometown call here on ESPN Chicago. Our coverage begins at 3. Kickoff at 7:15. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer. Followed by the analysis and press conferences in extended postgame. Bears and Seahawks. Live from Soldier Field. Thursday night on the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I proudly drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or $500 to $2,000 year-end bonus cash. Plus, make no payments for 90 days. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Get your year-end deal at hawkauto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
If you need health insurance, find an affordable quality plan on the Get Covered Illinois Marketplace. Our Get Covered Illinois navigators will help you enroll, and you could qualify for financial help. 4 out of 5 customers can find a health plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. All plans have essential benefits to cover prescription drugs, emergency care, hospitalization, health screenings, and more. Visit getcoveredillinois.gov to enroll by January 15th.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
My name is Luke Bryan. Country music is my life, and I want to share it with y'all.
It's All Country is now streaming on Hulu.
And with the help of Luke Combs, Kane Brown, Lady A, Winona Judd, Sheryl Crow, and Mickey Guyton, we're going to explore everything country.
You couldn't ask for anything more than that.
$3.3 million. When everybody brings their story, that really becomes something special. That is the beautiful side of country music.
Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law
At the Home
Group.
Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty interior paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Not only when tinted to colors from the Bear Dynasty and Marquee interior one-coat hide
auto
color
and truck
collection.
accidents, wrongful death, or medical malpractice, call my friends at Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors. They will do great for you, too. Call them today at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Looking to kickstart your career in sports? Join the Bulls for the Career Fair, presented by BMO Student Pass on January 10th. Take in a career panel with Bulls staff. Visit with over 25 sports organizations, including the Bulls, White Sox, Blackhawks, Bears, and Cubs, and get a ticket to that night's Bulls versus Wizards game for just $34. Attendees will also get giveaways and will be able to watch warm-ups early. Visit bulls.com/special tickets for more.
If it's
We are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Sylvie and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
First down and 10. Snap is back. Caleb Williams. Tight pocket. Lobs it right. Keenan Allen snares it out of the air inside the 30-yard line of Detroit, where only he could get it. And those gifted hands pull it in. First down, Bears.
Golly, what a throw, Jeff.
Yes, snap is back. Good, strong rush up front, picked up. They throw right side, running away at the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the end zone. Touchdown, Keenan Allen. Touchdown, Bears. 45-yard strike. Let him down the right sideline to the back corner of the end zone for 6.
A couple of the offensive highlights there yesterday. I mean, like at halftime, it was weird. Because I wasn't as angry as I've been in the past, and they were down still big.
But this team has promoted apathy from their fan base.
And like Caleb did a few things, and I was like, okay, you know, it's.
I got to tell you that there were a couple of things that I saw from Caleb that I hadn't seen in a very long time, which encourages me, and I see that stuff. The whole shot to Keenan Allen, I've been asking for that shot to be completed. He's probably missed it 6, 7, 8 times this year. And there were 2 occasions, if you remember. There was one with Keenan Allen. I think that's the one that Jeff and Tom were talking about where he went up and got it. There was another play where Rome Odunze was in one-on-one coverage and he threw the ball up and Rome went up and got it. Mm-hmm. I would much rather see Caleb do that than sail the ball out of bounds hard and fast. Even if some of these passes are intercepted, like you've spent so much money on your wide receiving core, make them make a play. So instead of, if all else fails, I think he's kind of been neutered in certain ways, just throw it out of bounds. No, throw it up and let your wide receivers who are handsomely compensated to go up and try to make a play. And if it gets picked, fine. I don't want you to be reckless, but I do want you to throw the ball into a spot every now and again where you allow your guys to be athletes.
Right. And I understand all of that. Like, I won't run. I won't do what I did with Cutler. I learned from that where I'm like, everything's everybody else's fault and nothing's his fault. He's got the skills that will all come together. Let me preface everything. I'll start at the top. We said this last week. There's no doubt he has got to get more accurate.
Absolutely.
More accuracy issues than we ever thought he would have.
62% completion rate for him so far. And think about the number of receiver screens that they throw. That number's got to be 67% if you want to be one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league.
Another thing I like about him is he's self-aware. When we played the press conference last week, he was the first one to say, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated about it. He knows it. He looks in the mirror. He'll never run for it and say, what are you guys talking about? He'll say, I need to be more accurate. I hope he gets in the lab like a lot of these guys do, and he'll get it working on his footwork, and he'll get it all cleaned up, or at least be much improved like some other quarterbacks have done in the past. I also agree with you that take a few more chances. And again, the sacks, the 60 sacks, they're not all on the offensive line. I'll yell like Tom Thayer yelled at Justin, throw it. There will be times where we need him to get rid of the ball sooner. That there are sometimes he takes the sack where he shouldn't take the sack. All that said, I don't know, with the wind in his face, like it's been in his face, how you can look at, and again, these are stats, and I'll bring up some other stuff because I'll bring up what the arguments have been, how almost 3,300 yards in 15 games, 3,271, 19 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and an 89 quarterback rating as the ground floor. This is the ground floor, is a bad season. I don't understand that. And the second half has been better than the first half. The division totals, as I mentioned yesterday on the halftime show, he's thrown for 1,352 yards in the division, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. If anyone has held up their bargain on we're going to take the North and never give it back, unlike Ryan Poles, he's played his best football within the division. He is averaging 270 passing yards per game in the division with 8 touchdowns in 5 games. No interceptions. Again, can he take some more chances? Sure. He'll learn that. He's a developing player, and you surround him with a coach, and hopefully he will learn that. And for all the people who say, but Sylvie, what's his record? Let's not forget, he had the Bears in winning position twice in the Commanders game. They elected to give it to Doug Kramer the first time and not score. The second time they did score with 30 seconds left, and the defense allowed the Hail Mary in the play before that, and on and on. They blew that game. Caleb Williams put him in winning position. Let's not forget the Packers game where he put him in winning position in the fourth quarter to kick the game-winning field goal. That was blocked. It was a makeable field goal that was blocked. Let's not forget the Vikings game where they were in position to go into overtime after the miraculous comeback. Let's not forget the Lions game where, again, but except for the timeout, they had another miraculous comeback with a chance at the very least to tie the game. These are 4 games I'm giving you that at the very least they could have won 2 more of them because of him. Not with him, but because of him. And at the very least could have been tied in the other 2 games. And who knows how the game would have ended if not for massive coaching mishaps. So don't give me what is his record. He's doing his part. So again, is he perfect? No. There's a lot for Caleb Williams to get better at. But when people come at me and they say that Caleb Williams, this is a bad season for Caleb Williams, and look at Jaden Daniels, I tip my cap to Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels' season has been spectacular. He has had by far the better season. But I am not in one bit regretting taking Caleb Williams, or do I think that Caleb Williams' future is not going to be bright?
I agree with you. Look, I may in 3 years, when we get to year 3, I may look at you and say, Jaden Daniels would have been the better pick. I can't give you that. Personally, from me, I can't say that to you now. I need to see. You said a lot of the things that I agree with 100%. I think Caleb's accuracy is tied to his footwork and his mechanics sometimes, and that all breaks down. They need to be better. He needs to be better earlier in games, not just when they're down 3 scores and defenses exhale. You got to come out of the blocks and be cleaner and faster. I believe the first pass he threw was an off-target throw. You can't do that. You have to be better. I think he's done a nice job taking care of the football. The interceptions are down. I believe he's been credited with 5 lost fumbles, but they're giving him the Kramer fumble and one of the Adunze fumbles yesterday. Like, for a guy who's been sacked 60 times to only throw 5 picks and really only fumble and lose it 3 times, that's pretty good for a rookie. I don't know what to tell you. I wish it was better, but I'm certainly not, and I'm not going to try to downplay the season that Jaden Daniels has had. But from my perspective, it hasn't, like I said, it hasn't been maybe what I thought it would be in terms of some of the downfield throws. But at this point, I'm not ready to say that if we redrafted, I would go to Jaden Daniels, and I'm not ready to say that the kid still can't be special.
Right, and it's not even about Jaden Daniels. I know I brought him up, but it was more about when I just tweeted that, hey, he's gone over 300 passing attempts without an interception, and he's had 8 touchdowns, no interceptions in the division. I got a lot of, yeah, but he still stinks. Yeah, but what is his record? Yeah, but he shouldn't have 0 interceptions because he should still be taking more chances. He's not perfect. He's a developing quarterback who's had a pretty good ground floor season in my book.
I wish you would take, some of the chance throws are just being thrown out of bounds instead of, like I said earlier, throwing them up and letting his guys battle. And look, Harrison Smith had a ball go right through his hands in the Vikings game. The streak is remarkable. You put it into context, but you also have to put into context some of the other things he has done despite the instability. As I said to you the other day, I think consistent good play. And that's not what we've seen. We've seen 3 really good games. We've seen 2 bad games. We've seen a really good game, then a lesser game. Like, it's a roller coaster ride, which you would expect. But with the instability, there's no way to be consistently good.
Yeah, like when I compare apples to apples, Bears dysfunction to Bears dysfunction. Justin Fields had a similar situation. I don't think it was as bad as it is now. Matt Nagy was his coach. Ryan Pace, they would eventually get blown out. Justin Fields in his rookie year threw for 1,800 yards, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 73. It was bad for Justin, just like it's bad for Caleb. Like, I still said, I believe in Justin, and I believe that you can get him right. But his ground floor wasn't nearly what this is. Mitch's ground floor with John Fox before he got fired, and it wasn't as bad as it is now, where the head coach was fired for the first time in Bears history. The offensive coordinator was fired 9 games in. Mitch Trubisky's first season, he threw for 2,200 yards, 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
Well, and even beyond the stats, your eyes tell you that he's different than those 2 guys.
That's my point. So, like, when we're looking here, we're looking there, we're saying, well, but what about this? What about that? Let's compare the dysfunction to the past stuff. Let's remember what bad is. I know what bad is. I've seen a lot of bad. This ain't bad.
And if you're out already 15 games in, I would suggest to you, I would say for myself, I'm not out. I'm not discouraged. Am I disappointed it hasn't looked better? Yes. Am I going to ignore his mistakes? No, I'm not. I'll be out on him in year 3 if, in fact, we don't see any progress after you've changed coaches, you've improved the offensive line. Give me a middle-of-the-pack offensive line and a new coach that finds a way to help develop him. And if he's still making these same mistakes and he's still inaccurate after 3 years, then I'll join the battle cry.
Marcus in Minneapolis here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Marcus?
Guys, I'm here to restore some order.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait for this.
Hey, so one thing real quick. It was a few weeks ago, I think, right at the bye week before we played Washington, and I said I just don't have I don't feel any emotion when watching the games anymore. And I don't know if it's because I've been losing for so long or what, but I don't know, just Bulls and Bears in general. I don't feel any emotion. So when we're losing every week, it's expected. I mean, It's the end of the season. Players have checked out. I don't know why we're getting so upset every week. At this point, I'm just, hoping we lose and we get a better pick. But That's either here or there. So the reason I'm calling when I said I'm restoring order, I think we've lost integrity as Bears fans and media personalities, and this is not so much you guys, because I think you're honest for the most part. But based on what fans wanted with Caleb versus Justin, that's how they're judging Caleb's season this year. It's either fans are like disrespecting Caleb and saying he's playing terrible, or they're like over. What am I trying to say? They're overstating his play, like the 3,200 yards or the no interceptions. Like Waddle said, you have to put it in context. Harrison Smith dropped the ball. It's like it's sometimes there's luck involved with that. I don't really like to pay attention to things like that because I don't know, it's just overboard. We're overboard with it. And then when we're pointing out, Caleb has I heard Cap and Hoodie earlier, and Cap saying Caleb played fantastic. He points out the stats, the 300-plus yards and the touchdowns. And it's, guys, can we be honest? Every game that he's played great with the stat-wise, he doesn't start playing good until he's behind. And I don't know if that's because the coverages are becoming softer or what, but in the beginning of the game, from first quarter to fourth quarter, he does not play great. He's not accurate. And I'm not going at Caleb at all. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. But let's be honest. Let's put things in context sometimes.
It's what I said, Marcus, is that a lot of what he's accomplished is when they're down 3 scores and a defense will exhale. He still has to make the throws. For him to truly make progress, you've got to see them be more efficient and him more effective early in games. For crying out loud, they won 3 straight games without scoring a single point in the first half.
It's for sure. Look, and it wasn't. You didn't bring up points that I thought were over the top. I agree with you too on a lot of these things. I do think guys go into their corner based on how they reacted on the quarterback situation. I feel like a lot of the people who loved Justin are now trying to discredit what Justin has done. And I think a lot of people who love Caleb and always wanted Caleb do overstate some of the stats sometimes and don't admit. Like, I'll be the first to admit, Waddle is all here too about the accuracy, taking chances, quicker starts, absolutely not taking all the sacks as he's got a ways to go here. But I don't know how anyone as a Bears fan, if you're truly a Bears fan, could say that this is a bad floor to start at. If this is where he is, like Waddle said, in 3 years from now, 2 years from now, we're talking a different story. But if this is the jumping off point with everything that he has dealt with, I think we're all going to be pretty happy down the road.
There's no, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no quarterback in the National Football League who has started all 15 games, who has gone through an offensive coordinator change, a head coaching change, and has also been sacked 60 times. Name me the guy that has also had to go through all of that. Again, I'm not erasing his. He has to own his, and he does.
Yes.
On
He's
a weekly basis.
Yes.
He is very self-aware. But name me the other quarterback in the National Football League who had his offensive coordinator fired in week 9, his head coach fired a few weeks later, and has been sacked 60 times.
Right. When
is
they
there
tried
anybody
to do
else?
the opposite. No, who else has been sacked 60 times? Nobody.
Oh, and by the way, a team that has absolutely zero running game to help him as well.
That's the other thing. I wanted to get to that, too. They can't run the ball.
He led them in rushing yesterday with 24 or 34 yards, whatever it was. 34 yards rushing, I think.
Yeah, and they spent money on the run game. Like, this is what they do. It's terrible. 3.8 yards per carry for DeAndre Swift this year. All right, it's Waddle and Sylvie. More of your calls coming up, 332-3776. And Kalen Kaler was inside the Lions locker room getting some info on Ben Johnson, talking about the stumble bum play. It's a funny story and how she got that term. You know, like how Santa's sleigh and all the Philly special, how they name these plays. At first, they didn't want to tell her what it was called, and she got the name through a chance encounter. She'll tell you that story coming up at 4 o'clock.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Weekly on the new home of the Bears. Catch Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer weekly with the latest news, in-depth interviews, and lots more. Bears Weekly right after Waddle and Sylvie tonight at 6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, we love Connie's Frozen Pizza. It is true Chicago-style pizza and also the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Sylvie Show. We love it. It's thin, it's crispy, it's cut into squares. And thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Pick some up for the holiday break here and stock up so you can watch some football and eat some great Connie's Frozen Pizza. Classic thin pies made with that same cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. It's an institution. Perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. So get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza, born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
Jonathan Taves is not ready to retire from his NHL playing career, but he has parted ways with his real estate in Chicago. The former Blackhawks captain last week sold his Lincoln Park condo for $4.5 million. It's been his primary home in the city since he bought it in 2018. Taves posted online last month that he's not done in the NHL, but continues to deal with symptoms of long COVID that knocked him out of the league. He missed the pandemic-shortened 2020-2021 season, played his last game for the Hawks in 2023, and he's an unrestricted free agent today. His former co-star, Patrick Kane, sent a different signal when the Hawks traded him last year. He paid $5 million for a house in Lake Forest shortly before that, perhaps a sign he intends to wrap up his career in Chicago. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
This holiday, BMW has reunited 3 members of the family at the BMW Road Home Sales event. The Agile X3, engineered for any adventure. The plug-in hybrid X5, commanding the streets with unmatched presence. And the all-electric i4, charging into the future with impeccable performance. Hurry in to find what powers your journey at the BMW Road Home Sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Hurry in for exceptional offers through January 2nd. Visit BMWUSA.com for details.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Harry Douglas here, and if you're constantly on the go like I am, then earbuds are a priority. That's why you need Technique's new noise-canceling AZ80s. Like you, these buds work as hard as they play. You'll get Technique's legendary high-res audio, along with state-of-the-art noise cancellation, so you can stay in your zone. Visit us.techniques.com/sports for special holiday deals on the AZ80s today. That's us.technics.com/sports.
Guys, more businesses across northern Illinois are partnering with the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program to save on energy costs. Get started with a free ComEd facility assessment. Find new ways to control your bottom line. Learn more at ComEd.com/poweringbiz.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Sylvie are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
How in the world can that happen? It's the Bears.
Oh, boy. That was from Thanksgiving. That was on Westwood 1 with Benetti on the call. I saw Jason about a week ago. We had dinner together, my family and him. I think he was doing a UConn women's game this past weekend. It's great to see Jason.
He served as he was good fortune with the Tigers this year, right? Didn't they go from being nonsense to being a playoff caliber team because of him?
He loved the ride, and he loves what they're doing with the broadcast, too. Yeah. So he's very, very happy right now. Let's go to Tom in Lake Zurich. Tommy, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, boys, great show. 3 quick things. Sylvie, you add the Colts game, and the Bears are 9-5 to your earlier analogy. Tommy, you used the word culture. There's culture at Hallis Hall, brother. It's cultured milk is what it is.
That's good.
In business, there's a saying that goes, the fish stinks at the head.
Yeah.
And 3 years ago, the Minnesota Vikings became a world-class NFL organization. Was it a coincidence that it was the year after Kevin Warren left that started? Start over. Clean house. Tommy, you take the top job. You can walk to work. Sylvie, you be the GM. Really, you would do a superior job to these two fine gentlemen. I'll leave it at that because it's Christmas and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa time, so let's celebrate and be happy, right?
Tom, thanks.
You guys are awesome.
I appreciate
Tom.
it.
Happy holidays.
I don't think your timeline, though, is right with Kevin Warren. Kevin Warren was with the Big Ten.
Right.
And left the Big Ten. He was the COO, Chief Operating Officer with the Vikings, but I want to say it was a few years before then, because he was with the Big Ten in 2020 during COVID, and I want to say for a year or two even before then.
His job has gotten even harder now because I can't imagine when he came onto the scene that he thought this was going to be the situation with the football side of things.
Right.
So now not only does he have his hands full trying to help guide them towards a new stadium, but if you're going to be hands-on as the president of the organization with regard to naming coaches and some of that stuff, I don't think he felt like this was going to be as big of an issue. Maybe I'm wrong. But he's got a whole heap and mess over here on his plate to go along with the whole heap and mess of the stadium stuff on his plate here. Like, he's got his hands full, and his decision-making is going to be very, very, very important and long-lasting.
Yes, impactful.
And very impactful. Good word for it. The decisions that he's a part of, whether he's making them all on his own or he is part of a group making them, those decisions are going to have an enormous impact on this franchise for decades.
All right, I want to play you something before we talk to Kaylin Kaler. Kaylin works for ESPN.com. She was inside the Lions locker room talking about one of the plays they ran, and she's given us good information in the past about Ben Johnson. So I'm anxious to talk to her. And before that, I want to play you what Tom Pelissero reported on NFL Network with Ian Rappaport about Ben Johnson's possible interest in the Chicago Bears. All that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Are you tubing? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Get your game day menus dialed in. To do so, I have to inform you about the Daisy Sour Cream Launch French Onion and Ranch Sour Cream Dips. Oh, yeah, I love dips. And these new dips from Daisy Sour Cream, they are a game changer, and they will be delicious for you. They taste just as good as if they were homemade. They're made with Daisy Sour Cream and real herbs and spices. And the new dips from Daisy Sour Cream, they're made with ingredients you can find right there in your kitchen, nothing more. So as I said, start your game day menu like I do with these new French onion and ranch dips from Daisy Sour Cream. They go great with your favorite chips, with wings, veggies, and other foods.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. We're all obsessing over football right now. You need to be up on the latest. You're talking about it on the shows. I get it because I live it. But guys, now it's the fourth quarter. The clock's running out to get perfect gifts for those who have tolerated your analysis all season. Go to RogersandHollins.com, chat with one of their online pros, or visit your local Rogers & Hollins. That's Rogers & Hollins, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Gibbs stumbled after taking the snap, but it doesn't matter. Connects with Laporta for a Lions touchdown. Even when something goes wrong, it goes right for the Detroit Lions.
And I wonder if that was a trick play, because now it looks intentional. You have Jahmyr Gibbs fake falling. You have Jared Goff fake stumbling, and then all of a sudden Laporta comes screaming out the other side for a touchdown. That was a nice trick play by Ben Johnson.
You worked on it all week. That was the best you would run it in the game, actually. What was the genesis of that?
We did work on it all week. We ran it probably 3 or 4 times through the week, and the genesis was that's a good play for that scheme. It is, but they're in tune with it. on defense, that is a good play, and that it's hard to get that on them because those linebackers are so dang good at seeing it develop. So there, at first it started on Monday with Ben asking me if he thought I could actually fumble on purpose and pick it back up. I was like, I don't know about that, and we kind of got off that pretty quickly, and we're like, let's just pretend we're falling or pretend I'm fumbling but I'm holding on to the ball. And I think the part that Gibbs where he dives really sells the play. I'm only doing half of it, but it worked. It worked like a charm, and was nice to score there.
That was again the stumble bum play. I read what Kaylin Kaler wrote, and she's going to join us here in a minute. But you also hear in the sound there before Jared Goff spoke in the highlight, you hear everyone yell. I don't know if you could tell in the highlight.
Fumble.
Everyone's yelling ball, ball.
Yeah.
Everyone on the Detroit sideline. It's something else that Kaylin got from that locker room. That was also part of the play to sell that the ball was on the ground. So all the Lions players are selling it like it was a fumble. Like Thayer yells, ball, ball. And sure enough,
smart.
It worked.
Listen, I also saw people in social media, and consider the source at social media, suggest that this was Ben Johnson going above and beyond the call to audition for the Bears. Look, there's enough great tape on Ben Johnson that the stumble bum play isn't going to put the icing on the cake for any team that's going to hire him. That's not necessary for a team to bring you in and actually hire you as the offensive coordinator. Wow, look at this really cool, trick play. No, there's plenty of good stuff on the Ben Johnson
How
reel.
about the deep ball to Jamison Williams?
That one works better for me.
Because of play action.
Yes.
Because they run the ball so much that the play action works so successfully for them. Yeah. Before we get to Kaylin, I want to play you this then from Tom Pelissero because it all goes into what we're going to talk about with Kaylin. This was yesterday on the NFL Network. Ian Rappaport, also part of the discussion.
Bears host the Lions today, and they could be getting a look at their next head coach. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, once again, one of the hottest names in this cycle. My understanding is Johnson is intrigued by the Bears' job, and he is going to be willing to listen. There's a lot to like in Chicago with Caleb Williams, tons of cap space, extra draft resources, also a major market. They're expected to break ground on a new stadium next year. Team president Kevin Warren has a lot of connections around the league from his several decades in pro and college football. That's allowed them to get a jump start on the search process, gathering background as part of what is expected to be a thorough search led by Warren and GM Ryan Poles. Interviews with current NFL assistants like Ben Johnson cannot begin until after the regular season.
There's Tom Pelissero right there. Let's bring in Kaylin Kaler to the conversation on the CarX Tire and Auto Hotline. Kaylin does a great job for ESPN. And Kaylin, great job on the Stumble Bum story. Can you tell our fans and listeners about how you got the actual name? Because I think you shared that with Meller, and it's a great story.
Yeah, it was. Sometimes you just go into a locker room and it's just hilarious. Like, you just have the best time. That hasn't been the case going into the Bears locker rooms at all this season. So it was really a palate cleanser to go over to the Lions locker room and be like, oh my gosh, like, people are having fun over here. This is great. So I started talking to Craig Reynolds, one of the running backs, and sort of in the corner next to him was Jahmyr Gibbs. And then a few lockers down was Jared Goff. But I was just talking directly to Craig, and I was like, Craig, what do you guys call that? Because he was telling me, yep, it was a purposeful trip. Like, we practiced that all week. And, it sort of evolved from, let's just fake fall to actually getting on the ground where you saw Jahmyr actually do the dive. And so, he's walking me through the evolution, and I'm like, what do you guys call it though? Would you call it a trip? Would you call it a stumble? What do you what is the word you use? And then he was about to say it. And then Jahmyr was like, no, don't say it. We're not supposed to say the name of it. And he's like, okay, well, I can't tell you that. And then Jared comes up from a few lockers down. Jared Goff comes up to me and he goes, oh, what do you mean, stumble bum? And then Jahmyr is like, Jared, what the hell, man? And they're kind of joking with each other about their quarterback giving away the name of this play. So that was kind of funny. And then I made sure to ask, the one thing I was dying to know, when I first saw it, I was like, it didn't originally read to me like it was purposeful. And so until the broadcast questioned and was like, wait a second, maybe they designed that. I was like, you know what? That would be so smart if it was designed, because just from watching Lions football since Jared Goff has been their quarterback, like I can think of a few instances where he's actually tripped. Like, I don't want to call him clumsy, but it's happened a few times, and it's happened very recently. I don't know if you guys remember the end of the Green Bay game. They had a 4th and inches, very close game. 4th and inches, he trips because he gets stepped on. It wasn't his fault entirely. His center stepped on his foot, and he tripped, and they still somehow converted 4th and inches on. He made the handoff happen despite literally falling backwards, like into the running back. So, I asked Jared, I was like, Jared, was that inspired, by the fact that you may have like done this a couple times before? And he was like, no, it didn't come from that Green Bay game that we had, but he's like, there is some validity to the fact that I do this. And then, Craig was like, yeah, we definitely made fun of Jared a few times. Then Tim Patrick, a wide receiver, actually said that when they were practicing it last week, Jared actually did fall when he was pretending to fall.
I think it's, Kaylin, I think it's Rich, going back to Jahmyr Gibbs, trying to protect the secrecy of the name of the play, considering he was the guy on a social media post standing in front of a whiteboard that had all of their play calls.
That's true.
Like,
that's
maybe
true.
he learned his lesson, I guess,
Yeah,
is the
I was
case.
going to say he's probably being extra paranoid now because he's like, I'm not going to say anything anymore. But yeah, so it was a really entertaining locker room. And I mean, I was thinking about it too. I'm like, it's interesting that they are so open about, explaining all of these things. But, people, when I tweeted about it, some people in my comments were like, well, why would they use this play when they were up 14 points, against the Bears, and they didn't need to? Why would they pull this cool trick play out of their pocket then? It wasn't an important moment. And I think it's because they literally designed this play to use for the Bears. Like, it's not a play that's been in their playbook that they've been practicing all year and they were sitting on all year. Ben Johnson was watching Bears film, and he got this from their 2023, the first game of the season, week 1 against the Packers at Chicago, when, Jordan Love actually fumbled the snap, dropped it. It kind of bounced off the ground, and he picked it back up again and went for a deep pass to the tight end, Luke Musgrave. So Ben Johnson called it from that because he saw how the Bears linebackers responded to, in that scenario, the ball actually being on the ground. And in this scenario, they responded in a very similar way where, and as you guys pointed out, I'm glad you pointed that out, because they were yelling ball. I think the offensive linemen in the play were actually yelling fumble too. Like, you can hear them, selling it even more that this ball was on the ground, even though it wasn't, which allowed Laporta to sort of leak out and make his way to the end zone with plenty of space to get that catch. So it really was, it's really just such a fun play and like so smart. And they used it because it was for the Bears. Like, I think it probably would work against another team if you've got, players who are trained to really respond to if there's a ball on the ground. And I think most defensive players are. But that was a play that was designed specifically for this Bears defense.
Can you tell us what you know about Ben Johnson? Not just his accomplishments as an offensive coordinator, but maybe more about his personality and his leadership qualities, because nobody's going to question his ability to game plan and call plays. But what we don't know a lot about here in Chicago is his personality and his leadership stuff.
Yeah, I think last time I came on, maybe a month ago with you guys, I talked about what it was like standing behind him in a Lions training camp practice.
Yes.
I just sort of alluded to his intensity is what I'll call it. He's very intense. And actually, John Greenberg, if you read his column in The Athletic, he had a good scene from Jahmyr Gibbs where at halftime yesterday, apparently Ben Johnson, per Jahmyr Gibbs, to John Greenberg, he was very upset with the offense because, they'd been held to 2 field goals, I think, in the first half yesterday. And their red zone efficiency wasn't good. I think for the game, they were 2 for 5 in the red zone. So he was not happy, despite the fact that they went into halftime with a good lead. He was not happy with their performance. He felt like they left a lot of points on the board, and he was letting them have it. So Jahmyr, talked about that to John Greenberg, and I thought that was a really good example of like what he's like. Because I think the reputation that he has, or that he's built for himself, is that he's this mad scientist with the offense. He's this like offensive genius, and a nerd because he comes from that computer science math background before he was even coaching football. That's sort of the background that he comes from. So that's the reputation that he has. But I think bigger than that, the leader of men thing that the Bears are talking about that they want, I think he actually could be that, without, I can never say for sure because I'm not in the meeting rooms with the Lions every day, but the way that the players talk about him, the way that he does coach them with a real intensity, and I think it's similar to, the intensity that Dan Campbell has, but in a little bit different of a way, where obviously Ben is the play caller and, he's zeroed in on one part of the game instead of the whole thing. And I think Dan is maybe more of a friendly, intense energy. And I think Ben is like, he's going to tell you, he's going to criticize players when they are not executing to his standard. And I think that might be something, honestly, that's been lacking in Chicago's head coaches for a while now. So I think that's a really good quality that he has. And then when it comes to the play calling, Tim Patrick, I thought, had a great quote when I was asking him about this play. He was like, the stumble bum play, he's like, I just don't know how you can look at a play where somebody fell on accident and you think, oh, yeah, I'm going to call that in a game. He's like, he's one of one when it comes to play calling because, any average brain is going to look at that play and think, oh, we never want to do that. That's a mistake. We got to actually practice, ball security. But instead, you have Ben Johnson asking Jared Goff, could you actually purposely fumble? And I think Jared was smart to deny that one. But that's the outside the box thinking that I think is so needed.
Yeah, they asked Penei Sewell to throw a pass in the first game between the two.
A little too cute. Right. Yeah. Caitlin Kaler joining us. It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. I have two questions for you about Ryan Poles. Number one, if it were up to you, Caitlin, would you allow Ryan Poles to hire the next head coach, or would you like to see them hire a new general manager?
If it were up to me, I don't think I would because, I do think, of course, he's going to learn from his past mistake. I would be willing to bet that whoever he hires next, he's got a lot of notes on his last process of how that went and how it went wrong and, where he can be better. I'm sure that that's the case. And this year, the difference is Kevin Warren overseeing things or, we think he's overseeing things. We don't really know, and it appears like he's probably overseeing things. So that should lead to, I think, a different outcome than the past one. However, I don't know that I don't think I would let him hire another head coach just because it did go so poorly and because the thing that he kept saying about hiring Matt Eberflus is that it was his intuition, that he just knew when Matt walked in the room that was the right coach. And that kind of worries me because, your intuition was very wrong in that scenario. So I think I would want to start completely over. And especially because of the concerns from the candidates that you're going to face. Let's use Ben Johnson as an example. He's going to be probably the most sought after candidate in this market, I would say. And, depending on what teams are looking for, but I would say he's going to be very sought after. And we've already seen him sit out a cycle last year. He decided to go back to Detroit. So we've already seen him make the choice of not going somewhere. He's not the candidate who feels like he has to take whatever job is available. So I've talked to multiple coaching agents about this situation in Chicago, and a lot of them have told me, the candidates who have choices, like a Ben Johnson, they're going to have a lot of questions for Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles. And Dan Wiederer did a great job writing about that in the Chicago Tribune last week of just making the point of, any candidate who's interviewing for this job is going to have to feel so secure that, Ryan Poles knows what he's doing and that the reason that they're keeping Ryan Poles on, makes sense to them. Because otherwise, candidates are going to have a lot of concerns about entering a situation where the general manager is on a different timeline. And they could, rework the contract so that they have the same timeline. Who knows how that's going to work. But I do think, I wouldn't be surprised if, as the Bears are interviewing coaching candidates and hearing their questions, I wouldn't be surprised if, something changes with Ryan Poles' job security.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that he's safe.
Yeah, I'm in your camp. I would still bet on him staying, but I would not be surprised either. And Kaylin, I haven't talked to you since the Poles press conference with Kevin Warren. I think it was you. I was on vacation at the time and listening, though, so my hearing may not have been correct. But I think you asked the Waldron question. Did you not?
I didn't actually. That was Colleen Kane.
Oh, that was Colleen. Okay.
It was, but I was sitting right behind Colleen, and I was actually trying to ask a question. I had tried to ask a question like 3 times about Trace Armstrong, and they ended up never choosing me for the question, and then they ended the press conference. But
So
Colleen's question was good.
Yeah, let me ask you 2 questions then about that. Why do you believe Ryan didn't have a good answer for that? Because he usually does have answers. And B, why do you believe that they didn't give you guys longer with Ryan Poles at that time?
Well, Kevin Warren did talk for 8 minutes, so that may have eaten into a chunk of the scheduled time there. And I think that was purposeful as well. Like, I think that was very purposeful of him taking up that time so that we wouldn't be able to ask all the questions that we had, because there were so many questions that were unasked in that press conference. And then, so I do think that was probably intentional, because they just didn't want to have to face a bunch of the questions at that time. And then as far as Colleen's question about Shane Waldron, which he eventually answered and said that I think he said communication could have been handled better, I think was basically the sentiment of how he answered the question about why Shane Waldron didn't work as the offensive coordinator. He did seem extremely unprepared to answer that. I mean, I think he paused for a good chunk of time to collect his thoughts there. And I don't know how you wouldn't be prepared to answer that question, because that had to have been one of the most obvious questions you were going to face that day. So that truly is a mystery to me, why you weren't prepared with an answer for that. But I think it's because, and this, I just reminded myself when I was reading Weeder's story, when he explained why they hired Shane Waldron, he said it was because of how he was a good communicator.
Yes.
And how he could relate to players individually and different players. And if somebody learns this way, he can adapt and talk to them in the way that they need to learn and adapt his teaching style. And so I don't know if Poles realized that that the way that he answered that question was very contradictory to the reason he hired Shane. But yeah, I was like, wow, that is really jarring to see that they hired him for his communication powers, and yet the reason that it didn't work then became that communication could have been handled better. So essentially, long answer to your question, I don't know. It's all a mystery.
Yeah.
This whole season has been filled with mysterious things done by that. I felt for Ryan Poles at that press conference, whether or not it was about, culpability. He looked like he was being held captive, is what he looked like. But.
Yeah, and that's what people were saying. People I've talked to around the league since then were just, that press conference made waves around the NFL for sure. It was noticed. People were commenting on it, executives for other teams, coaching agents. And I think that press conference itself is where the perception that Kevin Warren is really the one running a show, it really took root. I mean, it existed before that press conference, but I think it gained a lot of steam after that press conference when they didn't really define who was in charge. And they basically said, well, if we have a disagreement, we're just going to talk about it. And then we'll just talk about it until we agree. And sort of avoided the question of okay, well, who is the final decision maker? So they didn't really answer that question. And then, just the whole presentation of it, Kevin Warren seemed very much like he was the one in charge. And that's when, coaching agents and people around the league really were like, oh, okay, so that's what's going on here. And that's why the candidates are going to have a lot of questions.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Sure. Kaylin, great stuff. We appreciate your time as always. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thanks,
Have a good day.
You got
it.
Kaylin Kaler, ESPN. Check her out. Really good stuff as well. Again, she was all over that trick play. Ben Johnson, she's given us really good information. Did you guys hear about what happened on the Lions sideline before the game? This miracle, the medical story? I read this in the Detroit Free Press.
I don't know anything about it.
This is pretty incredible. So before the game yesterday, there's a Lions fan who lives in Texas. Grew up a big Lions fan, and he lives in Texas, and he goes to like 3 or 4 Lions games a year, maybe 1 or 2 on the road. He brought his daughter, didn't bring his wife this game. So they're at Soldier Field, and they see somebody they're really low. They got great seats. As you know, there were a lot of Lions fans there yesterday. And they see somebody with a North Texas sweatshirt on. This guy's wife, who was at the game, who wasn't attending the game, the wife who wasn't attending the game, is a teacher at North Texas. So he goes up in Chicago and says, hey, my wife who's not at the game goes to North Texas, and he starts making small talk with them. And they're Lions fans, too. So they're talking for 5 minutes and everything, and they take a picture and sends it to his wife and everything. So these people start having a conversation, and the one wearing the North Texas sweatshirt says, hey, I happen to have 2 on-field passes because 2 people we were supposed to go with didn't show up either. Do you guys want to go on the field on the Lions sideline with us before the game? So now this guy goes on the sideline with his daughter with these 2 people he's never met before. So he's in the right place at the right time. He's a fireman and a medic. All of a sudden, they're on the sideline before yesterday's game. Somebody on the sideline goes into a medical emergency.
Oh, boy.
And it looks like he's having a seizure. And no one really at that time it's not a player, it's no one who works with the team, someone on the sideline. And so he identifies this saying, sometimes a sign of a seizure, what looks to be a seizure, could be someone going into cardiac arrest. So he yells to the Illinois State Police and the Bears personnel, go get me the
paddles.
The paddles.
Yeah.
Defibrillator?
Yes. And so he's able to get these people in action, and he oversees this and starts doing it and goes into action. He ends up being the guy who saves this person's life and leads the entire thing. This is on Soldier Field yesterday. Again, a man who happens to be a Lions fan who lives in Texas, who's in the crowd. The only way he gets on the field is because he sees someone in a sweatshirt with a North Texas emblem on it, and then they don't know each other. He says to him, you want to go on the field with me? He's in the right place in the right time, right when this guy goes into cardiac arrest, and he's the one. And at one point, someone said to him, aren't you doing, this isn't cardiac arrest. He goes, no, I know. This is cardiac arrest. This is going to be the way it shows. And sure enough, he was right. And because of him, this person's life was saved. It's really a miracle.
Well, I mean, this was before the game kicked off?
This was before the game, during pregame at Soldier Field, on the field.
That's crazy.
Isn't it incredible?
Yes.
I read it on the Detroit Free Press. So, look, that's perspective right there, too. But, like, it's really a cool Christmas story. A life was saved because of a guy being in the right place at the right time.
Well
and
done.
who knew he would have been there? He wasn't supposed to be. All right, coming up next, more fun stories inside Waddle's world. We'll get to all that next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yep. Guys, you can bring Waddle and Sylvie home for the holidays. That is right. Bring us home for the holidays. We're talking about our barrel pick from Few Whiskey. If you missed our annual Few Good Barrels event with Few Whiskey, don't worry. We've got you covered. The Waddle and Sylvie Few Whiskey Barrel Picks make the perfect holiday gift if you're looking for something here at the last minute, ESPN Chicago fans. It's the best way to share a taste of the radio station. Give the spirit of the season. You can find the Waddle and Sylvie Few Whiskey bottle at your local Binny's. That's right. Stop at your local Binny's now on your way home. Happy holidays from ESPN Chicago and Few Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
It's almost time for the NFL playoffs, the best time of the year, but it's not too late to get in on all of the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for who will score a touchdown, who will score a touchdown first, total points, hundreds of player props, and more. You can even combine those bets into one same-game parlay to boost your odds. To get signed up, just visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah to join today. This way, you'll be set for the biggest games of the year and get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is the sauce ready, Chef?
Yes, Chef. Almost, Chef.
Ah! Oh, no!
Running a commercial business comes with risk. When the unexpected happens, you need a partner by your side to manage it. Ings Insurance Agency can help you protect your dream of owning and running a business. Meet with Ings and they will listen and learn about what keeps you up nights and help you handle the risks. IngsInsurance.com. Let them help make risks bearable.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by My Guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Come on, Mufasa, let's get in some trouble.
This holiday season, destiny awaits you. You can grab your friends and experience Mufasa the Lion King in 3D.
Everything the light touches belongs to me. You'll have to take it.
Don't miss the perfect family Christmas movie.
Now, swimmingly, if I say so myself.
Disney's Mufasa the Lion King.
Oh, yeah, that looks good.
Now playing only in theaters. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Tickets on sale now.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes, placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Just in time for the holidays, the Chevy Red Tags are out at your local Chevy dealer, and you can save big with 0% APR financing on the all-new 25 Chevy Equinox. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details, and together, let's drive.
Guys, DePaul basketball is back, and single-game tickets are on sale now. Get ready to feel the excitement as the Blue Demons take on the Big East Elite all season long. Mark your calendars for huge matchups against UConn. We're going to that one. Xavier, Marquette, and Creighton right here at Wintrust Arena. This is your chance to be a part of the action. Don't wait. Secure your seats today at DePaulBlueDemons.com/tickets.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Is that why you were here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
Yeah, welcome in, holiday version. Waddle's World's brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wintrust Community Banks. They are Chicago's banks. Find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank. Visit wintrust.com/find us. Member FDIC. I'd like to start today's Waddle's World on a serious note and wish my former teammate and friend Jim Harbaugh a happy 61st birthday. Jim is 61 today. And he could be our head coach if people up at Hallishaw would have had the good sense to make a move at the end of last season and woo Jim in. But instead, He took the Chargers job and took a 5-12 team to a 9-win season so far, and they currently have a 96% chance of going to the postseason. So happy effing birthday, Jim. 61 years of age. I'm not blaming him.
Who's got it better than us? Everybody.
Did you see the new video now? For whatever reason, instead of just doing that chant, they sing, he's a jolly good fellow.
It's
to
incredible.
Whoever is the player of the game.
Is that one of the oldest school songs in the world?
Straight out of the Flintstones from, like the 50s and 60s.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, that nobody can deny.
That nobody can deny. I was talking to somebody today who knows somebody who was on his staff, and I'm going to leave this person nameless because this was told to me, and I don't think he would want his name shared. And I asked, how's the experience been? And this person said to me, there's no question, it's a full-time job. You know, it's all ball all the time. Jim is a unique character, but he loves what he does, and he loves coaching, and he loves the team, and there's nothing more important to him than winning games. But it's an exhilarating experience.
That's what we need. We need a guy that's like that. Gets everyone thinking about their jobs.
Speaking of being in an aggrieved fan base, how about this story? Major League Baseball has released an aggrieved fan index, according to ESPN. Major League Baseball hasn't released this. ESPN has. It's called the 10 fan bases in 2024 who have the right to be most frustrated. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe, first and foremost, that both Major League Baseball fan bases here in Chicago are on the list?
I do.
You do believe that?
Yes. I think that if you're the worst team in the history of the league, you should be on it. And I believe that Cubs fans would think they're on it, or someone would put the Cubs on it because they're a big market team not acting like a big market.
Do you feel aggrieved in there, Jack? You're a young Cub fan. Do you feel aggrieved by your team?
A little bit aggrieved, yeah.
All right. You are correct. Both teams are on the list. Would you like to take a guess as to which place says the two baseball teams that they find themselves in?
I would think, let's see, who's... again, if you're the worst team in the history of baseball and Jerry's running the show, you're ahead. So I think the White Sox are... I'm trying to think who would be ahead of the White Sox. I know Red Sox fans feel probably down these days. They're 2 or 3.
Did you just fart?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Something happened in here. They are 3. I was surprised. I would think they'd be 1.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
Well, are the Red Sox 1 or 2?
No.
Who would... Does Oakland count?
Before we get to that, let's go to where do you believe the Cubs find themselves?
I would say they're probably like in the 7, 8, 9 range.
You nailed it again, number 7. They're number 7 in the aggrieved fans.
Yeah, they're not towards the top, but they have frustration.
There are 2 teams that are ahead of the White Sox. Meller, have you seen this story?
I did, yes.
Okay. I figured because you were a baseball guy and you were probably pouting because you lost your fantasy football game this week.
Trying to think anybody in the Central on
Not
either
pouting,
side.
Just a little hurt.
Would like Guardians fans be there because they just haven't won one? And that they have got the longest drought? They win, but they don't ever win.
Somebody who's had a lot of quality players but hasn't gotten to the top of the mountain. That's a good clue, isn't it? A team that has had great players, but they've never gotten to the top of the mountain.
The Angels?
You got it. Number 1. Number 2.
Do the Angels have a bunch of fans?
They have 10 fans listed here. 10 fans. 9 of the 10 actually feel aggrieved. So 90%.
Does Oakland count? Are they being counted here?
Oakland does not occupy the top 5 spots. Oakland does not occupy any spot.
Well, they may not be counting them anymore since they're not in Oakland. But.
Nor do they count them as is it Sacramento is where they're at now?
Yes, for the season.
Number 2, their fellow professional sports brethren will be here on Thursday.
Oh, the Mariners. Huh?
Yes, number 2. That's those were your top 2 teams included in Major League Baseball Aggrieved Fan Index, the 10 most frustrated fan bases of 2024.
Was I right about the Red Sox? Are they on the list? Do they feel like the Cubs?
The Red Sox are they are not on the list.
Okay.
No, they're not on the list.
Yes, they did not take. They have a disclaimer about Oakland and Sacramento, essentially because they're moving to Vegas. They didn't
They're
really
out.
account
They don't
for
give a
that.
rat's ass. I enjoyed the college football this weekend, including Friday night's game. I know that they were basically scrimmages, but that's the way it is. I hate to tell people the first round of the NFL playoffs last year were comparable. There was only one game that was a one-score game. I still enjoyed it.
Well, look, sometimes playoffs are good, sometimes they're not good. It shouldn't be an indictment. Let's just go back to 4 teams. Or this is why, like, the diehard college football fan, they're a very fickle bunch, and they just like to debate stuff. They really do.
What game was most caught your eye? I will go first and tell you. I thought the cat that coaches Indiana was one of these guys that lets it all hang out. Very Dan Campbellish. He's punting.
Yeah.
Like he turtled, did he not?
What was it, 21 to
20? Well, the final was 27-17.
No, when they punted, was it 21-3 at the time? What was the score?
I think it was,
when he punted. And he said, look, I would have liked to go for it, but I don't believe that we would have picked it up, so therefore I punted. I think that's what he said at the podium afterward.
That's a great attitude. Well done.
Kurt Signetti.
Maybe he can join the Bears staff next year.
I
That's
think
kind of how they roll.
I was most surprised at I don't think I can name anyone at SMU. But I was most surprised at Penn
Dickerson
State.
and James.
Yeah, exactly. That Penn State rolled them.
Well, did you watch any of the game? I was watching the game.
Not really.
SMU's quarterback threw 2 pick sixes in
Right
back to
away.
back.
Yeah,
and then threw an interception in the red zone. So like they basically had sabotaged themselves from the beginning.
I saw the score, then I just went to the NFL.
Yeah.
So I was like, the NFL games were pretty good.
Did you see what happened with Bryson DeChambeau?
I did not. No.
So he's a big SMU booster.
Okay.
And so part of the reason, obviously, with their NIL cash and all that, he's a big part
Did he
of
donate?
a supporter. Yes. And so what happened is, I guess he and a lot of the other SMU guys
asked for their money back.
Well, no, they had a private plane flying in to attend the game at Happy Valley, and I guess due to some weather or something, they got rerouted, and so they had to actually fly in to a different airport, which ended up making them late to the game
Because it's hard to get to, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I guess they were taking like a bus to the game, and so they didn't arrive until like midway through the second quarter,
And they were to end the game.
it was like over.
And it was over.
Yeah, Penn State was.
If I'm struggling to remember this, but I think it was Penn State, we would have to take because we played Penn State, you'd have to take 2 planes because the
runway
runway was too short, so you could only have certain size planes. Yeah, I'm sure that's changed over the course of the last 40 years.
So you guys would do like a
offense, defense,
like
planes.
Yeah. I thought you meant you guys would change planes.
No. We were on two separate planes.
2 smaller planes.
Yeah, if I recall this correctly. It was really weird. Really strange. What else do I have for you? Shohei Ohtani was named the AP Male Athlete of the Year for the 3rd time. 3rd time he's won.
That's interesting. I'm trying to think, like, who was his biggest competition? It's always tough to go back and think.
Player of the year.
Yeah, like
Mahomes won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But how does that work with football too? Because like, would you count last year where Mahomes won the Super Bowl, but this is the season you're in?
Both. I think it's both. He won the Super Bowl, then he continued. Like, he's not having.
That's what I'm saying.
If crazy great year. Lamar Jackson.
Lamar won an MVP, and he has a chance to finish.
Yeah, he's got a chance.
Win or finish second this year.
Yeah, I don't know. It's Shohei. Michael Vick has been hired as the Norfolk State head football coach.
Yep. We've known that, though, for about a week or two, haven't we?
Really?
Yeah, just don't tell Doug Gottlieb.
That's right. That was the Gottlieb stuff.
But this came out. This is on ESPN today.
No, but it was official.
But yeah,
Okay.
but Schefter put out
That
the
was the
initial
NIL
tweet that
thing.
led to Doug Gottlieb.
I remember that part.
disputing how much NIL money Vic was.
Are they
bringing
still at the
to
bottom of their
program.
conference? Green Bay, University of Wisconsin.
I would assume so.
I think they were like 2-12 last
They had
year.
won they'd lost like.
Did
8
I
in a
tell you
row,
guys I
so-
saw Tauscher Saturday night?
No.
I saw Tauscher over at Chicago Cup.
He was there again?
Yes, I believe I don't want to sell secrets, but my grandson was christened, and then we had a party afterwards there. And David Flom, who looks fantastic as always, said, "Hey, Mark Tauscher's down there." I said, "What the hell's Tauscher doing in Chicago?" And I guess his son had a hockey tournament. So I went in and said hello to his lovely family. He was great. And he was sitting right next to Steve Levy, who I said, "Hey, Steve, Tom Waddle, how you doing?" And first thing he goes, "How's Sylvie?" I go, "I don't know. He's not with me right now. I think he's fine." No, but Steve Levy was great.
I love Levy. But
Tauscher's
Tauscher's
great.
taking over Chicago Cut. When Wisconsin played Northwestern, Danny told him to go to Chicago Cut, as we would, and he loved it. When the day you weren't, I think you left early that day for Sal Pal, your good friend Sal Pal.
Sal Pal, yeah.
We were talking about.
Haven't talked to Sal since that night. No,
I'm
haven't.
shocked. You guys usually have a catch-up. You're due for a catch-up.
You guys basically talk daily, so I can't believe you haven't talked in a month.
Tausch was telling me about his Chicago Cut experience, and now he's just like a frequent
Did he tell you that he
diner.
got the double prime rib? I think I got a story about him.
A double prime rib? What do you mean a double?
If I'm not mistaken, I was hearing a story about how, like, that whatever the biggest portion was, he wanted a couple of them because he was hungry.
He's a former lineman.
Yeah, he's an offensive lineman. He's one of the nicest guys on
He's
the face
great.
of the planet as well.
He really is great.
He really is.
But, like, again, they can't have everything.
Steve Levy. Hey, Steve, Tom Waddle, how are you? Great. How's Sylvie doing?
Erin Andrews did that to you once, didn't she?
She did, yeah.
Like, I remember the ones who did because they're very few and far between.
No,
Is
that's
this
not true.
before
Steve
or
Levy.
after you called her Andrew?
Around the same time. It was at a Super Bowl.
I would say on the nice guy list, I would suggest you that both Tauscher and Steve Levy, they're at the top of that list. Like two of the nicest guys on the planet. I think Levy was in town. He was doing the radio call of the Bears and Lions game.
Oh, is that why?
I think that's why
Steve
he was
Levy's
in.
one of the guys, though, who was following me for a bit on Twitter. Then I think he saw how excessively I tweeted, and he stopped following.
Oh, he stopped. What did he do? He unfollowed you?
Just unfollowed.
How do you know if someone unfollows you?
Well, you just see if it says they are
Go back
following you or
later
they're not
on.
following. Or he accidentally followed me. Like, it could have been just
it was
one
probably
day.
too many Bulls tweets. He's
Well,
like,
you
enough.
know what? That's odd behavior from a guy who wanted to know how you were doing. If I'd known, I
you
would
know
have said,
why?
"I don't know. Why don't you follow him on Twitter?"
I
Because
think
he no
you're
longer
right.
follows him. He's like,
Like in the middle of like a Thursday night, I'm just tweeting about Vooch. I haven't
Just
watched
when you
them at
turn
all.
and
though.
you go the other direction. I have not seen a single second of the Chicago Bulls this
crazy.
season.
It really is.
how long are they going to not be on cable providers?
You guys
It's
ever had
hilarious.
hot Dr. Pepper?
No. I think Dr. Pepper is too good in its truest form. Why do I need a spice? Is this like hot, like as in spicy?
Social media
or,
is like
or
calling
warm?
it hot Dr. Pepper is the drink to try this holiday season.
You warm it up.
Like
No,
warm
like-
it up or spicy hot?
I've never had it.
Well, what's it
It's
say?
become the hottest hot drink of this festive season, according to trend-setting TikTokers.
Does that
sounds
mean
like
you
warm
heat it up in the
Yes.
in the microwave?
I don't know how you heating the
stovetop?
Dr. Pepper so that it's slightly simmering but not boiling before
Stovetop.
fresh lemon slices.
Okay, I could be into that.
I could not.
Like you got to be careful because if it boils, wouldn't it go? Wouldn't it? Like I'm no
Fizz- would
scientist.
explode?
Fizz over?
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, when we come back, I got two really interesting stories. Wow.
It would seem that it would really go crazy with the carbonation.
Well, just don't drop an Alka-Seltzer tablet into it, okay? I got a flat earther story, and I also have something, Ohio funeral home story, which I think is brilliant. And a Netflix story. I got all that for you when we come back.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk Unhinged. The ESPN Chicago podcast where the only rule is there are no rules. Okay, maybe some rules. Carmen and Yurko, Waddle and Sylvie, uncensored and unbelievable. Crosstalk Unhinged, the podcast presented by Blue Chew. Get it now wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
All right, Chicago sports fans, 'tis the season to get a great deal at Toyotathon. It's going on strong right now. So hurry into your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer and give yourself the gift of a great value on a new Toyota. I saw my friends from Toyota in our Bear Suite yesterday. It was awesome. They're the official vehicle of the NFL. From the sporty Camry to the spacious Grand Highlander, the tough Tacoma. I drive the Sequoia, and I absolutely love it. People stop me at the gas station, and they say, that's a sharp-looking vehicle. Toyota has 22 models with available all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, ready to help you take on Chicago winters. Plus, every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. So unwrap these deals before they're gone. Visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com for the latest offers and more. Toyota, let's go places.
When your cat's mean, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
you tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
Hey, Chicagoland, the wait is over. Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is now open in Orland Park at Orland Park Place. For over 90 years, Steinhoffel's has been helping families create the homes of their dreams. Sofas, dining, bedroom, mattresses, something for every style and budget. We have it all. And we're 100% employee owned. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Find out more and shop online at steinhoffels.com.
Hey, this is ESPN's Courtney Cronin. We're all obsessing over football right now. You need the latest news, the replays. You're talking about it on the shows. I get it because I live it. But guys, let's get on offense and tackle that holiday list with amazing deals on jewelry that Rogers & Hollins has going on right now. Go to rogersandhollins.com, chat with one of the online pros, or visit your local Rogers & Hollins. That's Rogers & Hollins, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
Chicago, it's time to feel the blue and red pride. DePaul Blue Demons basketball is back and better than ever. Come experience the fast-paced action, the electric atmosphere, and the roar of the crowd at Wintrust Arena. Don't miss your chance to see Big East battles and rising stars lighting up the court. Bring your family, your friends, and your school spirit to the heart of the city. Tickets are on sale now. Visit DePaulBlueDemons.com to secure your seats. That's DePaulBlueDemons.com. DePaul basketball, where Chicago plays. See you at the game, Blue Demon Nation.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like that idea.
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty interior paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Valid only when intended to colors from the Bear Dynasty and Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Color Collection.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game-changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
$3.3 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This story's for Adam Abdallah. Flat earther admits he was wrong after traveling 9,000 miles to Antarctica to test his belief. Jerron Campanella is a popular flat earther who traveled 9,000 miles to Antarctica to observe a 24-hour sun, a phenomenon that would be impossible on a flat earth. He actually runs a popular Flat Earth YouTube channel.
So that's done now.
He's got to shut it down, I would think. Don't you have to shut down your YouTube channel?
I would think.
In a surprising turn of events, a well-known flat earther conceded that his long-held conspiracy theory was incorrect after embarking on that 9,000-mile journey to Antarctica.
Do you believe
costing $37,700 to be proven wrong?
Yeah, I mean, what about just the satellites and stuff like that?
What do you mean?
Like from space and everything?
Oh,
the images?
Right, yeah. You don't have to go on a 37,000-mile trip.
Right, yeah.
I would just trust the images that are coming from Sputnik.
Do you believe that some of these people just do it to do it and they don't really believe their conspiracies?
They're just trying for attention?
Do you believe, does Abdallah really believe that we did go to the moon, or does he just do that as a bit?
I don't want to speak for him, but I'll try.
Or does he think that
believes,
we're not the first to go to the moon?
Yes, I think that's it. That we staged it to be first, but we actually at some point did. But if, you know what, listen.
I think you're
Adam,
right.
Call the show and add some clarity if you can. I think this is a really good story in Florida or Ohio. This would be Columbus, Ohio. Funeral home applies for liquor license as etiquette expert shares her take. The CEO of an Ohio funeral home said having a liquor license would help people honor loved ones. Said the move has sparked conversation among funeral industry insiders as they look to make their venues more personable to family and friends of the deceased. Hunter Triplett, owner and CEO of Evergreen Funeral, Cremation, and Reception in Columbus, Ohio, told the local television station that he grew up in the cemetery business and was exposed to a variety of funeral homes over the years. One thing he kept noticing was that people would often go from a funeral or a memorial service to a bar or a restaurant or even space to continue honoring their loved one or event space. The idea of a liquor license is so that we can have a champagne toast on behalf of a loved one, as well as, you know, if somebody had a signature cocktail that they would always be seen with.
I don't think it's a terrible idea.
I don't
but
either.
Usually doesn't everyone get in their cars then, though, for the procession to the cemetery?
Well, you could.
So I don't know if like having drinks before that.
Just having one. It's no different than going to the bar. Maybe this is an Uber funeral. Maybe those that are driving the vehicles have not had anything. But I just thought it was interesting.
It is good drink for thought.
Yeah. I do like that.
Will you be buried with...
I'm not going to be buried. I'm afraid
you're going to be passed
stuffed.
around? Stuffed.
I'm going to be asked to be stuffed.
I was going to ask if you would be buried with a bottle of scotch or like some Miller Lite or something.
No. Maybe a picture of my children. Not a bottle of scotch.
Well, why not both?
No,
There's plenty of room.
Listen,
there.
I think when we had my father-in-law's funeral, I think that my wife and her sisters actually all put something in the casket.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I think we've all done
that. Streaming audiences are plagued by far too many options.
You're listening to.
No,
you're
not
listening
you are
to
not
Carmen.
listening to Carmen.
No.
Get out of here, Carmen. Do a food video.
New survey finds the average viewer spends 110 hours each year just figuring out what to watch. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I've gotten better. Like, it used to be that way when I would look for a movie. It would take me forever to decide. It was a project that's just to pick a movie. With streaming, I have a pretty good idea where I'm going. You know, and you pretty much know what's new and what you're looking for, don't you?
Yes. I knew I was only going to be capable of staying awake for one show last night. So I went straight to The Agency to watch The Agency, and I saved The Landman for later.
What's The Agency?
The Agency is a CIA story with Michael Fassbender, who is one of Jeff Mellor's, I found out, is one of his favorite actors. Am I right about that, Mellor? Michael Fassbender?
Never put together a list, but I've always been fond of his work. Yes.
Yes.
He's really
very good show. Very, it's good. You got to use your brain. But I like these shows. Somebody told me, too, to start watching, what is it called? The Night of the Jackal or the Day of the Jackal?
I saw, I'm
going to watch that, too.
Is that on Hulu?
I'm telling you, Landman is something
I gotta
else.
get it. I gotta get busy with that and with Yellowstone. I still haven't started.
I've come to peace not trying to keep up with that, man.
No, you can't.
As a parent,
With me?
Yeah.
I'm not a parent anymore.
I know. That's why there's no.
It's you go
silly.
on your own pace, but when you keep shaming us that we're not keeping up.
I'm not shaming
hey,
you.
We
I'm
caught
just
up on Yellowstone yet? No, I haven't started.
I'm telling you, I'm just reminding you, you gotta, when you find time, you gotta watch it.
You've got great recommendations.
I thought Yellowstone, the ending was satisfactory for me.
Oh, good.
It was satisfactory.
Like, satisfactory isn't like a over the top.
No, but
Like,
I'm not sure that there's any more episodes. I think that this is the end of the season. Possibly.
I thought they were going to try and move on without Costner.
I don't know. Well, this season was without Costner.
Okay. I'm behind. So,
but if in fact this was the final episode, I'm at peace with it.
Have you checked out the latest on Blake Lively and the co-star from the movie that she was in?
I have not.
This is getting really messy.
happened?
She's suing him now. And he's been dropped from his agency. They had a huge...
What's his name?
What is it, Baldini or I forget his name.
Justin
Rocco Baldelli?
Oh.
Justin Baldoni.
What happened?
Well, there's a lot of salacious details, like him showing pictures of his junk, allegedly.
To her?
Yeah.
Unwanted? That's not part of the storyline?
Sexual harassment.
Well, she's married to Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah,
so.
no, I know.
There's a lot of stuff here, and this has been surrounding this movie for a while. I watched this movie. It ends with us.
Oh, that's the name of the... Okay.
Yeah, it's another one of those movies that has a great start. The first hour is fantastic, and then I think it gets lazy. I thought it got very lazy. But these two have had a huge falling out, and Blake Lively suing her, and his reputation is not good.
Probably not. Probably his wife, Emily's probably not happy about it as well.
It's pretty crazy. He's denying all of it. And he had a good reputation, I guess, before it, but I don't know.
I have not stayed up to speed with this.
It's all over TMZ and stuff like that.
Okay.
All right,
that's all I got for you.
Coming up next, Ryan Poles addresses Caleb Williams' development. Is he happy? We'll play you that coming up next. All right, I think we're frozen. So we've been having technical difficulties. The elves are. I blame the elves. I blame the elves.
The elves?
Yeah, the elves in the system. Yeah, they're making their runs right now.
Good times.
All right, so if you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. So I think we're going to have some issues with the sound coming up. Let me take. Do
you know that Blake Lively's mom is in Landman?
No, I didn't know this.
Blake Lively's
Everything
mom
comes back to Landman.
Yeah, Blake Lively's mom, Robin, is an actress. She's actually a waitress at the Patch Coffee Shop.
Oh.
Did you know that her mom was
I had
Blake
no clue.
Lively's mom was an actress?
Mm-mm.
I knew I had seen her in something before, and then I realized it's in Landman. How about that? Connect
Good
the
TV
dots.
stuff, yeah. All right, can I take a call, Mellor? Are we good, or you got it figured out?
No,
Jack, what are you doing back there,
not
man?
Not Jack's fault. Although, you know what? We can hit break now. Let's hit break.
Okay,
real quick.
all right. So we'll get to.
He may or may not be back.
We'll be back.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Let's take calls.
What?
Let's take calls.
Wait. What
are we doing?
Yeah.
There's brekes firing, and I don't want to have double audio, so let's take some calls.
All right.
That's the best way to sell two products at once. What we're trying to do is we're trying to. No, we're not.
It's WMVP Chicago, ESPN 1000. Give me the call letters of the HD2. I always forget it. It's because they changed it recently. I gave you this last week, too. Is it WC? I don't want to give the wrong one. So write that on the screen. It should be up there.
By the way, did you know that the guy that's having trouble with Blake Lively, his wife is also in the show, It Ends With Us cast? Her name is Emily Baldoni. She's Dr. Julia in the movie.
In what movie?
And the one you're watching, It Ends
really?
With Us.
Oh, yeah, I watched it.
Do you remember Dr. Julie?
Dr. Julie.
That's his wife
his
in real life.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Blake Lively's mom, Robin Lively, is in the movie as well.
In the movie, too?
Yes. It's a family affair.
Wow. All right, that was a great Blake Lively update. Let's hit the legal. Let's go to break and then come back.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
As of now, I'm sure. So things could change, but we look good right now.
Let's see what happens now.
Can't wait.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
10 seconds.
Can't miss radio. Tuesdays on ESPN Chicago's Waddle and Sylvie Show. Be here for Michael Wilbon at 5, presented by HawkAuto.com.
A lot of ball to watch this holiday season, and you got to get your game day menu set. I just found out that Daisy Sour Cream has launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips. So if you love these as much as I do, they have to be part of what you are serving because these new dips are game changers. They taste just as good as if they were homemade, made with Daisy Sour Cream and real herbs and spices. The new dips from Daisy Sour Cream are made with ingredients that you can find right there in your kitchen and nothing else. So do me a favor, start your game day just like I do with new French onion and ranch dips from Daisy Sour Cream. They go with all your favorite foods, chips, wings, veggies, and other items.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
UI Health believes everyone deserves exceptional care. Their care teams are leaders in managing and treating complex diseases and conditions, utilizing the latest innovations and minimally invasive surgery. UI Health prioritizes personalized care from diagnosis through precision treatment. UI Health develops the care plan that's right for you. UI Health, exceptional care for you. Learn more at uihealth.care.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All season long, tune in to ESPN Chicago for the weekly Caleb Williams press conference. Catch every update from QB1 brought to you by the Chicagoland BMW Centers. Stay connected to the action only on ESPN Chicago.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Sylvie. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
WWE superstar and Bears superfan Seth Rollins is joining us inside Soldier Field.
Yeah.
Seth, it is a pleasure.
Oh, the pleasure is mine, man. We are here in Soldier Field. It's beautifully frigid in December. We are ready for some football, some winter football. It's going to be awesome. I was born in '86. My love for Waddle actually stemmed from the video game Tecmo Super.
Oh, yeah, that is his
Waddle was sick in Tecmo Super.
I had such better speed in that game than I did in real life.
Dude,
Yeah.
I would just sit and wait, and then I would just bomb it to Waddle over the top.
Harbaugh was the quarterback.
Yes, sir, man. So, yeah, that was my love for Tom Waddle. That's where it began. That's where it began.
It was good stuff yesterday for the pregame show. Seth Rollins, great guy. Really
He was
good
a very
stuff
nice
there.
guy.
Super nice.
Some people, when the mics are off, they're not nearly as congenial as they are when the cameras are on and the mics are on. He was every bit as congenial when the mics were off as he was when the mics were on. He was a very nice man.
He was just hanging out, too, by the Dr. Pepper patio before he came on with us. He was there for a good 45 minutes, just hanging out.
Yeah.
Was in our suite then during the game.
I have two updates for you.
Yeah.
One sports, one non-sports. I've been informed that Robin Lively is in fact a half-sister of Blake Lively, not her mother. So I apologize to the Lively family. I don't want to be caught up in any of their legal issues.
Don't be a Baldoni, yeah.
And my buddy John Eskra just sent me a text and wanted me to know that the Northern Illinois Huskies today were playing the Fresno State Bulldogs, not the Bulldogs. I showed you the picture of it on the screen. It has them listed as the Bulldogs.
That would be a dangerous opponent, would it not?
The Bulldogs?
Oh, yeah. If you were playing a team that were Bulldogs, that's a hard opponent to play.
The Fresno State Bulldogs.
Although it depends on the year. Sometimes they're soft.
Yeah.
Time of year.
Northern was struggling early with the Bulldogs. They were down 12-3. I believe they came back and won,
yeah,
didn't
overtime.
they?
Trick play by
That's
the
right.
Huskies.
The Huskies get the best of the Bulldogs. 28-20 is your final.
I don't know.
2 overtimes for the
They were
Bulldogs
playing
and
it
Huskies.
on the Smurf turf at Boise State.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys saw this or anyone had this for the good, the bad, the dirty, but did you see the one fan who drove 3 hours to South Bend for the game on Friday just to be on game day? He was waving the Northern Illinois Husky flag behind the stage because obviously Northern Illinois is the team that beat the Fighting Irish.
Right.
And so a Northern Illinois fan just went there to get the Husky flag on
That's dedication.
game day. Yeah.
That's dedication.
Cool stuff.
That is really weird.
But I think good. It's a true fan.
Do you think is that an accident? Or do you think that that's somebody trying to have a little bit of fun at the holiday season?
Yeah.
Because look at the keyboard here, okay? So I always go here. So if you go Bulldogs, B-U-L-L-D-O-G.
Well,
why would you put the N? There's no room for the N.
Yeah.
There's
no reason.
the N isn't next to the G. So when you're typing it in, it's not like, oh, I made an accident. The N is not next to it.
I think someone did that.
You think
Maybe
somebody did that on purpose?
Who got fired or knows their last days next week?
They decided to list them as the
end
Fresno
of the
State
year, yeah,
Bulldogs.
maybe an end of the year thing.
I just don't think you can make that mistake. And who's fact checking you or
How
checking
long
your
was
stuff?
that up for?
Long enough for John Esker to take a picture of it on his television and send it to me, and me giggle like a 10-year-old.
That's what happens when Esker isn't working anymore because he's retired.
He told me he was going to start just working at a random store, as just hanging out as a greeter or something.
That's cool.
Yes.
He doesn't seem like the greeter type. John Esker was a longtime executive producer at Fox 32.
The best.
He was the best, but he's not the greeter type. He doesn't like people.
It looks like it was.
I think that's an overstatement. I don't think
maybe an overstatement.
Maybe he's a little quiet, but I don't think he dislikes people.
Per the social media feeds, apparently Bulldogs was going long enough where it got a hashtag going for a while.
Yeah, see?
Quite a bit. Apparently.
So my guess is that was done intentionally by somebody.
I would bet on that, too. Yeah. All right, if you want to talk to us, an early Merry Christmas to everybody. Tomorrow, Christmas Eve day. Wednesday, Christmas. Then we've got a game on Thursday. Don't forget, it's another quick turnaround for the Bears. They've got a Thursday night football. The nation gets to see the Bears, and the Seahawks have a huge game on Thursday. They lost a tough one yesterday in a thriller. It was, as I tweeted the group, it was a typical Adam Amin game, a game that you want Adam Amin on.
Yeah.
One that was going back and forth between the Vikings and Seahawks, where there was big play after big play. Justin Jefferson with a late score in that one,
Sam
too.
Darnold with what did I hear from the post-game press conference that you sent from Kevin O'Connell? His 12th game this year where he's had better than a 100 quarterback rating?
Yes. Yeah, and that Viking, like, not only does that Lions locker room that's a happy place, as Kalen Kaler was telling us. If you want to be jealous or envious, whatever, how strong your feeling is, watch the video of Kevin O'Connell hand out game balls to his team, and then at the end, he gets the game ball for being, I think he's the only Vikings coach in history to win 13 games twice. And the Bears never interviewed him.
No.
And again, like, that's what I wonder as they embark on another interview process is, with Bill Polian running point on this 3 years ago, and him being a Hall of Fame front office guy with the Bills and with the Colts, how does he not know to interview Kevin O'Connell? Even if he was a little more under the radar. And again, like, I've heard a lot of people say, well, and I heard Carm say this, Vrabel or Ben Johnson are the only two. Well, who's this year's Kevin O'Connell that you may not know as much about? Is it Liam Cohn? Is there another guy that you may not know as well as some of the other people? Like,
good question.
Let's not just go with who the household guys are. You just never know who the next guy is. And like, someone else tweeted me again, do you really want to hire another assistant coach? Well, it's worked for the Packers time after time after time.
Well, I mean, look, it's the majority of the teams. Most of the teams that are doing good stuff, like, I mean, the Buffalo coach was a first-time head coach, right?
Yep.
Pittsburgh's coach was a first-time head coach when they hired him.
Mike Tomlin. Yep.
John Harbaugh was a first-time head coach when he was hired. DeMeco Ryans is leading the Texans to the top of the AFC South. He was a first-time head coach.
The entire NFC North is first-time head coaches in recent memory.
Yes. The Eagles.
Nick Sirianni.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the Commanders and the Cowboys have guys that were head coaches before, but
like, even look at the history. Okay, why don't the Bears beat the Packers? Why do the Packers always get their quarterbacks right? Like we always say, it starts at the top. The Packers have consistently hired the hot coordinator.
Yeah.
Mike Holmgren was the coordinator off of, I want to say, the San Francisco 49ers staff. He was hired. He wins the Super Bowl, coaches up Brett Favre. Go through their coaches, too.
Well, you had Mariucci. Yeah, John Gruden.
He's talking about for Packers
the
head
Packers.
coaches. You had Sherman Lewis. You had Mike Sherman Lewis.
Sherman Lewis wasn't their head coach, though, was he?
Oh, that's right.
He was just their OC.
That's right.
And it was the guy, the Cowboys that you mentioned. Also,
Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy, first-time head coach.
Yeah.
He won a Super Bowl there.
Yeah.
And Matt LaFleur, first-time head coach. He was another coordinator.
Yeah.
So, like, it works
for other teams.
Ask yourself why they get the right coordinator and the Bears haven't hired the right coordinator. It's because it starts at the top. You can do that correctly. Kevin O'Connell was
first-time head coach.
He was the OC and assistant head coach or whatever he was with the Rams before he was with the Bears. A former quarterback.
Listen, Sean McVay was kind of, I don't want to say a leap of faith, but
he was, 30 years old when they're 32 when they hired him?
30 or 31 when the Rams hired him. And honestly, that came out of nowhere. Like, nobody really thought that he was going to get that job. And when they brought him in, he blew them away. And they had to be open to the idea that, look, this guy, this young, is somebody who could lead a football team. I mean, it's not like the Bears did it. They hired Dave Wanstead, was the most sought-after coordinator when they hired him. Matt Nagy, I think was highly thought of coming from the Chiefs as a offensive coordinator when they hired him.
Well, the problem I had with the Nagy hire at first, and I know I was all about him in 18 because they were winning, but the problem with Nagy that some of these coordinators have had before him that I like, Matt Nagy was not a play caller for long. You know what I'm saying? That with under Andy Reid in 2017, I want to say he only called plays for 5 or 6 games.
Yeah, I think it was 6.
And then there was some struggle then late in the year whether or not like Reid took away the play calling duties. So again, Ben Johnson has called plays for 3 full years already. These guys have called plays, and you've got to be a leader too. You're not just hiring these guys for their play calling book, but you didn't know what kind of leader Matt Nagy would be, and he wasn't a successful play caller for long or if ever. So that's the problem I had with him.
No, but see, that's the point, though. You're absolutely right, Sylvie, and I remember us having those conversations at the time about being a little bit concerned about it. That's something the Bears front office people should be poking holes in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like what are some of the red herrings here that we need to be aware of before we go ahead and just hire the quote-unquote hot name?
And I think Waddle said it best last week, where the Bears need to approach all of these names and all of these searches with skepticism. There should be no more, this feels right. Like Kalen said earlier, when Poles said, this just feels right with Eberflus. Do you remember what they said, too, about Waldron with the second interview? Yeah. The only second interview they gave out of all the guys was Waldron, and they said, it just felt right. We wrapped them up. No more. You got to meet everything with the skepticism now. You've never gotten it right, so say to yourself, like you just said, Meller, try to poke holes in things. I'm not saying try to talk yourself out of it, but don't look at everything with such optimism. Think to yourself, okay, what can go wrong here? What could be some of the issues we run into here? No more, this just feels right. This feels like fate. No, it doesn't.
Nope. Figure
out what could go wrong and beat yourself to the punch before it does go wrong when you've already had them hired.
By the way, just for, you know what's in giggles, Sean McVay was the youngest coach in NFL history. He was named head coach at the age of 30. Youngest head coach to reach the Super Bowl at age 33. Youngest head coach to win the Super Bowl, age 36. He's in his 8th season with the Rams. He's 38 years old.
It's incredible.
And do you know, like, his record? He's 79-51. He's been to the postseason 5 times, and he'll be in the postseason a 6th time in 8 years.
He's gone to the Super Bowl with 2 different quarterbacks.
Yes.
Jared Goff, yeah.
And, by the way, like the other point, Sylvie, like they recognize, now listen, Goff has had a great renaissance. He's figured it out in Detroit. But Sean McVay also recognized, you know what, if I want to get this done, I don't think Goff's the guy. And he moved off of him.
Right. As soon as he lost confidence in the quarterback, he moved on. Now, you give Goff and you give the Lions a tremendous amount of credit for what they've done. But I give him a ton of credit for once you have lost faith in the quarterback, you must move on.
And I think that's an interesting question with Poles that I asked you guys, too. Poles has been, to a fault, too loyal to his own guys. He saw that Velus could never play, and he still wouldn't move off of him. Are there any guys that you've watched in the locker room this year and play on the field that you have believed in and have been productive that you need to move off of in the offseason if Ryan does keep his job? Will he do that? Because they have shown you not to be the leader you thought they would be, not to be the player you maybe thought they would be.
You can't just sit and hope that these guys get better and that they are better just because you believed in them enough to draft them or sign them. If it didn't work out and you're still the GM and it's best for the team to cut and move, regardless of how it looks on your resume, you need to cut and move.
They need to cut and move, and this isn't even a guy who has been all that successful for him, is Tremaine Edmonds. You have to move off of that money. You have to. He does not. I like Tremaine as a guy. Tremaine doesn't give you the bang for your buck at that position, even though I don't want to hear, well, they have enough cap room. You never have enough cap room. You have too many spots on this roster that need filling for you to continue to put that much money in the middle linebacker position for a guy who doesn't do a whole heck of a lot?
Yeah, he has not been the difference maker. I thought he was a better player last year, more impactful with interceptions and fumble stuff, but this year you have not gotten your money's worth, there's no doubt. And he's signed what, looking at it now, he's got another year next year at 14.9 and another year in 2026.
How much dead money is there? Like, I just think you got to move off if that creates cap room.
DeAndre Swift,
another guy.
I'd have to look.
It says dead cap hit in 2025 would be $13 million and $13 million.
So is that like a year's salary? Are you saying?
Yeah,
so
like it might be
that
just easier just to carry him for one more year, no matter what.
See, Ken in Elk Grove, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ken?
Well, I just woke up. I've been on hold longer the last 3 times I've called than watching the Bears game. I turned off the TV at the end of the first quarter, turned on the radio, just because they made me so fed up and aggravated. When they clean house, and I want to tell one story at the end. When they clean house, get rid of the Ouija board, because I think that's how they figure out who's going to dress and who's not going to play and who's going to be playing here and there. Ryan Poles has no clue what he's doing to this offensive line. You and Tommy can sit there and have a cold one and figure out who to put in. Okay, you go over there, you go over here. Fred Gilly, you just be careful. Don't get hurt anymore, and you stay there. It's a joke. Now, on a serious matter, I grew up a Bears fan. I walked into the bars in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota with my Bears jacket on. It felt like I was going in there with Hampton, McMichael, Singletary, Peyton. Later in life, it felt like Tommy Waddle, because every time Tommy played the game, you walked into a bar and you walked in and said, hey, I'm a Bear fan. See the jacket? Yep. They were all, whoa, you guys always give us a hard fight. Now, we walk into those same bars, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan, and we get laughed at. They're playing the Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. When is McCaskey going to realize enough is enough? I'm willing to bet if Tom Waddle put the alumni on a bus, played flag football on the backfield at Hallis Hall, you guys would beat them hands down.
What do you think? Should we
no,
play
that's
for
not
charity?
No.
Should we put that on? Current Bears against the alum Bears flag football?
Because, Tom, you would show them what pride and passion means.
Well, maybe we could talk to them instead of play them.
But Tommy, they don't care because they get the big paycheck. 2 weeks ago, they're worried about going on vacation. Yesterday, I called Hamp and OB and said, I wanted the snowstorm the day after the season so all their flights get canceled. So they have to realize what real life is like. I get up at 3 a.m. I look forward to one game a week, and I don't even get that anymore.
Yeah, it's
Tom, you played the game with passion. You weren't like Madden.
I wasn't Jerry Rice. There's no doubt.
He was all Madden,
right.
though. He was
but
all Madden.
Every time that they play that thing for you with Madden going, he took the all-time record in spelling salts. It makes all us 5'11" guys 6'3", 6'4", because you played it the way it was supposed to be played. Hey, at the end of the day, if whoever beat you, you went out there and shook their hand and said, hey, I gave it my best. And they're saying, yeah, you know what? Your linebacker cleaned our clock all the time. Now, after every play, they all got to dance and wiggle and jive.
All right.
Play football.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ken, thanks for the call, and happy holidays to you. I will say this, not to be the old guy yelling at the cloud, but again, effort is expected. You know, that's one of the things that has been a bit frustrating is to watch a team, especially after you got the coaching decision that you wanted, and then watch a team go out there, make mental mistakes. I mean, again, they had 10 penalties. They fumbled twice. It was a dropped interception, not to mention any number of different, mental mistakes that were probably made. That's what gets me is like, did you see they're a better Lions team, but it was a better prepared Lions team. They're a more focused Lions team. it's just there's a noticeable difference between our group and a lot of other teams' groups these days.
Exactly. And then the way they were trying to do it was with that culture. Like you said, they were handing out with Tic Tacs. And they have not a good culture. They have a terrible culture, actually. And
it's a culture of losing. They've won 14 games in the last 3 years. The Lions and the Vikings are both going to win 14 games this season.
Yep, it's crazy. And then the Packers may win 12.
Right.
It's crazy. All right, 312-332-3776. The good, the bad, the dirty. I still owe you some Ryan Poles in a little bit. We'll get to all of that coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
Bears Weekly on the new home of the Bears. Catch Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer weekly with the latest news, in-depth interviews, and lots more. Bears Weekly right after Waddle and Sylvie tonight at 6:30 on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, we love Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Sylvie Show. On your way home from work, why don't you pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza for the holidays? Stock up, enjoy football, and just enjoy the best Chicago-style pizza. It's thin, it's crispy. I cut it into squares, and thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies made with that same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. It's the best. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. We have it at the office as well. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning diamond pendant, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect gemstone piece or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
We're smack dab in the middle of football season. Guys, it's Carmen, and I'm amped up for everything happening and everything coming up. Kids events, games to attend, and all the stuff that comes along with it. My Land Rover Defender 130 is a dream to drive and a dream come true for any parent getting the kids around town. That third row is key. It's the go-to for pickups and drop-offs all fall. I love it. It's all thanks to the team at Orloff, right off the Kennedy at Armitage. They have a huge selection of new and certified pre-owned Jaguars and Land Rovers, so stop into Orloff and tell them Carmen sent you.
Can't be home for the game?
Caught for the touchdown!
NFL Plus has you covered with live, local, and primetime games on the go.
What a game he's had.
On your mobile device, you can access live, local Sunday afternoon games and all the primetime action from Thursday night football, Sunday night football, and Monday night football.
Tonight was definitely their night.
Sign up for NFL Plus today at plus.nfl.com/radio. Subscription required for NFL Plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bathroom. Not only do you get an incredible shave, Panasonic's Palm Razor has a sleek, elegant design that adds a touch of sophistication to your bathroom. It also conveniently charges with a USB cord. Visit shop.panasonic.com/sports to shop for the Palm Razor. Use promo code Harry for 10% off exclusively for ESPN radio listeners. That's shop.panasonic.com/sports, promo code Harry.
Bulls fans, don't miss the action at the United Center this season.
Single-game tickets are available for all Bulls home games with matchups against the biggest teams and stars. Visit bulls.com/tickets to secure your seats today.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow. So many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. It's the good, the bad, the dirty. Around the room we go. Tyler's off today. Jack is in. I did see Tyler today. Walking around the city, believe it or not.
Really?
I was walking in the loop from the train station, from Union Station, and he was walking somewhere to meet, I think, his sister for lunch. So it was like sort of an odd crossing of the paths.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know, I had a similar experience. I ran into Carmen DeFalco at the dry cleaners this morning.
Did you really? You guys are
Yeah.
at the same dry cleaners?
Yeah, I was a little surprised, to be honest. A little closer to my house. I didn't realize Carm used the same dry cleaner, but
Interesting.
He's like, Meller. I was like, turning around. I was like, what? Carm? And he was like, doesn't your show start in an hour? He's like,
oh, was it an hour before the show?
At 10:30, so an hour and a half.
That's hilarious.
He was running late.
All right, one thing good. Waddle, why don't you start there?
My good is the performance of Jaden Daniels. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't great. It was good. And the reason why it wasn't great is because he did turn the ball over a couple of times, but he also had 5 touchdown passes. He threw for 258 yards and also ran 9 times for 81 yards as he led the Washington Commanders to a 22-point fourth quarter and a 36-33 win over the Philadelphia Eagles. I like my quarterback quite a bit here in Chicago. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Jaden Daniels hasn't had a better season, because he has, and he definitely had a better Sunday as well.
Weird question. When they get a little better, too, will they have maybe even not a better season because they've got so many bounces this year? I know good teams create their own luck like we've always talked about, but they seem to have won so many games down the stretch.
Yeah. They also, remember, they lost. Didn't they lose the game to the Cowboys in, like, crushing fashion, if I'm not mistaken? Where they came back at the last minute and then they gave up the kickoff return.
Right,
yeah, they did lose that game, 34-26. So you could say that one evened out a little bit. But yeah, the ball's definitely bounced in their direction.
Was that the onside kick when they ran the onside kick back?
Yes, which kept them actually alive in that game.
It's crazy.
All right. My good is, this caught my ear yesterday watching Sunday Night Football. We love him. We've always loved him. One reason I love a good play-by-play guy is not just because of their calls, but I like when they offer a good opinion in there too. Mike Tirico on NBC has always been good at this. We've talked about this rule a bit on this show the last couple of years, and Tirico isn't worried that he's the voice of Sunday Night Football for the big bad NFL. He'll still explain how he's feeling about a rule.
Off in time. Mozzie Smith dragged by Irving. First down, just inside the 4. I can't stand that rule. When it says 00, it should be a delay of game. In a league where we go frame by frame to see if a guy's got a toe down or not, we're still backwards with the 00 on the play clock. I understand some mechanics. I understand that. I just wanted to share that with you. I was watching the Houston game yesterday, and it bothered me because twice it was 00 and immediately it was a delay again.
Well, that's part of the reason that I enjoy irritating you, because there's nothing better than when you get fired up.
And like
I love it.
To say it the way he did. He didn't sugarcoat it. I hate that rule. He expressed how he felt, and I've always said, like, as he explained the mechanics, like the guy in charge of the clock has to look at the clock, look at the ball, look at the clock, look at the ball. What he shouldn't look at the clock. He should have a buzzer on his side and always be looking at the ball. And if he gets buzzed, that's when clock hits 0. So if he feels the buzz before the clock hits 0, boom, throw the flag, it's a delay of game. It shouldn't be that hard.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Forget
to do
the
it the way
buzzer
they do.
on his belt, Sylvie. Let's make it a play clock.
Like a shot clock?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then hockey horn sounds if you haven't gotten the playoff.
I'm fine with that, too. A buzzer, something. I'm good with it. What do you got, Meller? What's your good?
My good is the fantastic play. I think you referenced it by Sam Darnold. The dude has been incredible this year. He now has a quarterback rating that is 4th in the NFL with 105.4. He's got 32 touchdown passes, 3,700 yards passing. I get it. He's a product of a good offense. You know, kudos to Kevin O'Connell for doing what he's done. But at the same time, I'm wondering, should they really be thinking about trying everything they can to bring Sam Darnold back next year? I know you've got J.J. McCarthy in the fold, but when a guy's playing as well as Sam Darnold is, I don't know if I'd be so quick to just move off of him.
It's a really interesting conversation, and it's going to be something difficult for them, I think. I think most of the people in Minneapolis anticipated that by about week 4, 5, or 6 that J.J. McCarthy would have been playing, but what are you paying?
That's the thing. He's going to get a lot.
You know, somebody's going to be like, if you're the Tennessee Titans.
Should they franchise him? Should they franchise Sam Darnold?
It may not be a bad idea, like just for that 1 year.
Because you've got McCarthy, and if someone wants him, they could trade for him if you're the Vikings.
Yeah, that's a good, smart idea.
It just shows you how much coaching matters. You know, I think Darnold and Geno are good examples.
How about this? Do you think the 49ers would rather pay Sam Darnold a big deal than,
I was wondering about
Brock Purdy, who they need to make a decision?
And they had him in the fold a year ago, so they know him.
Don't underestimate how helpful that was to Sam Darnold last year.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, to be in that room, meeting room every day.
In the same offensive system or very similar.
Sam Darnold's only 27 years old, too.
I think Sam Darnold physically is a much better quarterback than Brock Purdy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's a 7th-round pick compared to what number was...
he was number 2 or 3 overall.
Yeah,
I thought he was the 3rd.
Top 5 pick. All right, go ahead, Jack. What's your good?
How about the Dallas Cowboys last night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? They came out with a fire. They were eliminated from the playoffs. Wouldn't it be great if our football team looked like that,
Jack.
too? But
Amen.
I respect the way they continue to fight hard. I think Chris Collinsworth said they were hitting like it was the NFC Championship game, not like a team that just got eliminated from the playoffs.
Wow. I found myself being jealous as well, watching what they were doing. My bad is the play of Kevin Jennings, SMU quarterback, who had a very good season leading up to this game. He threw 3 interceptions in the first quarter of their loss to the Penn State Nittany Lions. 2 of them were pick sixes that allowed Penn State to go up 14-0, and another one was from the Penn State 7-yard line. Like I said, he had a very good season. He had himself a hellaciously bad day, and Penn State rolled 38-10 in that game. Bad really Kevin Jennings.
All the games. Now, my bad is this. While all the games were bad, they were bad. But the guys who, again, we talked about this on Friday. You're all welcome to your opinions. But again, the ones who didn't want the expansion were back out in force. I heard Abdallah on my way to the game. Never should have expanded. Belly aching. I mean, guys, come on. Well, why don't we just make it this way next year? How about you guys judge at the end of the year how many worthy teams there should be? And every year it's a fluid situation. Next year you can judge, 6 should be in this year. Okay, let's do a 16 playoff. And the year after that, there's 10 good teams this year. Let's do a 10-team playoff this year. Oh, you college football snobs, you could have your cake and eat it too. You do a fluid playoff each year. You guys judge how many teams are worthy of making the postseason. When they weren't good games. Oh, that means the whole formula is shot. Hey, guess what, guys? This is sports. Not every game is guaranteed to be a good game. Every Sunday we go and we watch football. And guess what?
Football.
Not every game is a good one. Not every game's a good football game. Get used to it.
My bad is the fact that Patrick Mahomes had a quote-unquote high ankle sprain all week long. And then immediately in Saturday's game, short work week for the KC Chiefs, by the way, to get him ready to play that Saturday game as they get ready for their Wednesday game on Christmas. Patrick Mahomes' first drive scampers 15 yards up the middle for a touchdown. Makes me wonder if Patrick Mahomes is milking some of these injuries sometimes.
Oh,
just
come on. I don't think he's I don't think he's milking anything. I don't think why does a guy who's got 3 Super Bowl titles already in his career have to be a diva?
I'm not calling him a diva. I'm just saying I think he maybe likes the attention.
Is he sandbagging?
Of what Mahomes can do. Listen, it just goes ahead.
But time out. He was off the injury list 2 days before.
I know, but
if he was a diva, he wouldn't allow himself to be off.
I'm saying this adds to the lure of Patrick Mahomes, the guy who won't let injury stop him from toughing it out and leading his team to victory.
Did you get beat in fantasy football by Patrick Mahomes?
I did not. No. I may or may not have something about that. But Mahomes may have been on my bench because I was not sure about whether or not I should have played him.
And who did you play instead?
I played Jared Goff. I got more points from him.
Oh, okay.
So,
Jack, you're bad?
Yeah, the NCAA transfer portal for football right now has gotten ugly. Penn State's backup quarterback, they're still in the playoff. He hit the transfer portal. He just officially transferred yesterday. It's ridiculous right now that you have players who are in the college football playoff who have to transfer because the portal closes on December 28th before the playoff's done.
Well,
it's frustrating.
Just another item that the NCAA or whoever's in charge of college football's they have to address some of these things. Love the playoff, but stuff like that can't happen.
Exactly.
It's like free agency starting while the season's going on.
Yeah.
In the NBA or the NFL.
My dirty, did you see the injury to Tank Dell? Caught a touchdown pass in the end zone in Kansas City. He was the victim of friendly fire. Not only did I think he tore his ACL, but he dislocated his kneecap, and his knee was pointed in the wrong direction. It was a pretty horrendous-looking injury, and I know
CJ was really broken up.
Yeah, several of his Texans teammates were really bothered by it, but it was a dirty, nasty, gruesome injury. There have been several of them this year, but that one, when they showed his leg and his knee, basically his kneecap was on the side of his leg. It was pretty awful.
So they did I see this right that Houston got Deontay Johnson?
They did,
off waivers. So they'll get him, and he hasn't done much, but
he didn't do anything for
the Ravens.
Ravens.
Yeah, he was.
But they need him.
You're right. They're probably going to actually.
Well, they lost. Remember, they lost Stephon Diggs earlier in the season.
They had a stacked room, and now it's not so stacked. This is from College Game Day on Friday. So this is in South Bend, and there are two things here. First, from McAfee's show, and then McAfee brings it up on the set of Game Day. Shane Gillis, I don't know if have you ever seen his stand-up?
I've seen some of his stuff. I saw some of his stuff from Saturday Night Live.
He is.
Yeah, I showed you.
Wasn't he the one that had the Green Bay Packer?
Yes.
Fake sex device?
Yes, that is correct.
You've got to see his stand-up is so politically incorrect, too. So you got to know going into these things that he's a comedian, and that's what they do a lot of times. He's very politically incorrect. He's very, very funny, though. And he looks like he'd be an unassuming guy, but, man, does he go at it on these specials. Listen to what happened first on McAfee, then on Game Day involving Nick Saban.
You called him a cheater earlier.
I was just joking around. I don't think the SEC paid players ever.
Period.
Right? I'm joking. Are we not? Is this not a fun show?
No fun.
Serious show?
Serious football.
Like Alabama Jones is very serious.
No, I'm not serious.
Get the whip, Indy.
I do believe in integrity. I always tried to run the program that way so players had a better chance to be successful in life.
I agree.
We make more money in the NFL than any other school, 61 players in the league. That was how we cheated. We developed players.
So before that, it was the whole exchange where he talked about him being a cheater, and then he was wearing that hat that looked like Indiana Jones, and he called him Alabama Jones. And then as McAfee brought that up, that he's a cheater, he goes, I was just kidding, and he looked at all of them, he goes, is this not a fun show? It was hilarious. So good.
And by the way, Saban has been great this year. He drops a swear word every show.
It's great.
Yeah.
He's good on it, yeah. What do you got, Mellor? What's your dirty?
My dirty is anybody who went up against Jonathan Taylor this week in their fantasy football semifinals, because it was pretty much over before
He's been bellyaching for 4
games
hours
kicked
now.
off. I was assaulted by Jonathan Taylor.
He was assaulted by Jonathan Taylor.
3 touchdowns, 200 yards. And by the way, there's also plenty of Jonathan Taylor owners out there who are upset because they lost when he dropped the ball before the goal line last week.
And then they're out now.
Yeah, so there's plenty who were already out and they were mad at Jonathan Taylor. And now this week, those who made it through are mad because they were just toasted by
And
him.
weren't they playing the Titans?
Yeah.
Who are,
Had a
I don't
good
know if
run
their guys
defense.
weren't playing
I think Simmons
because they
and
were hurt.
I
but
think they were. I didn't.
But they're one of the best run defenses in the league.
Yeah,
Did they play a little soft? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. By the way, did you see it? One of the touchdowns, he ran it all the way into the tunnel.
Yes,
he
the first one.
He made a point that he was not going to let go of that football early. It was great. And wrap us up, Jack.
Yeah,
You're
I
dirty.
think, to be honest with you, I think it's complete and total bullshit, if you want my honest opinion. These guys are tough, man. They go after it every day.
Not soft.
yeah,
not
not
soft.
I take that back. I have looked at their stats. They are not a very good run defense this year, so this shouldn't be that very surprising.
We were just
Interesting.
surprised that the Bears didn't run the ball well in the opener because
That's
we
right,
thought
yeah.
the Bears would run the ball well.
You can kind of shove that one right up your to be honest. So
Thank you.
It's amazing when sometimes the board does work
Yes, right.
for humorous moments.
All right, my dirty is we all saw the story last week about Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets. His teenage sons, giving him advice on player personnel, saying they shouldn't trade for Jerry Jeudy because of his Madden rating, and then his sons giving out game balls in the locker room after the game. Well, Aaron Rodgers was on Pat McAfee today, and he said being released would be a first. Being released by a teenager, that would also be a first. Throwing a little bit of shade towards Woody Johnson.
They're going to release him, do you think, in the offseason? Is that what everyone says?
That's what he's speculating on the show.
They probably should.
And you think he'll play next year?
Where though? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who would
Who would
sign
wanna-
up for
Right.
the Aaron Rodgers experience?
It's all fun and games when you're winning. But if you're not winning, then, some of this stuff gets to be a bit tedious. Don't know what he's going to do.
There's a desperate team who
Maybe
needs
he
a
goes to San
quarterback for a year.
Francisco.
Tennessee Titans. Brian Callahan could bring him in.
He lives in Tennessee, doesn't
Exactly.
he? Or
That's why I think he's been linked because they've got Will Levis. They don't really have an answer. And
That's where Sam Darnold also, people have talked about maybe he'll land.
All right, there you go. The good, the bad, the dirty. Why don't we give our toast of the game coming up next? And then at 6, I'll play you the Ryan Pauls. The toast of the game from yesterday's Bears game coming up next.
Waddle and Silva on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
The Bears and Seahawks, the final home game of the season, Thursday night. Join myself and Tom Thayer for the call live from Soldier Field starting at 7. Bears and Seahawks live from Soldier Field on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here to tell you about the best banking team in all of Chicago, our friends and partners at Wintrust. And just like a perfectly designed play, Wintrust creates a game plan to help you reach all of your financial goals, like a checking account for your family, maybe a first savings account for the kids, financial planning for your retirement, or a loan for your local business. Whatever the need, Wintrust has the right game plan for you. And Wintrust Total Access Checking offers unlimited ATMs nationwide. There are no minimum balances to keep, no monthly fees, and it only takes $100 to open. The account comes with mobile and online banking, bill pay, mobile check deposit, debit card controls and alerts, and more. Visit wintrust.com/TAC or visit them at any of their nearby locations. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Ho, welcome to the Make It Jingle with Chris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi.
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text LION to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text LION to 321-321. That's LION to 321-321.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Come on, Mufasa. Let's get in some trouble.
This holiday season, destiny awaits you. You can grab your friends and experience Mufasa the Lion King in 3D.
Everything the light touches belongs to me.
You'll have to take it. Don't miss the perfect family Christmas movie.
Now went swimmingly, if I say so myself.
Disney's Mufasa the Lion King.
Oh, yeah. That looks good.
Now playing only in theaters. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Tickets on sale now.
$3.3 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $3.3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Oh, play clock to 2. Don't let him tell you that.
Thayer was not happy. Joniak was so confused too, because FG was
3rd and 6 at the 23-yard line of Detroit. 9:12 to play. Williams are back to his left. Play clock to 2.
Don't let him tell you that.
What are you saying, Tom?
The defense.
False start. Offense number 73. 5-yard penalty. So 3rd down.
Curhan.
The Detroit Lions stood up and they're telling, no, this guy that jumped. The official didn't even see it. He just reacted towards the Detroit Lions players telling him that Curhan jumped, and then he threw the flag.
I love Thayer. He's the best. That's the type of stuff I love most.
Play clock to 2. Don't let him tell you that.
He was mad that the referee allowed Detroit to influence the call.
What do we call that? The inner voice? You keep your inner voice to yourself?
No.
His inner voice is his exterior voice.
Yes, don't ever
That's
put
what you
that
want.
internally.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We want that.
Play clock to 2.
Don't let him tell you that.
That's just Joni say. What are you saying, Tom?
Yeah. I don't speak fair. Could you please explain?
After all these years, you would think he would speak fair. All right, the Binny's toast of the game, Binny's Beverage Depot. Binny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Bears radio network. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking. Guys, with the holidays here, Christmas Eve tomorrow, Christmas, then with the New Year's, go pick up your favorite beverage, including the champagne they're talking about. And Binny's Beverage Depot is the place to go. We handed Tom Thayer a gift card to Binny's as well yesterday. He was very happy about it.
Very nice. I like that. We gave Jeff Joniak a little gift as well. Maybe I'll see him tonight as I have dinner at Deer Path Inn.
All right, what do you got for your toast of the game?
I guess I'm going to go Keenan Allen, 9 catches, 141 yards, and a touchdown.
Can you go anyone else? I can't go anyone else.
No, I can't say Rome. He fumbled twice.
I mean, Caleb had a decent game, but again, as we've talked about, you just can't be totally blinded because they go these first quarters without scoring at all. There are still things he's got to clean up. He's not bad, believe me, and he's good, but I think Keenan was probably the best.
Yeah. I agree with you, but I will say Caleb Williams.
Okay.
This is more of a general encompassing of the entire season, because when all is said and done, the Caleb Williams stats are going to look pretty damn good despite the season. And you're right, sometimes stats can lie. If Caleb Williams throws for an average of 285 yards for the final 2 games of the season, he will set the single-season franchise record for passing yards in a year for the Bears.
It's incredible, right? Considering where it started and all that he faced.
The bar is so low for this franchise.
It is. 19 touchdowns and 5 interceptions as well. So I'll toast him for that.
Yeah, and we've said before, that's a decent year out of that guy. Or look at Eric Kramer, rewrote the record books.
That's whose record he would break.
And again, he was a veteran from Detroit. This is a rookie who's had to face, I don't even think it's arguably like the most dysfunctional Bear season. I really do believe this is more dysfunctional than the Trestman year in 2014.
Do you know what someone told me? Trestman is actually on the Chargers staff.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did not know that.
Oh, we brought that up a couple weeks ago.
Well, I don't recall that.
I remember when you guys interviewed Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, that
years ago. He talked
I was
about
going to say,
Trestman.
by the way, like both Harbaugh brothers are
Teaching him a
very
lot.
fond of Mark Trestman.
You just
and
don't
what
want
he
him to be your
adds.
head coach.
No. Done. And even like when he was an offensive coordinator, his first year of OC was always good and his second year was not. And then that's what his book was all about. Woe is me. My second year, then I got the boot. And it happened everywhere he went.
Did you really read that book?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
Well, look, he was our new head coach and I wanted to learn about him.
I know, but were you just skimming?
No, I read the whole book.
Really?
Sure. He was Jake the Snake's offensive coordinator in Arizona. Absolutely. With the Raiders, he told that story.
Did you think of I thought of the wrestler when you said Jake.
Jake
I didn't think
no, I
Plummer.
knew Jake
Plummer.
I knew who Jake Plummer was, but my first thought was the wrestler, Jake the Snake Roberts.
I think it was Bill Callahan's coordinator with the Raiders.
He was, yeah.
And that's when
Tim Brown.
Harbaugh was his young coach on that staff. Yeah, and Tim Brown hated him.
Yes. Tim Brown told you guys.
I don't think it was us. I think it was Carmen and Yurko, wasn't
okay.
it? Did they have him at a lunch with a legend?
Maybe. Merck booked him, I know that.
I think so.
All right, Doug, coming up next, Ryan Poles. I got to play you the Ryan Poles stuff from yesterday's pregame show about Caleb's development. If you want to talk about it, 312-332-3776. Benny's Beverage Depot, the official champagne provider of the Chicago Bears radio network. If you can't find it at Benny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Hey, Chicagoland, the wait is over. Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is now open in Orland Park at Orland Park Place. For over 90 years, Steinhaffel's has been helping families create the homes of their dreams. Sofas, dining, bedroom, mattresses, something for every style and budget. We have it all. And we're 100% employee owned. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Find out more and shop online at steinhaffels.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The year-end sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or $500 to $2,000 year-end bonus cash. Plus, make no payments for 90 days. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Get your year-end deal at HawkAuto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Howard, you know I love hockey, especially this season. But in addition to the fast pace, line changes, and physical intensity, there's something very satisfying about the ice itself, especially after the Zamboni makes a pass and leaves a shiny, flawless sheet.
Well, Cap, when I see a sheet of ice, my mind immediately goes to car spinning out, rear-end collisions, and slip and fall accidents.
Slip and fall?
You know who to call.
My guy, Howard Aiken, 312-6000000. Howard is our lawyer on the Kappa J. Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. We're all obsessing over football right now. You need to be up on the latest. You're talking about it on the shows. I get it because I live it. But guys, now it's the fourth quarter. The clock's running out to get perfect gifts for those who have tolerated your analysis all season. Go to RogersandHollins.com, chat with one of their online pros, or visit your local Rogers & Hollins. That's Rogers & Hollins, a Chicagoland staple for over 100 years.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first, before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, coming up, we've got Bears Weekly at 6:30. It's an early one because of the Thursday game. So no Bears Weekly on Thursday because we've got the game. We'll be broadcasting from Soldier Field Thursday. Last home game. Can you believe that? I can.
Yes, I can.
But the season did go fast, even though.
So what do we do?
Brutal.
We do the show from Joniak and Thayer's perch.
Yes.
And then when it's time for the pregame, we go
run
down to our little junior spot.
We get on. Is that what you call it, the junior spot?
Junior spot, not in the actual booth.
Yeah, it will be a little warmer. Again, yesterday was cold, but it could be a lot worse. It wasn't.
Yeah, I had actually a pair of like those Viore, like jammy pants that I wear to work now every day, and then I had a pair of like old school Champions, sweatpants over top of them.
That was smart. Like instead of wearing long underwear, I should have done what you did and wore
so comfortable.
Yeah, and wore like joggers as my base layer, and then wore like a baggier pair of jeans over them.
Like because I'm wearing jeans right now, and my marbles have just been at war for 4 hours sitting in this chair.
Your marbles have been at war?
At war with these jeans for the last 4 hours. My point is just everything sitting up and down and jeans. And
what's going on with them?
I don't like jeans.
What's going on with the marbles?
They would prefer to be in a nice pair of soft Viore pants.
Oh, they're too contained.
Yes. I'm just saying, the little jammy pants I wear to work every day now I've become accustomed to the comfortableness of them.
Now a good pair of jeans, it's like having your marbles in a vise over there.
Pretty much. Like, it's a lot different than wearing sweatpants to work every day. I'm just saying.
You got to get some of the stretchier jeans, I think. You got the old school jeans still
these
going.
are like nice jeans, man.
Well, nice, but do they stretch? You have any stretch to them?
Yeah, I can.
You got some stretch? You can stretch, but do they stretch? Do they got a little stretch to them?
Yeah, they're
okay.
Yeah,
good.
They're not like in, but they're not like.
Do you think your balls are a little swollen?
No.
So then that's not the problem.
I check them every morning when I get in the shower.
Do you really?
Yes.
It's good.
Don't you?
I don't.
Fairly often?
Well, I wash them, so I would tell.
I know that, but you've got to,
You do a ball inspection.
You got to make sure they're inflated to the appropriate PSI, right? Or else you'll get suspended.
Is that, do the doctors recommend that you do a
yes, you
thorough
should
inspection?
do, not every day. That may be a bit, over the top, but like every now and again, yeah. Give yourself a little testicular test just to make sure that everything is kind of normal.
Okay. Mind the stepchildren every day.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting you do it with the Twitch cameras on here at the station, but
it's got the.
I'm just saying. I am just telling you, I was pretty comfortable yesterday with the double sweatpants approach.
Good. All right. Yeah, I was wondering how we got here. That's right.
Yeah.
So we'll have to do that again. It will be a little warmer on Thursday.
Oh, no, I'm wearing jeans on Thursday.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be in the booth, like with Tom and Jeff. I can't come in here dressed like a slob.
Well, you won't be in the booth for the broadcast. Just
no,
for our
but
broadcast.
like when you go to someone's house, you make sure you look okay.
So on the pregame yesterday, Ryan Poles, as always, sat down with Joniak. This was, I thought, pretty good about Caleb. And he talked about his development, some of the ups and downs. So take a listen with Joniak and Ryan Poles on the development of Caleb Williams.
Listen, the speed of the game at this level is tough, and also when you look at his background, which we knew coming in, he's played in one system his entire college career. So when you look across the league, a lot of guys have had experience in different systems and had to learn and adjust along the way. So this was going to be a huge opportunity for him to learn a different system and play at the speed, the NFL speed. So to see him grow and develop just in terms of understanding coverages, going through his progressions, checking plays at the line of scrimmage, communicating clearly, working through a huddle. Like, there's a lot of things that are not seen that he continues to get better at. And the scary thing is there's a lot of meat on the bone here. What we see now, we're at the ground floor of his development, and he's going to continue to get better. I love his mental toughness to go through what we've gone through. This is not easy on anybody. So to continue to chop away and get better, it's been encouraging to see.
That was my next question. There are concerns from some analysts and fans about the physical and mental toll of this season on Caleb, and you gave some of that opinion. What is your perspective on that concern?
Yeah, he's a competitor, and he's mentally tough, and I believe that this is actually an opportunity where he's going to just grow. It's such an experience for him to grow from and learn from, both as a leader, and that's something that the quarterback position comes with. He's learned how to communicate, with his teammates. But in terms of his, being fragile or having this, that's not the case. You don't know Caleb Williams if you think that this is going to change who he is. So his approach has been outstanding. He continues to keep letting it rip and keep learning through those experiences because these go in the Rolodex. And as they come back to him year after year after year, he'll continue to grow and take this organization over the hump.
So I thought that was interesting stuff from Ryan Poles.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that he had some very positive things to say. I think the more interesting take would be, how does Caleb Williams feel about his general manager?
Yeah.
Going forward, how much confidence does he have that there will be offensive line upgrades? And how much confidence does he have that the next coach that is hired will add some stability that hasn't existed?
With truth. He was asked about Ryan Poles a couple weeks ago, and he went to bat for him and said he's got a great personal relationship, and that's grown. But when pressed on it, and he said from a strategic standpoint, how do you feel? He goes, look, I don't know much about that, and, I can't speak to that. So
I'm not suggesting that Caleb Williams should have the loudest voice in the room when it comes to hiring the next coach. He shouldn't. But you should sit down and talk to him and get his input and then make your decision as a general manager on what coach you hire based on his input and the input from a lot of other areas. Again, I don't think his voice should be the loudest, but you should definitely listen to your young quarterback a touch.
I would have liked, and again, I don't know if a general manager is going to admit it, but we always wanted accountability from Matt Eberflus. I would have liked when he talked about this hasn't been easy on Caleb, just like it hasn't been easy on any of us.
I know where you're going.
That he would have said, we've done him no favors.
Amen.
That's it. That's it. Like, I don't need you to rip yourself, but just say, hey, we've done Caleb no favors, and yet he's come out on the other side of this, still doing everything in a positive light. Like, you were the one who created a lot of the storm when you told us that you were going to be the one to break the cycle, but yet you created the storm.
I don't know if it's a lack of self-awareness or if it's just not something that they want to go down that road right now. But if, in fact, there is a certain degree of denial up there, that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
They've got to be able to look at each other and look in the mirror and say, look, we didn't do a good enough job putting this offensive line together. We didn't do a good enough job identifying the weaknesses of our head coach and why we made the decision we made. And look, there are going to have to be some long and hard, difficult conversations between Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles if, in fact, that dynamic stays intact.
So this was also, too, a little hint. Do we have the line where he talks? I thought, like, again, if you think, and who knows, it could change. It could change depending on who they want, and if they don't trust the general manager, or who knows about a contract extension, because I don't think you want Ryan Poles going into his last year without a contract, especially when you allow him to hire a coach. But he did offer this up regarding a coaching search. Listen to this from yesterday.
Time's the challenge. We actually finished up our first set of December meetings with our scouts. We had all our college scouts in. We'll hit free agency. And we're also preparing for a head coach interview process, which is going to take a lot of time. So the beautiful thing that we have here is a great staff where we all can work together to accomplish and continue to work at a high level. And, just in terms of delegation, I have a lot of trust in Ian Cunningham and Jeff King. So when I get pulled away in different directions, they're able to hold it on and keep our system moving forward so that we can continue to bring good players on the football team.
Look, I'm not trying to add, a negative approach to the Christmas season, but when you are very complimentary of your staff, this team has won 14 games in the last 3 years. The Minnesota Vikings have won 13 to this point. The Detroit Lions have won 13. Not in 3 years, this season. Year. So there have been misses. There have been too many misses. There has been a misevaluation of the coaching situation. I would be careful, and again, I'm not asking you to toss people under the bus, but I would be very careful banging the drum about how good everything has been up at Hallis Hall.
That's what he does.
I just think that self-awareness is an issue right now with...
Caleb's the first one to do it, to say, look, I'm frustrated, I need to be more accurate.
I think you make a great point when you say, look, the general manager actually should have said, I didn't do enough to protect him this year. We didn't do enough in terms of the coaching stability. We let our young quarterback down.
Yeah, we didn't do him any favors. Like, you don't even have to be so harsh on yourself. I hope you are internally, but like when you're talking about all the adversity or that this hasn't been easy on any of us, say, we did him no favors. Right. We added to a really tough learning curve to begin with. We knew it was going to be tough on him, and we made things more difficult on him.
Look, if you're not self-aware and you can't admit where you have fallen and where you have failed, whether it's on the open mic or it's behind closed doors, the likelihood that you're going to get it right going forward, I think, diminishes.
Yeah. All right, it's time for Aki's A-List. Jack's got that.
I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Get with it. Let's ask some questions.
We actually call this jacking around, right? Isn't this what we call this? Is jacking around? It's
I
not
don't have
Aki's
patience to jack with you today.
Jerry calls it jacking around.
Some of my favorite audio of all time.
And what happens when you're jacking around?
Somebody gets hurt.
That's not what I was thinking, but
what
okay.
happens?
All of a sudden.
Glory hole.
Jacking
I
around.
think those are two separate issues.
There it was. Glory hole.
Jack, what do you got for us as we start our jacking around segment?
Let's talk a little bit about Keenan Allen, because he has turned into the top target for Caleb Williams. Over the past 5 games, he has 54 targets, which is over 10 a game. He looks like the number 1 right now. Are you bringing Keenan Allen back next season?
If he wants to play for $5 million, maybe, but he's not getting $22 million. Like, you can't use that kind of cash on a receiver.
He wants to pay for $5 million?
No, I don't. No. I believe he'll go to a team that is more of a true contender, and I don't know how much they'll pay him. But why would he want to be a part of a team that is pretty much in a rebuild, continues to be in a rebuild? No. And if I'm the Bears, I appropriate that money towards my offensive and my defensive lines. He's had a nice stretch here recently. He's also dropped significantly more passes this year than I can ever remember Keenan dropping. So
he's been a lot better at the back half of the year than he was at the front half.
There's no doubt. And look, he adds a veteran presence and an accomplished veteran presence. And I don't doubt that there is that there's a benefit to having him around with Caleb. You just can't pay $24 million a year for that benefit.
Are you comfortable with the receiving core going into the next season then? with DJ and Rome and a question mark at 3?
No, you need to find somebody, but I'm not paying somebody top dollar for that.
Yeah, they don't have the luxury of doing it because of all the holes on the offensive line.
Do you know what it would have been good, Jeff, if in fact, like, you spent a 4th-round pick on Tyler Scott and that guy can step in? Or had you spent the 3rd-round pick on Velus Jones and that guy could have stepped in? But you spent those picks on those guys, and to this moment, neither guy has, well, one's gone, but the other guy doesn't get any run at all on the offense.
Not even active half the time.
So, Jack, I'm not comfortable with the offensive, the crew receiver-wise going forward. But again, I think if you look around the National Football League, you have, there's evidence that you can find guys. Like, look at the Green Bay Packers. It's the youngest offense in the NFL. And whether it's Wicks or it's Dobbs or it's Watson, whoever it is, I mean, Watson was a first-round pick. Jaden Reed was a 3rd-rounder out of Michigan State. You can find guys if you know what you're looking for. So, no, I'm not comfortable with this, just DJ Moore and Rome Odunze next year. But
it's not Keenan Allen's fault, but it's when they have as many holes as they do, and Keenan Allen still can play and is probably going to be a guy who some other team that's in a better position, they look at and they say, we can give that guy $15 million.
This is a wasted season for Keenan Allen. He should be on a team. And my guess is that, they traded for him, so this was beyond his control. But he thought that this season was going to be more, there would be more pleasantries.
I think we all did.
More competitive for sure.
You mentioned that the Bears have a lot of holes to fill and are somewhat in a rebuild once again. My question is, we've seen the gap now the past 2 weeks between the Vikings and the Bears and the Lions and the Bears. How far away are the Bears from catching those teams? If you had to guess right now, how many years?
It's so hard to say years-wise, but let's take the teams one at a time. Let's go to the Lions, right? The Lions were built over a course of time with a strong offensive line. They now have tremendous weapons. Amon-Ra St. Brown was a 4th-round pick. He's a fantastic receiver. He's very young. He just got a huge extension. Sam Laporta is a fantastic tight end. And Jamison Williams has now developed into that home run hitter that they've been looking for. Gibbs is young. Monty's got tread on his tires. They offensively are light years ahead of us, probably more so because of their O-line than anything else. I think that there's some talent on them on that side of the ball defensively. I would say I don't know that I could put a year on it, but the Lions are significantly ahead of the Bears. I would say the Bears are closer to the Vikings than they are the Lions or even the Packers. The Packers are 10-4. My guess is they'll win tonight. They'll get to 11-4. They're the youngest team, as I said, in the NFL, and their trajectory is headed in the right direction. Jordan Love, again, this year in the second half of the season has been very, very good. I think there's a bigger discrepancy, maybe I'm crazy, between the Bears and the Packers and the Bears and the Lions than there is the Bears and the Vikings. Look, think that's weird?
No, but the thing is, I think it's always difficult to look at something and say, oh, they're so far ahead of you. The NFL, the beauty of it is,
that's true,
is that
change quickly.
Very quickly. And the problem for the Bears, I think, is that there is coaching stability, at least what looks like very strong coaching stability in all other 3 organizations in your division.
It's such a good point because I just evaluated the rosters.
Yeah.
But like what you just said, Meller, if you look at the coaching position, they've got such a head start on us. Not just coaching, but front office.
Exactly.
As well.
And if you want to be optimistic, I still look at Caleb Williams and what he's done this year. And if you get that position right, that also gets you in a spot where you can at least feel comfortable year in and year out that you can be a playoff contender. And so I think that position, they finally have a solution. Now you need to get the right people around him to help him accentuate and do his best. And if they do that, this coaching cycle, you could turn it around pretty quickly here too, but you got to get it right.
Well, yeah, and there's always 2 parts of this, regardless of what sport we're talking about. There's the player acquisition, whether it's free agency or drafting, and then it's the player development. And as we've seen over the course of the last few years, the Packers and the Vikings and the Lions are light years ahead of us on both fronts. So, again, it'd be really hard to kind of come out with a firm date in terms of years ahead. But I would say, as Meller just talked about, even more so than the roster from the front office perspective, there is a significant difference between them and us.
But do you believe it's multiple years? It's not. This is not just going to be a flip a switch kind of thing.
No, but as Jeff said, look, if they get the right guy in here, the right coach, and they identify the right players, there's a chance that you can turn this around quicker because of the quarterback.
And if they had, look at the Chargers, right?
Right.
A lot of
they
people,
were 5-12 last year.
Yeah, and a lot of people did not think they would be in the playoff hunt this year. And forget the hunt; they're likely going to the playoffs.
96% chance.
And so, and I think everybody thinks that the brighter years are to come. So, if you get the right person in place, you can turn your program around pretty quickly.
Yeah. And they've got a quarterback that they love.
Well, yeah,
and now they've got a coach that they love.
And the Bears could have that already.
Right.
So
they have a quarterback. Now, can they find the coach and the front office people that actually can take you to where you want to be?
So we saw Ben Johnson on Sunday. Where is he now in your rankings of preferred head coaches? Is Vrabel 1, Johnson 2, or has Johnson jumped up to number 1?
I've said this for quite some time now, Jack, as we jack around here. I'm looking for our Matt LaFleur, our Kevin O'Connell, our Sean McVay. My preference would be an offensive-minded head coach that can also obviously lead a team, but based on the fact that we used the first overall pick of the draft last year on Caleb Williams, and I do believe in his talent, I want to find somebody that can take him to that next level. If you told me it's going to be Mike Vrabel and he's got a good answer at offensive coordinator, I'm not going to pout. I'm not going to, get all crazy about it. I'll be all for that as well. But if you gave me my choice, it would be I'm going to find an offensive guy that can also lead my team. And if it's Ben Johnson, that's probably the name that's at the top of the list.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you just don't want the offensive guy to be leaving in a year because he had a lot of great success with Caleb
But with
Williams.
that said, Miller, I will take that.
Mike Vrabel,
if I have to, I will take that because it's been so long since we found that offensive-minded guy. If he gets Caleb right and they start scoring 28 points a game and that guy gets a head coaching job, I heard Bleck and Abdallah talking about this, or Abdallah and Shea talking about it, fine. Take him from us. I'm not going to live in fear that someone's going to hire my offensive coordinator because he did such a good job that he got our team on track.
And I agree with that's why someone like Mike Vrabel does appeal to me, and he's done it. And it sounds like Josh McDaniels could be an option at OC, which it would be hard to envision a scenario where he would get another head coaching opportunity after already flaming out twice in the NFL. So that's intriguing to me. However, if there's a hot DC who's never been a head coach before, maybe like an Aaron Glenn, I'm a little concerned about that.
Thought,
I want a guy who, at least if he's going to be defensive-minded or lead that unit, I'd rather him be at least an established head coach in the league rather than someone who, if you're going to go out and get a hot coordinator, make it on the offensive side of the ball.
I agree. And we can't be greedy as Bears fans because we haven't gotten this right ever, really, to be honest with you, or not frequently enough. But that would be my preference. Offensive-minded guy who can also obviously lead a team.
Yeah, just figure it out and get it right, and then everyone will be happy.
Real quick, Jack, anything else? Nothing?
Well,
One-word answer?
Dan Pompei wrote an article about Ron Rivera maybe being the answer at head coach for the Bears. Do you agree?
I'd like to wish everybody a happy holidays, a Merry Christmas as well. I love Ronnie. Ronnie is a fantastic man. We'll talk about that.
Give you the answers I want to give you this morning.
Yeah. I think right now, again, I would go with an offensive guy. So that's how I would answer that. But Ron, one of my favorite teammates, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you, Jeff Meller, and you, Jack McGrath, as well. I hope everybody has a very happy holiday season. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
We will talk to you on Thursday as we get you set for Bears and Seahawks. But coming up next, it's Bears Weekly with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer. It's ESPN 1000.
You could kind of shove that one right up your to be honest, so.
I am mud events, really Spartan excited. Races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetic Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be a way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day.
And thank you to all and to all. Now he's back out out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete
4 out of
details.
5 customers can find a health plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. All plans have essential benefits to cover prescription
Hey,
drugs,
Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
hospitalization,
Yeah,
health
I've really fallen
screenings,
off.
and
Since I
more.
turned 40, I
Visit
just don't get the results I used to get.
getcoverillinois.gov to
You
enroll
lower
by
testosterone.
January
Lower
15th.
T. Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 321-321. That's STREAK to 321-321.
See you for a night of celebrating and winning. Bring in 2025 at Four Winds Casinos. Your entertainment escape.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Harry Douglas here. Say goodbye to bulky, clunky shavers that clutter your bathroom. Not only do you get an incredible shave, Panasonic's Palm Razor has a sleek, elegant design that adds a touch of sophistication to your bathroom. It also conveniently charges with a USB cord. Visit shop.panasonic.com/sports to shop for the Palm Razor. Use promo code HARRY for 10% off exclusively for ESPN radio listeners. That's shop.panasonic.com/sports, promo code HARRY.
The Chevy Red Tags are out at your local Chevy dealer. Use your $500 in Red Tag bonus cash and get $5,750 total cash allowance on a 24 Silverado 1500 RST pickup. Go to ChevyDriveChicago.com for details.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text KING to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text KING to 42424. That's KING to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
My name is Luke Bryan. Country music is my life, and I want to share it with y'all.
It's All Country is now streaming on Hulu.
And with the help of Luke Combs, Kane Brown, Lady A, Winona Judd, Sheryl Crow, and Mickey Guyton, we're going to explore everything country.
You couldn't ask for anything more than that.
When everybody brings their story, it really becomes something special. That is the beautiful side of country music.
In the end, it's all country.
It's All Country. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play, like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like that idea.
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty Interior Paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Valid only when intended to colors from the Bear Dynasty and Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Color Collection.
What would you do with $1 million? Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants to give you the chance to find out in our $1 million giveaway. Earn July 1st through December 27th. Then join us each Friday for your chance to win a grand finale spot for a 1 in 500 chance to be the guaranteed winner of $1 million. The $1 million giveaway, exclusively at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Must be 21. See Players Club for complete details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Welcome in to Bears Weekly, powered by IGS Energy, a Chicago Bears network production. Bears Weekly is brought to you by Advocate Healthcare, Athletico Physical Therapy, CD Gallagher, Connie's Pizza, IGS Energy, and Miller Lite. Here are your hosts, Jeff Joniak, a.k.a. the Mayor of Bearsville, and his sidekick, Tom the Surfmaster Thayer.
Good to be back again with you guys tonight on Bears Weekly here on ESPN 1000 on the Bears Radio Network. Jeff and Tom, and Jim Miller will join us as well from SiriusXM NFL Radio. He'll join us for a broader scope view of the National Football League. Helping us out spinning the Downs tonight, Jack McGrath. Our producers, Dan Barilli and Jordan Tredup from the Bears, and executive producer of the Bears Radio Network, Eric Ostrowski. Coming up, we've got an interview with Bears defensive tackle Chris Williams. I think you'll enjoy that. It was Caleb Williams, Tom, at the podium today, and we'll hear from Thomas Brown in our interview for Bears Etc. podcast. So a lot to stuff in the show tonight. Good to see you. Good to talk to you as you get ready for a 2-game in 5 days. I love those preparations. Boy, right. Today it was frantic.
Yeah, it doesn't give you a long time to live with the disappointment of yesterday because you got to get right back into the forward thinking of your next opponent. And whether you're a coach, a player, a broadcaster, no matter what your role is, you just have to move on to the next team and get ready for a team that we really don't see that often. So it's not like seeing the Detroit Lions a couple times or Green Bay or Minnesota. It's the Seattle Seahawks, and there may be a lot of Chicago Bears fans that aren't very familiar with some of the key components of that team.
Well, we played them week 16. Remember the snowstorm out there? And I was driving, and you were telling me
that was the pandemic. That was during the pandemic, and it was a horrific experience because they're not used to getting multiple inches of snow. They don't have snow removal equipment. The hills are so steep that if you stop your car, there's a good chance you're not going to get going again. And even the city buses get stuck on hills because they can't get any traction. So we got out of there, now hopefully we can repay them Thursday night.
Right. I just remember, and this is always fun with Tom and I because he's the big brother I never had, and he was telling me how to drive in this snow. And he goes, Jeff, just hit the gas and do not stop. As I'm trying to get up that, there were huge hills in the down. If you've been to Seattle, you know. Right.
That's what I said. I said, Jeff, if we're coming up to a red light, don't stop. Because there's no other cars on the road. There's no way that we're going to interfere with the progress of any cars coming right or left. And if we did stop, we weren't going to make it. And then the ramp leading up to the parking garage was so steep. I said, get into the tracks of the car in front of us and do not stop until you find dry ground.
Well, I tell you right now, I followed instructions that day, and it's a good thing. That's all I got to say. Yeah. I think you were proud of me.
Well, the worst thing about it is the luggage carrier, when they were loading the plane, froze next to the plane.
I don't remember that.
We were 3 hours delayed leaving, and we had to go to a completely other gate because they could not move the luggage cart from in front of the plane.
Don't recall that.
God.
I don't recall that. Wow, that's interesting. Well, maybe Seattle have these complications on the way into Chicago, on Christmas. But,
that was just us traveling on the way home. So that was the pandemic year of traveling, and we were flying a lot of red-eye commercial flights home, and that was one of the worst.
Yeah, fun stuff. Great for the book one day, Tommy. Great for the book. All right, the injury report today came out. Obviously, walkthroughs today. It'll be the case again tomorrow on Christmas Eve. The Hub Wednesday off. But on the list, a couple of players that would be considered as a projection of not practicing. Elijah Hicks, ankle, foot. He did play in the game. Travis Homer did not, working through a hamstring. Tevin Jenkins left the game with a calf. Darvarius Moore has been good on special teams with a knee, hip for Amin Agban-Bamiga, and limited for Javon Dexter. So as he was late last week, not able to return, but maybe for this game, Doug Kramer with his shoulder. That's the injury report for the Bears, and it's a pretty long list for Seattle, including the running back position for both Kenneth Walker III with an ankle, and that one may not be a quick turnaround injury from what I understand. And Zach Charbonnet has multiple injuries listed as an elbow on here, but so that is a big part of their offense.
Oh, significant. So there's two things there. Don't forget to mention Braxton Jones.
Oh, yes.
He
I was going to
had
get to
the
that,
ankle
though.
injury, so we know that he's out. When you look at the injury report for the Seattle Seahawks and you have both running backs on there where they're both really good players, it kind of makes me nervous because then do they become one-dimensional and they have some of the best receivers in the National Football League. So it's kind of always what we don't have and what we do have, and I think that's the way Seattle probably has to look at, unless they have a running back waiting in the wings for his opportunity.
Yeah, they always have them available for the opportunity. Certainly late in the season, you got to have all the key positions covered. And they're trying to stay in the playoff hunt because they lost their mojo these last two games, lost their ability to create their own destiny. Now they're relying on some other things, including taking on the Bears. All right, quick review. We're going to have Jim coming up shortly, but, you know, from your perspective, we're going to hear from Caleb, too. I want to focus on Caleb because I thought he did some really good things again yesterday, again at home. I keep talking about this. No interception at Soldier Field this year, knock on wood, yes. But what are some of the things and some of those throws that you are getting genuinely excited about with what he's building here, this little resume for so far here for 2024? Over 3,000 yards passing.
Well, he's resilient and he's tough and he's mentally strong because when you look at the fourth downs that they needed to be completions in some of the most important drives of the day, he was able to make those fourth down completions. And then a 4th and 1. They have a 4th and 1, and you think I'd just be happy to get that 1 yard and go on to live the next drive. He throws down the right sideline to Rome Odunze. And then Rome comes up with an incredible catch, but it just that kind of shows you his moxie and his confidence and the faith in the accuracy of his arms. Where me sitting up in the booth, I'm thinking a 1 yard completion to Cole Kmet. Not Caleb. He's thinking a 25-yard completion down the right sideline to Rome Odunze. So when you look at all the things, the resiliency and how mentally tough he is and how physically tough he is, that's what kind of makes me excited watching every game because he's an incredibly talented young kid.
Not to mention the fact that we're looking at an offensive line that has had nothing but change and a lot of moving parts all the time. And so that you know, you got to trust in those guys as a quarterback, but it's got to be challenging. And you mentioned Braxton Jones. So it was a moment, obviously, we're all concerned. We didn't really know what the severity of the situation was, what particular injury it was. Turns out it's an ankle, and his season is over. And so he was not able to make it through last season either. But I've always felt that Braxton has given everything he's gotten, every time he took the field, and he's a very self-reflective player. And as a fifth-round pick from Southern Utah, to be a starting tackle as a rookie, play all 16 games, and then continue to try and develop over the last couple of seasons, I give him a lot of credit. And I give a lot of credit for giving him a chance to do that job, especially left tackle.
I like the way he's performed. He's a super intelligent kid. He's got great athleticism. He's got a bright future ahead of him in the NFL. But one thing about the NFL in the last couple days, if you were watching the Texans game and you saw the injury to Tank Dell, or you saw the injury to Braxton Jones, I think you really get a little bit of an insight of the emotions that these players go through when they have a player on their team suffer an injury and they immediately surround him. They let him see the support that they all have for him. And when you look at C.J. Stroud and the way he was crying on the sidelines after the Tank Dell injury, and then you see the way the players surrounded Braxton Jones and gave him the visual support that he needed in a really tough couple minutes because you don't really understand the pain that he's going through and he's laying on a football field. And now they have to stabilize him. They have to put him on a cart, and they have to get him into the locker room. And the medical, the medical staff, who's just an incredible staff for the Bears, they get in there and they start working immediately. So I do think that sometimes I sit up in the booth and I feel really fortunate that I was never taken off the field on a stretcher, although I have had post-season surgeries that you do go through. The whole emotional side of it from the players of both those teams, it's hard to ignore.
Yeah, back for you was a big one.
I had back, elbow, both knees.
Hips.
Yeah.
More to come.
Two artificial hips and a knee about to get.
You're a peach going through the airport, let me tell you. Okay. Well, hey, that's the life of an NFL vet,
Every time we go through the metal detectors at any opponent's stadium, I always tell them, look, I got two fake hips, and I'm most likely going to set this alarm off.
Listen, that's the love of the game right there for Tom Thayer.
Oh,
All right, Jim Miller will join us next. We'll hear from Caleb Williams when we come back. This is Bears Weekly, everybody, on ESPN 1000 and the Bears Radio Network.
You're tuned into Bears Weekly with Jeff Joniak on the Bears Radio Network.
Chicago's go-to pizza for over 60 years, with pizza options including classic Chicago deep dish, stuffed, thin crust, and our original Connie's Pan Pizza. Connie's is home to Chicago's pizza. Call 312-CONNIES and visit Connie's Pizza with the whole family and big groups. Connie's Pizza is your go-to pizza for Chicago pizza. Call 312-CONNIES and order today. That's 312-CONNIES.
Bears football and Miller Lite, Chicago's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff. Tailgates going way past postgame. Battles on Sundays. Bliss on Mondays. Going deep dish. Going tavern style. Bearing down, then raising one up. You never forget the way some things taste. Bears football tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Bears fans, welcome to another game day at the Gridiron. After seeing your beautiful automobiles at the tailgate, we're calling an audible so you can save on gas. That's right, Bears fans score big on game days. Save 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. That's a touchdown for the tailgate. Download the Shell app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time at participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com/bears.
After a tough win, imagine the Bears leaving the field and walking a half mile to our buses. They would never have to do that, and neither should you. With our exclusive pickup service after the game, Echo Windy City will pick you up right at the gate. No more walking to the Hilton. We can drop you at the gate as well. Call Echo Windy City today, 866-94-WINDY. Winter is coming and passes are limited, so book early, 866-94-WINDY.
Make Hollywood Casino Aurora and Joliet your new game day headquarters this football season. We've got the biggest screens, ice-cold pints, and the area's best game day food. Plus, when you join Penn Play, the official loyalty program of Hollywood Casino, you can earn rewards that will cover your next round of wins on us. Getting the most out of this football season? Well played. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Traveling to an away game to watch the Bears win big? Get ready to celebrate. Celebrated a little too much? Time to sleep in. Slept in and gonna miss that flight home? Time to change your flight without paying change fees thanks to United. So, when will you worry about getting back? Tomorrow? Maybe? United, proud to fly the Chicago Bears. Does not include basic economy unless a United waiver applies. Exceptions apply for certain international flights.
Welcome back to Bears Weekly on the Bears Radio Network. Here's your host, the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
Welcome back, everybody. This segment of Bears Weekly brought to you by IGS Energy. Jeff and Tom and our good pal, former Bears quarterback Jim Miller from SiriusXM NFL Radio, kind enough to join us on this Monday night. of the Christmas holiday week. Happy holidays, Jim Miller. How you feeling? You texted me, you said the weather's bad. Where are you at?
Yeah, I am here just north of Detroit. Yeah, we've already got about 4 inches on the ground. They're calling for another 4 inches. So, yeah,
Lakefront.
rolling in here. Yeah.
Lake effect.
Absolutely. So, it's going to be a long night. Everybody's already digging out already. I just ran up to grab a coffee, and that's why I was a little late getting back here. So, it's a mess out there.
Oh, well, so you're going to have a white Christmas. It's supposed to be mid-40s, 50 by Christmas Day, isn't it, Tom?
I don't know. I only look at the conditions on game day. The other, I think we're going to get a little bit of rain though for a couple days in a row.
Okay. Well, I like the white stuff, Jim. I like the snow at Christmas. But so you enjoy it. I know you're built for it, Jim. You've grown up with it. This is your life. The snow up there.
Yeah,
in Michigan.
it's perfect. You know, it seems like we don't get as much snow as we used to, but yeah, we'll make for a nice white Christmas, and it'll be a nice up here. But yeah, it's coming down pretty good right now.
Well, I appreciate you helping us out tonight, and it's been tough. The frustration level, obviously, for everybody involved. But it's interesting. We can, as announcers and broadcasters, we still get excited no matter what the situation. You call the game, you get excited about the little things that later become big things. And I see that in Caleb Williams. I think Tom has amplified that as well. And it's not just Caleb Williams. So in the big picture, yes, the team has a 9-game losing streak, but I think we're trained as broadcasters and analysts of football. You look at the little pictures as well. What do you see among the little pictures that give you optimism moving forward about the Bears?
Yeah, I think, you're going to see the players that are fighting for one another. I think Caleb is going to continue to learn. He's got a great streak going right now. 326 passes without a pick. I know the losing coincides with it, but that is, it says a lot about him. He's a good decision maker in terms of not, putting the ball in harm's way, and I like what I've seen from him. I know it's a very frustrating year. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong. Obviously, when you let your coach go and your coordinator go, and now you got some injuries that you're dealing with. But it'll be a building block that he's fighting through these things, and I think it'll help a lot of those young players for the Bears. But just as they continue to fight for one another, I do like that. I see that they're still fighting for one another.
Jim, what do you want to see out of the last 2 games? You're going to have a friendly environment against the Seattle Seahawks here in Chicago, and then you have the great unknown when you go into Lambeau, depending upon what the Packers need or don't need. But out of Caleb specifically and Thomas Brown, what do you want to see out of Caleb?
Yeah, I think, kind of like what I saw from Dallas last night. Nothing matters, and what did they do to Tampa? Said, we're going to try and play spoiler. And now Tampa, has dropped out of the playoff race right now. Atlanta's now back in it. I want to see the Bears respond like how the Cowboys did. There was nothing to play for them. It had already unfolded what went down in between Washington and Philadelphia, so Dallas was out of it. And Dallas played like their hair was on fire and got the win. And I think that's what Bears fans should want the Bears to play like the last 2 games.
All right. Here's a little Caleb Williams from the podium today here at Hadassah talking about his budding relationship on the field and off with Roma Dunze.
I have all belief in him. Even after that one mistake between him and I, and then him catching that pass, and then, fumbling again, walked over to him, dapped him up, told him I'd come, right back to him, and we did just that. So, having belief in him, I've seen him do it. I didn't watch it on YouTube or anything. I've actually seen Rome do that in games versus us when I was in college. So, watching him live to watching him in his YouTube, videos and things like that to, seeing him here, with us through camp and games and things like that. He has a reputation for a reason, and he's pretty consistent. So, anytime we get a chance to have a one-on-one with Rome, I have full, belief that, at the least, it's going to be or at the most, it's going to be an incompletion. And so I have all belief and faith in him every single time that ball goes up in there.
You know how excited you were the night that you guys were both drafted. You find out a couple picks after you. Like, how vital has having him here been for your growth as a quarterback?
Yeah, it's been great to be able to have a young guy with me like Rome. Spectacular person, spectacular player. Like I said, I've seen it for now 2 years. And so being able to have him here and grow with him, it just, our relationship over the years is going to be, vital, I think, for the team. And so being able to be able to continue that, continue to grow that, is going to be really fun, really vital, like I said. And so, I think he's going to get better, especially with the guys that he's had here this year with him. Rome with DJ and Keenan, two guys that's been doing it for a while. I think it's helping him being able to watch those guys and how they do and how they work.
Caleb, do you have two or three things, 2 or 3 points of emphasis that you would really like to do well at your position in the next 2 games, finish out the season? Just a couple things you would really like to nail down.
Yeah, I think these fumbles that I've had for 2 to 3 weeks now, I think turnovers are, they're obviously a part of the game, but trying to eliminate those only helps our chances of winning. So I say that's one, being able to just keep being efficient the most that I can. And that doesn't just mean when I throw the football. That's with all of the alerts, the time, the play clock, making sure, cadence and things like that, helping offensive linemen out, whatever the case may be, alerts, all of that. So, I'd say I gave you around 4 or 5 things right there.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more. I mean, that's just the part of being a quarterback. But, Jim, you weren't here, and Tommy, he did see it, but he showed up with a Santa hat. And to me, that's how he's been from the moment he got here. He takes everything as it comes. He's not, there's no pout. There's no stress that's visible with a streak like this. And he shows up, and he comes to work every day, and he's a good listen, and he speaks how he feels about how his performance is going and the team's. And I think that's important to stand there, again, as the CEO of the football team at the quarterback position. You know that better than anybody.
Yeah, I think at times this year he's displayed great leadership. I go back to the loss against the Washington Commanders. I thought, really the fallout over the next 2 weeks that the Bears had lost, and it really stemmed from what happened in Washington. I thought that was probably his better moments of leadership throughout the year in how Caleb handled himself with the veterans, and it was a little shaky and some things were said and all this, but I thought Caleb was the one that I thought emerged, and it was really the voice of trying to unify everybody to move forward as a football team. And we'll see where it goes. It's something he can build upon and get better, and certainly his play is going to get better. He's got all the talent in the world, and we'll see what leadership is put in there from offensive coordinator, because that's really going to be critical moving forward. This is a lot about Caleb and how he finishes this year and how they catapult themselves to next year.
Jim, last week in preparation for the game, Jeff and I were talking 2 words: clean and complete. Clean on offense, complete on defense. And when Caleb talks about the things that he'd like to clean up, you got to take in those fumbles into consideration. But the one thing is like the lining up offsides by Keenan Allen. It's those little things that put you behind the sticks, and all of a sudden then you immediately start playing catch up. So, Caleb is a part of it, and he's got to clean up, but everybody has to have an active role in making sure that they try to play as perfectly of a game as they possibly can. And it's kind of weird this week in the NFL. I saw 2 receivers being called offsides, and I haven't seen that, and I can't tell you how long, but it's still, part of the factors of the game. And I think Caleb has an opportunity to play a clean game come Thursday night.
Yeah, definitely. Well, assignment and alignment, you got to know your job. I mean, period. I mean, and Caleb being the quarterback, yeah, you can help guys out and get them lined up and all that, but when I popped on the show, Tom, you were talking about being a pro, and that's part of being a pro. You got to know your assignment, your alignment, and then the execution. And I think we know football is an imperfect sport. I mean, we talk about we want the perfect play, we want the perfect practice, we want the perfect game, but very rarely does it happen where all 11 individuals on offense, defense, or special teams execute their assignment perfectly. You know, it's just hard to do where everybody's got the right block and the technique, and, you know, things happen, and it's kind of an imperfect sport. And if it was perfect, then every offensive play would go for a touchdown. And I think we know that's just not the case, but you strive for that perfection. It really is paramount that you do, because the more you do things perfectly, the least amount of mistakes that you make, and they normally cost you games. That's really what it is. And it could be as simple as not lining up correctly.
I would like to find the top 25 plays in NFL history that were executed perfectly. They got to be out there. I know it's some of the greatest plays in NFL